Chapter 1. This version of the chapter has been beta read by Hazemat. Thanks. Laughing face, Tiberium, the fires of Terra. Location, Earth, Southern Italy, the town of Isola di Capo Rizzuto. February 1st, AD 2070/CE 70, 12:45 p.m. Earth Broadcasting Network, EBN, News Helicopter 11, 10 minutes after the event. This is Ruth Warden reporting live from Italy, where the town of Isola di Capo Rizzuto was replaced with an enormous tower, dark clouds, and a landscape scattered with green crystals, Warden said as the news helicopter was buffeted on all sides by increasingly heavy winds which threatened to rip the doors off. As you can see, the conditions here are very extreme and there is no. The pilot mentally cursed repeatedly as he fought to keep his craft stable and in the air as a particularly savage gust slammed into the small craft, sending the experienced reporter stumbling. What the hell was that? What the hell do you think it is, Sherlock? It's the bloody wind. The pilot shot back, I can't keep us in the air, I'm going to try and land us, so hold on tight, assholes. Fuck you was what Warden would have liked to say, but instead he turned to the camera which was bouncing all over the place like the rest of the copter despite the best efforts of John Woods, his longtime cameraman. As the two of them were already seated and belted in, Warden leaned to Woods. Are we getting anything through? The other man barely had enough time to shake his head before they were all thrown against their own seat belts and then slammed into their seats. Shit, I'm bringing us down now. Pray to whatever gods you want and brace for impact. Finally their fortunes ran out as the heavy winds smashed into the helicopter, forcing it closer to the ground. The pilot attempted to gain attitude but the rotors failed to grip the air. It was then that the pilot accepted that his bird was going only one way in this weather, down. With that in mind, the pilot guided his craft into the green landscape below, doing his best to find the nearest clearing. Locating one, he wrestled his copter around by sheer force of will and brought his craft in for a landing as heavy winds continued to batter the craft. It wasn't long before the news copter met the unyielding ground, carving a wake of shredded crystal and metal while throwing its passengers around like rag dolls. Throughout this, interestingly enough, the camera continued to record the final moments of the crew as they were thrown and shaken inside out, around, until it ceased recording. As the final despairing shrieks of tortured metal faded away, there was no movement from within the partially crushed aircraft. It was 10 minutes later that the wreckage of the helicopter was finally discovered by troops of the Rapid Assault and Intercept Deployment, RAID, 2th Division under the command of Forward Battle Commander, FBC, Aaron Vega. Bravo team was dispatched to check if there were any survivors when the aircraft was spotted going down. Now their dropship hovered above the crash site with the rear ramp open, allowing Captain Ziu and his men to jump. As they approached the ground, their armor's sensors fired the inbuilt jetpacks, slowing their descent, allowing them to touch down softly. All were experienced soldiers and had performed missions like this before, so there was no need for words between them as they surveyed the wreckage. The team medic, Jaya Kumari, made his way immediately into the crashed copter with the captain taking up position just outside the downed craft behind him while the rest of the team took up positions, or formed a perimeter, one is enough, around the crashed craft to keep an eye out for any signs of uninvited guests. Captain, we need to move quickly, yelled Jaya, as he carried a survivor out of the wrecked aircraft. Looks like the guy got Tib poisoning. A single glance was enough to see the need to hurry as the man was showing the first sign of Tiberium infection, which meant he was going to end up as a mutant or dead unless they acted soon. Delta 9, this is Bravo, drop a Tiberium containment pod, we have a survivor. Bravo, Delta 9 here, Roger, inbound 5. It wasn't long before the pod was dropped by the dropship. Not wasting any time, Captain Ziu helped Kumari with moving the survivor into the pod and then closed it, placing the man in stasis. They then attached synthetic spider silk cables to the pod before finally ordering the dropship to begin pulling it in. Command, this is Bravo, we have found the downed aircraft, 1 survivor and 2 fatalities. Bravo, this is Command, gather everything in RTB. Roger, Command, gathering everything and returning, he answered and cut the communication link. Command just ordered us to gather everything in RTB, so get moving people. Captain Ziu said. Valen, Kumari, pick that wreckage apart, Branford, Shepard, Peta, and Stevenson stay on overwatch for any threats. Max, I hope you remember what they taught you in engineering school, because I want the black box of this antique found. Move it. Captain Ziu ordered, looking at the armored figure of the engineer. Can't be harder to find than a bloody knot base, sir, the rumbling voice of the hulking engineer chuckled. The engineer made his way to the front of the wrecked craft and carefully began cutting through the thin aluminum skin so that he could get a look inside. After a little more pulling and cutting through the control panels and the remains of the cockpit, Max found what he was looking for. Ah, here it is. Sir, I think I found something, not too sure what it is though. The youthful voice of LT Valen washed over the net as she crawled under a particularly large piece of wreckage. Kumari, can you move over and see what is it from the other side? Captain Ziu asked as the young soldier made his way to the other side and bent down to see what it was. It appears to be some sort of camera/transmitter combo, it seems to have taken a beating. Kumari said, struggling to help Valen get a hold of it. Good, take it and anything else of interest that you may find. On it, Max answered, as he began ripping the wreck apart after Valen and Kumari crawled out from under it. In 20 minutes the wreck was in pieces and everything that looked remotely interesting was gathered together in a small pile away from the remains of the copter. Delta 9, we're ready to RTB. Captain Ziu said. Bravo, this is Delta 9 lowing right now. Delta answered, as the dropship slowly decreased its attitude until it was within easy reach of Bravo jet's packs. Max and Kumari grabbed the gear and board first, we'll follow after you guys had finished. Captain Ziu said as he scanned the surrounding landscape for any threat until the sound of jetpacks firing could be heard. Alright everyone, move it. Captain Ziu shouted, the rest of Bravo fell back one by one, each covering the other until only Ziu remained. The captain took one last look, his eyes scanning the environment one final time before turning, following his man and initiated his jetpack, soaring skywards to the waiting dropship. 00. Earth, Orb Union, Olofate. February 1st, AD 2070/CE70, 1 p.m., Standard Time. Uzumi Narath, sometime known as the Lion of Orb, sat slumped in his darkened office nursing a shot of his favorite whiskey. It wouldn't surprise him if it turned out that Plant or the Alliance was responsible for the attack on the UN on the Moon. The fires of war had been burning brighter for the few past decades, with the hate between naturals and coordinators growing ever so slowly until it finally reached this point. The United Nations was no more and war had been declared, now all that remained was a trigger to begin the madness, Atha thought, staring blankly at his favorite show on the screen before him. He was spontaneously returned to reality, as the program was interrupted by an unexpected news announcement. We're sorry to interrupt your daily program for this important news update, the Pentagon just announced that the Alliance is going into Defcon 2, said the female reporter. All attempts to question the government directly for any more information have thus far proven unsuccessful. So it finally begins, the chief representative of Orb sighed morosely, war. Currently the government is advising for people in the affected areas head to the nearest shelter until the situation has been resolved. That's all the information we have available for right now, stay tuned to EBN for the latest news from the solar system. Maybe this is God's judgment for denying our children a peaceful future, he mused sadly gazing at a framed photo of a blonde girl playing with him. No matter, the world can burn itself in hate but Orb will not be drawn into this pointless war. He will not allow it. This is Ava Lovestrong, reporting for EBN from Washington D. Click. He'd already developed contingency plans with the military, plans to guide his nation in the event of war between the Alliance and Plant. Now there was nothing else he could do but wait and let them do their job. So it was a surprise when his office phone started ringing. He picked up the phone without delay and slowly turned pale as he listened to the report. Order the military into full combat alert and get the civilians into the shelters immediately, but don't do anything more without my permission. I'm heading down right now, see you soon, General. The phone was returned to its resting place and the chief rushed out of his office. 00. Earth, outside Threshold 19, GDI Mobius Station, Communication Center. February 1st, AD 2070/CE70, 1:40 p.m. Philadelphia, this is Mobius, Base Commander Tama and Forward Battle Commander Vega reporting as ordered. Vega said, into the microphone. Mobius, this is Philadelphia, received. Gentlemen, we have a situation. He recognized the voice of the Commander-in-Chief of GDI Armed Forces, Verena McNeil. Look, this sounds ridiculous but G-Tech tells me we've been moved to another reality. Our primary objectives, if that is true, are to consolidate our position and make sure that Tiberium stays contained. We can't afford to ruin another world. Mobius Station was built at the end of the Third Tiberium War to study the tower and understand the technology behind it, but without much success. The only thing that they had been able to determine was that the tower was phased into another dimension, preventing anyone from damaging or even touching it. So it was no surprise that the technology within the station was slightly out of date, namely the fact that it was forced to make do with an older EVA unit which relied on the station's communication systems. Scans of Earth reveal the only Tiberium present is what we have under our control in the blue zones and in the area around the tower. And we're going to keep it that way, McNeil said, as static interrupted the transmission momentarily. Commanders, I need you to move quickly and begin deploying sonic emitters and repulsor fields to stop the growth of Tiberium on the land side. In addition, we haven't made contact with any of the locals yet, so I'm authorizing you to talk to them in Italy about the local situation for now. Yes, ma'am, Vega answered. What about the Mediterranean side of the tower, ma'am? Zocom will take care of that, McNeil said. Commander Tama, they will be arriving soon, so begin construction of transports as soon as possible and ensure that any crafts you have is also available for Zocom use. We need to move quickly to contain the situation. Yes, ma'am, Tama answered. By the way, Commander, we have some G330X habitat modules available if you need them. Use whatever means possible to keep the civilians safe. The 8th and 9th raid divisions and a crawler are also available for deployment. they will be under your control, Commander Vega. McNeil sighed. Sorry, I would have sent more troops but I don't want to cause any hostilities to break out. It seems that whatever reality we're in, they've clearly been in space for a while judging by the looks of things up here. Any questions? None, ma'am. McNeil paused for a moment before finally wishing the commanders good luck as the communication link was cut, leaving Vega and the base commander alone in the communication center. I'll get moving and we'll talk over the comms, he said with a nod at the base commander before leaving. As he left the command center, the alarm systems began sounding throughout the base. This is an emergency situation, repeat, all hands to action stations. The speakers began as he made his way to the main underground hangar which was built to handle the cargo transports too large to land on the helipad on top of the research station. The hangar, like all entrances, was equipped with a decontamination chamber which he used before entering a side elevator taking him topside to the waiting Blackfish dropship. Thankfully, the trip didn't take long. Vega covered the distance to the dropship swiftly and didn't bother taking a seat as he knew the dropship's sleek aerodynamic frame would get him to his destination quickly, rendering seating a moot point. Leaning against the airframe, he brought up a holographic map of the area on his HUD. Following that he made a call to Commander Tama. How's the situation developing on your end? Vega asked the base commander, as he studied the holographic map of southern Italy, particularly the towns and cities around Isola di Capo Rizzuto. The closest city was Crotone to the north, and then there was a town to the northeast and another to the east on the coast. In between the three were mountains and farmland that wasn't going to be usable anytime soon. At least Nod didn't come through with them, he thought, making up his mind on where he'll be deploying the 8th and 9th Division. As well as can be expected under the circumstances, not good, Tama said, as static interrupted the link temporary. We're making the transports as fast as possible but we're a research station not a military base, Tama sighed, but I have good news, Zocom will be deploying into the surrounding area around the station soon. Good, Vega answered with relief in his voice. Where will you be deploying your troops to? Tama asked. I'm heading to the city of Crotone according to the data package from the Philadelphia, Vega said. The data package in question was downloaded by Eva while he was talking with the CIC back at the station. The 8th will be deploying to the town of Cutro, to the northwest, and the 9th will be deploying to another city known as Steccato di Cutro to the west. What about the crawler? Tama asked, as he was interrupted by static again. Hold it in reserve in case until I need it, Vega said over the static-filled comm link, hopeful the situation doesn't go to hell, but if it does I'll also need some of the Blackfish transports to move my own troops from the station to here. I'll see what I can do, Tama said as once more the link was interrupted by static, only this time it lasted longer. Shit, it looks like we got ourselves a ion storm developing here. So you had better move and make this quick, when the storm starts communications will be screwed. Then in that case, we'll need the crawler, it'll have one of the newer EVA units on board. We can use that to communicate if a storm does happen. Vega said. He was about to cut the comm link when a thought occurred to him. One that should have occurred to him sooner, there was no guarantee that there was a GDI in this reality then. We could say that we're with the United Nations, they're bound to have one in this reality. Or maybe we should just stay with GDI Vega, the UN is history, old history at that. Screw it, you're right, he said, I'm just overthinking things, bamboo out. Commander, we're here, he heard the pilot voice over the dropship speakers. He made his way to the rear and activated the intercoms. Make it a hot drop, Mobius just informed me that we got a possible ion storm developing. Shit, will do, the pilot answered. Releasing the intercom, Vega retrieved his GD-10A from the arms locker before looking out over the lowering ramp. As the endless landscape of purplish-blue clouds and blue-green crystal that quickly gave way to green fields, and then the drab-gray of urban sprawl, he slowly counted to 3 and jumped. 00. The city was a mess, the weather was getting worse, and its inhabitants were panicking in their shelters unsure of what was happening to the world outside. And in the province capital building a man sat subdued behind his desk, silently praying for anyone to help his people. As the governor, it was his responsibility to ensure the safety of the people of this province, but he can only sit there helplessly watching the growing storm engulf his province. It was a nightmare, and to think the madness had started less than an hour ago. All attempts to contact the rest of his province and the surrounding towns failed. Radio, satellites, digital TV, and any other wireless communication system didn't work. The only method that seems to be working was the landline which connected the city to the one-way National Emergency Land Network, NFLN. The network was designed to ensure that Rome had the capability to warn each portion of the nation in case of war. The idea was to link Rome with the province's capitals with landlines since they wouldn't be interrupted by fighting in orbit. The only problem, the program was relatively new and the line to the city was one of the few which had been completed. That was the reason he'd set up his own emergency broadcast system for his province, allowing his government to relay any warning it received. He'd been forewarned by a friend in the national government about the NFLN project, which allowed him to get a head start with his own program and the emergency broadcast system, but now that there was a crisis, the system wasn't functioning at all despite his minister's assurance. Tired of them and their worthless bubbling, he'd dismissed them, and now Governor Carlos Salvatore sat defeated in his office with 2 security guards, silently damned himself for his failure. He turned his head away from the wooden desk to glare out the window at the tower in the distance. He might have failed the rest of his province, but at least the city's inhabitants was safe in the shelters, whether their own or those built by the city. He'd made sure of it by sending his own people to do so. The latest message that came through the NFLN was a notice that the Federation and the Alliance were at Defcon 2. He assumed that was in reaction to the tower in the distance which was responsible for this crisis, but even so, that wasn't his main concern, as he once more returned to staring down at his wooden desk. The people of this province had entrusted themselves to his care, and now the table groaned as he mentally raged against his helplessness in the face of this calamity. He shouldn't be sitting here doing nothing, he should be out there doing his job. He had lost track of time as he stared dully at the wooden desk when suddenly he was interrupted by one of his bodyguards whispering into his ears. "Chief says that there is someone at the front door who claims to know what is happening. Should we remove him?" "No, let him in," he said, without a thought. The wait wasn't long as the room was on the 2nd floor of the province capitol building. The door finally opened and the chief of security Jose Holmes entered, followed by an armored figure with a rifle slung on his back. He sweated blood and tears in the streets to come this far so that one day he could work for the betterment of everyone, and now he was nothing more than a powerless little man forced to physically send his own people to warn the surrounding cities and towns. This was the 21st century, not the Dark Ages. This shouldn't be occurring. "What the hell is happening?" he asked, doing the best to keep his own voice calm. "Begin evacuating the civilian population in the city and the surrounding region, we don't have time," the armored figure said. "There's no point, the city's population is in their shelters and I've already sent out my own people to warn the surrounding cities and towns," he stated in a toneless voice. "You know, with communications down, doing anything more is pointless. So who on earth are you and what information do you have that could possibly help me beside the obvious?" he said, his voice flaring with rage. It pissed him off to hear this person come in to tell to do something that he'd already done. Rage bubbled within him to the point that he felt his hands harden into fists of iron, ready to punch that upstart in the face, before fading away when he finally regained control of himself. "Forward Battle Commander Aaron Vega of the Global Defense Initiative Rapid Assault and Intercept Deployment, 2nd Division," Vega said, as the helmet cameras zoomed into to study the governor. "The area around the tower is a red zone, an area that is hostile to carbon-based life forms. It is also under our jurisdiction." "I've never heard of this Global Defense Initiative or Rapid Assault and Intercept Deployment," he said, his tone almost mocking. "But with that tower," he said, as he turned to once more to glare impotently at the offending structure. "I'm willing to believe you. For now. The only link to the outside world I have is the one-way National Emergency Land Network, nothing else," he continued, small trace of his rage leaking through. "I have a solution, but I'll need your permission to deploy a raid crawler from orbit," Vega said. "It'll be equipped with the communication gear to break through the ion-saturated atmosphere." "Permission given," Carlos said offhandedly. His chief briefly protested but stopped when he saw the look on the governor's face. "I've never heard of this Global Defense Initiative, but neither did that tower exists an hour ago. Whatever happened, clearly this initiative came with the tower, judging by the presence of the commander here," he said, taking in the strange weapon and armor Commander Vega was wearing. "So it's rational to think that they know more about the situation than we. Isn't it?" "Governor, I'll need you to come with me to the crawler when it arrives," the armored figure said, "and I have troops standing by ready to help, but I'll need your help and permission to deploy them without causing any problems in the surrounding areas." "Done, I'll take any additional help you can give and I'll include it in my message to the province." He was about to speak again when suddenly, a massive explosion-like boom echoed through the air. "I assume that was the crawler," he said, as he shook his head to clear it. A nod from the armored man answered his question. "So, how long until the transports arrive?" 5 minutes. Time enough for a few questions. "What on earth is this Global Defense Initiative and what is the hell is that tower?" he gritted out. GDI was created by the United Nations as it formalized military to combat global terrorism in 1995 was the surprising answer. "Wah, never mind, and this crawler?" he asked again, taking in what had been said by the commander. "The United Nations was dissolved a month ago by the Atlantic Federation and replaced with the Earth Alliance." If he remembered right, one of the reasons given was that the UN lacked the muscle need to deal with the current state of the world. "A crawler is a mobile base of operations with full command and control function," Vega said. "Its communication systems is much more advanced compared to anything you or I have access to right now, but we need to move quickly, there's a storm heading our way." Carlos didn't say anything more because he didn't have anything else to add. His mind was presently jumping in joy now that he finally was going to get a means of communicating with the rest of the province. "The Rough Rider has arrived," the armored figure informed them. "Then lead the way, Commander Vega," the governor said with a nod as he stood up. If following the commander meant giving him a method of upholding his responsibility to the people of his province, then he will take it. They came first. 00. A short while later, Governor Salvatore was sitting in the cramped room which was the crawler's main command hub. It basically consists of 2 rows of desks filled with computer screens and input terminals. The first row of terminals was built into the wall, with the second not far behind, built into the opposite wall. Currently, Commander Vega sat at one of the terminals, silently cursing the fate which had forced him to cramp Governor Salvatore, his security detail and a team of 6 engineers from both sides into this tiny, cramped room. Meanwhile the chief of security for the governor, Jose Holmes, was leaning against the wall watching an engineer who worked on the emergency broadcast system argue the finer point of some engineering discipline with his GDI counterpart. They had been working together for the last hour to jury-rig the crawler communication system to be able to broadcast on the same channel as the EBS and therefore, allow the governor to get the message out to his people. Off to one side, Governor Carlos was replaying the events of the past hour in his head. He had been rather surprised when they arrived at the crawler. Instead of an armored vehicle of some sort he'd been expecting, he'd been confronted with a massive building. Now he was trying to figure how on earth GDI was able to erect such a large structure on short notice. "Sir, everything is ready to go," GDI engineer Mark Johnson announced, giving his superiors a salute before leaving. "Whenever you're ready." Governor Vega gestured towards the microphone. "This is Governor Carlos Salvatore to all civilians and government officials of the province of Crotone. As of this moment the province is in a state of martial law. Please go to your nearest shelter and stay there until troops arrive to help with evacuation to a safer location. Please do not panic. The national and federal government is now at Defcon 2, so help will be on the way." Salvatore paused, looking around the command hub. "In addition, do not fire on troops who have identified themselves as belonging to the United Nations Global Defense Initiative. They will be helping with the evacuation effort. I repeat, do not fire on United Nations Global Defense Initiative troops, they will be helping with the evacuation. Thank for your time and know that we all pray for your safety." Message recorded. The governor slumped into his seat as the artificial intelligence known as Eva prepared to broadcast it over the crawler's communication systems. "Thank you," Governor Vega nodded. "Eva, begin deployment of the 8th and 9th Division to their assigned location with orders to begin evacuation of the local population if possible. Also have them place down G330X habitat modules to provide additional shelter where needed." "Acknowledged," Commander Eva answered through Vega's helmet speakers. "Orders from above is to make contact with the federal government as soon as possible and begun talks to secure the area around the tower in order to ensure we have a means of contacting the nations of this reality." Affirmative. Eva Vega turned to face the governor. "Sir, if you don't mind, I was hoping we could begin negotiations with the federal government. We need to begin talks immediately about the situation here as soon as possible before it gets out of hand." Salvatore paused for a moment, as he thought about the situation and everything that had happened so far. In the end, he decided that he had a favor to return. Besides, he can't have his own government fighting the only people who know what is happening in his province. "Governor?" Vega asked. "Not a problem, but it may take a bit of work," Salvatore said. "I can wait," Vega replied, looking down at the console. "Eva, please help the governor with establishing contact with the federal government." "Affirmative, Commander." The cool voice of the AI echoed from all around the room as the screen before the governor lit up with lines of data. "Governor, I would need you to." "Thank you, Commander," Salvatore said, turning to the desk in front of him as his engineer peered over his shoulder, unsure of what to do and who this Eva was. "Eva, what's the current status of the 8th, 9th, and the city?" Vega asked the AI. "Drones deployed to the city show the only civilians above ground are those in the main government buildings," the AI said before pausing for a moment as new data was received. "Commander, the GDS Izanagi has arrived and is currently deploying the 8th and 9th raid divisions to their assigned location. Are they having any trouble?" Vega asked. "None so far, Commander. However, the Izanagi report citing what appears to be local forces moving in. The commander of the Izanagi is requesting permission to make contact with them once they get closer," Eva said. "Permission given, Eva, tell them to be careful," Vega said. "Now, what's the latest update on the weather?" "A storm is unlikely to occur within the 24 hours. Nonetheless, the heavy winds will have no doubt carried Tiberium particles into the surrounding regions. Most worrying is the Mediterranean Sea and Tiberium growth undersea," Eva said, bringing up a holographic map of the Mediterranean Sea on the projector on the right side of the room. "Until we reclaim the red zone around the tower from Tiberium, the surrounding regions will remain susceptible to Tiberium infection." He watched as Eva highlighted the area around the tower in red: most of the Mediterranean, the Middle East, the northern coast of Africa, and the southern coast of Europe in yellow, with the regions further beyond colored in blue. "Thank you," Eva Vega said, turning away from the holographic map to check on the governor, only to see the man was also staring at the holography map intensely. "Is that accurate?" Salvatore asked with a nod in the direction of the holographic map. A grim nod was the answer. "Is this Tiberium really that dangerous?" "Tiberium will kill a full-grown adult within 60 seconds of exposure, a child even faster." It will fuse with the skin, causing a burning sensation and begin to crystallize as the victim flash, spending from the initial infection point until the victim has been turned into Tiberium, Vega said, as he brought up an image of a Tiberium-infected civilians for the governor to look at. If it's breathed in, then the Tiberium will become embedded in the lungs, causing the victim to hemorrhage to death as their lungs crystallized. Eva, if you will continue. Vega said. Tiberium arrived on Earth in 1995 and within 40 years, 30% of the world was designated as red zones, areas hostile to organic life, 50% was designated as yellow zone, areas partially infected with Tiberium but still capable of supporting human life, and the remaining 20% was designated as blue zone, areas free of Tiberium. Eva supplied, as the governor cringed in horror. By 2055, 60% of the world was a red zone, 35% a yellow zone, and the remainder blue zones, Eva continued. That's only 5% of the world still free of Tiberium, Salvatore said, horror slipping onto his expressions before he regained control. While the governor was gasping in horror, he wasn't alone, as the president of the Eurasian Federation herself also joined him, having heard the morbid report over a newly established teleconference link. However, Vega didn't notice this as his attention was elsewhere. However, by 2070, GDI was able to halt the spread of Tiberium and reclaim about 15% of the Earth's surface. Before the unexplained translocation event, 70% of the world was a red zone, 10% yellow zone and 20% blue zones. Eva finished, a hint of smugness slipping into its usually emotionless voice. Vega took a quick moment to check with Eva about the current status of the base. The airfield and tech center were almost completed. The base defenses were already up, perhaps a little on the light side, but it was enough for now. Oh, sorry, Commander, but I've been able to make contact with the central government and they are willing to begin the talks immediately. The president is on screen right now. Salvatore said helpfully. Thank you, Vega said, surprised as he looked up to see pale skin, red hair, and a female face staring at him intensely. I'm President Julia Borsky of the Eurasian Federation, and if this Tiberium is truly as dangerous as you are told, Governor Salvatore, then we need to move quickly to contain the situation. I've already passed along word to the military to coordinate with your forces for now. I'm willing to establish a special joint zone in southern Italy in order to ensure the safety and containment of this Tiberium, but in return, I want GDI to share whatever technology you have to fight this Tiberium with my government. President Borsky said firmly. Sharing our Tiberium medical treatment technology is no problem, however, I am afraid that we can't share our containment technology. We will be more than willing to perform all removal of Tiberium from within your territories without compensation. Vega said, as the president nodded, willing to accept that for the time being. Our immediate concerns is containment of the situation here and halting the spread of Tiberium. So the establishment of a joint zone would go towards aiding us fulfill our objectives. Vega continued. In other words, the president translated, it would a good way to start relations between them and her nation. We would also be grateful if you would aid us in establishing diplomatic relations with other nations in the region that could be threatened by Tiberium, in addition to peacefully introducing us to the global community, Ma'am President. Vega finished. I can see no problem with that. President Borsky said with a nod of her head and a slight touch of a smile on her face. Eva, draw up the documents with all the points mentioned and send it to the president for her staff to look over before it's officially signed. Vega said, immediately. Thank you for your time. If I may beg your leave, Ma'am President, I have a situation to deal with right now. No. Thank you, Commander. Answered the president, right before the link was cut. Governor, thank you for all your help, it could have gone worse without you. Vega said, looking at the governor. No, it's you I should be thanking. If you hadn't arrived, then I'll be helpless in my office right now, staring at my wooden desk without any idea what to do. Salvatore replied, relief clear on his features. I was just doing my duty, Governor Salvatore. I think you should take the time to rest for a bit while I deal with the rest of the situation. Unfortunately, raid crawlers aren't designed with VIPs in mind, so we only have MREs and basic sleeping quarter to offer your people. No problem, I know that it's only been a few hours, but I admit that it's been the worst couple of hours in my life. Salvatore said, standing up. Thank you and your government for everything that you've done for me and my people. Lieutenant, please escort the governor and his people to the crew quarters and bring them some food. Vega said, with a slight bow at the governor. Yes, sir, if you wouldn't mind, Governor. Answered the lieutenant before the group moved towards the exit, leaving Vega and the other GDI soldiers in the crawler command hub. Vega breathed a sigh of relief. Now that was out of the way, the only thing left was making sure that everything else worked out. Commander, the airfield and tech center have been completed, construction of the emitters, repulsor rods, and generators have begun. Eva said, bringing up a holographic map on the projector. Zocom has arrived and is currently deploying deep-sea sonic emitters on the sea side of the threshold. The 8th and 9th Division report that they have deployed several G330X habitat module for those civilians who didn't have shelter, and evacuations have been held off until the weather has improved. Okay, good, Vega sighed. Maybe the rest of the day will work out without him having to shoot anyone. Eva, please inform the High Command of the results of the negotiations. Affirmative, Commander, Eva answered, as she took the nanosecond to inform the Philadelphia. 00. A pair of blue cold eyes stared at the latest data on the sudden appearance of the Global Defense Initiative with their assets and territory. Physically nothing betrayed the man's emotions to the outside world, but inwardly Azrael felt more like killing something with every moment as he read the data from the Eurasia Federation government to the Alliance. According to the Eurasia Federation, the Global Defense Initiative's full name was the United Nations Global Defenses Initiative. Azrael's frown slowly deepens until it was a full-blown scowl as he considered the potential consequences of that little tidbit of information. Finally, to have successfully removed Theseus' idealist old man from power and have the means of enforcing the very will of Blue Cosmos. Only to have this unscientific event happen, where islands and space stations appear out of nowhere without any warning, with neither trace nor hint of energy detected. Eyes twitching, Azrael put down the data pad as he continued his analysis. Which was impossible, you can't have something just appear out of nowhere without leaving a trace. It was insane and impossible scientifically for such an event to happen. Standing up, he has to physically restrain himself from throwing his data pad across the room to complement his rant. Things like this do not happen. Yet it just did. Taking a deep calming breath, he sat down and tried to recollect his thoughts. At least that there was some good coming out of this situation. This Tiberium in Italy was dangerous and hostile to human life. A perfect reason to justify war against the Africa community, and all he needed to do was to move a few pawns around. He smiled, it was perfect. A UN-created military, hey? They will be easy to play with. Idealist fools. In Ops Archive, a recent history of GDI. The aftermath of the Third Tiberium War in 2049 left much of the world in ruins. The blue zones were but a shadow of their former selves due either to the screen or the fallout from the infamous ion strike on Temple Prime ordered by former Director Boyle, and the yellow zones were not much better off. The then acting GDI director, James Hawke, initiated recovery and reclamation operations to repair the damages caused by the largest and costly war since the end of the Second World War in 1953, a century ago. Unfortunate, it quickly became apparent that Tiberium was mutating again, rendering sonic containment technology useless. The loss of Europe to this new form of Tiberium was only a taste of what would follow in the next 4 years as blue zones were slowly pushed back and GDI found itself unable to process Tiberium. GDI found its resources overtaxed and diminishing quickly as it took care of the remaining world population, being forced to ration resources despite increasing unrest and protests. The situation wasn't helped by the presence of warlords, criminals, freedom fighters, and mutants attacking GDI and civilians' targets without discrimination. All this changed in mid-2055 when Inops made a breakthrough studying the Tacitus, allowing GDI to once more develop the technology needed to battle and process Tiberium for manufacturing. One of the first projects that launched after this development was Project Asclepius, which involved the construction of orbiting stations to artificially grow food for those on the surface and the beginning of reclamation operations by Zocom. The years that followed was the main reason for GDI deciding to launch Project Genesis in 2056, which many have both praised and criticized in the years since. GDI's justification for the project was to move the human population off Earth in case of another Tiberium disaster or if another war with Nod threatens humanity's survival. In truth, the real reason for the project remains classified as top secret to this day. By 2069, GDI had successfully colonized the Moon in addition to launching 4 colonization fleet to nearby solar system that were identified as harboring habitable planets. The project also led to the expansion of Space Command to include the Navy and construction of GDI Space Fleet. The disappearance of parts of the world, the orbiting network, 5 stations from orbit, the first fleet, and the tower left many confused and worried. Unfortunately, it also led to the start of the bloody Fourth Tiberium War with Nod. Tiberium, The Fires of Terra Chapter 2. Date, AD 2070/CE 70, February 8, 9:35 p.m. Eurasian Federation, Italy, GDI Mobius Station, Medical Bay. It had been a week since the event. In the medical bay, deep within the armored bulk of the station, the sole survivor from EBN News Helicopter 11 laid comatose, embedded within a network of monitoring and life support equipment. For a week the figure had lain unresponsive as a network of tube and IVs fed his body the medicine, nutrients, and processed Tiberium his body now needed to heal itself while a medical EVA unit diligently watched over him. The beeping of medical devices was the first thing that John Woods heard after a week of pain and shadowy shapes. He felt like hell, his body heavy and barely responsive. As for his vision and his other senses, they slowly returned, but how long it took, he didn't know as time passed in a grey haze of pain. He woke with a start hours later, staring at a bare metallic ceiling. With massive effort, he managed to tilt his head slightly downwards, finding the rest of the room as sterile and Spartan as the ceiling. Am I in a hospital? He subvocalized, finding his throat responding oddly. Woods tried again to shift his body, with the same lack of results as before. Increasingly alarmed and agitated, he tried frantically to move his head to get an idea of how badly he was injured. Thankfully his futile struggles were stopped by the slight hiss of air announcing the arrival of a nurse clad in an armored hazmat suit. "Please stay calm," the nurse said reassuringly as her arms come to rest on his leg, arm and chest, gently pushing him back onto the bed. "You were hurt when the aircraft you were on crashed." I was in a crash," Woods thought as he recalled distorted images of chaos and pain. "Right," Woods answered softly, finding his voice subtlety different. Dismissing it as a result of the accident, he pushed it out of his mind for the time being. "Please try to rest until you feel better, sir," the nurse said, in a calming tone as her hands gently rested on him. "Just tell me, where am I?" Woods asked weakly. "You're in southern Italy, at Mobius Station," the nurse's reassuring smile visible even through a polarized faceplate. "Don't worry, you're safe now." "But what about my friend and they?" The look on the nurse's face was enough to shut him up. "They didn't make it, you were the only survivor." Woods sagged down on his bed, stumped by the revelation. He'd been partners with the S.O.B for the past 8 years and now he was dead. His head slumped onto his pillow as he closed his eyes, hoping that this was a bad dream. "I'm sorry," the nurse said softly as her footsteps faded into the distance. "Damn it, Ruth, you son of a bitch," he whispered as unconsciousness claimed him. 00. Eurasian Federation, Belgium, Brussels, Cabinet Meeting. Date, AD 2070/CE70, February 12, 3 am. Julia Borsky, the President of the Eurasian Federation, quietly massaged her head as her inner cabinet and 2 members of the Federal Military Oversight Committee glared at each other over the implications of the event and the Global Defense Initiative. The days since the event had not been kind to her. Dealing with the fallout of the appearance of the initiative had taken up most of her time. She had left after her usual workload. First, of course, was damage control, ensuring the public didn't break down into mass hysteria and providing the guidance the nation needed to face the challenges posed by the Tegmark event. She chuckled in the confines of her mind. As usual, the media just had to give the event a stupid name. She still didn't know why they had chosen to name it the Tegmark event after the pre-cosmic era cosmologist. She'd been briefed on the event by scientists before having to endure the selfing blabbering of the members of the Federal Council about the political and religious impact of the event and the threats and opportunities it had represented for hours at an emergency council session 2 days ago. As usual, the meeting had been hijacked by old political disputes. There was the senseless and idiotic demands as exemplified by the United People's Party, UP, that the GDI be disbanded like the United Nations or the Eurasian People's Democratic Alliance, EPDA, and their attempts to use the crisis to enact own radical agenda. Both parties had been a thorn in her side for the last few days as they bombarded the media with their views on what should have been done about the situation, all in attempt to bring down her government. Which brought her to the issues of her own party, the Eurasian Liberal Party, a centrist party that was only in power because they formed a coalition with the other smaller parties whom were under pressure from the extremist of both the left and right wings. The fact that the event had neither scientific explanations nor left any clues as to what caused it was already causing unrest as people searched for an explanation. She'd heard it being called everything from an act of God to a product of an advanced science that they just couldn't understand. On top of this, the threat of Tiberium was ignored while they focused on the more visible issue of GDI. Why can't politicians and people understand that she didn't care about any of that, that she was more concerned about the threat Tiberium was to all life on the planet? Of course, through all this, the various media outlets was being as useful as always, adding fuel to the fire by bombarding the public around the clock with baseless conjectures and analysis. To make matters worse, they were giving massive coverage about the initiative and not enough to the disaster area that used to be Italy, she growled irritably before sighing. They weren't really at fault. They were simply reacting to the demands of the public. I've been thinking about the situation in Italy. Thoughts? She finally said after 10 minutes of silent glares. We don't know anything about this United Nations Global Defense Initiative and you went ahead and agreed to create a special joint zone in Italy. What the hell were you thinking? Barked the Secretary of Defense, Howard Kowalski. The situation was dire, Howard, as the transcript from the meeting demonstrates. You can clearly see that if we don't move swiftly, all life on Earth may have been threatened. I'd rather not risk it. Borsky sighed, looking at her short-tempered Secretary of Defense. And I'm impressed and approve of your actions, President, but the Secretary still has a point. We don't really know anything about this initiative then, and even now we still don't know much about them aside from their claims of being the military arm of a United Nations. Councilman Smith stated, looking at the President. Judging by their actions in immediately deploying forces to evacuate civilians and contain the threat in Italy despite finding themselves in a new reality, I'd say they are friendly. So their actions speak well of them. Councilwoman Alana Aga said, eyeing the councilman before shifting over to the President. And of course, we have to consider the impact that the initiative's presence will have us, our allies, and the rest of the solar system. A good point, Councilwoman Aga. The Secretary of State, Luke Albina said. The initiative will no doubt impact the military and political situation for everyone, but we also have to consider the impact of Tiberium. If this is the United Nations we're talking about. Howard snorted in derision, beside they can't do anything without the approval of the Security Council, and as far as I can see there is no Security Council. You assume, Howard, that in a reality infected with this Tiberium that the United Nations would remain the same. Luke shot back in annoyance. No, Luke, in a world threatened with Tiberium, I expect all nations to take action and deal with the situation themselves and not trust an organization as pathetic and useless as the UN, whose only major achievement in the last century was the colonization of space. Luke was about to answer but closed his mouth as he saw the growing frown on his president's face, as did Howard, who likewise shut up. So could the initiative be a threat? The president asked, voicing the thought that was beginning to form in the minds of everyone present in the room. Yes, that's why we need to know more about the initiative, Madam President. With the threat that Tiberium presents to all life on this planet, their Security Council could have authorized them not only to contain Tiberium but to maintain world order. Luke stated. That's bullshit, Howard started. Damn it, Howard. Can't you see that if GDI is the formalized military of the United Nations, then they are potentially as dangerous as a United Plants? Luke snarled, having finally lost his patience at his longtime colleague. If they have the full support of their Security Council, then for all intent and purpose they are their world's Omni. And you should know what type of resources Omni can bring to bear. He finished, slamming his hand on the table in frustration. That's my point. Howard threw his copy of the report onto the table for emphasis. No nations would be stupid enough to surrender their own sovereignty to the United Nations, let alone a military organization founded by the UN. They must have seized control of the world, it's the only explanation. And we're allowing them to build fully functional military bases in Italy. Am I the only one who see that as a threat to our national security? God damn it, Howard. That doesn't matter, you seen the reports coming out of Italy. The reports from the Nuclear Emergency Support Team and from CERN. Alexander Romanov, the science and environmental advisor, countered this Tiberium is every bit as dangerous as the UNGDI told us, and they are the ones risking their people cleaning it up without any official compensation from our government. Julia massaged the bridge of her nose as the meeting devolved into a shouting match between her cabinet members. God! Where did they get this energy at this hour of the night? Gentlemen! Enough! All eyes snapped to President Borsky as she let loose an uncharacteristic outburst. I know we all had a stressful week, but either debate like civilized people or else. Luke's eyes lingered on Howard, aggravated but with a hint of respect, before they finally come to rest on the president. I fully support your actions and advise that you go ahead with establishing the special joint zone. Furthermore, I would advise that we move forward with the initiative's request to be introduced to the international community and the rest of the solar system. I also support establishing closer relations with them. Howard? Julia asked, her attention directed on her Secretary of Defense as his face began to display various emotions, as he considered Luke's point of view, until it finally settled into one of grump resignation. I still think we're making a big mistake, Julia, Howard answered with a sigh, but since it's your decision, I will support you all the way. I'd also like your permission to move the 3rd and 7th Guard Divisions to northern Italy in case GDI tries anything. Permission granted. Borsky sighed deeply before continuing. A diplomatic team with a few reporters tagging along will be leaving for Italy tomorrow. I insisted that the meeting take place there so that the media can get a first-hand look at the red zone, as the initiative calls the region around the tower. Maybe that will shift the limelight onto the danger of Tiberium. Any objections? None. We will support you in this, MRS President Aga said as her fellow council member nodded in agreement at her. For a brief moment, silence enveloped the room before it was broken by Howard's secretary, Helena Habsey, rushing into the room, clutching a pile of files and a heavy-looking armored laptop. Sorry I am late, Madam President, councillors, the briefing took longer to prepare than expected. Don't worry about it, Helen, Howard waved it away. I assume these are the latest estimates on GDI capabilities. Yes sir, may I begin? Go ahead. President Borsky ordered. Omni satellite imaging and scans of the new landmass in the Pacific show a number of cities surrounded by immense fortification and heavy military presence in each, judging by the number of bases within them. Holland said, as she pushed her glasses higher on her nose. It was a habit that was a relic of her more shy days. In addition, data from Omni, DSSD, and our own agencies indicate that about 600 satellites of various sizes and mass appeared in geosynchronous orbit during the event. Information received 3 days ago from the initiative confirms that they own all of them. However, in addition to these satellites, we also received reports from Mars. Holland said, pausing to take a breath. Mars? Councilman Smith asked in surprise. Yes, Councilman. The Martian Confederation reports detecting the appearances of a number of satellites in orbit. In addition, our space telescopes also detected what seems to be artificial satellites appearing near the inner edge of the Kuiper belt, Holland said as everyone reacted in surprise at this news. I followed up on this information and GDI confirms that they also own all of these satellites as part of their deep space network. Deep space network? Asked the President, caught off guard by this development. Yes, Ma'am President. According to GDI, it was built by them 32 years ago to detect and keep track of asteroids and comets in the solar system. Anything else, Holland? The president asked, as she considered this new information. Yes, shortly after the event, GDI deployed what they called a crawler and a ship to Italy. The crawler was sighted entering atmosphere in what we've been able to determine as an orbital drop pod that was seen return to the station within half an hour of dropping the crawler. The only conclusion we can draw from this is that the initiative has no need of mass drivers even for heavy payloads. Holland said, finishing. But that's impossible. Howard objected. Not according to the footage we have, Holland said, simply, letting this fact sink into the minds of every person in the room. Access to this technology could completely revolutionize surface-to-space travel. Councilwoman Aga whispered. Is the Alliance aware of everything which you just mentioned, Holland? Julia asked, her eyes locked on the woman. We are not sure, but it is highly likely that the Alliance knows about GDI's cities, orbital net, and their surface-to-space capability. Beyond that we can only speculate, but it is unlikely that they know anything else. Good, keep it that way. Julia replied. She had a bad gut feeling about the Earth Alliance ever since reading an intel report on Blue Cosmos. Now what about the stations and fleet in orbit? Data Omni received from GDI shows that 3 of the 5 stations in orbit are military while the other 2 are civilian, one a space colony with civilians and the other a food production facility. As for the fleet, the initiative have identified it as their first fleet, the one changed with protecting Earth. From what we've gathered, the most powerful fleet they have, though that is a moot point now. Holland nodded at the president. A space colony, Luke chuckled as he stared at Omni image of the GDI space colony. It certainly doesn't look like one. If anything, it looks more like an armored military installation. The president ignored the comment. So any other input? No, madam. Counselors? Julia asked the room. A quick shake of the head by each person in the room was enough for her until she got to Howard. Howard. I know, never mind Madam President, he sighed. Now I believe that covers everything tonight. Julia said, looking around at the assembled faces. Thank you all for coming to this meeting. 00. Date, AD/CE 2070, February 13th, 8 am. Eurasia Federation, Italy, Joint Special Zone, Phoenix Base. When the transport arrived at Ramstein Air Base, Maha Helgian knew that his next assignment was something out of the ordinary. For one thing, the aircraft's angular, armor-clad yet oddly graceful form wasn't something Omni or even ZAFT would have ever built. That much was apparent as the massive craft gingerly hovered, yes hovered, over the runway before landing. Then there was the silver-gold insignia of a diving eagle was proudly displayed on the vehicle's side, one he didn't recognize. That was saying a lot given that he was one of the top correspondents of the Eurozone press group. He'd just spent the last couple of weeks working undercover on an article which dealt with illegal underground doctors who claimed to be able to create perfect coordinator children. It hadn't been easy, but he'd been able to learn that while most of it was bullshit, the stories held a kernel of truth like most urban legends. There were indeed the rare doctors who were willing to do the operation for greed or personal belief hidden away in the underbelly of the medical system. Sighing as he looked out the holographic window, he continued his internal monologue. He had just submitted his story and was looking to take a few days break when he was suddenly assigned this story out of nowhere. In hindsight, being the only experienced reporter in the newsroom at 4 in the morning might had something to do with it. Lucky for him, he wasn't the only journalist on board. The compartment was filled with 2 other reporters from other media outlets in addition to 2 diplomats. Sitting with him was Bruce Lipton from the Earth Broadcasting Network, EBN, and Victoria Bernhard from the Scandinavian Broadcasting Network, SBN. So, I'm going to Italy, which was now a hellhole because of some science fiction event, to cover this GDI which came here by said science fiction event. I hate my life, Maha muttered morosely, leaning back against his chair only to hear the soft thump of metal meeting cloth. Maha ignored it, instead concentrating at how responsive and comfortable his armored suit, or more accurately, powered armor, was. When they said that he would be provided with powered armor to protect against this Tiberium, he had expected something clunky and unreliable like the Atlantic Federation prototypes, which he covered a few years ago. Maha wasn't too sure what Tiberium is, but he figured that he would find out about it later. There was a slight lurch and a female voice echoed through the passenger cabin from hidden speakers. Attention all passengers, we are currently a few minutes out from Phoenix Base. Please return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. The current local condition is moderate for a yellow zone, with heavy cloud cover and wind speeds of up to 60 km per hour. We would like to take this opportunity to remind our passengers not to remove your armor until it is safe to do so. If you require any assistance, please press the red button on the holographic interface nearest to you. Thank you, and we hope you enjoyed flying with us. A small red button glowed as he felt the dropship decreased its speed and began to swiftly descend towards the waiting buildings before coming to abrupt halt. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now landed. Please remain in your seats until an attendant escort you to the exit. Thank you. The diplomats got up with help from the GDI attendants while he and his co-workers retrieved the armored cases which held their gear. It took a few minutes before everyone was ready to exit the dropship. Victoria chuckled, prompting the Maha and Lipton to stare at her. What's so funny? Lipton asked. Well, it is just a sense of deja vu. I mean, we are on a ship out of sci-fi and we are clad in high-power armor and yet everything is just so normal. I bet that we'd have to pass through customs later. Victoria smirked. Yeah, I know what you mean, man. Maha replied as an armored soldier escorted them to the ramp, revealing white concrete and more people outside in armor waiting for them. The moment he stepped outside, he was greeted with the sight of alien purple clouds alive with the flicker of lightning. The opposite direction, in the north, was the sight of clouds, both white and purple smashing into each other. It felt unnatural, completely unnatural. Adding to the incredible sight was the stunning view of the ground below. The transport had landed on a raised platform above a full-scale military base alive with the movement of armor-clad troops, aircraft, and vehicles, marching around the numerous monolithic buildings. It was like something out of a dream, as if he had been transported to the fields of Valhalla, where the armies of the Einherjar prepared for the final battles of Ragnarok. In the direction of the tower, hidden behind the mountains, he could see an unearthly green glow reflected off the violet clouds there. He remembered getting a quick look at the map in the briefing at the base after waking at the end. Phoenix Base was hidden in one of the many valleys in southern Italy near a place called Cutro, only 5 minutes flight from the tower. Maha really wished that he could snap out his camera and take photos, to capture the mood he was feeling, but he didn't because he remembered at the start of the flight, they had all been informed that they weren't allowed to take anything out of the cases that they were given nor take off their headgear because of the high chance of contamination, death, or mutation. The tone that the attendant used bugged him because it sounded as if this was just another day for her. He followed the group as it was led by GDI personnel into a door right next to the landing pad. As they entered the building, the door closed behind them, leaving them in a room with no apparent exit. A quick look around the room for an exit led to Maha noticing some kind of devices on the walls. Please stay calm while the emitters check everyone for Tiberium. Maha heard a soft female voice in his helmet, as a soft hum begins. This is standard containment procedure to ensure Tiberium does not contaminate the interior of the base. Claimer. Now that he'd heard the explanation, Maha berated himself for panicking. What are these emitters? One of the diplomats asked, fascinated. Harmonic resonance emitters, or sonic emitters, as they are usually called. We developed them to contain Tiberium. Was the answer that he heard over the radio, or at least Maha thought it was. Wait, I have a question. We've been communicating via radio ever since we left the transport, right? Maha asked, thinking it was a stupid question as soon as it left his mouth. Yes, we have. Hey, okay, Maha answered, looking around the room. The soft hum disappeared and the other side of the room opened, revealing another room similar in size to the one that they were currently in. However, this time there was people waiting inside and GDI's golden insignia could be seen clearly on their shoulder patches. Please head to an available counter. The individual there will help remove your armor before we proceed any further. He did as he was told and joined one of the waiting lines before the next announcement made him duck out in mild embarrassment. To all press personnel, there is a tour scheduled in 30 minutes, so please do not remove your suits. Maha paused, grateful for the helmet which helped hide his embarrassment. Standing off to one side with the rest of the reporters, he passed the time watching the diplomats take off their armor with help until he noticed a man of Indian descent holding the helmet of his own armor approaching them. Hello, my name is Kathy Sheila and I'm with GDI Press Corps. I have been assigned to be your guide and liaison for today. Nice to meet you, I am Maha Helga from the Eurozone Press Group, Maha said, shaking the armored hand of the man, followed by his colleagues. Victoria Bernhard, Scandinavian Broadcasting Network. It's a pleasure to meet you, the northern man said, with a smile. Bruce Lipton, Earth Broadcasting Network, nice to meet you too. Sorry, but it sounds like we have a different schedule from the dignitaries. Bruce asked, smiling. We do. After the welcoming ceremony for the diplomatic team, Kathy waved in the direction of the diplomats. Your president wanted the media to have a look at how hostile Tiberium is to the environment and humanity, so our tour today will start in this base before we head over to Mobius Station in a dropship. Once there, we'll drop by the medical lab before joining up with a patrol team in the area near the tower. However, before we go on, I assume these are the equipment you are using. Kathy continued, nodding in the direction of the cases the reporters were holding. Right, Maha acknowledged. In all the excitement he'd almost forgotten about it. All right then, I would assume that they are not shielded against electromagnetic radiation, correct? Kathy asked. Some of my equipment is supposed to be shielded by industrial standards but most of them aren't. I assume it's the same for you too. Victoria asked, looking at Bruce and Maha. Yeah, will that be a problem? Maha replied while Bruce just nodded. Yes. Tiberium crystals sometimes releases powerful radiation and electromagnetic pulses which damage electronic equipments. This release of energy is what causes the lighting you all heard overhead when you left the dropship. Kathy explained, I'm assuming that the cases you're all carrying have your equipment. Yes, Victoria nodded, which caused Kathy to smile as if at some private joke. Good, if you all will please open them and retrieve what you need, I'll arrange for some hardened equipment for your use later. If you need help, just let me know. Maha did as he was told, opening the case, and taking out his datapad to take notes on and his camera. When he was finished, he handed the case to the man and then slung the camera strap over his neck, leaving the camera hanging off his neck. Kathy looked over the three reporters. You're a little on the small side, I was exacting a larger group of journalists. We didn't get much warning from the government, Bruce answered for all of them. Well then, this makes my job a lot easier then since I don't have to deal with a carnival. Anyway, are you guys ready to go? Yeah, we're ready, Bruce acknowledged as they readied the equipment of their trade. Okay, I'll lead you to the press box now. Kathy said, leading the group out the door into the hallways of the base proper. I've been meaning to ask ever since we've got here, but how did you guys manage to build this base so quickly? Victoria asked as they walked down the corridor. Well, when your government allowed us to start operations in Italy, we deployed the GDSS Al-Azif, a global stratospheric transport, carrying prefabricated parts and the 17th Engineer Division into this theater of operations. I guess they worked overtime to finish this outpost on time. Kathy replied smoothly. The three journalists shared a significant look. Being veterans, they felt that the explanation a bit off, yet from what they can tell, Kathy was telling the truth. Shrugging, they continued to follow their guide. The press box, as it turned out, was nothing more than a cordoned-off area on the left of the second level of the next room, overlooking a massive room that was a cross between theater and a hallway with stairs leading up to rooms with glass windows on the opposite level. Maha watched the ceremony take place without much fanfare. It was a rather straightforward ceremony without much embellishment. The only real detail of interest was the dress uniform of the soldiers lining the hallway. It appears to consist of a navy-colored coat, navy trousers, and dark blue service cap. It looked surprisingly utilitarian for a dress uniform. Okay, now that is over, do you have any requests or questions? Kathy asked them. Do you mind if we walk around and get some interviews? Bruce asked. No problem, just don't wander off and get lost, Kathy replied with a smile at the journalist. Maha watched as his co-workers from the industry wandered off to interview people while he stayed put beside Kathy. Do you mind answering a few questions for me? Maha asked the men beside him. Go ahead, as long as it does not infringe on operational security, I'll be glad to answer your questions, it's my job after all. Kathy answered. Well then, I was wondering how are your guys handling this? Maha said, gesturing to his surroundings in uncertainty before continuing. I had no idea what was happening until I was assigned this story when I walked into the newsroom at 4 in the morning. Kathy laughed out loud at the man's words. Not much different from your own media outlets, I am afraid. We've had to deal with reporters from W3N and BNN asking us stupid questions about the event non-stop. So far as we still have no clear explanation for what caused the event. We do have a few hypotheses but no proof as of yet. I see, so some things do remain the same no matter what universe you're in. Is it possible for me to get more details in regards to the possible explanations that you have? Maha probed, hoping to get more details but failed as the man shook his head. At this point, GDI would like to gather more information and evidence before we publicly announce our theories. I understand then, Maha said, so moving on, what is GDI Press Corps? GDI established the Press Corps to handle our relations with the media, so if you need interviews or information sometime in the future, contact us. Kathy said as Maha jolted on his digital notepad. Just let us know and we'll set everything up. And the treaty been signed today, do you know any details about it? Maha asked, finishing the last line of his notes from the previous question and looked up, waiting for the answer. Well, the treaty here is about the preliminary establishment of a special joint zone in southern Italy and to enable us to remove any Tiberium that spreads into your government's territory, Kathy said, pausing to allow Mahas to catch up with his notes. We'll be also providing medical equipment and specialist supplies to deal with health and environmental issues related to Tiberium. Maha finished with the word Tiberium with a question mark at the end. Tiberium? Maha asked, remembering that word had been mentioned before. What is it? I mean, we've been told that it is dangerous, but what is it really? We don't really know. As far as we can tell, the damned thing is a dense metastable dynamic proton lattice held together by exotic heavy particles. It absorbs just about any form of matter and most forms of energy to make more of itself. No one really knows how it does that except maybe the Shiva Bidam Skrin. Anyway, I'll be explaining this again later during the tour. Kathy sighed. Tiberium is an alien crystal that is named after the Roman Emperor Julius Caesar Augustus Tiberius, although officially it's named after the Tiber River in Italy, where it first landed in December 1995. Wait, Skrin. Maha looked up. Who are they? Kathy spat. As far as we can tell, they are an interstellar Type 2 civilization, which created Tiberium and the Tower. Bastards bugs invaded back in 47 thinking humanity was wiped out by their little gift. We proved them wrong. He finished with a savage smile. Okay. So why did Tiberium spread, if it's so hostile to human life? He asked as he continued to take notes. Didn't anyone try to stop it? Simple, we didn't think it was a threat until it was too late, Kathy said, his tone dead serious before taking a moment to shake his head sadly. What about GDI? Maha asked next. The Global Defense Initiative? It was founded by the United Nations in October 12, 1995, in accordance with the United Nations Global Defense Act, UNDA, as its formalized military. Kathy answered, staring curiously at the notes Maha was taking. Wait, you said GDI, shouldn't you have said UNDI? Maha inquired, interested. No, it's been GDI for a long time, Kathy sighed, staring into the man's confused eyes. The UNDI was initially mandated to eliminate international terrorism, to preserve freedom and world order. And as the situation turned out, it was formed at the right moment as the Brotherhood of Nod made its presence felt by starting what amounted to a world war a few years later in 1999. We later discovered it was because they believed the alien crystal to be the next stage of human evolution, and that's just the start of a century-long story of warfare and struggle. That's... Maha said, not knowing what to say. Wait, what about the tower? I don't know much, but Bruce told me that there is a tower and you just mentioned a screen tower. The tower, Kathy began but stopped as he spotted Bruce and Victoria walking up the stairs towards them. We'll finish talking about this later. Kathy nodded at Maha before turning to face the approaching journalists. Are we ready to go? The three journalists acknowledged with a nod. Okay then, Kathy said, leading them down the stairs to the ground floor. So first of all, I'll like to welcome you all to Phoenix Base again, Kathy said, a smile on his face as he turned to look at them before continuing. First thing first, the tour of the base. The underground tunnels aren't completed yet, so we'll be taking the tour through the more dangerous route outside. He continued, nodding in the direction of the main entrance that they entered through earlier. Before we head out, there are a number of things that the three of you need to know. First, as I told you just now, you can't carry anything with you when we're outside because there is a good chance that your equipment will be trashed because of Tiberium contamination. This leads me to my next point. Kathy paused for a moment as he took a small case from a compartment next to the door and opened it. I see that you brought cameras and datapads with you, and judging by your faces, I'm sure that you had figured out that we can't allow you to carry them while we're outside by now. So you'll have to put them in these cases here, Kathy said, grabbing several cases and handing them to the reporters. You seem really paranoid about Tiberium contamination, Lipton quipped as he complied. You'll be paranoid too before this tour was over. Maha frowned as he unslung his camera from his neck and put it into the composite case, hesitating slightly, as experience told him that state-provided equipment might be tampered with. So what now? We'll be leaving it here, Kathy responded, to the surprise of the three. There's no need to worry, we will leave everything alone, he continued reassuringly as the cases was handed to armored figure, which then placed them carefully into a locker on a trolley cart. I'll be equipping all of you with these shoulder-mounted cameras, Kathy said as he took the small cameras out of another compartment and then made his way to the reporters. The containers will be delivered to your rooms once we leave, Kathy said as he opened a small indentation on the shoulder of Victoria's armor and plug in the camera before moving on. One last thing before we head out, I'll need to teach you all how to use these cameras, Kathy continued while fitted the camera onto Bruce's suit. What is T-armor? Bruce began, looking closely at the markings on the camera. T-armor is composite that's resistant to Tiberium and slow down its growth rate, Kathy explained, finishing and moving on. As you can probably tell, it stands for Tiberium armor. So is that why the camera looks like a box and we're wearing power armor? Victoria said, rather surprised as the armor automatically compensated for the extra weight on her shoulder, allowing her to move around freely. Yes, Kathy said as the camera connected with Maha armor, bring to life a HUD on the left side of his visor. The cameras are covered in about a centimeter of T-armor. That's a little thick. Standard design for mil-spec cameras, especially since we will be visiting a red zone, Kathy replied, moving back to the metal containers that the cameras arrived in. Now that is out of the way, here's the instructions. The Otani Lincoln D24 is rather simple to use, just look in at the direction you want to film and say record and it will start recording, Kathy said. Stop will stop the recording. You can switch between video and camera mode by saying VID and cam. Or alternatively you can use the manual controls on the wrist. He tapped the buttons on his wrist armor for emphasis. The HUD will display what mode the camera is in and you got over 36 hours of battery life and about 2 terabytes worth of memory. So practice with the camera here to make sure you get the hang of it before we get going. What about focusing? Maha asked. Don't worry, the camera is linked with the suit's optical package which track your eyes, Kathy replied, so all you'd have to do is look at the target. They took almost 20 minutes to get used to the cameras before finally starting the tour. The wait in the decontamination chamber wasn't as long, but it was enough for Maha to start recording, thinking that he may as well record the whole trip and look it over later. As the main doors opened, a barrage of sound assaulted the group, the powerful hum of passing vehicles and the deep crack of thunder in the distance creating a cacophony on the base which was audible even through their powered armor. This surrealistic vision was enhanced by the unnatural purple-green tinged light filtering through the clouds overhead. Maha shuddered slightly at the sight as Kathy led them through a maze of walkways and passageway, passing by buildings until they arrived in front of a massive metal door marked with a simple TML01. Like the previous building, they had to pass through a decontamination chamber before they could enter the main building. This building is one of 4 that we have set up to manufacture and store medicine and medical equipment to support our humanitarian operations, Kathy said, leading the group into the building and through corridors until they arrived at their destination, a bare room with equipment to the side and a table in the middle with a square object on it and a white cross inside a circle on it. Wait, manufacture? Are you saying you actually make medicine here? Lipton asked in surprise. Yes and no. We're shipping in everything we need to produce medicine like antiseptics, antibiotics, specialized drugs like Tiberium suppressors, and other consumables. First Fleet had been shipping in supplies from our stockpiles in the Pacific and distributing them in this area. In addition, our research facilities didn't come through, so Phoenix Base will be housing our main research facilities for now. Isn't that dangerous, considering the weather? Lipton asked. It's a risk that we're willing to take, especially since all the supplies are urgently needed in the zone. The First Fleet? Maha asked, confused at the term. I am assuming you mean your First Fleet and not the Omni's First Fleet. Kathy chuckled in response to the question. Yeah, sorry about that, GD. I had been the world government for so long that it kinda slipped my mind. He was rather surprised when the 3 reporters typed frantically to ensure that they had recorded his statement. Anyway, moving on, Maha continued, a little puzzled, typing into a keypad on his wrist, causing a box to hiss open. This here is a sample of a Tiberium suppressor, thermodizine. It's one of few that we've developed which is still effective against Tiberium in its current form. Kathy saw the inquiring look in all 3 reporters' eyes. A few years ago, back in '65, one of our most prominent scientists, Dr. Alan Mobius, proposed what had become known as the Mobius theory. He theorized that Tiberium has 4 stages of growth, over the course of which it will xenoform a terrestrial world into one which is hostile to the native life forms and habitable to the Skrin, who we encountered during the Third Tiberium War. Xenoform? Does that mean that Tiberium and the Skrin are extraterrestrial? Bruce asked, surprised, while Maha listened as he considered everything he'd heard so far. Yes, our first contact with them was towards the latter half of the war when our deep space network detected their vessels entering the Kuiper belt at high relativistic speed, approximately 50 from the Sun. At the time we were still recovering from a liquid Tiberium explosion that devastated Eastern Europe, so former Director Boyle ordered them shot down without attempting to contact them first. Ah, so you fought them? Bruce asked, looking closely for any sign of deceit in the officer's face. Well, not me personally, but yeah, we did. We'll provide more details on the war and our history later. Anyways, Kathy replied, returning the drug to the box and sealed it. In addition to medicine, we're shipping in our stockpile of emergency kits and shelters that we've designed for Red and Yellow Zones operations here for the population to use. We're also establishing a 40 kilometers radius centered on the tower and perhaps even further out once the final treaty is signed. You can't be serious. Victoria said in disbelief. No, this isn't a joke. Tiberium is extremely hazardous to all organic life and setting up an exclusion zone is simply caution on our part. It naturally produces its own ecosystem and actively spreads into the surrounding environment, making containment near impossible. Kathy said, his tone serious. The presence of ion storms near the red zones around the tower also means structures that aren't designed to handle extreme weather conditions will be most likely annihilated when the next storm moves out. Seriously, you've been establishing a 40 kilometers exclusion zone and just moving people out, displacing thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands of people from their homes. Bruce muttered in disbelief. Just as a precaution, the details are being worked out right now by the diplomats, Kathy stated solemnly. But that's almost cutting the country in half. Victoria protested. We have no choice, humanitarianly speaking, considering how dangerous conditions in the 60 to 80 kilometers zone around the tower are. The Tiberium crystal formations actively launch Tiberium particles and shards into the lower atmosphere, exposure to which will kill an unshielded adult in about 60 seconds. And then there are the ion storms. A Class 1 ion storm, the mildest class, is comparable to a Category 5 hurricane. The Class 3 ion storms forming around the tower have average wind speeds of up to 340 km per hour, and thanks to the Tiberium-saturated atmosphere, these storms will be slinging around lightning bolts which have more in common with weaponized particle beams than any lighting, and Tiberium shards that will rip through anything short of reinforced structures. Kathy sighed tiredly. If we leave the civilians in that zone, we might as well be signing their death sentence. The blank look on Bruce's face was enough to show his skepticism at Kathy's rant. It's something Maha could understand. A good reporter didn't believe anything without proof, but a gut feeling was telling him that the man wasn't lying. Look, I don't expect you to believe me right now, but we'll be seeing the conditions ourselves shortly. I only ask that you report the facts fairly and honestly. Kathy continued. Moving on, the medical equipments you see here are a sample of what we're using. Kathy pointed at the general direction of the machines. They look familiar, Helga said softly, recognizing some of the machine by their design, but there was a few he didn't recognize. I'm assuming that these are used to treat Tiberium. Yes, Kathy nodded, stepping back to allow all three reporters to have a closer look. We can move on when you are done. Maha wasn't really interested in looking at the medical equipment, so after a quick look, the man made his to the GDI representative's side while the other two reporters took their time. I was wondering if I could get some details on that. Maha asked, nodding at the grey metal plastic appearing coating covering all the equipment. All equipment and structures we use here is layered with T-armor. The only exceptions are equipment that are designed for use inside, Kathy said. I'm done here, Bruce said, satisfied, moments before Victoria rejoined them. Okay, Kathy said, looking at the journalists, next up is the airfield and then a little trip to Mobius Station, follow me. Kathy turned and led the group through the corridors until they were once more outside. There the three journalists followed the press corps officer while the sound of jet engines increased gradually until their very bones vibrated in response to the sound of aircrafts lifting off. Passing a checkpoint as they approached the airfields, the sight of aircrafts of various shape and sizes being loaded with materials and what looks like Red Cross supplies greeted them. This airfield here is the nexus of our humanitarian operations until the treaty is signed. From here we'd been shipping humanitarian supplies out to the various stations we've set up throughout the 40 kilometers evacuation zone and further beyond. In addition, we're also building up stockpiles of supplies to begin shipping out to the Eurasian Federation as soon as the final treaty is rectified. Kathy yelled over the sound of the aircrafts. People clad in power armor and what looks to be bulky powered exoskeletons were loading pallets of cargo into the massive waiting transports all around the airfield. Kathy waited a few moments for any question. Receiving none, he turned and boarded the nearest transport, leading the party to the benches forward of the cargo hold. The transport lifted off without any trouble as the ramp closed with the soft smooth hum of the electrical motors. Maha dropped down onto the bench next to the GDI liaison while his colleagues sat on the opposite side where they began speaking into their recorders. Maha quickly followed suit, typing the key points of his report into a notepad on the suit's computer. Kathy watched the reporters at work while silently reflecting on the day's operations so far. Kathy, I'm assuming that we're heading to the tower, right? Maha confirmed after he was finished his recording. Yes, we are, Kathy nodded. Is this the tower we were talking about earlier after the ceremony? Yes. The tower was built by the Skrin during the war, and as we discovered at the end of the war, it's phased into another dimension, rendering all known weapons systems useless. Nothing we have can even touch it, Kathy said, looking around at the journalists how they had perked up in interest at this fact. We don't know anything about what the tower's original function was meant to be. The scientists at Mobius had been studying it since the end of the last war and we still haven't made any major breakthroughs. While there were a few theories about using the tower for some sort of control network, it is basically useless to us until we can actually touch it. To Maha it sounded like something from science fiction, but then considering the trip so far, it wouldn't be out of place. You mentioned earlier about the extraterrestrial race Skrin and the Third Tiberium War. Maha asked, hoping to get more information. The Skrin are responsible for seeding Earth with Tiberium, Kathy said. During the war we were able to discover a few interesting details about them as a species. We've been able to determine that they need Tiberium to survive and they are able to utilize and manipulate it in ways that, frankly, seems like magic. Kathy explained to the reporters, pausing momentarily as he interrupted by the pilot on his radio. Sorry, we'll have to stop for now. It seemed that we're about to arrive at Mobius Station, Kathy said as he took off his safety harness and stood up, making his way to the rear while maintaining a firm grip on the handrails overhead. The transport slowed and began its descent until it finally landed with a soft thump. The sound of thunder greeted them, everyone on board, as the loading ramp opened. Before the three of you follow me, take a moment to take a breath. This can be overwhelming for a first-timer. Kathy said in amusement before descending the ramp only to stop again. Also please be careful and don't panic, the conditions outside are a little extreme. Maha took the press officer's advice and took a moment while his colleagues pressed forward only to freeze, staring dumbfounded at the sight before them. Maha smiled at his colleagues' reactions before finally beginning his descent down the ramp. The world outside was totally alien. The sky was purple and alive with twisting ropes of electrical energy, burning through the clouds while wind shears laced with glowing particles carved incomprehensible shapes into the atmosphere. It was almost as if the sky was shattered like some insane kaleidoscope. The land was no better, a blasted and barren plateau of rock laced with glowing green and blue veins of Tiberium that emitted a beautiful and deadly glow into the open air above it. The sheer surreality of it brought his breath to halt. It's beautiful. 00. Hours later, back at Phoenix Base, the first round of talks between the Global Defense Initiative and the representatives of the Eurasian Federation had concluded. It was time for a break, so refreshments had been brought out for the diplomats and their assistants while the diplomats of the initiative conferred on the other side of the room. The break gave the two Eurasian diplomats time to consider everything the initiative diplomat had laid out. It was insane and incredible to say the least. Well, that didn't go too badly, Stanley D. Jeremiah of the Eurasian State Department muttered, rubbing his forehead. Except at the end, but at least we got the final treaty ironed out and ready to be signed, Karen Glenna replied with a sigh of relief and exhaustion before knocking back a cup of coffee like a shot of whiskey. At least they didn't freak out too badly over the plants. What else do you expect? They had practically wandered into a war, Stan answered, taking a slip from his cup of tea. It more a phony war than a real war, Karen chuckled, relief obvious in her voice, and thank God for that. Don't be too complacent, you know what the military situation is between us and Plant if we decided to have a go at each other. Stan said, slightly annoyed. We may have the numbers and older, more reliable technology, but they are fielding the newest technology in the whole solar system. As a career diplomat and a member of a government at war, he understood that it was a position that was unfavorable to say the least, and one that the Federal and Alliance military was painfully aware of and were attempting to correct at all cost. Not anymore, Carrie smirked maliciously. And she wasn't wrong, Stan realized, although the initiative refused to share their technology, especially as a state of war existed between Earth and Plant. What little of their technology they had exposed could potentially tip the balance of power within the Earth. If not managed well, it could well destroy the various economies throughout the solar system, and that was only the technologies the initiative had disclosed so far. True, but with the general international public dislike of coordinators and a terrorist attack that wiped out the United Nations, the only organization that seems to be interested in peace in this damn solar system, we are at war with the plants now, and GDI isn't exactly forthcoming with their technology. Stan said in frustration, taking another sip of tea from his cup. They have engines powerful enough to push a 1-kilometer ship into orbit, Karen said, her eyes bright with possibilities, and you do know that access to that technology and the energy generation behind it could not only revolutionize our lives but also possibly crash our economy and pull the rest of the world into recession, right? T mentioned that subject. Seriously, the EPDA is not going to be happy about what that will mean for Gibraltar. Stan covered his face with his hand and took a deep breath. The development of the mass drivers not only allowed a more effective means of launching cargo into space, but it also facilitated an explosion in international trade, as large cargoes could be moved from one point on the planet to any other within an hour relatively cheaply and effectively. It brought the world even closer together and made the mass drivers and those who control them the integral centers of the world economy. All of that could well be rendered obsolete overnight if GDI decided to recklessly disclose their technology. And then there was the military and potential terrorism aspects of unregulated easy space launches to consider. No one is going to be happy with this treaty. We are effectively cutting out a 75 kilometers radius around the tower, essentially cutting Italy in half. There is also the possibility of the Special Joint Zone, SJZ, being widened if the situation gets worse, Karen said with a scowl on her face. Nobody is going to be happy about that, especially since it includes international waters. And from the update from CERN and the Ministero del Ambiente, we'll probably have to increase the size of the zone in days, Karen concluded, sighing in sorrow at both her now empty cup and the world in general. It's going to cause problems. Hell, I didn't think it would get this bad. It was an understatement to say the least, Stan thought, remembering the rather graphic videos and updates that GDI gave them. It wasn't pretty, the whole area after the tower was changed beyond recognition, and this was only the beginning. However, the worst part of it all was the haunted look on the civilian's face as he died. There was the look in the man's eyes, one of fear and the certainty of his own death, as the man's own body turned into green crystals from his feet and slowly crystallized until it turned his eyes into solid misshapen lumps of Tiberium. The man was a civilian who lived in what the initiative called a yellow zone, who was unlucky enough to be caught in an ion storm without his tip suppressors. The disturbing thing was the sheer speed at which the infection moved. All it took just 60 seconds from initial exposure for Tiberium to consume the man. As far as the initiative was concerned, the best protection against Tiberium was prevention, as the chances of surviving exposure to Tiberium without immediate treatment was less than 1%. It also led to the topic of mutants, as the only survivors of Tiberium exposure were mutants. That revelation, Stan knew, was going to cause problems, as it ties in directly to the issue of coordinators. At least, the media that came along for the ride is getting a tour of the place, Karen sighed, getting up to get more coffee from the refreshments trays. You want anything? Another cup of tea, please? Stan smiled tiredly, as she nodded in acknowledgement. At least the treaty laid the foundation for future relations between their two nations, and that was something he was thankful for. Now all that he needed was to talk to them about was the international conference that was part of the initial deal made by the president. On the bright side, there were only 11 major powers in the solar system aside from the plants. It should be easy to set up, right? Stan smiled self-deprecatingly as Karen returned with another cup for him. Just as he took the first mouthful of tea, he faintly registered the GDI diplomats had ended their conference and were moving towards the negotiation table. Welp, it's time to head back to the salt mines. 00. In Ops Archive, the Mobius Theory. The Mobius Theory is a theory concerning the evolution of Tiberium. Proposed in 2065 by one of G-Lab's most prominent scientists, Dr. Alan Mobius, a descendant of Dr. Ignacio Mobius, the theory hypothesized that Tiberium has 4 stages of development, each with its own set of characteristics which are deliberately engineered. Stage 1, this is the initial and the most benign form of Tiberium. It is characterized by it relatively harmless while still maintaining Tiberium's core characteristics of leaching minerals and other useful material out of the soil into easily collected and refined crystals. The Mobius theory concludes that this most is likely a deliberately engineered characteristic, designed to lure a species into willingly using and spreading Tiberium to increase their industrial output. Stage 2, this stage begins the process of transforming the planetary environment via the growth of Tiberium-friendly foliage, beginning the terraforming process of the planet. In the process, Tiberium's internal structure begins to change, becoming more complex and resilient. In addition, this stage of Tiberium is actively hostile to organic matter and begins the process of extending roots deep underground and releasing airborne Tiberium particulates. Stage 3, this stage is considered the most dangerous and is characterized by its ability to rapidly turn infected areas into hostile alien landscapes. This form of Tiberium is extremely dangerous to organic life forms, capable of killing a full-grown adult within a minute of exposure to even a single milligram-sized particle. In addition, the initial Tiberium roots of the first and second stage begin to expand deep into the earth crust and starts the formation of liquid Tiberium. However, the main threat of this stage arises from the formation of deep liquid Tiberium deposits, formed when Tiberium comes under the immense heat and pressure of the lower crust. Such deposits of Tiberium can easily be triggered to explode, as evidenced by the events of Operation Titus during the Third Tiberium War. During the operation, a GDI ion cannon strike managed to detonate a relatively small deposit of liquid Tiberium under Temple Prime, causing an explosion with an estimated yield of 1.8 gigaton, an event which released 10 times more energy than the most powerful nuclear device ever built by humanity. Stage 4, the final stage of Tiberium, it now possesses a macroscale quantum metastable structure while retaining the same lethalness to organic life. Unlike the other stages, Tiberium in this form is theoretically capable of self-replication from any form of baryonic matter as well as energy mass. New set of properties is widely believed to be the cause of decreasing ocean levels and generally worsening situation worldwide in the period between 2048 to 2060. The deep roots formed during the previous stages have, by this point, extended deep within the crust to the point that it almost touches the Earth's outer mantle layer, making a planet almost impossible to reclaim permanently. G-Lab, Private Theories. Dr. Alan Mobius. Excerpt from the Memoirs of Dr. Alan Mobius, c. 2068. Tiberium is a dangerous substance, but that itself is nothing new. Scientists in grandfather's time were able to isolate 28% of Tiberium's properties that they could not explain, and over 50 years of research, the initiative had been able to decrease that percentage down to 15%, allowing them to develop medical treatment to treat these who were infected with Tiberium. However, when Tiberium mutated after the Third Tiberium War, changed everything. It gave me the chance to gather data and further develop a theory which I had been slowly building up over the years as a researcher with G-Lab. My research was further boosted by the appearances of the Skrin, from whom GDI were able to gather additional technology and intelligence over the course of the war. My own analyst of this data leads me to suspect that the Skrin was on Earth to harvest Tiberium, which logically leads to the question of the invaders' towers. What are their functions? Are they some kind of transportation device? Massive refineries? Or perhaps a means to control Tiberium? I have no solid proof and only circumstantial evidence to support any of these hypotheses, so I have little choice but to leave them unanswered. Tiberium is a highly fascinating substance/crystal that we've only begun to barely understand. Every engineered stage of its life cycle represents an understanding of physics and microengineering which is generations more advanced than our own. From our observations, Tiberium appears to be designed to develop along 4 stages, which forces a native species to adapt in a predetermined path. As it gets more complex, eventually leads to the breakdown of their civilization and extinction. I believe this is an intentional design. As such, I believe that the board of directors' decision to push forward with adopting the new technologies found in the alien device is ultimately wrong. However, it is a decision that I can understand considering the dire situation then. Though superficially similar to our sonic technology used to combat Tiberium before it mutated, our basic theories behind the new technology is spotty, practically non-existent in some places. Given the poor state of our understanding, we have no way of predicting how Tiberium might react to this new technology, or even whether this technology is a Trojan horse left by a race allied to the Skrin. This is why I continue my research into Tiberium and this new containment technology. I fear that we are close to the end, and all it takes is a push to finish us as a species is for this new containment technology to stop working. Unauthorized reproduction of this text will be met with the harshest possible penalties, under the GDI Anti-Piracy Convention of 2047. Chapter 3. Here is the next part. Sorry for the wait. Feedback is welcome. Laughing face. Tiberium, the Fires of Terra. Date, AD 2070/CE 70, February 15, 5 p.m. Press Room, Eurasian Federation Capitol Building, Brussels. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Eurasian Federation. Good evening. Julia Borski's voice rang serenely over the gathered crowd of press personnel. While it was usually the foreign minister's job to announce the signing of treaties, she didn't let it concern her at all, especially not when this announcement is so important to the future of her nation. As we are all aware, Roughly 2 weeks ago an unprecedented natural disaster, the Tegmark event, struck without warning, causing thousands of casualties and displacing hundreds of thousands more. However, that is not all that the event brought us. Many have speculated over the strange soldiers aiding our forces in Italy, and more had pondered over the massive military forces which appeared worldwide. Well, for the last week, my administration, with the full backing of the European Senate, has been in negotiations with the leadership of these forces, and as of 2 days ago, finalized a treaty which ensures peace between our two nations and promises humanitarian aid to those affected by the disaster. With us is Supreme Commander Verena McNeil, the acting leader of the newest member of the Solar System, the Global Defense Initiative. She will be joining us for this conference and will be available to answer question later. Before we start, I would like to say a few words to the people. No, to my fellow citizens, Julia continued, taking a few moments gather herself. I know that the past 2 weeks things have been a trying time for us all, however, but know that the thoughts and efforts of the Eurasian people are with you. To those affected by the disaster, know that we will continue to move forward in 00. Uzumi Narath, also known by many as the Lion of Orb, sat watching the television in his office, focusing intently on every word of the speech for any sign of its true purpose as it was broadcasted live from the other side of the world. He was much more relaxed than he had been for the past 2 weeks. After a week of conspicuous silence from their new neighbor, the Global Defense Initiative, a diplomatic communique had finally arrived, forwarded by the Eurasian Federation, about the possibility of an international conference between the GDI and the rest of the world. After a week of expecting a surprise invasion, he was relieved that the new power appeared to seek peace and diplomatic relation with the rest of the world instead of invading like some aliens out of a B-grade movie. The military was still at high alert though. He'd left them orders not to take any actions unless clear hostile action was taken, and, for now at least, their new neighbor seems content to reciprocate that gesture. However, satellite reconnaissance of the new landmass that belonged to their new neighbor showed heavy military presence of such a scale that more than one analysis had assumed that it was a massive military build-up before discovering that was the same level of force as transferred through the event. He took another sip of coffee and sighed. Orb's safety was built around distance, neutrality, and an army which can at least bloody the nose of any attacking forces. However, with a new unknown player right next to their heartlands, 2 of Orb's defense was effectively neutralized, leaving the army, which by all indications was outclassed in every way by GDIs, as their only deterrent. If any of the superpowers really wanted to invade, the most Orb can hope for is to bloody the invasion force enough that public pressure force the invasion force to withdraw. As it is, any determined attack would shatter Orb's military like a sheet of glass. That was one of the reasons why he had authorized the G project. However, the speed that recent events are occurring. It is my pleasure to announce that over the weekend, my administration has signed a treaty with the Global Defense Initiative concerning the situation in Italy and the Mediterranean region. The Isola di Capo Rizzuto Treaty, President Julia continued on the high-definition screen, was signed in response to the highly toxic and self-replicating crystal, Tiberium, which is even now spreading through southern Italy. This treaty will give our forces and GDI the authority needed to ensure the safety of civilians in the affected region. As a gesture of goodwill by GDI, the treaty also have provisions for GDI to provide for medical and humanitarian aid to Federation civilians who are caught in the disaster. It also establishes a special joint zone where our governments can work side by side. 00. Meanwhile, in a certain office not far from the White House at the heart of the Atlantic Federation, James Taylor Robinson, or just James as he preferred to be called, raised his glass of whiskey in salute at the world-class diplomatic maneuvering the Eurasians were pulling off, even as he kept an ear glued to the live broadcast. As a former diplomat himself, he had to admire the way that his counterpart across the Atlantic seized the crisis and made it into an opportunity in an attempt to veer her country away from the oncoming war with the plants. Oh, he had no illusions about how much of the Eurasian military will be left available to the Earth Alliance after they get tied up in this new special joint zone, nor was he blind to the fact that if this Tiberium was as dangerous as all indicators point it to be, it would be a perfect excuse for the Eurasian Federation to sign a conditional ceasefire with ZAFT for the duration of the containment effort, no doubt. He knocks back his whiskey, thinking of this latest minor setback in the great game, pondering lazily for a way to neutralize his nominal partner's newfound gains. Of course, now that I think of it, the Alaska Declaration does have quite a few loopholes. His thoughts were interrupted as a young-looking lady marched onto the podium by President Borsky's side on the screen. Good evening. My name is Verena McNeil and I am the Supreme Commander and the Acting Director of the Global Defense Initiative. The woman started in a clear yet powerful voice. Judging by her posture and presence, it was obvious to James that she was used to this type of thing. Before I begin, I would like to thank President Borsky and the people of the Eurasian Federation for their kindness, honesty, cooperation, and restraint in our dealing in the days since the event. It is an honor to work with you and know that the Global Defense Initiative owe you a debt of honor. James turned his head slightly to get a better look at the newest player in the solar system. Not bad, he thought, not bad at all. The last 2 weeks has been a trying time for all of us, both for us, newcomers ripped into an unknown world teetering on the brink of war, and for all of you, victims of an unexplainable calamity which introduced an implacable foe to your world. Even as I speak, Tiberium is spreading through Italy and the Mediterranean Sea, causing still more death and suffering. However, with the help of the Eurasian Federation as exemplified by the Isola di Capo Rizzuto Treaty, we hope to contain that scourge of humanity. With help of the Eurasian Federation, the initiative seeks to extend the open hand of friendship to all who will accept it. Even as I speak, the diplomatic corps of the GD. James smiled as he listened to the Supreme Commander's speech. It would appear that the Eurasian Federation had gained a capable and dangerous ally of sorts, he decided as he listened to her explain the details of the treaty. It was the logical course of action, of course, considering their neighbor, the African community, was a cesspool filled with scum of every flavor imaginable and allied to ZAFT to boot. Lazing back, he poured himself another shot from the bottle nearby. While professionally he congratulated his colleagues across the Atlantic for their diplomatic success, his personal feeling were another story altogether. He was no fool by any means, unlike some of his underlings. He knew perfectly well what the implication of this treaty will be on Blue Cosmos's plans and the path of his nation. If the Eurasians managed to pull off a ceasefire with the plans, he had no illusion where that would leave the Atlantic Federation and Blue Cosmos, especially considering the historic antagonism between the two superpowers and the technological advantage that ZAFT held. And the worst thing is, he can't do anything about the treaty, not directly at least. He sank back into his chair with an annoyed huff, his earlier good mood dissipated by his mounting annoyance. He'd read Omni's report on the technological and estimated military capabilities of the GDI, and it was disturbing to say the least. Judging by the observed strength of GDI, any conflict between them and the Earth Alliance will leave the Alliance with barely a shadow of its military strength and an easy target for any 2-bit power, much less ZAFT. Taking one last gulp, he sighed. He would have preferred it if they were the ones who had made contact with GDI first, the first to color their initial view of the world. With an alliance between the Atlantic Federation and GDI, ZAFT will be easily crushed and the plants will be forced to return the economic wealth which was rightfully the property of the Earth. However, as he listened to the Supreme Commander speak of peace and diplomacy, he changed his mind. At least this latest crisis will further weaken the Eurasian Federation, who are already reeling from their massive investment into the plants going up in smoke, and keep them out of his way. And perhaps, that was a change he could take advantage of. He'd been successfully in delaying that ill-advised project before it could ruin anything important, and kicked off this war before his own project was ready, but the few close calls that had occurred still make him break out in cold sweat. He was pretty sure that he pissed that asshole off royally, but he couldn't really care less at this point. Controlling the G project and ensuring its success is the most important thing now. A vicious smile appeared across his face at the reminder of his pet project. Let's see how many of those old arrogant fools will come crawling when I show them the technology to mass-produce mobile salts which will allow every Earth soldier to utterly crush anything ZAFT has fielded so far. A part of him found it ironic in the G project. Coordinators are the ones creating the tools for their brethren's downfall, but yet it felt entirely natural. After all, what are the coordinators but tools, born and bred to ensure the glory and advancement of humanity? And if a part of humanity must be sacrificed to ensure the advancement of the greater whole, so be it. After all of this is for the sake of a blue and pure world and her children's path to the stars. 00. It was an open secret that Central Intel Operations, ZAFT's intelligent division, couldn't find its way out of a wet paper bag on Earth, although that is not surprising to anyone considering that their allies on Earth were useless. The African community, for example, while processing some military capability, seemed to alternate on collapsing into anarchy, imploding into civil war, or launching a massive pointless religious war against the world, and itself, depending on the day of the week. Sure, there was a few country in that shithole which was actually competent, like Nigeria, Ethiopia, and Egypt, but for the most part, they were the exception which proves the rule. The other allied nation was the Oceania Union, which, while the complete opposite of the African community politically, suffers from lack of power projection and isolation. Just about the only good things that could be said about the two was that the former was a difficult place to operate in, regardless of affiliation, and the latter is a safe haven which allowed ZAFT to set up a base of operations for its terrestrial forces, granting them a foothold on the surface. Thus the first inkling that CIO and ZAFT had of what the media was calling the Tegmark event, was a sudden spike in fragmented and contradictory media report all over the Earth sphere, followed by a frantic ZAFT admiral screaming his head off, demanding to know why Intel and High Command had not warned him about a fleet whose capital ships alone outnumber his entire task force by at least 30:1. Understandably worried, the ZAFT High Command ordered a full alert and mobilization, preparing for the inevitable invasion. However, what the military ended up doing for the next 2 weeks was waiting nervously for an attack that never happened, almost shooting down Counselor Zala's shuttle in one particular incident. So while the military sat around doing nothing and being mostly useless, the Central Intel Operations spent that time listening to the chaotic news flowing out from Earth. That, when combined with data from spy satellites and the small handful of agents in Africa, was still unable to give a clear answer of what was happening to the Council. Still, it was enough to form a general picture. As time went by, information started to trickle in. There was the cloud formation, which was impenetrable to nearly all sensors over Italy, a new massive island in the Pacific Ocean next to orb with enough weapons on it to start World War IV, and a gigantic unidentified fleet defending several stations in orbit. That, when combined with CIO's own analysis of the various news media, especially those from Europe and reports from its agents in Africa, gave enough information to begin to paint a picture of what was happening on the ground. And the reaction of the Council when they had delivered their findings haven't been pretty. Even now, despite all the evidence to the contrary, half the Council was still convinced that the events of the past 2 weeks was some kind of Earth Alliance trick, while the other was uncertain. Hence, when the Eurasian Federation declared they would be holding a press conference on the Tegmark event, the Council decided to watch the broadcast during their emergency summit, allowing them to decide on their course of action then and there. Thus the Council now found itself watching the holographic display in the center of the Council room silently, intently following the development of events in their ostensible enemy. And now that we are here in your reality, our only path is forward, hopefully towards a future of peace and prosperity. The Natural paused before going on. However, with the recent tensions between this Earth and its colonies, that may well be impossible. That does not mean we are not willing to give peace a chance. As of now and for the foreseeable future, GDI will remain neutral towards both the Earth Alliance and the colonies, and will be willing to act as a mediator between the two parties should they request it. That said, any act of aggression will be dealt with, accordingly. She paused to take a sip of water, and for a moment, a brief hint of sorrow and regret washed over her features before she faced the camera again. When the United Nations founded the Global Defense Initiative, they entrusted us with upholding the ideas of their charter and the United Nations Global Defense Act, and for the last century, we had done our best to carry out this duty. The event does not change this. As of now, our primary concern is ensuring the survival of the human race, and that is the only duty we intend to fulfill. Thank you for your time. I will now step aside for President Borsk. The Natural finished coldly. The President stepped forth. Now there have been many who have doubted these reports, especially the recent stories coming out of Italy, but I assure you that the situation is entirely serious. As of 2 hours ago, my administration has released all data it has complied on the Tegmark event and on the effect of Tiberium to all scientific institutes globally for independent verification. A significant number of council members frowned at this statement before turning to stare at the science minister, who shrugged helplessly. In addition, as part of this treaty, my administration has agreed to hold a solar system-wide conference, where the Eurasian Federation, GDI, and the various nations within the solar system can talk and establish solutions for current and future issues. The President paused to give everyone a little time to consider the meanings behind her words. This course of actions was taken after my administration considered every possibility and with the support of the Eurasian Senate. Furthermore, the Senate has also made the decision to withdraw all Eurasian forces from the Earth Alliance until the end of this crisis, as per Article 6A of the Alaska Declaration. In addition, my government will be ceasing all offensive operations actions against plant for the duration of this state of emergency. All around the room and the world, a moment of silence stretched out as people digested the statement before reacting, some with jubilation, some with relief, some with disappointment, and some with rage. Undeterred, President Borsk continued. However, in the light of our long friendship and common ties we share with the other members of the Earth Alliance Council, we will not leave them to face a belligerent ZAFT alone. Elements of the Eurasian Defense Force 2th Fleet and the 7 Army Group will be transferred to the Earth Alliance Command effectively immediately. The invitations for the conference will be sent to all nations throughout the solar system. The conference itself will be held at New Sydney Cove in the Pacific, within GDI territory. Though unconventional, GDI is the only unbiased polity in the solar system, and the only other truly neutral meeting ground is still rebuilding from the Copernicus tragedy. Given the state of war between Plant and Earth, the initiative has, in the interest of peace, agreed to hold the conference on their territory on the 8th of May, to allow the Martian Confederation time enough to make sender representative and to avoid any possible repeat of the Copernicus terrorist bombing. The Natural paused again, and the councillors unconsciously held their breath until she spoke again. And finally, before I step aside again to make room for the Supreme Commander to answer questions, I have one final topic to talk about, and it deeply pains me. GDI has informed my administration that Tiberium does cause mutations in humans who survive unprotected exposure to it. As such, while my government will be coordinating with GDI to move civilians out of the JSC and into. Are we going to send anyone to the conference? The representative of Mayas City on the National Defense Committee asked as the holographic TV muted, allowing everyone to speak without raising their voice. This development is unexpected, but we can use this to end the war before it gets out of hand. After all, we weren't responsible for the Copernicus City bombing that wiped out the last peace talks. Council member Herman Gould replied eagerly. It could be a trap. Councilman Jeremy Maswell, a member of the Legislative Committee, countered harshly. I doubt it, Zygel Klein said, the chairman of the Supreme Council. It would be foolish for them to try anything now. According to what information we have, we're talking about a military organization founded by the United Nations, and one that was faced with a serious internal problem at that. To try anything now and attract more problems for themselves would be foolish. You mean Tiberium? Patrick Zala, the chairman of the National Defense Committee, asked, staring at the holographic display of the world that replaced the TV feed. We know nothing about it, but we'll likely be learning more about it from the Earth media. I'll make sure that Intel keeps an eye out for it. Everyone in the room paused, waiting for Zayla, the only true neutral on the council, to speak. He was also the one member respected by both sides of the council, both for his leadership skills and his ability to handle people. As such, when he spoke, the other members listened and rarely questioned him. The Supreme Commander claimed that GDI was founded by the United Nations. Do you all honestly think that a military organization founded by the UN will tolerate war when there is a clear threat to the planet? The silence was answer enough of an answer, as each member considered the meaning behind the question. Her intentions are clear enough, continued Zayla. I agree with the chairman. It would be foolish for anyone to try anything, especially in a location controlled by the United Nations. Zayla paused for a moment to drink a glass of water. Also, the withdrawal of Eurasian Federation from the Earth forces will weaken the alliance by 35%, but more importantly, it means the removal of 3 fleets from the Earth forces. Do anyone else have anything to add? Zygal asked the council, only to receive silence for answer. Then there is no objections with sending a diplomatic party to this conference. None. The plans must be represented at this conference. To do anything else will give our enemies an advantage. Zayla answered for everyone, as he considered the military situation and his plans for them. Although Zayla didn't show it to the outside, he was a worried man, as just a day before he had received a video. The video in question was from CIO, a recording from one of their spy satellites showing a capital ship belonging to the UN organization leaving the atmosphere without the aid of a mass driver, a technology which, if it become widespread, will dramatically change the balance of power between Earth and the planets. More importantly, it worried him, as it meant that ZAFT's operation plans against the Earth forces was worthless as wet toilet paper against these newcomers. 00. Back at the press conferences on Earth, Supreme Commander McNeil stepped towards the microphones, as her eyes scanning the crowd with a slight predatory smile on her face. Does anyone have any question? McNeil asked, as hands shot into the air in response to her question while cameras flashed and reflected off her unnaturally green eyes. Yes. McNeil said, pointing at a random person. Thank you, Director. My name is Albrecht Bora from the Herald Times. Can you elaborate on the circumstances which led to your United Nation going such extremes as to form something like the Global Initiative? The Global Defense Initiative's roots lay with Operations Group Echo, Black Ops 9, a United Nations Special Operations Group formed in the aftermath of the Second World War, a war which left an estimated 140 million soldiers and civilians dead and left parts of Europe, Asia, and North America a poisoned, radioactive wasteland. Indeed, the United Nations was established by what remained of the Allied nations in order to rebuild the world after that war. As for the Global Defense Initiative itself, it was formed in the 1990s out of Operations Group Echo when it became apparent that a small Special Operations Task Force, while very efficient, did not have the resource needed to stop every war in an increasingly globalized world. McNeil finished, only to look up at the surprised and pale faces of her audience. Are you saying that your Second World War went nuclear? But Nazi Germany? Hitler? Impossible. Hitler. McNeil repeated blankly. My apologies. In my world, the Second World War broke out in 1946 between the Allied nations, the Empire of Japan and the Soviet Union, instead of against the Axis powers in 1939 in your own timeline. GDI will make the history of our world available soon, and I am sure that historians will find the differences in our histories interesting. But does that answer your question for now? Yes, thank you. The reporter sat down while the acting director pointed at another questioner. Thank you, Supreme Commander. My name is Renee Steele with the Daily Star. You mentioned that Tiberium causes mutations in humans who are exposed to it, and as the President said, it terraforms the planet into an environment that is habitable to these, Skrin. So my question is, does Tiberium have any other uses aside as a terraforming agent? The smile on the Supreme Commander's face narrowed as she finally answered. Yes, Tiberium can indeed be used for other purposes beyond its initial purpose of terraforming. McNeil paused for a moment, still with the smile on her lips. Initially I was advised by my advisors not to share this knowledge, but I firmly believe that it's a mistake and I would like to avoid repeating history. Tiberium isn't just a terraforming agent. It's also an energy source. This is one of the main reasons behind the First Tiberium War. The Brotherhood of Nod encouraged Third and Second World nations to embrace Tiberium and use it to provide cheap energy at the cost of spreading Tiberium. This move was nothing more than a sham designed to drive a wedge between them and the First World nations, whose scientists proved how dangerous Tiberium really was. Those nations were overrun by Tiberium, and the Brotherhood of Nod in short order took control. The Supreme Commander finished. Seeing that the reporter was done, McNeil moved on, picking out the next reporter. Alan Howard of the Washington Daily, what are GDI intentions now that you find yourself here in our reality? The reporter paused to look at his notes before looking up again, slightly nervous as the director's cold green eyes bore into him. Our intentions are simple. We plan to confine Tiberium to Italy to the best of our abilities and relaunch a number of programs. And these programs are? Alan continued, hoping to get an answer. GDI's plans in the near future is to build settlements on the Moon, Mars, and to colonize the outer and nearby solar systems. A few members of the press coughed in shock, and the rest of the world more or less followed. The settlements on the Moon and Mars will be used as a base of operations for our asteroid belt mining operations, which we hope to restart as soon as possible in order to provide us with the needed raw materials needed to fund our deep space programs. Just one more question, couldn't these programs be taken in the wrong way? Especially with the current state of war that exists between the Alliance and plants? Alan asked, slightly less intimidated. Perhaps, but one of GDI's primary mandate has always been to ensure the continued survival of the human race, and however low the chances of a war between Earth and plant causing human extinction, we rather not take the chance. McNeil replied. But isn't that unrealistic considering the situation right now, and shouldn't GDI focus be on combating the spread of Tiberium? Combating Tiberium requires international coordination and quick actions. We've taken quick actions with the Eurasian Federation to contain Tiberium to the best of our capability, but there is no certainty that we'll be successfully until later in the year. At the moment, we have contacted the African community and seeing if we can establish a similar treaty with them. Beyond that, there is not much more we can do on the Italian front. McNeil answered. Thank you, Madam Director. Alan sat down and wrote on his day-top pad. Yes. McNeil said, pointing at the next person. My name is Lauren Walker, with the Earth Broadcast Network. The President mentioned that the special joint zone can be increased due to the nature of the treaty. Will it be increasing any time soon? Tiberium is extremely prolific, and this event is the best chance we've had in decades to eliminate it completely. In our reality, the Tiberium had effectively and thoroughly saturated the Earth's crust. Here, however, the red zone is only a roughly 6-kilometer hemisphere around the tower, giving us a chance to dig underground and place sonic emitter to stop it from spreading. This program was launched a week ago. The real problem we have is the possibility of Tiberium had been spread via the air currents. So the answer is yes. At the current rate, we most likely be forced to increase the SJZ again to ensure the safety of the public. Keep in mind that the region around the tower is being turned into yellow zones, region which, while survivable to human life, is tortured by almost daily hurricane-class storms and radiation emitted by Tiberium. McNeil said before quickly launching into a more detailed explanation of the difference between a red, yellow, and blue zone. When she was finished, another question was waiting for her. Are there any plans for civilians to be returning to their homes, and if not, are there any plans to deal with their displacement from their homes? Yes, as part of the treaty we'll be aiding the Federation with setting up new housing, medical aid, and so forth for the civilians displaced by Tiberium. It was mentioned earlier that Tiberium causes mutation in humans. In CE16, the international community established a protocol that prohibits genetic modification of any kind to be done on the human genes. Now admittedly they can't be blamed for the change, but have you or the President considered the issue? GDI has always considered humanity's continued existences to be far more important than any issue of genes alteration, the Supreme Command replied emotionlessly as, hidden from the cameras, her left hand began to literally crush the steel podium while the smile that had been on her lip froze for a moment before returning. Are there any more questions? Seeing none, the press conference ended, as the Supreme Command stepped aside and reporters began to scramble to finish their story as soon as possible and published in time for the prime-time news slot. 00. Raul Cruzat smiled as he watched the press conference on Earth ending on the holographic display before him. It was an interesting and rather informing experience for him as he watched the GDI general speak. He noticed a number of interesting details about her, but what stood out the most for him were the Supreme Commander eyes. They were a little too green, Ru thought, much too green to be entirely natural. Naturals from another reality who cared little for the differences between one's gene. Interesting, but are they truly any different? There was no telling without the time to see them in action, putting their words into actions. Something else he found interesting was the stance and appearance of the Supreme Commander. He could feel it, the aura and presence of war radiating from her as he watched the conference. Ra considered the Supreme Commander words from earlier, and at the deepest level within the man, he found it stimulating. All the scientific knowledge that he knew of only hinted at the possibility of alternate realities to actually encounter another version of humanity, one that had experienced a history completely different from their own and had produced a United Nations that was stronger and willing to go as far as to create its own military to enforce peace. It was humbling in a sense. And curious that the United Nations of two different realities could take such different paths. It made him wonder, will he be any different if he walked down the path of another reality? That moment of whimsy didn't last long as his mind pushed the thought aside. There was no point in wondering about the what-ifs of other realities when the only one that mattered is this one. Were they really different from the naturals and coordinators of this reality? He contemplated, while they seems not to possess the hate that engulfed all of humanity, that evident enough from the Supreme Commander's words, but to stop the hate and the fires of war from costuming humanity, would their threats be enough? Only time would only tell, Ra decided in the confines of his mind as the rather unnerving smile widened on his lips. Only time can tell, and he will enjoy watching it all. 00. On Mars, the President of Martian Confederation was silently contemplating the meanings behind the satellite transmissions from Earth. It was a little-known fact that both the Confederation and the Deep Space Survey and Development Organization, DSSD, maintained a joint satellite relay network which allowed both to keep up with events on Earth. Built back when Mars was newly colonized, there had been occasions where the joint program had been of great benefit to both organizations. Such as now. Although technically the civilian population leant towards ignoring Earth and leaving the trouble which brought them here behind, he knew that such a thing was impossible. President Haydar Feridown knew that like Orb, Mars was no different. Any determined move by the Earth against them would likely end in a costly victory for the invading forces. And now there was this insanity, Haydar thought, a nation from an alternate reality and an organization that was the military arm of the United Nations? It was madness, but he'd initially hoped that these events would once more leave Mars alone, but the moment the solar system-wide conference was called for, it caught his interest. Later on, when the GDI revealed the scope of their other programs, it captured his attention even more, as up to this point no one on the Earth sphere had considered such ambitious programs. The only organization that even came close was the underfunded DSSD. He had to send someone, Haydar decided, just as his secretary entered bearing bad news. "Sir, the chamber is demanding a meeting right now." "Tell them I'm coming right now," Haydar replied as he rose from his seat. This was going to be an utter bitch of meeting, hopeful it wouldn't be as bad as the initial emergency meetings weeks ago when the madness on Earth first happened. 00. Hidden in the perpetual twilight of the red zone, a shadow team glided stealthy from cover to cover, making their way towards the yellow zone beyond the red zone around the tower. Shadow Team Zulu was one of many teams working to place sensors network beyond the red zone that the Brotherhood was calling home. The coverage of the networks of sensors so far was spotty, with the furthest sensor being only 10 kilometers inland. Zulu team had already placed their sensors pods and was currently on recon duty. As such they moved cautiously, slinking from cover to cover like ghosts until they reached high ground where they could get a better view of the surrounding landscape. Although GDI wasn't aware of Nod presence, each team had been given orders to keep it that way and not to give GDI any reason to look, so as such all movement was slow and cautious with the bare minimum usage of electronics. As for the network, each sensor was designed to operate as one massive network, transmitting data from one to another using nearly undetectable tight beams until the information flowed into Nod's only base to be transferred during the event. The situation wasn't odd for Nod, a man thought, hidden away in red and black shadows of the Nod base as a gleeful smile crossed his lips. Behind him, man and material could be seen being directed in some arcane ritual. The ground shook as these men and women worked, and yet this didn't worry the man at all. 00. Deep within the depths of space 1543 light-years away, a message was received at the core of a local ichor mining operation from an unknown sender on the edge of the Threshold network. Located at the edge of screen space, the managing AI of the operation dutifully checked the intended addressee and recipient, and that is when the AI ran into its first set of difficulties. It notified Supervisor 8923, at which point it was ordered to search their records for the identity of the sender. It checked everything for the last couple of cycles and eventually all of their records, still it didn't find it. Yet it was able to determine that the clearance code and the threshold frequency was within the acceptable range. Indeed, the unknown threshold's clearance level appears to be for a mining base facing significant military opposition, a unheard of event in screen history. So with the little answer for his questions, Supervisor 8923 passed the information to HQ and took the precaution of remotely locking down the unknown threshold tower. Unknown to the supervisor, a second message was sent from the towner carrying with it the highest military authorization available in the Skrin Empire, and it was forwarded by the civilian hub AI network without question, bouncing it from hub to hub until it reached the home world, entered the military AI network, where it was flagged and checked before finally it was delivered to the supreme leader of the Skrin race. The Overlord. ZAFT Central Intel Operations, CIO. Oppose militancy and neutralize invasion, Omni, Enforcer. Better known to the public and the media as the Earth Military or Earth Forces, this organization is a military alliance controlled by the Earth Alliance Council, a governing body made up by representatives from each member state of the alliance and led by a Secretary General. Omni possess a military that is far larger compared to our own, as it commands the combined might of the various member nations' military forces. The military branch is headquartered at a heavily defended location in Alaska, known as the Joint Supreme Headquarters Alaska, JOSHA, while the Council is headquartered at Washington, D.C., the capital of the Atlantic Federation and the former United States of America. Analysis of the New Earth Alliance from public sources show that it's similar somewhat to the former United Nations Security Council in structure and function, with each member having a vote and veto in determining the course of action of the alliances. Omni Enforcer integrates the majority of all the member nations' space and portions of their terrestrial forces into a single organization. However, unlike ZAFT, the Earth Forces is still a newly founded organization that is still dealing with the problems of integrating its various military forces into a single functioning organization. Excerpt from print edition, The Pacific Press, December 5, CE 69. A House Divided by Genetics by Tal Sven. Opinions. When the most powerful nations on Earth signed the Alaska Treaty, it effectively deposed the United Nations into the relics of the past. Yet another example of an organization that was founded to maintain peace and failed just like the League of Nations before them failed in an increasingly hostile world in the early to mid-20th century. The world has come a long way from the initial colonization of space launched by the United Nations at the dawn of the 21st century and only a year after the end of the Reconstruction Wars. This new space age was only made possible with the United Nations coordinating the various newly established world orders in the colonization of space. Yet even as the specter of the past century faded with the influx of cheap resource from space, new problems arise as new divisions appeared, and these can be seen no more clearly than in the present situation, a state of war between Plant and the newly established Earth Alliance. It can also be seen in the continued support from certain portions of the public for well-known public figures such as American politician Ryan Shah and the extremist organization Blue Cosmos spokesperson Leah Berenice. The move to sign the Alaska Treaty had, in effect, cut out the Plant from any means of political influence on Earth and enlarged the gulf between naturals and coordinators. And thus it is no surprise that Mars has become a desired location for these who wish to escape from the hostilities that engulfs the Earth's sphere. Unfortunately, with both sides unwilling to back down, any possible move will only widen the gulf between naturals and coordinators, so the question then is there any possibility of peaceful solution in the future, or will blood be shed in another bloody reminder of the price of peace for humanity? The G Project. Extract from Head Scientist Jack. Private notes. Am satisfied with the project. We've successfully created machines that outperform ZAFT's mobile suit in all margins. These new machines have been named the General Unilateral Neuralink Dispersive Autonomic Maneuver System, or as I prefer to call it, a Gundam. But enough of that. What I'm really proud of is the technology that we've developed, especially the beam weaponry, which up until this time could only be mounted on ships or bases and never on something as small as a mobile suits. This alone is enough to change the battlefield, granting a weapons platform like the Gundam the ability to carry anti-ships weapons, making them a much more effectively against ships. Moving on, other breakthrough includes phase shift armor, a development that could possibly spell the end for kinetic weapons, striker packs that allows a MS to change its armaments to suit the battlefield, Mirage colloid technology, which itself is a major breakthrough, a beam sword, and the Lohengrin positron blaster guns. These breakthroughs has led to the development of 5 unique MS and a new class of ships that we've named the Archangel class. I have to admit that it saddens me quite a bit that fighters will soon be a thing of the past, but progress is progress. Though I still have no idea why the funding for the Pendragon project, which will fully integrate all our new developments throughout our more conventional forces, was cut. GDI Integrated Combat Suit, ICS. GDI Engineering, Standard Infantry Armor. The ICS armor is a lightweight armor designed to replace the previous armor used by GDI Infantry, which lacked many of the advanced features seen in Zone Trooper armor, of which the most important was lack of sufficient T-armor to protect the wearer from Tiberium during extended operations. This design flaw led to the increasing use of Zone Troopers in place of standard GDI infantry, towards the latter half of the Third Tiberium War. The ICS armor is a self-sealed armor designed with similar internal features to Zone Trooper armor, such as inbuilt automatic medical systems, advanced sensor systems, rebreather system, HUD with night, thermal, and active illumination, an integrated jump jet pack, strength enhancement, and a Class 0 EVA. There isn't much difference between Zone Trooper, Raider, and ICS systems in terms of internal features, allowing up to 75% parts commonality between the three systems. The main differences between the systems is simply the weight of the armor and the amount of protection and enhancement they possess. The integrated combat suit, while less armored and lacking the ability to carry super heavy weaponry, like the Rheinmetall Mk72A3 railgun on the Zone Trooper Mk3 prototype armor, as compared to the much heavier Zone Trooper and Raider armor, is much lighter and faster. This can be seen in the ICS's ability to run at sustained speed of 25 miles per hour and use its integral jump jets to jump higher than the other two suits. Tiberium, The Fires of Terra Chapter 4. Date, AD 2070/CE70, February 17, 1:34 p.m. G330X Habitual Module 3, Temporary Housing Cluster Ulster, Relocation Center 31, Kazensa City, 37 kilometers south of Special Joint Zone border. It still felt strange to be walking again, Woods thought, walking down the metallic corridor as the soft patter of footsteps intermingled with the deeper thump of power-assisted footfalls echoed around him. A small grin flickered across his face as he considered the powered armor he was wearing, a device that GDI had gave him in lieu of a crutch. Apparently GDI like beating their swords into plowshares. A standard powered armor, for example, once properly calibrated, could be used for support and physiotherapy for an injured person. Or at least that's what his doctors told him. The smile died as his mind conjured up, unbidden, a more sinister purpose for the armor, to contain the inert Tiberium now flowing through his veins. He sighed and quickly pushed that thought out of his conscious mind, taking a moment to look at the people around him. Some like him wore powered armor while others didn't, and oddly enough, everywhere he looked he found people staring at those wearing armor with some discomfort. Though he didn't mind the stares of the children, the expressions on some of the adults' faces bothered him for some reason. Even odder, he found the same sneering visage on the faces of a number of powered armor wearer. Even worse than the glares some people were sending at each other was the sign of Tiberium exposure and other disfigurements that some of the civilians were trying desperately to hide. It pained him to see such sights, but oh. He stopped and looked at the scene again. Sure enough, most of the glares were directed at a group who showed the telltale signs of Tiberium infection. That's not good, Wood decided as he continued his journey. Woods was currently heading towards the lounge of what his acquaintances in the GDI called a G330X habitual module. Designed to survive the hostile conditions outside the safety of its walls, the cross-shaped module consists of two major hallways running down both axes of the cross. Lining each of these hallways were rooms, each capable of housing a family of 6, and in the center where the hallways meet was the main lounge, medical wing, and cafeteria. In all, the entire building houses 288 refugees in its two-story structure and protected them from the elements with thick T-armor, apparently up to a quarter-meter thick in some places. Surprisingly enough, according to a colleague in the EBN who had interviewed him on the crash, GDI had managed to erect hundreds of such modules all over southern Italy within a week of the event. The sheer scale of such an undertaking boggles his mind. Personally though, the most surprising feature to him was the module's integrated artificial intelligence. According to the information he had seen on GDI's internet, the majority of GDI military and civilians installations and equipment require integrated AI support to aid in management as well as to compensate for the interference caused by environment of their Earth. And he had to admit, EVA as the AI was called, does its job remarkably well, performing the security, logistical and planning aspect of management almost flawlessly while ensuring that orders and information was conveyed clearly. Though he had to suppress a snicker as he remembered an incident back at Mobius base where someone altered the vocal synthesizer of the AI such that it replied to civilians with the voice of a schoolgirl on a sugar high. Still snickering, he staggered to a nearby wall as he felt a moment of weakness wash over him. Thankfully the armor ensured that he didn't trip or fall as he finally entered the common room on the ground floor of the module. While it was filled with people, it didn't take long for him to cross the room as the crowd parted when they took note of the giant press on his white-powered armor. Strolling across the room, Woods ignored the looks that some people were giving him. At first he didn't think much of it, confident that GDI's security will defuse the situation before it gets too ugly, but now that he was in the main lounge, he finally noticed the stares that certain people were sending his way was mix of scorn, hate, and curiosity in their eyes. That didn't surprise him, but he could also feel a sense of fear. Shrugging, he continued walking towards the pair he was meeting, a sister and a brother in their late teens. He had met the two of them at Mobius Station after they were picked up by Raid 2th Division from the wreckage of their family car. After he'd been released from Mobius Station and transferred to one of the tent city that GDI had set up, he figured that he would check up on them. Granted, using the term tent city was rather far from the mark given that the so-called tent cities consisted of G330 modules, field hospitals, airfields, motor pools, and a military outpost where GDI and Eurasian Federation forces were stationed. "Hey, I'm John Woods," Woods introduced himself, reaching out to tap the girl on the shoulder. "We met a few days ago at Mobius Station, do you remember?" "Yeah, it's nice to see you again." The girl, Cecilia Damiani if Woods remembered correctly, replied rather nervously. Chuckling, Woods moved to reassure her. "Don't mind the armor, it's a pain to take off and I need it to walk. So how've you and Eusebio been doing?" "Okay, we're mostly just watching the news and keeping up with what's happening in the rest of the world." "So what do you think? And what's with the death stares people here are sending each other?" "You've been exposed to the green cristallo, signore," Cecilia said in a dull voice as memories of the wreck that killed her family filled her mind. "Sorry," she added a moment later. "Don't be, I was on a helicopter when the event happened. I survived. The copter and the others didn't." Woods said, his tone tired and resigned. "I'm sorry for your loss," Woods heard her say in sympathy. "Thank." He took a moment to look around the room before turning back to find Cecilia scanning him in concern. "Shouldn't you still be in the hospital?" she asked. "I mean, you looked pretty bad when and I met you." "No need to worry, I'm doing fine. This suit is keeping me standing," Woods laughed. "Besides, if I survived when a helicopter didn't, it means I am tougher than a copter, right?" Cecilia cracked a smile at the interplay, relaxing a bit and becoming comfortable. "So, you seem pretty broody. Care to talk about what's on your mind?" Woods asked, his tone now serious. The change in the reporter's tone surprised Cecilia, but she didn't mind much. "When the event happened, we waited, expecting the government or the military to show up, but no one did. We tried radio, the internet, satcoms, none of it worked. At first we didn't mind so much since we had food and everything for a week or so, but then we saw the tornadoes forming on the other side of the town. From there it was pretty obvious that we needed to get to the city and its bunkers, and it seemed pretty simple. It was only half a mile away." Cecilia paused for a moment, her voice wavering from the memories. "We wasn't the only ones on the highways, there were others. Once we entered the city boundaries we thought we were safe, but we were wrong." Cecilia paused for a moment, taking a slip of water in an attempt to calm her voice. "It started with the widows, I think it was hail, smashing against them. Then the windows broke and then the entire car just flipped over. It was painful, Cecilia sobbed, the wind was so strong, it was sending spikes of that crystals through the car. I think Pa threw himself over us when that happened, but then there was blood everywhere. Woods reached over to awkwardly pet her shoulder as the girl sobbed into her palms. At least Eusebio is still alive, she continued sadly, reminded her of her brother, who was barely as lucky. The green crystal had mutilated her brother far worse than her. Where she just ended up with scars over parts of her face and skin, and a pair of heterochromatic eyes, he ended up with a deformed body. It was the reason why he wasn't here, Cecilia raged as she looked sideways to the rest of the room. Assholes. Cecilia was about to continue when they were interrupted by the form of her brother descending the stairs. She could tell by the sound his footstep, each sounding like a footfall of a giant, sending a booming echo through the metal structure of the lounge. The reaction was mixed. A few people moved out of the way to make space, some left the room in fear, while others stayed put, paying it no mind. These who moved out of fear annoyed her, he was only human, damn it. Her brother had always been big. In the years before the event, he played rugby. He wasn't major league material or a well-known player, but he was earning money and saving it during the season while working and training on the off-season. But now, whatever method GDI used to save his life cursed him with a hulking body with curved plates of that cursed crystal sticking out of his skin like some demented armor. Hey Cecilia, he said in his deep voice, giving Woods a nod, we should leave. Now. Even as he finished that sentence, a trio of troublemakers made their way down the stairs which he had just used. Shit, Cecilia whispered, blue cosmos wannabes. Assholes. Woods saw the problem immediately and it didn't surprise him. The moment he'd recovered enough to stay awake, he'd asked for something to read to keep him busy, anything to keep his mind off the crash, and GDI had provided in spades, up to and including bringing up that jarhead Bruce Lipton from the political department when he had visited Mobius Station. Hence he got up and made to stand between the three and the Damiani siblings. Is there a problem? Woods asked, stepping in front of Eusebio. Hiding behind the press. The leader of the group sneered. I would ask again, since you appear to be deaf, is there a problem? Woods repeated, his tone dead even. Why don't you get the fuck out of my way, the man said, disgust manifest in his voice as he took a moment to study the patchwork-like skin on Woods' face. Oh? It is a crime to be a survivor of a deadly accident now, is it? Woods mocked, if so then perhaps you should start with you friend over there. The leader took a step into Woods' face, his eyes narrowing. Yeah, I see a problem, the man growled, you think you're tough, Wises? If you have a problem, why don't you go stand outside without the power armors the UN gave everyone? Woods asked the asshole and saw the man's eye quiver momentarily with fear at the mentioning of going outside without protection. The man didn't have a chance to answer as GDI military police entered the lounge, slipping through the crowd which had gathered around Woods and the Blue Cosmos sympathizer. While it didn't take long for them to spot the cause of the commotion, they didn't rush in directly since they too thought the problem was solved, judging by the posture of the two group. Good, I think we've solved the problem here, Woods said, turning around only to receive a punch to the head that almost sent him stumbling. Which his armor compensated for almost instantly. Sinopha bitch. Acting on instincts from a self-defense class long ago, Woods ducked low and twisted, sending a roundhouse kick into the chest of his opponent. Unfortunately for his attacker, his armor boosted his strength and turned what would be a weak blow into a devastating kick which sent the attacker crashing backwards in pain into the arms of his unwary henchman. It was only then that the MPs jumped into action and rushed the scene. While one of the MPs checked on Woods, the other rushed in and urgently pushed the two henchmen aside to check on the wounded man. And the MP was right in doing so, the man's ribs was broken and he needed immediate medical attention. Get that stretcher and help me move this dumb moron to the medical bay, the MP hissed to the man's two friends while spraying the man's chest with in pain. God damn it, is he trying to earn a Darwin Award or something, punching a guy in power armor? The men shook themselves free of the sound of breaking bones and finally got to help, carrying the man carefully out of the room. Bloody dumb arsehole, the MP said, who remained with Woods. Ya alright mate? I'm fine, Woods said, the hit just surprised me, that's all. You shouldn't be moving around, you really should be in bed, the MP said, reading Woods' medical report from his EVA. Right. Woods answered sarcastically as he was helped to the nearest desk by the Damiani siblings. And I guess your next line is you are lucky to be alive. You're lucky to be alive, the MP deadpanned as he backed off to check on the surrounding and the two civilians who were with the reporter. It was pretty obvious to the MP what the problem was. The MP sighed, another bloody mutant problem. I'm assuming that those dumb arse blokes started it. The MP said as he retracted his helmet, revealing an aged face with a pair of hard brown eyes slowly scanning the room. Finding most of the occupants slowly returning to their own business, he snapped around, finding and noting a few stragglers who moved further away from them or left the room altogether. Yes, Woods answered for all three of them. That sound right? Not surprising, the MP answered, bloody discriminatory buggers. You're from the Union? Cecilia asked without thinking, having finally recognized the accent. However, she was confused when the MP just stared back at her, equally confused. She means, are you from Australia? Woods said, rewording the girl question. Hey? Yeah, I am, used to be based in Sydney with the military before I transferred to UPMP, the MP replied. Right, sorry, name's Ian, he continued, holding his hand to Woods. I'm John Woods, this here is Cecilia Damiani and her brother. Good to meet you all. Ian answered with a sardonic smile on his lips. Is this normal? Cecilia whispered. I mean, do most people hate? No, but from what I heard of your world, I'm assuming that this is normal on your end with the coordinators and whatnots. Yes, Cecilia whispered while her brother moved closer to her protectively. Ian sighed before speaking. When you lived on a death world and through the 6 years of hell, mutants are a normal sight to see. Normal? Woods asked. The MP looked at the 3 people in front of him and sighed. Yes, normal, though it's not much as a problem today, what with the majority of the population in the solar system having some mutants somewhere in their family tree. Ian replied before correcting himself. I mean, back in our solar system. Reality. Whatever. Beside, while there are benefits to being a mutant, the availability of power armor kind of renders it pointless, he grunted as he continued to watch the room for any signs of trouble. Ha! The brother repeated bitterly. Sorry, I didn't caught your name. Ian asked. Eusebio. Nice to meet you too, kiddo. Look, you're never going to escape reality. Ian said, drawing from experience. Trusts me, it'll take a while for everyone to get acclimated to the situation, and even then there is always going to be these who dislike mutants. Ian said bluntly, besides, if you've been with the military as long as I have, mutants are normal sight to see. As everyone digested the statement in silence, Man continued. If you really want to avoid all this, signing up or moving may get you out of this, Ian said, waving his arms at the rest of the lounge. It sounds almost like mutants are welcome in the military, Woods asked, seeing that he wasn't the only one engrossed in the MP's words. Ha! I was a zone trooper during the war, lost friends and comrades. Those F-turds nod, the bloody scrin when they showed up, and to Tib when their armor was penetrated during combat. A lot of my buddies ended up as mutants, those who survived anyways, Ian said gloomily, reminiscing in the memories before continuing coldly. Look. Listen to me, I've seen combat, don't sign up for the military. If you do, you'll probably lose everything. It's only a matter of time before Nod starts another war. Nod? Cecilia asked, recognizing the word from the news. Wherever Tiberium is, those son of bitches are bound to be, Ian said, his face twisted in anger, and without further explanation. It was clear enough that the MP didn't want to speak further on the subject. Thanks, Cecilia said to Woods as Ian took a moment to check with his partner via his suit's EVA unit. Finishing, Ian turned back towards the group. Now, where are your parents? According to the files we have, shit, sorry for your loss. Ian said, biting his lips before continued, do you have any relatives? A twin shaking of heads had him sigh in sympathy. Shit, well, I'm with the 460th Military Police Division and I'll be here for the foreseeable future, so if you two need anything just let me know. God know how I'd feel if I found my family dead back when Sydney got nuked. Thank you, Cecilia said as Ian got ready to leave. It's my pleasure, Ian answered, however as he made to leave, Woods stopped him. Do you mind if I interview you for a possible story in the future? Woods asked the man, having caught the offhand mention of Sydney being nuked. Maybe, Ian grunted as he left the group, heading over to his partner in the medical bay of the module. Satisfied, Woods turned back to the siblings. Do you mind, if we continue elsewhere? Cecilia asked. Not a problem, Woods answered as he followed the two out of the lounge and up the stairs to their room. 00. The CIO agent sat on a train making plans as it sped towards the next switchover before his destination. It was going to be tough acting against an unknown opponent, then again, the agent was almost certain that he wasn't the only spy heading towards southern Italy. 00. President Richard Monroe sat in his office with his inner cabinet, the ones whom he trusted to be free of excessive outside influence, his Secretary of State Kevin Rudd, the Secretary of Defense Mark Hunam, and James T. Robinson, the representative to the Alliance Council. Those were the people he trusted the most, but that trust was itself was but a lie, for they were all politicians. Trust between them went only as far as one could throw the other. Still, they were united by the simple fact was that there was one single topic on the public's mind, the economy. And the cause of that problem? Plant. They and the rest of the colonies were meant to be the link between the Earth and the rest of the solar system. It was meant to be humanity's next step to the stars, at least according to the old UN plans in the history books, but all that was long forgotten and rendered worthless by the simple existence of coordinators. It was utter bullshit brought about by human stupidity. Earth needed control of Plant, mainly because that was where the majority of the infrastructure and investments for Earth's flourishing space economy was. Resources were already tight on Earth, the colonies under their control just wasn't enough to provide enough resource for the whole damn planet. That was why he'd signed the treaty that created the Earth Alliance and declared war on the plants after they cut all trade with Earth after the bombing on the Moon. To do anything else would almost certainly end in the Atlantic Federation being crippled by lack of resources. As it is, the early seizure of the Earth-Moon transit route and the remaining plants under their control provided just enough resources for Earth Industries to survive. He should have never ran for president, Monroe decided. He'd entered the running driven by the desire to bring the Atlantic Federation back to its days of glory and to end the problems between normals and coordinators peacefully, and all he had to show for it are years of frustration and deadlock. Mark. Monroe looked at the man, waiting for him to share everything they had on this newest problem on the international stage. Talk to me. We need GDI tech, especially their surface-to-space technology, Mark said, stressed and tired from the day's work. But there is a far more serious problem. I've had my people looking through GDI's historical records and it's not good. As far as Tiberium is concerned, it is as dangerous as our friends across the Atlantic and GDI says it is. The effects are too detailed for the records to be faked, Mark continued, skimming through the documents before him. The bottom line is this: if the UN and the F fails in containment, then we are looking at a century max, maybe 1 or 2 decades more before Tiberium overrun the world. Granted, that estimate is based on the UN fighting Tiberium alone. Grim faces greeted that statement. Back to GDI, they are no longer under UN control. As of their 2040s, they effectively formed their own government built on the ideals and charter of the UN. I've looked through their version of the UN charters, and while there are minor differences, for intents and purposes they're identical to our. The charter GDI created in 2040 is pretty much the same document, modified with the inclusion of elements for a functional world government. So they are a military junta who took power in a coup d'état? Kevin asked, his opinion about that tidbit evident in his tone. Mark paused, thinking, well, I suppose if you put it that way, no, a coup d'état would imply there was resistance from the original government. They became the government after each member nation of the UN was reduced economically until they collapsed from the strain of maintaining their economy in the hostile conditions of their world. Also, after the period of transition, GDI then went out of their way to create a civilian administration, which was why Supreme Commander McNeil also called herself the acting director. But enough of that, we have a larger problem. I've had my people looking through the other parts of the historical records GDI provided, and I don't like what I see. Mark sighed heavily. There are 2 related things we should really be worried about. The first is WMD and the second is GDI itself. Weapon of mass destruction. Kevin repeated, his voice filled with dread. They don't seem to have any problems at all with using WMDs. The historical files refer to the Brotherhood of not using nuclear weapons and GDI using something called O.D.I.N in their wars. Both were used by battalion-level formations. Mark paused, seeing Kevin's inquiring look. A battalion is about 300 to 1,200 troops. We are assuming that was a legacy of their World War II, where WMDs were thrown around like candy. So don't piss them off, James stated, his tone low and controlled in contrast to his pale face. Yes, sir. That's complete and utter bullshit, no one. Kevin began but was cut off. I would have thought that you would have read the damn files by now, Kevin, Mark said, annoyed, knowing full well that a copy had been delivered each individual in the meeting. Look, I just got back from Pretoria. You know full well what Omni and the CIA think of our South African allies. Ah. I see. Anyway, the second concern is the fact that GDI is in effect a planetary and arguably a solar system-wide government, so they will be used to acting accordingly. They have already notified each of the governments which control a mass driver to coordinate all travel with them in order to prevent any accidents. Kevin's eyes narrowed. Where the hell? Why is the UN ordering us around? Don't we already have an agency for that? And I've passed the information to Omni in Alaska. I don't know what the other members of the Alliance are doing, but my department feels that this is the right thing to be doing. We don't want any accidents to happen, especially right now. Mark sighed, and Kevin, our orbital space tracking facilities are already stretched to the limit trying to cover ZAFT movement. Trying to add another bunch of unknown is probably going to break the net. Kevin does have a point, though, Monroe pointed out, looking at his Secretary of Defense. Sadly, GDI does have an advantage over us in that area. AI. Mark said. AI is an artificial intelligence? The kind DSSD has been working on? James asked, his eyes filled with fascination at this development. Yes, I just got word a day ago from contacts from across the Atlantic. It's in the report, Mark said, waving the report. Didn't any of you read it? The blank stares that he got was answer enough. Mark covered his face with his palms to soothe his growing headache. UG. Why do I even bother to write those things? Sorry, we didn't have the time, Monroe apologized. Arg, why do I even bother? Anyway, GDI's use of AI ensures that they can do a far better job of managing all space travel in and around the Earth than we can. In addition, they had already announced their intentions of restarting their other space projects, and that, Mr. President, is an area that we effectively can't match at the moment, Mark explained. Monroe silently damned the stupidity of the past few decades before asking what about tech. We don't have any details beside what we've observed, although there is a troubling development. Our scientist wasn't sure what it is, but we've been detected roughly 230 intermittent but very high output energy signatures in orbit. We still don't know what is causing them at the moment, but we'll keep an eye on it. It's most likely some sort of GDI long-range communication spillover, given that they seems to originate from empty space within clusters of GDI satellites. However, there's something else not covered in the report that really worries me. It's the weapons used in their World War II. They tried to scrub it from their historical records, but, from what my department had pieced together, they were using strategic teleporters. At that point Kevin almost coughed out his drink in shock, and he wasn't the only one. The rest of the people in the room stared back in disbelief. Jammers, plasma weapons, advanced bioweapons, optical cloaking tech, GPS, ICBM-class nuclear weapons, primitive cybernetics, some sort of anti-armor electric weapon and energy shields. In their 1950s. Everyone was left speechless. What the hell happened? Monroe said finally, as everyone tried to find an explanation for that piece of insanity. We don't know, Mark said, closing the files in front of him, equally confused. Well. Crap. Do they still have any of that advanced technology? Kevin asked, morbidly curious. We don't know for certain, but we think they might still have the teleporters and are using it as a FTL drive, given McNeil's comments about recolonizing the nearby systems. Was Mark's answer. Well, at least it proves we don't need the bloody coordinators to reach the stars, and we can kill them all. Kevin murmured softly. We can't kill them all, Kevin, James said, leaning forward in his chair. I know that you hate coordinators for killing your son and daughter-in-law at the bombing, but it still doesn't change the facts. Coordinators are simply stronger, faster, and smarter than we are. Besides, that's genocide. If we try to kill them all, what there to stop them from killing us right back? The president's eyes narrowed as he looked at his Secretary of State with mixed feeling before shaking his head sadly. So in other words, they had a head start on us, so it's a good idea to stay friendly with GDI, since they have no problems with using military forces backed by WMDs to deal with threats to humanity or them, and they have tech we need, correct? Monroe asked his Secretary of Defense. Yes, Mark answered before pausing to take a breath and leaned back in his chair to relax, in doing releasing a deep and long breath of relief. Meanwhile, each person within the room took the time to digest everything that had been said, trying to imagine what possible events could lead to a world war where technology that, by rights, belonged to a far more advanced world was being thrown around by each and every side. It was simply impossible to even imagine it had been possible at all, and yet it all led to the same question: was it true, or was it just a load of bullshit? From there everybody's minds took different paths, but their thoughts was best expressed by Kevin. WTF is this? It's insane, Kevin muttered in disbelief. Then we'll follow the F's lead and play nice with the UN. We'll also send someone to the conference in the Pacific in May. But what about this Tiberium? It's an energy source, right? The president began, only to be cut off by James. I would advise against it, Mr. President. Remember from the historical files GDI released, it does have great potential, but if we ever lose containment, it would be foolish to even try. It's best we don't touch it. Then what are we doing to do? We'll technologically screwed by plant and GDI. Our only hope is the G project, which is still in development, Monroe said, his eyebrows knitted together in thought. We need time, that's what we need, time. This war starting this soon just doesn't work to our advantage, Kelvin said thoughtfully. We need the time to get our superior weapons online to crush the plants. If playing nice with GDI will get us that time we need to complete the G project, that works for me. James, Mark, I want the project completed, tested and the technology deployed to the rest of our forces as soon as possible, but don't cut too many corners. Still, remember we need it as soon as possible. The president ordered. Yes, Mr. President, Mark answered with a nod, making notes on his notepad. Sir, do we still want to go ahead with the attack on South American? Kevin asked. No, was the answer, we can't afford it with the upcoming conferences. Is there anything else? No one said anything. Good then, thank you for your time, and please have a good night, the president said with a tired smile as each member stood to leave. 00. Azrael, right now, was not a happy person. One could say he was the antithesis of happy at the moment. Nothing was going as planned. The planned attack on Plant was effectively over, with the Eurasian Federation's decision to withdraw their forces from the alliance, and now, with the new announcement which could be seen on the TV screen in front of him. Only hours ago the Alliance Council announced that the Earth forces will not be taking any hostile actions against Plant for the foreseeable future. And then there were the other reasons for his anger. GDI and their attitude was wrong. Did they not understand? They were no different from the UN, they just didn't understand. Coordinators are an abomination to nature, and they must be burnt from existence and swept into the bins of history. Blue Cosmos will not fail their appointed task, Azrael raged. He must save mankind from the coordinator plague, and he will not let the UN get in his way again. They will be crushed underneath the might of the naturals if they tried to stop him. Azrael's eyes fell back on the TV screen for a moment. This move is surprising and certainly unexpected considering that the moon bombing is still flesh in the public min. The reporter on the screen droned on. This changed nothing, already his plans were in motion and soon the pieces will be in place soon. As for the mutants created by Tiberium that had been reported in southern Italy, he'd already taken action and started Blue Cosmos' own research project into the alien crystal. Now all they needed were samples which should be easy to get their hands on. Though it'll take a while, Azrael fumed, pacing around his office. No one disobeys him, he will find out who was responsible for this and they will learn their lesson. Azrael though, a growing murderous smile appearing on his lips. 00. McNeil lay back in her seat in her office in orbit, utterly tied. She knew that she was pushing it, burning through GDI resources that were earmarked for use in case of war against the Skrin, but it was worth it. Using those resources to aid the Federation was a gamble that she was willing to make for the safety of the planet, not to mention the countless lives that GDI have saved in the past 2 weeks alone. It was as she told the press, this is the best chance GDI had to remove Tiberium completely from Earth and she was going to give it her best shot. And like everything else in life, McNeil thought sadly, looking at the picture of her desk where a picture of her former unit, the 44th Armored Division, 3rd Battalion, rested, this too has a price. GDI paid that price with blood whenever it was necessary to safeguard humanity and she too paid the price. This act of God was no different, leaving them in a reality where humanity was divided and on the edge of war, with the bloody tower right in the middle of the red zone. McNeil tensed for a moment but it was enough to crush the pen with her grip. At least their Earth was safe now, with the only danger being an attack from an extrasolar source and it was going to take the Skrin millennia to get to Earth in sublight. If that was the price for her humanity to be safe, McNeil thought, leaving them in a reality where humanity was divided and looking for ways to genocide each other, then she and the rest of the GDI was willing to pay 1,000 times over. However, such thoughts paled in comparison to the fear, the unknown, she felt growing within her, the simple knowledge that humanity existed in this reality and all that it implies. Thankfully, the various GDI war plans were still largely practical due to the sheer amount of assets that come through with them and that she was thankful for. However, with the situation on this Earth added more complications to the war plans, forcing them to adapt to these new factors or die. Never before had she been so thankful for the speed and efficiency of Eva. McNeil breathed deeply, thinking of that particular hidden secret from the public. The secret in question was a single transmission recovered by an ops spy within Nod, and it was the reason for Project Endurance, the establishment of the GDINS, and the slow build-up of the rest of the military ever since. She took a deep breath, her eyes returned to the picture of the and she slowly raised her hands until they were within her sight. There she could see the unnatural smoothness of her skin covering her artificial carbon nanotube muscle and synthetic phased cobalt alloy bones, a memento of an encounter with a buzzer swarm, a legacy of the Third Tiberium War. Eva Statu. Affirmative, Supreme Commander McNeil. Priority transmissions from Mobius Station indicates that the tower had been emitting tremors on an irregular interval for the last 2 days. Mobius isn't sure of the cause but... Eva, alert the fleet and raid. I want raid to find the cause, hold the 7th flotilla in reserve and put the orbital network into standby mode, McNeil ordered. Affirmative. Thank you, Eva, what would I do without you? McNeil replied, thanking the AI who didn't answer back. It was another benefit to GDI increasingly heavy use of AI, it allowed them to simplify the chain of command. Though with the fear of history repeating itself, precautions and contingencies had been taken to ensure Eva is completely loyal and safe. Focusing her mind for a moment, she moved on to the next problem. GDI has its own problems such as the issue of the economy, which should be solved with the restarting of GDI space industry. However, with the very real possibility of the removal of Tiberium from Earth, it meant a possibility of a change in the economy model to something they have only historic records to rely on. The last of the conventional economies collapsed in the 40s with the rest of the nation-states. To her, it highlighted one of the things she feared, and yet, envied most, a world without Tiberium, a world she didn't know anything about, a world she'd only read about. McNeil shook her head, there was no point worrying about a future she can't control. Sighing, she stood up and turned towards the cabinet where she kept her pricey self-made potato-derived alcohol which she liked to claim was vodka, not exactly the best shit to be drinking but alcohol was alcohol. Despite all the energy and material goods that can be obtained from Tiberium, the fact of the matter was they still had to eat. Food was the one thing they still had to grow, and it was the reason why the UN credit was implemented by the board of directors all those years ago. Food was one of the few items that were still a scarcity in the post-Tiberium War period, although with the reclamation of yellow zones in Australia and North America it wasn't that much of an issue. However, with the event that displaced them in this reality that was soon going to become a problem. While the orbiting agriculture stations and the secret farms within the depth of the city fortresses was designed to grow enough food to feed the remaining world population, it wasn't enough to feed GDI's current population, especially with the amount of aid being provided to Italy. McNeil poured herself a drink and slumped back onto her chair. GDI needed its space programs up and running as soon as possible so that they can get humanity out of the solar system. It was a gut feeling, something big was about to happen and it was her job to ensure the survival of GDI and humanity. GDI's current war plans was something High Command and former Supreme Commander Granger developed before he retired and they were still in use today. Although Nod was the wild card considering how they oscillated between an organized movement to scattered fragments between each Tiberium war. Hell, there was no way that GDI could have foreseen Kane's return in the second and third Tiberium wars, so it made sense to prepare, even if she, personally, was pretty sure that Kane was dead. Nothing could have survived the detonation of the liquid Tiberium under Temple Prime after all. The Skrin were more a predictable foe, so planning for them was easier. They were the reason why GDI had three primary war plans: Plan Red, Plan Blue, and Plan Purple. Red assumed an extrasolar invasion, but since the Skrin forces didn't display use of FTL drives and with STL only, a Skrin invasion wasn't considered likely for the foreseeable future. Purple was the unlikely situation of a combined extrasolar and threshold tower invasion. Blue, however, was the one considered by her and the rest of High Command the most likely and the one they feared most, a full-scale invasion through the tower, which they now knew was a wrap gate. It was the reason why G-Lab, Future Tech, Steel Talon, and every organization that developed weapons for GDI military-industrial complex were kicking their gears into overdrive ever since Project Endurance started. She was thankful for a small mercy at least. The majority of the civilian population of Earth had been moved onto the orbital habitats or the colonies on the Moon and the wider solar system, or had left on one of the colony fleets. That means that the forces that come through with her wasn't needed much in her home reality. And besides, Earth still had the 3rd, 5th, 8th, and 10th fleets to call upon. More if they decided to recall the colonization fleets, although that action itself was going to take a few years with sublight drives. They were safe there, but this reality was a different story, McNeil thought as the sense of doom returned. She only hoped that they aren't going to need to use any of GDI's military might, but with the sense of foreboding she was feeling, she had a feeling that she was likely to be forced to do so in the future. Trade with the other nations here will do good for moral and lesson tensions, McNeil decided, drowning her drink and forcing her mind to think about something else. She then turned to leave for her next meeting when she stopped. Eva, has Operation Overwatch began? McNeil asked, shrugging on her dress jacket. INOPS agents have entered the SJZ and have begun monitoring all communications originating from within, Eva answered. In addition, Constellation 3 have been rediscoed to cover the Italian theater of operations. Thank you, Eva, McNeil said, locking down her computer. She had to admit, this reality was certainly capable, case in point being the colonies in the Lagrangian 5, every single one of which was 30 kilometers long. Certainly an achievement to be proud of, McNeil thought, leaving the room. She sorely hoped that she wouldn't be required to smash them with the hammer of GDI's military. 00. Date, AD 2070/CE70 February 18, 1 AM. Special Joint Zone, Main Highway A3 towards Kazinsa City, GDI EDF Military Convey. The Omni agent watched as the vehicle transporting her and the rest of the 111th and 124th Guard Divisions drove towards the fort, where they will be stationed alongside GDI forces in the Special Joint Zone. Of course, it wasn't just the military who were coming along, the government was also sending in scientists and researchers, though the rumors going around camp says that most of the scientific expeditions were halted after some scientist got himself killed. Right now the military's job was to get in there and put on a friendly face to the public and the media, who no doubt were already there or not far behind. The two divisions should have rolled into the SJZ the moment they arrived in the morning from France, but orders were orders. They were to meet up with GDI 11th Motor Rifle Division at a place called Sala Consiline to be refitted with new equipment. And that she was thankful for, because the agent had, unlike some, read the briefing material provided, and by God it put the fear of God into her. A alien crystal killing people in 60 seconds? Mutating the survivors? Tiberium suppressors? What was this shit? She didn't have to look any further than outside the window of the APC to see the overcast, purple sky and the glowing green crystals that she was seeing here and there. It was insane, and it felt like she was on another planet, and with the powered armor, the UN from another reality, and the APC she and the rest of the 111th and 124th Guard Division was been transported in. Unreal, the agent finished, falling silent in the face of the magnificent yet desolate landscape. She had understood the troopers' concern, but the simple truth was that this was the home field of the UN, not theirs. They should be the ones listening to the GDI forces. She didn't have a good feeling about this, she thought, returning to the document provided by the UN. She couldn't believe half the medical details she was reading about in the document. It was insane, and yet it is all completely feasible. The details of each knock-on effect were accurate to the best of her knowledge. She didn't know whether to be amazed or frightened at the implications. She had graduated from medical school, and while the effects listed before her was unlike anything she'd ever seen or heard of before, the possibilities are overwhelming. Though to be fair, it had been years since she'd picked up anything resembling a medical textbook. She was attached to the 111th as a medic for her platoon. Her job was to take care of the men and prevent them from coming to harm, and here she was, plotting against her better judgment to smuggle a sample of that deadly green crap back home for study. That may take a while to plan out because after passing through everything, like the massive wall GDI was building and all the military hardware she'd seen thus far, she didn't like her chances of success. At all. But orders were orders and her loyalty was to her country first and herself second. She had a job to do. 00. Hub 8923, Cycle 474,342. Sector 1123A, System 212KSH. Unknown warp gate status active. Commence Phase 1. Reconnaissance. Transfer completed, Hub 8923 transferred under Traveler, 59 authority as per Overlord command. New directive received. Threshold unlocked and charging, 47%. Warning, unknown AI detected. AI hostile. Enacting countermeasures. Probability of mission completion 98%. Countermeasures fail, threshold charge. 72%. Initiating new countermeasures. New countermeasures fail. Probability of mission completion 12%. Abort signal sent. Alert, wrap gate locked. Hostile AI responsible. Scanning AI, querying database. Abnormal readings detected from AI. Re-engaging hostile. 00. Nupedia, United Nations Space Colonization Program. The United Nations Space Colonization, UNSC, program was launched on CE 9, 2009 AD, only 5 months after the end of the Reconstruction Wars. The program was supported by the newly established superpowers as each of the new nations saw the advantage of the development of space and the possible riches awaiting exploitation, especially since the cornerstones of the old economy were no more. The UNSC program began with the accelerated construction of the new International Space Station, ISS, Yggdrasil at the Earth-Moon Lagrange 1, L1, point. The location was chosen due to its ideal location between the Moon and Earth, allowing it to monitor and coordinate communications among various missions on the near side of the Moon. The new International Space Station was also located in an ideal location for observations and close study of the Sunday. The UNSC program also designed the station to be not only a research and communication station but also an stopover point for all movement between Earth and the Moon. As such, it played an important role in the development and construction of Copernicus City and eventually the production location Ally on Nexus Technology or plant. These massive 30 km hourglass-shaped habitats were designed by George Glenn and were meant to be the centerpiece of the new space economy, with the ISS acting as the center point between the colonies and Earth. The new plants were built at Lagrange 5 due. In Ops Archive. EVA Online. Welcome back, Commander. Search, Project Endurance. Classification level, Black. Please enter password. Password accepted. Beginning playback. Commander. Or should I call you General now? Good to see you anyway. Now I am sure you are wondering why you are here or about the new build-up of military forces. Sigh. Commander, what I am about to tell you is highly classified information. In 2047, just hours before you won your victory at Ground Zero, a Skrin mothership-class vessel evacuated Earth through Threshold 19. As it did so, INOPS intercepted an alien transmission from the tower. 2 weeks ago, with the aid of some intel from an agent in Nod, we've successfully decrypted the message. I am not going to mince words, Commander. The message is basically the head honcho of the Skrin ordering a full-scale invasion against Earth, and you know as well as I do that we almost got our ass handed to us by a mining security team. Data from Nod suggests that they had already tried to access the tower and got blocked by Kane's pet AI, but we don't know how long that would last. In response to this threat, the board of directors have chosen to activate Project Endurance, the plan for the ultimate survival of the human race. And this is where you come in, Commander. I want you to lead this project. I want you to put together a team of the best and brightest, to learn more about our enemy, to expend our capabilities. I want you to reforge GDI into a shield capable of withstanding the Skrin onslaught. Now I know this is a lot to ask of you and our chances of pulling this off is low, but you're the best we got, Commander. Do your best, Commander. That's all I can ask. For the sake of our children's and for the sake of this blue and beautiful world. Granger out. Playback ended. Files updates received. Decoded alien transmission classified, siren call. Nod Intelines file number 2210A classified, Harbinger. Analysis of alien tower classified, Stargate. Project Castle classification level, Black. Project Arc classification level, Black. Operation Plan Acula classified, Red October. Project Missouri classified, the Big Red One. Project Yamato classified, Admiralty Code. Lightweight Civilian/Combat Suit, LCS, 10/12. GDI Engineer Combat Primer 2064 Edition Standard Civilian Protection. In using the LCS, there are few cardinal rules should be kept in mind at all times. 1. these suits are not GDI standard infantry integrated combat suit. These LCSs are weaker, slower, and less armored with a strength enhancement factor of only 20 kg above the total weight of the armor. So no, you are not a near-invincible juggernaut like the zone troopers. 2. Check the model you are wearing. Though superficially similar, LCS-10 is the military version with a HUD with night, thermal and starlight vision, NBCT protection, automatic medical system and a hardpoint system, in addition the rebreather system and EVA unit. All the civilian LCS-12 have is Tiberium protection, the rebreather, and a class -0 EVA. 3. In case of emergency, check the shelters. Ever since UN Directive 4932 was issued by Director James Hawke in 2056, all civilian shelters and public installations is required by law to have multiple sets of LCS-12s with spare parts available at all times. As the LCS-12 features 90% parts commonality with your LCS-10, you may appropriate those spares for field repairs in the event that your LCS gets damaged. In Ops Archive, Medical, Tiberium suppressors. Tiberium suppressors, also known as TIB-S or anti-Tiberium medication, is the collective name given to a class of drugs designed to delay, halt or reverse the effects of Tiberium infection. Due to the evolution of Tiberium, only third-generation and some second-generation Tiberium suppressors remains effective. The first generation of Tiberium suppressors, known as conventional suppressors, was developed in the early 2000s. They function in much the same way as conventional radiation sickness treatment, by binding to Tiberium particle in the human body and removing them from the body in urine or in feces. However, this type of medication is rendered obsolete in the 2030s with the evolution of Tiberium to stage 3 as defined by the Mobius theory. They had since been superseded by second-generation Tiberium suppressors. Second-generation Tiberium suppressors, also known as sonic suppressors, was developed independently by both GDI and the Brotherhood of Nod in the late 2030s. Marking a radical departure from conventional medication, second-generation Tiberium suppressors instead function as an engineered molecular explosive designed to be absorbed only in very small doses by individual cells. As the cell attempts to metabolize the compound detonate, producing a sonic shockwave in the resonance frequency of Tiberium crystals. This shatters Tiberium crystals into small pieces, often below its critical mass. Stage 3 Tiberium have a critical mass of 117.72 femtogram. Below this threshold, the concentration of exotic particles is too low to stabilize Tiberium, leading to the transmutation of Tiberium to more conventional elements by beta decay or neutron capture. Unfortunately, such drugs are rendered useless as a frontline treatment by the evolution of Tiberium in the aftermath of the Third Tiberium War. However, they do remain useful as they retard the formation of large crystals, increasing the effectiveness of third-generation Tiberium suppressors. Third-generation Tiberium suppressors, also known as field suppressors, was developed from the containment technology discovered within the Taticus near the end of 2055. At its base, this type of drug consists of a nanoscale particle with small amount of nuclear isomer, usually hafnium 178 square meters, zinc 66m or platinum 186m, contained within a specially designed metallic ceramic silicate shell. Once injected into the body, the isomer is induced to release its energy, which is then converted by the shell via an unknown method into a small, short-lived, burst of asymptotically free quarks and gluons. The quark-gluon plasma retards nuclear fission and destabilizes stage 4 Tiberium's metastable structure, destroying a large percentage of Tiberium exposed to the quark-gluon plasma while converting rest back to stage 3 Tiberium, allowing it to be destroyed by second-generation suppressors. The development of the Mobius-Chen fusor and the Harth-Ford process, which allows the easy small-scale production of nuclear isomers in the metallic ceramic silicate shell respectively, in 2056, and the subsequent dissemination of these technologies to all settlements, regardless of affiliation by GDI, is widely regarded as a major reason for the peace of the last decade. Date: AD 2070/CE 70, February 18, 9:34 a.m. Nigeria, Abuja, Banjay Coffee House. The short, jovial yet nondescript man leaning back on his chair in the bustling street-side cafe in Abuja wasn't much to look at. Officially, Woodcutter, as the man was known as, is the owner of Harcourt International Inc., a steadily growing import/export firm hoping to expand into the South America market. Unofficially, however, he is one of the most powerful names in the African community, having started his business some 20 years prior in the information trade before extending to the rest of the black market throughout the African community and its neighbors, building himself a reputation as one of the most reliable sources of information and other business items in the process. That much is evident when he's slipping coffee with a figure such as Dada Oluwatoyin, the man widely regarded as running the African Community Ministry of Foreign Affairs despite his nominal position of Deputy Assistant Minister. What do you know of this Global Defenses Initiative the ambassador will be meeting next week? The Deputy Minister asked in his heavily accented English between slips from his cup, silently enjoying the nervous twitching of his bodyguards. Woodcutter studied the slow-moving swarm of traffic highlighted against the blue clear skies and the sun reflecting of the skyscrapers in the distance even as he considered the question. I'm sure she had been watching the news, then she should know everything, Woodcutter replied cheerfully, still gazing the signs of economic security his services had secured for this country over the years. Seriously, there's not much else. GDI has active patrols around the SJZ on both the land and sea, they also building a wall on both sides of the Italian peninsula. The minister's eyes narrowed in annoyance for a few moments before giving a short bark of false laughter. Woodcutter continued in the same cheerful tone, but there is something else more important afoot closer to home. I've been informed by a friend that one of their clients is making plans for the meeting next week in Cairo between the ambassador and the GDI Supreme Commander. According to them, they were buying some black market weapons and equipment. And those bastards wouldn't have those. The minister hissed, his tone now no longer cheerful but coldly level. The outburst was not without reason, for Blue Cosmos has been and still are a major pain in the ass for the African community, launching attacks which caused major damage and loss of life throughout the superstate ever since their alliance with Plant a decade ago. If it wasn't for me and people like me. The man snickered, cutting off the minister. Isn't that being hypocritical with people like me being responsible for your stability today? Besides, if I wasn't in the business, you'll be dealing with someone who wouldn't be as nice to you as I have been over the years. Woodcutter said, still in his cheerful but lazy tone, hey, don't look at me like that, I have a business to run and a family to feed and all that. Besides, if it weren't for people like me, you wouldn't be hearing about this young and patriotic man who luckily overheard the plot. The minister stared incredulously at the man sitting across the table for a few short seconds before giving a short bark of laughter. Damn, I should have expected something like this, the usual price. Woodcutter slouched back contently. Well, for information this important I'd usually charge double, but given those morons ruined an old business client from Europe? 30%. Dotto was surprised by venom in the voice of his old associate. Woodcutter was not the type to let old vendettas get in the way of business. I'll check the fund. Anything else? Dotto replied once he recovered. Well, I've also heard whispers from friends in Europe, the Greek and Italian governments are seriously considering leaving the Federation. The deputy minister chuckled, lighting up the mood between the two men. Ha, that would make it so much easier for us. Somewhat. Thank Lord for suicidal idiots. Hearing that, Woodcutter broke into an amused smirk before continuing. And lastly, the EDF is withdrawing the majority of its forces from the Middle East and redeploying them back to Germany. Hearing this, the minister cheered up some more. What about GDI? He asked hopefully, testing if his luck is better this time around. Woodcutter did not miss the tone of the other man's voice, causing another amused smile to cross his lips. There isn't any more information to be given, Oluwatoyin, the truth can be seen in the files they released, there is nothing more to be said about them. Seriously, do they really expect anyone to believe that bullshit? Oluwatoyin snorted, their history reads like the story of some B-grade science fiction author, and even if it's true, it is too unrealistic to be true. Besides, their agreement with the Europeans is too convenient, they must have a hidden agenda. You don't trust the UN? I'm not surprised, Woodcutter said with an understanding smile, but there is nothing else I can tell you that can't be learnt from the internet or the news, he said, pausing for a moment. I will say this however, you better make plans to move to the moon, Oluwatoyin, because if that treaty with GDI isn't signed, then we're all fucked. I already have my family on their way to Copernicus City. The assistant minister raised an eyebrow at that statement. Remember my business, I have friends and strings to pull, Woodcutter answered with a vicious smile on his face. If you want some help on the subject, I can certainly help if you are willing to do me a favor. 00. Date, AD 2070/CE 70 February 18, 7:14 p.m. Atlantic Federation, Alaska, Josh City, 14th Street, Malls Place. Is there a particular reason why I'm here in the back of a restaurant in the ass end of nowhere? David J. glared at the woman who sat across the table from him. None at all, I was just passing through the neighborhood and saw you. The woman started before being cut off. Don't give me that bullshit and don't think you can just walk around as if you're just another pretty face. I've been in the game long enough to know who the hell you're, you Blue Cosmos bitch, said David, his anger simmering beneath his calm facade. He was most assuredly not happy when he was ordered to meet up with this woman from the Alliance's 81th Autonomous Mobile Group. David was fully aware of the nature of the group as a special operation group for the Earth Alliance, but learning that he didn't have a choice from his boss just pissed him off. Fuck, he had done enough of that shit in his days. I'm afraid you don't have a choice, Mr. J. I'm sure you're aware of the 81th's position within the Alliance. The raven-haired woman smiled predatorily. We take and use anything and anyone from the Alliance to ensure the safety of Earth, and you are a fine example of this. You've just been selected to lead this operation. And no, you may not refuse, you have no choice on the matter. This operations is of paramount importance to the safety of the Earth, and you've been drafted by the direct orders of Admiral Greener to get the job done. The woman paused, donning an innocent smile. As for our location, don't you love it? It's certainly a nice change from your usual view behind a desk, isn't it? What is this operation and what assets will I have to complete it? David grounded out. It's called Operation Dispatch Down. The woman answered as she proceeded with explaining the key points behind the operation and the role that he was expected to play in it. 00. Date, AD 2070/CE 70 February 20th, 4:57 AM. Special Joint Zone, the southwest outskirts of Kansas City, GDI Base Fenrir, Press Module 2. Woods sat staring at the words on the laptop screen in before him, while his mind tried to pound its way through the writer's block it had been stuck in for the last hour and a half. It had only been 2 days and he'd already written 3 stories and taken several videos in addition to taking and annotating pictures for each of said stories. Including editing and compilation, it was hell of a lot of work for one person, particularly since he hasn't completely recovered from the crash. But on the other hand, he had a suit of armor that kept him functional despite how weary he felt. He'd been drinking coffee to help him keep awake, but it would seem that caffeine no longer had its typical effects upon him. Probably another side effect of the tib in his blood. He sighed. That simple observation reminded him of what the doctors told him. He was recovering fine, but his mutation had progressed to what GDI called Phase 2. In other words, he couldn't live without Tiberium, and with GDI refusing to let a drop of Tiberium leave the SJZ, he was effectively imprisoned in the zone without a chance of ever leaving unless containment broke down, effectively dooming the rest of the planet like GDI's own Earth. Damn it, what about his son? He sighed. It was unfair, but better him than the rest of the world, he reasoned. He knew the risks involved when he began his career. Still, it didn't mean that he have to like reality and what fate have in store for him. Shit. Closing his eyes and taking a deep calming breath, he tried changing the subject. This problem was the topic of the story that he was writing, about the laws GDI had set up in the SJZ and the civilians' reactions. So far it was a mixed bag, but writing about it now only made his feelings worse, knowing that no one like him will be allowed to leave the SJZ for the remainder of their lives. Shit, Woods concluded, punching the metal walls hard enough to dent it badly. Woods. Will you stop that? What's the problem? Lipton yelled from the seat where he was working on his own story. This returned him to his senses just enough to break out of his rage. God, the rules, they're just bullshit. It makes sense, but it angers you that GDI has deemed you too contaminated to leave the SJZ while others can. Lipton finished as he typed away on his computer. It's not just that. This is going to break up families. Have you considered that the SJZ includes most of southern Italy? And with the increase in the size, it only leaves Sicily free? That's 20 million people. Woods said heatedly as he turned to face Lipton, who was still typing away on his laptop. And what are you going to do about it? Lipton asked, looking up at his friend and co-worker, his tone sympathetic but calm and level. Facts are facts, Woods. This Tiberium is incredibly dangerous. There is nothing you can do about that. Besides, you have seen the corpses in the city and towns nearby from the B-roll footage I took yesterday, not to mention the footage coming in from the Mediterranean. Have you been to the coastal regions around the tower? Because I have. I don't see the coast of Italy. What I saw was a massive green glaciers that didn't belong there. Shit, you're right, Woods sighed, defeated. So why are you here again? Besides bringing your orders to stay and cover the SJZ for the network as a reporter. Lipton said, exasperated, looking up at Woods. Well, I was supposed to be the main reporter here since you were supposed to be injured. Geez man, you were supposed to take a month off while you recover. Not that I am not grateful for your help and all, but shouldn't you take a break? Lipton slouched back into his chair for a moment and grumbled. Thanks for your help, by the way. I knew that you've written articles while you were a cameraman, but still, thanks to you, I was able to get this story finished before starting my official job of covering the mainland and the area outside of the SJZ, while another reporter will cover Sicily. Sicily? Woods asked, confused. I guess you haven't heard. Lipton said, returning to work. The feds are moving people out of Sicily and the mainland region just beyond the SJZ, supposedly for their own safety. It sounds like a good idea. GDI did say that the weather is going to spread Tiberium. Yes, they did, and it's causing chaos. There have already been a few riots and protests in the last few days, and there is a rumor going around that the Italian government is going to leave the Federation. Lipton paused for a moment to think. That wouldn't be the first time, Woods commented, unsurprised. Well, what do you expect? All the video, pictures, and articles written so far on the alien crystal have everyone scared, Lipton answered, waving his left hand around. The markets are panicking and there are already signs of demand for these modules, power armor, and T-armor. I can image. I'm assuming that GDI shared the T-armor blue. Already done, but it's only been a few days and the factories aren't really tooled for something like that. Hell, one of my associates at the European Materials Research Society is telling me that some of the components of T-armor are impossible to make outside of Zero Guaranis. Lipton paused, looking a bit sheepish. Anyway, until production begins on our side, which will probably take a few months at best, we'll be relying on shipments from GDI, and believe me, that should be enough. Lipton continued, disbelief clear in his voice. I covered GDI's first shipment a few days ago and the amount of cargo leaving that vessel was unbelievable. Even the size of that ship is hard to comprehend. it's really almost impossible to imagine that something that big could go into space without seeing it yourself. Well, shit, Woods said, making his way back to his seat and turned to the computer terminal next to his workspace to search the module's database. Shit doesn't cover even begin to describe it, Woods. Lipton said, his tone changing. Now get to work and finish that story, the convey is leaving in 50 minutes with me on it. Yes, oh great slave master. Woods replied sarcastically, typing away in silence for a few moments before turning back to his coworker. Thanks for bringing me my things anyway. Not a problem, Lipton answered as he typed. Back to work it was, Woods thought, leaning towards his laptop. How's the story coming? Woods asked as he resumed typing. Coming along nicely, Lipton answered without stopping his typing. The UN. It's GDI, Woods interrupted. The only difference between the UN and GDI is the difference between red apple and green apples. They're both apples, nothing is going to stop people from calling them the UN now and then, Lipton quipped. To answer your question, GDI has already finished setting up something called a oceanic sonic network on both sides of the Italian boot, and construction is still ongoing with a subterranean sonic network. When GDI had informed his employers that he was, in fact, still alive, Lipton had came along and passed down an offer by the EBN for the position of head correspondent for coverage of the SJZ after he'd recovered. And that was something he jumped at, starting work almost immediately despite his medical vacation, partially to forget all the memories the boredom of recovery was bringing up to the surface, but mostly because without the ability to provide for his family, he would have felt fucked on major levels. Woods paused for a moment. Though he was divorced and his wife had one custody of their child, he still made sure to provide money for the two. It was the least he could do for them after all the screw-ups he'd made which led to the divorce in the first place. It really was his fault for putting the job first and his family second. Not that he could help it. He wasn't sure what, but he felt a sense of thrill, of being alive, whether he was writing, taking photos, and whatever else that involved providing the public with the information they needed. It made him feel alive knowing that he was taking an active role in making history. Well, every minute lost was another free minute for a competitor to get ahead, Woods thought, but even as that thought passed his mind, a small nagging voice made him pause. He really should talk to Lipton about checking whether his wife was still getting part of his paycheck given he was officially dead for the better part of 2 weeks. Crap, he'd better make sure that they'd received the insurance payout, silently berating himself for almost forgetting in the first place. He supposed he could also check with GDI, maybe he can arrange for some power suits and T-suppressors sent to them. Shit, Lipton said, looking at the time on his laptop. Woods, hurry up, the covey is leaving in 38 minutes. Sorry, but until the UN and government solve the compatibility issues between their computer systems or GDI finishes setting up the relay system in their embassy at Brussels, we will still be relying on snail mail to get everyone out to the world. Damn, Woods thought, returning to work on his article. 00. The world continued to spin, and an hour later, just a few kilometers away, NOD agents were humming to the rhyme of the song playing on the truck stereo while it rumbled down Ionian Highway 106. Seated as they were at the back of a truck covered by plastic sheets, which the agents know did nothing to stop or even slow down Tiberium, and surrounded by their gear and the belongings of the driver, the music was the only distraction from the monotonous roar of the wind. Cardos, this is wrong, there shouldn't be anyone in this red zone, nor should this be a yellow zone. Griggle sighed in irritation, his voice fighting to be heard over the roar of the wind passing the vehicle. While the two men had already been briefed on the situation and what to expect on their mission, seeing it for themselves was a whole different thing. You think Kane did it, or maybe it was T? Griggle asked irrelevantly. Death comes to those who falter in their faith, as they are easily swayed by temptation, Cardos said, his warning clear to his fellow soldier. I know, but you have to wonder, I mean only a god could do what they told us. Yes, you may wonder, but do not allow your faith to waver as you do so, or else you may soon find yourself on the path of damnation and your place besides the Messiah taken. Cardos said, his emotionless tone utterly serious. One of these days, I'm going to make you laugh, Cardos, Griggle said good naturally and with a smile before continuing, changing his tone, so our objective is. Griggle didn't get a chance to finish as they had the sound of something bursting followed by desperate swerving as the driver trying to correct the vehicle before finding themselves momentarily airborne as the truck flipped over before gravity reasserted itself and smashed them into the ground, their own momentum throwing them off the tumbling vehicle in the process. The two men slammed into the ground and rolled to a stop while the vehicle they had been traveling in came crashing down onto the asphalt with a metal-rending screech that echoed throughout the surrounding area. For 10 minutes there was no movement from the vehicle or the two men. I told you that we shouldn't have taken the risk, but... Griggle groaned, his tone low and sarcastic as he slowly flipped over to lay on his back. Son of bitch, Griggle hissed at the pain. I didn't hear your sorry ass complaining when we boarded, Cardos answered, besides we needed to get information fast. And Griggle was fully aware of the reasoning behind the need to rush and agreed with it. While there were other ways of sneaking into GDI cities which wouldn't have led to them risking their lives traveling on a vehicle without Tiberium protection, but these methods wasn't available. He was thankful that they had gotten this far this quickly. he just wished that they could have used the gliders longer. So I guess we're walking now? Griggle asked, slowly crawling onto on all fours before turning his head up to look at his partner. Cardos was already getting on his feet. Damn him, even with the Tiberium in his blood from the infusion his body was still nearly crippled with pain. Get up and move, we're walking the rest of the way until we reach the nearest city. GDI is bound to be there, helping the weak and the heretics, Cardos ordered as the duo began to pick up their bags. Griggle slowly and painfully stood up. He'd seen better days, he decided, helping Cardos with collecting their scattered equipment and packing inside of their bags. As they started to walk, they passed the crashed vehicle off to the side where they could see that Tiberium had eaten the front wheel. Shut it, Cardos said, before Griggle could voice his thought, but it didn't stop the grin that appeared on his face. As the two men walked off the highway, an outside observer might be able to see their wounds healing at visible speed. 00. Date, AD 2070/CE 70 February 21th, 5:43 p.m. Atlantic Federation, Alaska, JOSHA, Level U-12, High Command Meeting Chambers. The Omni Enforcer meeting came to order as the final members of Earth Alliance High Command took their seats. Why the hell are we having this meeting now? We should have had this meeting last week or sooner. Admiral Raymond Greenert boomed, not even bothering to hide his irritation. Because we needed time to examine what we have on this United Nations. I've went through. General Norton Odierno said, leaning back in his seat, massaging his head in an effort to contain his headache. The report, and I don't like what I see. They're a threat and one that we need to address immediately. Why? Admiral Greenert protested, leaning forward from his seat. The plants are still more of a threat than the UN. Damn it, with all due respect, Admiral interrupted the J2, Lieutenant General Martin Winfield, we didn't spend all this time preparing the General Staff's report for nothing. Calm down, everyone, Vice Chairman Admiral Schwartz L. Amos interrupted, his deep voice harsh with suppressed frustration. You weren't selected to be part of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the Alliance so that you can argue like children. Thank you, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Jonathan Sutherland said. Now I believe we have all read the report our Intelligence Division compiled on the analysis of all available facts we have on our newest problem. We're here today to talk about a new strategy which accounts for GDI in the case of continuation of war against the plants. It is the professional opinion of the intelligence community that the Global Defense Initiative is a threat that we must take seriously, General Winfield added. And? If you didn't notice, we're St. Greenert began to argue before being cut off. And? General Winfield retorted, fighting his growing desire to smash the other man's head in. Look, in their last conflict, they repelled a worldwide alien incursion while fighting a global war. At the same time, the military capability needed to do that is immense. Do you need us to go through the report on their first fleet again? Perhaps that will finally get you to rub two neurons together and come up with something better beside the PR bullshit that comes out of your mouth. Martin didn't give the other man a chance to answer, turning to face the rest of the Joint Chief. Make no mistake, the UN is more of a threat to us than Plant currently is. You don't have to look any further than their degree of militarization and global logistics capability. When combined with the size of their space force and their cargo lift ability, they have the ability to be an existential threat to the Earth Alliance anywhere, even in space. Especially in space. Are you proposing that we hit them preemptively and take their technology by force? Asked the Vice Chairman. The question caused Martin to blink in surprise. What? No, I'm not. Look, I'm not saying that we should attack and take the technology by force, even if the Council approved it. With the UN so willing to freely use WMD as to arm battalions with them, the most probable outcome we can predict, is mutual assured destruction. He paused and noted the look of disappointment on some of the faces gathered there. But think of the impact that the UN surface-to-space technology will have on our war plans. The ability to move massive quantity of supplies and troopers from the surface to space with only one ship would be massive bonus and free our forces from being tied to mass drivers, not T. Yes. We're all aware of our disadvantages, and that is all the more reason to. Greenert replied dismissively before his tone changed completely. Wait, WMDs for battalion formations, you actually believe that? Martin fought the pleading desire to face palm, and he wasn't the only one. Yes, we have enough circumstantial evidence to confirm that both NOT and GDI allows battalions and regimental level assets access to WMDs. Not that such weapons have a place in the hands of a field commander, but that's another issue entirely. He paused for a moment to catch his breath before continuing. However, none of our weakness or disadvantage if we stay friendly with them for now. We've all seen the video showing GDI shipping supplies from their bases in the Pacific to Europe with their ships and what such ships mean for our war plans. What I'm proposing is for us to follow the Council orders. We do follow the Council orders. Interrupted the Vice Chairman. Don't bullshit me. Martin replied tiredly. I've been in the military long enough to know that there is never a limit to what we're willing to do. Anyway, our assessment is this: if we don't stay friendly with GDI, we'll be fighting a two-front war, and that is not a fight that we will win. We just don't have the forces to cover the whole planet, the moon, the International Space Station, and colonies under our control. Martin continued. The removal of the F Space Force from our control just makes our situation worse. Currently, in addition to our ground forces, we have only 7 fleets remaining under our control. We don't need to cover the F, sneered the vice chairman. After all, they do have their own forces. Fine, ignore them, Martin grounded out, fighting the renewed desire to punch the man in the face. Did he not remember the Alliance's mandate? Well then, that's another problem solved, the vice chairman snarked. The United Nations and the F will protect the Earth. They have experience and the military capability, not to mention with their civilian population to protect. I seriously doubt they will let the ZAFT launch a sneak attack against Earth if there is even the smallest chance that they will also be targeted. This gives us a chance to shift additional fleets to the colonies and the moon, particularly since we don't have any forces stationed with the colonies we control. We could do with the PR. Martin resisted his urge to facepalm again at the sheer stupidity of the plan as best as he could. Such a move risks turning this war hot, Admiral. Moreover, the Council's decision was to cease all hostile actions against Plant, General Norton protested. And as Martin said, our mandate clearly states that we are to protect Earth and every member of the Alliance. And regardless of their actions, the F is still a part of the Alliance. Do you have a problem with my suggestions, General? Challenged the Vice Chairman. Moving Addition's fleet to the colonies will only benefit us, nor does it break any of the Council's commands. After all, such a move is nothing more than us protecting the helpless colonies under threat from those damned coordinators. That is true, but Plant will still see it for what it is. You know damn well that the colonies are soft targets. It doesn't take a nuke to break one of them, Martin countered, glaring at the Admiral. I suggest a compromise. We move the 7th and 6th fleets to protect the colonies under our control at L4 and L5. It is not enough to overwhelm ZAFT, but it'll be enough to give them pause and tie up their fleets. We can also move the 5th to the moon and leave the remaining 4 fleets in orbit of Earth to prevent ZAFT from landing any additional ground forces planetside, General Norton said, putting forth his suggestion. What about the International Space Station? Rear Admiral Elizabeth Lushniak, the head of logistic, asked, already knowing the likely answer. Until our next flight of warships leaves the dock, we're out of ships to protect both the ISS and the trade lanes. We don't need it militarily, its obvious weak point, answered the Vice Chairman. We'll have to shift ships to escort our shipment of resources from Earth to the moon, while the escort will have to be heavier with no rest stops to where our shipyards are located. We do have the fleet capacity to do so. I like the suggestion and it makes sense. Any objections? Chairman Sutherland asked. A quiet round of nods around the table answered his question. Right. Thank you for your time. I'll present the plan to the Council tomorrow and hopeful we can put them in action before next week. This meeting is over and good day to everyone. Dismissed. Without another word as he stood and left the room, followed by the Vice Chairman and Admiral Greenert, leaving the rest of the joint staffs by themselves. You shouldn't have annoyed them, you know. Admiral Sutherland and Greenert are both political appointments, they have friends in high places and the public like them. General Norton deadpanned at his counterpart, giving him a look that basically said you should know better. Damn, of all the political appointees in the Navy, why did those Politico pick those 2 buffoons to be part of the damn Joint Chief? They're both pencils pushers with no real field experience, General Martin hissed, trying to keep calm. Honestly, do you think that matters? Answered General Norton. The Council needed political support and both Sutherland and Greenert have that in spades. Damn it, General Martin snapped, I can't stand this shit anymore. I joined the Alliance intelligence to protect the damn planet, not to service under some pencil pushers and a chairman who should know better but is too eager for a war we can't win. General Norton and the rest watched Martin stormed out of the room. While they agreed with the man's sentiment, politics was a factor that was important in war too. Perhaps too important. 00. A few hours later, on the other side of the planet, the thunder of sonic booms once more echoed through the foreboding skies above the Italian red zone. With the ion storm having cleared in the hours before, the 2th Raid Division along with the rest of the GDI units assigned to Operation Voterm was out in force. A heavy command cruiser, the GDS Munich, hovered hidden within the cloud cover, her massive and powerful sensor arrays burning through the interference to scan the ground down below. Further down, white contrails streaked across the purple skies around the tower as Firehawk air superiority fighters escorted specialized AWAC and electronic intelligence crafts to their stations, while closer to Earth the sleek and agile shapes of Akra darted around the landscape, occasionally unleashing sonic scans and sensor pods. Also sharing the crowded airspace are the lumbering forms of transports and dropships and the fleeting specters of drones, both supporting the armor, infantry, and engineers on the ground. All in all, to an outside observer it was an awe-inspiring show of GDI's military might directed at a single objective, to gather enough information on for the scientists back at Mobius Station to make an analysis on the status of the tower. Not that the infantry team slowly slogging through the Tiberium field cared for the spectacular display of military might above them, much. Bravo team was one such unit. Damn it, I am telling you Alpha team cheated, Jaya grumbled. We'd be riding around in comfort instead of babysitting a bunch of boffins if that flush didn't suddenly come out of nowhere. The rest of the team gave a good-natured laugh at the reminder of Jaya's poker game the night before moving on to other subjects. Hey Valen, do you know why the captain is with us again today? Asked Shepard, moving one of his helmet's external cameras to keep an eye on his friend while keeping most of his attention on scanning the world in front of him. No idea, but you know the captain, he doesn't like staying at HQ, answered Valen, smirking inside her armor. He's always saying the paperwork will kill him before Nod does. Besides, we're at peace right now. Shepard paused and thought for a moment before answering. You know that isn't going to last long. Kane's probably still alive. Shit. Shepard stopped. He felt a rumble pass through the earth. Eva, apprises Captain Ziu that we're detecting seismic activity, Shepard ordered. The Eva acknowledged, sending the message before cutting the comm link to the Munich. Watch your step, you don't want to fall and punch a hole through your suit, Shepard continued in jest. Right, like I'm going to make a rookie mistake like that. Valen rolled her eyes, repositioning her feet as the ground continued to shake, and once more the two of them fell into silence as they kept an eye on their suit's sensors and the other on the alien world around of them. Max here, us and the engineers are fine, how about the rest of you lot? Peeta here, Stevenson just swore that he'd personally find and punch Kane in the face if he's behind this, you won't take him up on his word. Valen hit the transmit button. Valen here, Shepard and I are bored, looking out for threats. Bulletin, hang on, nope, just a mirage. Thought I saw something. While the two were fully aware of the threats around them such as native Tiberium life forms, they were unaware that in the distance, the cloaked form of a familiar foe seated with helpless rage from behind a spike of Tiberium before slinking away into a dark crevasse in the earth. With GDI out in force in the area around the tower, what remained of the Brotherhood could only hide in their hidden fortresses and watch as their hated foe evacuated the weak civilians from the immediate area around the Holy Tower. And for what? So that they could make fools of themselves and stumble about not knowing the truth? Idiots. Idiots and heretics. 00. Date, AD 2070/CE 70 February 21th, 11:55 p.m. Eurasian Federation, Belgium, Brussels, President Office. President Borsky stared at the intelligence report on her desk and felt the first throbs of a migraine pounding behind her eyes. She'd already talked to Howard about the intelligence obtained from GDI about the tower and the appropriate course of action for the Eurasian Defense Force. The end result been the two of them agreeing to move civilians out of Sicily and set up a 5 km buffer zone at the edge of the special joint zone. When she'd announced the decision on the 17th and the public didn't reacted to the news well, with protests breaking out in a number of cities, although thankful none of them had turned violent yet. She'd justified the decision by pointing out that wind pattern could easily carry Tiberium into these regions, but her opponents are already calling bullshit, and they were right. More importantly, they argued that since the event her administration had been weak and indecisive, citing the lack of progress in combating Tiberium and the massive forced relocation as examples, and it was working. According to the latest opinion polls, her coalition's popularity was down to an all-time low of 54%. The only thing which even slightly amused her about this entire predicament were the reports of the Italian government pushing forward with their harmless threat of leaving the Federation, a threat which some in the media and local politicians had already pointed out would only end in disaster for the nation. A foolish threat to make, but one that she have to consider possible, considering how erratic the Italian political establishment could be. She sighed and glanced again at the classified intelligence report before her. The innocent-looking report contained details the GDI have decided to share about the tower, and while most of the report was a mixture of arcane scientific notations and indecipherable summaries, the words threshold and wrap gate stood out to her. Having gone through GDI's summarization of the Third Tiberium War, she was aware of the alien origins of the tower, and it still sent chills down her spine thinking about it. The use of the word Stargate to describe the tower brought to mind all sorts of unpleasant possibilities, ranging from the creation of an uncontrolled singularity to a full-scale alien invasion, all within the spitting range of Eurasia's vulnerable political and financial heartlands. Perhaps she shouldn't have brought up the damn tower with Commander McNeil at the meeting last week, she groused. It would have been more comforting not knowing of the sword of Damascus hanging over her nation. True, McNeil had reassured her that the GDI had several contingency plans in case of a Skrin re-emergence, but even then she could read between the lines. Even with GDI and possibly Earth Alliance assistance, how on earth was she supposed to plan for a honest-to-God alien invasion? She cradled her head, slowly massaging her temple. And that was without considering the sorry state of the world she found her nation in. It is dismaying on many different levels to find herself wondering if the Earth Alliance could be trusted with this information despite, or perhaps, because of, their close ties with their fellow member nations. Whatever the hell happened in the future, she just hoped that her nation survived, and whatever measures and actions she has taken was enough to protect it and save the planet. Maybe some TV and a break will do, she decided, reaching out for the remote control and switching the TV onto the Earth broadcast network, only to feel her migraine breaking into a full-scale headache as she listened to the news. In reaction to the federal government's announcement that the SJZ will be increased by 25 km. On hearing this, she remembered that the decision to increase the SJZ, bringing its present size to a massive 100 kilometers centered around the now destroyed Italian city of Isola di Capo Rizzuto. In other news, Greek Prime Minister Samaras Karalos has expressed his support for the Italian government's threat to withdraw from the Federation, calling it the right decision when confronted by sheer incompetence. He also demanded that the Federation take action to safeguard his country and criticized the federal government for allowing a foreign power. 00. In Ops Archive. GDI Medical Corp. Tiberium Rehabilitation Treatment. Tiberium rehabilitation can be a long and hard process depending on the level of contamination of the patient. A high percentage of those exposed to tiberium suffer immediate irreversible damage. Those that survive requires immediate medical treatment to keep them alive and from mutating further. While it must be acknowledged that the development and integration of automated medical systems into Zone Trooper, ICS, and LCS armor have increased the survivability of exposure to tiberium to around 75%, this dramatic fall in fatalities has also increased the number of Phase 1 and 2 cases by 64 and 86% respectively. Tiberium remains an adaptive substance, actively countering the treatments administered by doctors and automate medical systems. Currently the level of contamination and subsequent mutation is classified into 3 levels. 1. Phase 1 cases. Representing up to 24% of all tiberium contamination cases annually, Phase 1 tiberium contamination cases are the lightest level of exposure where the individual in question only needs light to superficial treatment. These cases are rare and only occur to the lucky or those with access to quick medical assistance and decontamination. 2. Phase 2 * cases. Phase 2 case are currently the most common cases, accounting for up to 70% of all cases. 76% of these cases see the patient addicted to tiberium as it slowly become a part of their metabolism. As a result, the patients dies if totally isolated from tiberium yet mutate out of control if their access to tiberium is not regulated. Treatment is handled by keeping the subject under watch and administering tiberium suppressors to control their mutation. Simultaneously medication are used to slowly decrease the patient's addiction to tiberium until the tiberium present in their body becomes inert. At that point the patient require only small doses of processed tiberium or periodic exposure to tiberium radiation to survive. 3. Phase 3 cases. These cases are the most common before the advent of modern tiberium treatment techniques. Phase 3 contamination typically results in out-of-control mutation resulting in the patient experiencing extreme mutations such as increases in muscle mass coupled with general degradation in mental capabilities and stability until they become what is commonly known as a berserker. However, given sufficient time and treatment, these berserkers may recover their mental facilities and revert back to a Phase 2 case. The worst-case scenario for a Phase 3 patient involves their mutation going completely out of control, breaking down their body into an organic tiberium slime which then reform into a tiberium-based life form, usually a visceroid, though there are documented cases of more advanced creatures such as veinhole monsters being created in this way. It should also be noted that most mutants display several beneficial abilities such as an increase in strength, regeneration, etc. How strongly these abilities manifest themselves depends on the level of mutation and the amount of tiberium absorbed, with the more advanced the conditions resulting in stronger manifestation of these abilities. Asterisk of the 3 phases, Phase 2 contain the widest spectrum of patients ranging from the barely affected to borderline Phase 3 cases who retained their sanity. Phase 2 patients are required to wear a customs LCS suits at all time and to undergo treatment in an isolation facility until the tiberium in their body is determined to be inert. In the case of breach of suit containment, the patient's room will be locked down and internal sonic emitters will be activated to ensure that no tiberium spreads throughout the structure. Abilities including psychokinesis, precognition, apportation, and telepathy, as well as biologically/psychically generated plasma and particle beams, have been reported in a number of Phase 2 and 3 cases, though none on the level displayed by the Skrin or even the former forgotten leader Trados. All Phase 3 patients as well as 2 patients who are still undergoing treatment who wish to enter a non-contaminated environment are required to wear custom heavy-duty LCS suits and to be monitored at all times. Nupedia, Omni High Command. Modeled after the former United States Joint Chief of Staff, the Omni High Command is considered to be the second most powerful group within the Earth Alliance. The Omni JCS is subordinate only to the Earth Alliance Council within the structure of the Earth Alliance and charged with all high-level decision-making within the combined militaries of Earth. While such a group may sound imposing, in reality they are usually limited by several problems arising from the nature of the alliance. First, due to lack of a united Omni intelligence gathering organization, the Omni JCS, and by extension, the entire Omni is forced to rely upon and coordinate data contributed by the individual intelligences agencies of each member nation, leading to several well-publicized intelligence oversight. A second problem is the language and doctrinal barriers inherent in a formerly multinational force which is still integrating into the new command system, requiring the combined staff to be careful of the various units they move around despite English being the most common spoken language in the world. Thankfully, in recent months, there had been a marked decrease in such problems as the different forces gotten used to working with each other. And finally, the third and most common problem is the different customs across all EA forces. Although a fix was attempted with the EA adapting a common rank, command structure problem still remains. Nupedia, the African community. The African community, AC, was founded in 1992 during the Reconstruction Wars with the single aim of opposing the South African Union, who at that point was seeking to unite the African continent under its flag. The war, however, soon proved to be a stalemate for both sides as war machines came to a halt with neither side having enough petroleum reserves to continue military operations. This development led to the signing of the Treaty of Angola ending the war in CE04. However, with the war ending, the newly united African community found itself as its worst enemy. Where before, the various members had a common cause uniting them, now that the war was over that was no longer the case. The situation was worsened by the ever-declining level of resources on Earth and the various ethnic and ideological rivalry left over from the late 20th century. Soon the various tribes, rebel groups, and nations found themselves refusing to submit to the African Community Authority, resulting in civil unrest, and the situation was made even worse in CE06 with refugees fleeing from the Caliphate War and the resulting Atlantic-Eurasian intervention. While civil unrest did slowly grow worse over time, the African community was slowly stabilizing, deploying its meager military forces to deal with one problem one after the other. That slow recovery was halted in early CE18, when the Eurasian Federation seized control of the Suez Canal and the majority of Cairo. Later in the same year, a civil war broke out in Sudan, and despite the moderating effects of the much weakened African community, quickly spreads to neighboring countries including parts the South African Union, SAU. In CE25 the South African Union military invaded Sudan in an attempt to put an end to the fighting there. However, that act only led to renewed fighting between the two continental powers as African community forces and both sides of the civil war attempted to push back the South African military, sparking off the Second African War, which lasted until CE49 when the Union destroyed what remained of the African Community Joint Defence Force in the decisive Battle of Keetmanshoop. By the end of the war the SAM had successfully taken Uganda, Kenya, Zambia, Botswana, the southern tip of Namibia, and the majority of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, leaving only the westernmost parts to its rival. The legacy of the Second African War was threefold. First, it devastated huge amount of infrastructure on both sides, in some cases forcing the abandonment of whole regions until the infrastructure was rebuilt. This in turn led to the African community aligning themselves with the newly established Zodiac Alliance mid-CE50 in order to fund their reconstruction. Second, it left the ICJADF decimated and the African community much weakened and unable to use force to manage the secessionist elements within its members. With its main stabilizing factor removed, the AC dissolved into chaos as its member states attempted to grab power for themselves. This situation persisted until latter half of the CE50s, where the situation reached the point that the collective black markets and criminal syndicates acted in concert with the federal government in order to preserve stability and curb the powers of the individual nations. Finally, it illustrated to the world the new post-fossil fuel military paradigm which allowed the SAM to decisively crush the African community. Despite having almost 2 decades to recover, the African community has only recently managed to consolidate power away from its various members and is currently rearming and increasing the size of the ICJADF for the first time since the end of the Second African War. Sadly, this recovery has run into a number of problems such as the lack of internal infrastructure for trade across the various members, warlords, and rebel groups in countries bordering the SAU, and the periodic attacks from the terrorist organization Blue Cosmos ever since its alignment with ZAFT. Chapter 6. Date, AD 2070/CE70, February 21 th, 4:43 p.m. Sydney, GDI-controlled Blue Zone, Asia-Pacific region. In an opulent yet oddly nondescript boardroom offering a majestic view from the very top of the ever-expanding Sydney Arcologi, various man and woman began to stride purposefully towards their assigned seats. 31 in all, they represented the economic interest of the various conglomerates which powered GDI's economy. Or what remained of them after the event. This meeting had been in the works ever since the Global Defense Initiative released what information they had on their new home to the public, or at least, to what little non-military personnel that called the various Earth-bound Blue Zone cities home. The public's reaction to the news thus far was rather mixed and could be best described as an unsaid undertone in every conversation even marginally related to the new reality outside of the familiar blue zones. However, the latest opinion polls showed that the majority of the population approved of GDI's decision to aid the Eurasians Federation in their fight against Tiberium as a quick and valid course of action. While there were concerns, especially about the rising cost of food, the general atmosphere was one of cautious optimism. On the other end of spectrum, however, was the general uneasiness caused by GDI's declaration of martial law and shutting down all means of surface-to-space travel and not allowing anyone to enter or leave the cities whether by air, land, or sea. Oddly enough, the most common reaction to the event was a resurgence in faith, with many of GDI's citizens rediscovering religion. It was an interesting development, considering that Rome and other centers of religions had literally been wiped off the map in the early 21st century by the spread of Tiberium and the actions of Nod. What survived were often fusions of several religions, or in some rare cases like the Catholic Church, Islam, and Buddhism, survived downsized and mostly ignored. Now the same churches and temples had become thriving impromptu community centers as they act in concert with GDI to ensure the populace had the support they needed. However, behind the scenes the outlook wasn't so rosy. Cut off from the all-encompassing trade network which had kept them supplied, GDI's industrial sector, within the two zones, could not sustain itself, not even with the trickle of Tiberium flowing in from the military's operations in Italy. And if they failed, GDI would have to relearn the meaning of the word recession or worse, an outcome which everyone in the room desperately hopes to avoid. Good afternoon and welcome everyone. For these who don't know me, I'm David Major, the head of R&D for General Hulls, Inc. and well, now the acting manager of the branch of the company in this world. The man at the head of the table started sardonically. I will get to the point. We all of us here today are the most senior representative of our respective companies present during the event. What I propose is a limited merger to create a holding company to represent us all. A extended business alliance and partial merger, if you will. A moment of stunned silence lingered after the proclamation before the group descended into chaos as the sound of proposals, counter-proposals, and protest drowned out all intelligible conversation in the room. Davis waved his hand for silence before he continued. Now, I know for a fact that these last few weeks has been rough to all of you. All of us. I know for a fact that none of our companies came through the event with even a tenth of our total assets. And I know that none of us not one have the assets to survive the next year. The closest would be my company in OLL, and even then we would have to cut back on most of our projects. He sighed into the expectant silence of the room. And that is why I requested to meet you all face to face today. To survive, we need resource. GDI need resource. And until the government fixes that mess in Italy and restart belt operations, we'll be getting a trickle at best from that direction. He leaned back and stared down the table. However, we do have another source, trade with this world. However weakened as we are, will be probably easy pickings for this reality's megacore. Which bring me back to my proposal. I am suggesting a limited merger and a business alliance between all of us to represent our dealings with this earth until we can stand again on our own 2 feet. A strange moment of thoughtful silence pervaded the room before a flood of excited conversation erupted around the table once more. That's an interesting proposal, especially coming from a company as large and well known as yours, Mr. Major, Alieska Sajo, the vice director of Krasna Aerospace Industries said, her voice cutting cleanly through the hubbub from her side of the room. But you do have a point. Krasna's parent organization, Mitsubishi, didn't come through, and while we still have control of a good number of sites within the blue zones and a shipyard in the Lean colony in orbit, we sadly don't have the resources to keep them running without declaring bankruptcy and freezing our assets until conditions improve. Even then, there is no guarantee that we would be able to regain everything. As Alieska finished speaking, silence once more reigned as those present considered what she had said carefully. Look, we all know that almost all our corporations moved their head offices off Earth during the last decade. Which is why you are here. And, yes, I also know that we technically all have the technological capability to recover independently, but we got to face the facts. None of us has the resources to last more than a few months, especially without access to GDI's Tiberium reserves. David added from the front of the room. It wouldn't be so bad if GDI High Command gave everyone access to their Tiberium reserves. It would help keep us running. Jans Van, a member of the board of directors of Gateway Shipping, the largest shipping company in the solar system, spoke up. But then again, without that reserve, we will be utterly screwed if anyone attacked us. I am sure that no one want a repeat of 47. If only they hadn't declared martial law. He finished wanly. You're still angry about GDI grounding your ships. Yum Prokaskova, a senior manager of UBES Systems, smirked across the table. Still, GDI's stance on Tiberium are understandable, especially considering the mess our predecessors made back when it first landed. I know, but we have more immediate concerns now. We have employees to worry about too, and without Tiberium or other necessities. Van winced. The economy will crash, David finished. We all know that. Again, that is the reason why I called this meeting. Most of us here do not have the reserves here, plainside, to last a year without cutting something important, not even us the big boys. All of us here should all know what the implications of that is. Despite Earth's position as the industrial powerhouse of the solar system, most of her industries was in orbit and thus left behind by the event. It had been that way ever since GDI began the colonization of the solar system, when hundreds of millions made the exodus to Earth's orbit and millions more made the journey to Mars and beyond. By the time GDI reopened Australia and Northern America for settlement again after Zocom's successful reclamation operations in 2064, Earth's population had numbered slightly less than 100 million planet-wide. Most of those who did return over the following 6 years were those serving with GDI or the civilian administration and their dependents. Strangely, despite the successful reclamations, GDI made no serious effort to repopulate Earth, a curious oversight, David thought, though he supposed he cannot blame GDI's planners for not predicting an act of God such as the event. Hey, now he thought about it, he found it funny he kept referring to the military as GDI. Officially the correct term for GDI's military forces was the United Peacekeepers, but after 40-odd years with GDI as the military organization under the United Nations, just about every single soul on the planet knew when the name GDI was mentioned or used, it referred to the military arm and not the civilian counterpart. He snorted, no doubt to the uninformed in this reality, it would sound as though GDI was a military junta. He supposed that would deflect interest from themselves by this world's megacore, which was a good thing in this recovery period, especially given their weakened state. He was snapped out of his musings by a growing commotion across the table. "I'm surprised that you are here, Ms. Kim." Another member of the room leaned forward, focusing his attention on Kim Song-hoo, one of the other major players in the room. "I would have thought that OLL would have no need of joining this meeting considering your 100-year agreement with GDI. A slight sneer appeared on whose lips before she answered, "Simple. I am here because I'm interested in finding out if any of you are stupid enough to reject this proposal and become available for acquisition." The moment she finished, she saw the pained looks appear a number of faces. Her smirk transformed into a predatory smile. "Sir Major here encouraged me to attend today's meeting mostly because aside from his company, OLL is the only one with enough resource available to stand on its own 2 feet. She paused for a moment, her smile widening as she continued, "I can only assume that he is using me as means to an end. I do appreciate such business sense, so I will give you all a fair warning, if any of your companies fails, I will annihilate it before it can endanger GDI." "What?" someone yelled, shocked. "You can't do that." "Actually, with the amount of assets available, I can. Let me make this clear, Otani Lincoln Laboratories have supported GDI since 1999. It was founded by GDI scientists. And ever since then we've seen the horrors of war, death, and Tiberium, a constant reminder of our fates if GDI fails. We will not allow that to happen." I suspect this was the other reason behind this meeting was. A tired nod and sigh from the man himself was answer enough. "If he hadn't set this up, I suspect most of you would have run out of resources soon enough and Mr. Major and I would be left fighting over the pieces." "You lied," someone accused, directing it at the front of the room. "Just a little. While we have reserves, all of it is already designated for use for a number of our own projects," Major answered defensively. "Like the new mammoth?" Van said, a smile playing on his lips as he saw the reaction of the head of R&D of General Hulls, rumored to have dual-purpose 120mm railguns, missiles pods, reactive, adaptive and hexagonal armor and a Class 2 EVA assistance. "Don't be surprised, rumors of the new mammoth has been floating around the internet for years now. Especially since General Hulls Inc. is such a vital GDI partner." Major did not dignify the statement with a response, but the meaning behind the statement was quite clear to everyone in the room. "Fine, I'm pretty sure that everyone can see where this is going, but I think," Van said, his eyes locked onto Major's, whose emotionless stare refused to give anything away. "I speak for everyone that this alliance or whatever you want to call it will not be permanent unless we request it or most of us goes bankrupt. That is acceptable, and I'll admit that I wasn't completely honest. As Ms. Kim pointed out, as the only remaining senior individual of General Hull Inc., I have no intentions of allowing any of your companies to trigger a collapse, and I'm more than willing to take actions to avoid that," Major said without hesitation. "I can agree with that," Mark Jin, the CEO of Endless Rondo, a mid-tier corporation, replied. "I've worked too hard to lose everything I've worked for. Even if it meant handing off my work to more capable hands." A wave of murmurs and nods of agreement swept throughout the room with only a few dissenters glaring at the head of the table. "Then in that case, I officially invite you to join in the Equal Business Endeavor Alliance," Major said, seeing the reactions of most of his colleagues. "The details can be worked out later, but right now we should focus on the major issues facing us all. Like access to Tiberium and other raw material in the foreseeable future." Jin asked. "Yes, I've talked to the government about getting access to their Tiberium reserves a few weeks ago, and while the answer was still a firm no then, that is no longer the case as of today. They have given us permission to use the Tiberium that the first fleet will be shipping in from Italy within the next few days. The Tiberium will be rationed," Major said. "Why don't they just let us ship it directly from Italy and help them with it?" Van asked irritably. "Because they haven't informed the locals of Tiberium's other properties besides being a terraforming agent and an energy source," Ms. Kim said. "What?" someone yelled, only to wither under the glare of her very distinctive black eyes before continuing, a bit softer, "and tell them of Tiberium's full potential? Considering our history, do you think that their reactions will be any different from ours when presented with the full potential of Tiberium?" The wooden stare he received was sufficient answer for the questioner. They all know from their history classes the various nations and corporations' reaction to Tiberium. With a few exception, most countries and companies allowed it to spread indiscriminately when it was discovered that planting it on the ground and waiting a month was enough to ensure easy harvesting of mineral resources without the cost and dangers of mining. It effectively destroyed the mining industry within months. Worst, the reckless spreading of Tiberium by the companies led directly to the near extinctions of the human race a few decades later. Hyperbolic as it might seem, it was pretty close to the truth. I don't think the government will lift marital law anytime soon, especially if they plan to keep Tiberium's full potential hidden for as long as possible. They'll want to ensure that they have complete control of the situation when the truth is discovered, Song-Hu thought out loud, and we really don't want the locals to know why we are requesting shiploads of Tib. Considering they are pretty much at war, the temptation to use Tiberium to increase their industrial output will probably be too much for them. What can we do when that happens? Alyeska asked worriedly. I am drawing a blank here. There isn't much we can do, is there? Someone said, almost whispering. It was a few moments later that someone broke the silence. No. There is something else. Who replied, her expression unreadable. We could deliberately try to crash this world's economy, flood their market with everything we have. It wouldn't stop them, but it might give GDI a chance to halt that madness. Directly. Let's keep that as a backup option. Major winced. I suppose that we can try and look for other economical solutions in the meantime. Alyeska perked up. GDI announced that they plan to restart their space programs. We can use that opportunity to prepare our own programs. Seeing the confused looks on a number of them, she continued, think of the business possibilities available to us in this new reality. We know from what the press corp has released about the history of this Earth that they only gotten as far as the L points and Mars and have never fully developed or colonized the rest of the solar system. With this alliance between us, we can pool our resources to set up plans that will pave the way towards the path of colonizing the rest of the solar system for mining operations and more, thus ensuring our economy domination. She continued, after all, if GDI is successfully in removing Tiberium, we'll need an alternate resource base to build our economy upon. That's a great idea and it'll force them to focus elsewhere. But if they find out about Tiberium's full potential, there is the danger of them using it to try and keep up with us, and we all know where that would lead. Major nodded from the front of the table. They would be pretty much insane to even try at that point. But even if they are insane, GDI will have to take action and it wouldn't be pretty, replied Songhu with a forced smile. Remember the Tranquility 21 colony? Or should I call it the Tranquility 21 crater? The pained winches around the table was answer enough. She was referring to the infamous incident where Nod separatists occupied the lunar colony Tranquility with smuggled Tiberium-based weaponry and explosives. GDI had reacted rather forcefully, deploying Zocom, several divisions and the entire First Fleet to contain the situation. The end result was a 200-meter deep crater centered where the heart of the colony once stood. Even then, the Zocom unit charged with the cleanup operation took absolutely no chances in dealing with the aftermath, combing the area for 2 months non-stop before finally declaring the site safe. The question was left hanging as the event was quite infamous within certain areas of the public. While some saw it as an excessively heavy-handed reaction, the majority of the public decided that Tiberium was loose and it had to be contained as fast as possible to prevent another of mankind's refuge going the way of Earth. After the incident, people questioned what happened when a dead planet was seeded with Tiberium. While there are several commonly accepted theories, the general consensus that Tiberium on a dead planet wasn't a good idea. Especially with the risk of an uncontrolled Tiberium-fueled Kessler cascade, in addition to the high possibility of multiple underground gigaton explosion triggering other liquid Tiberium deposits which effectively set off a chain reaction. Of course, this wasn't mentioning the general public opinion of Tiberium, which was colored by its effects on Earth. There is a more important question. If we all agree to all these plans, where does the profit goes to? Jin asked, stating the obvious. Details, we can work something out in the future, but keep in mind that legally the companies that aren't presented here are either subsidiaries of my own or one of the other players here. And anyway, under the 67 Free Trade Act we would all be shareholders in the holding company if we go ahead with that. Major replied. I think it's only reasonable to say that we distribute ownership proportionally to the assets our companies put in, said Van. Most of the representatives of the smaller companies shot dirty looks at him, knowing full well that they do not have the assets to contribute much to the scheme monetary, not and keep afloat at the same time, but we can hash out an agreement for that later as mentioned earlier by Mr. Major. He added placatingly. That I can agree with, said Jin with thoughtful nod. Before we can start discussion concerning the matters related to the new business alliance, I want to add something that I believe Mr. Major was too polite to say. If any of you aren't interested in being part of this alliance, then you should leave now. Now wait a minute. Van protested, but he was cut off. As it was correctly summarized earlier, none of us here will survive until GDI gives access to Tiberium. Even then we are all going to face shortages and hard decisions in the short term. If you cannot work together with the rest of us in good faith, I would suggest that you stop wasting your time and start making other arrangements. So if anyone here wish to have no part of this alliance, I ask you to please leave this room now, Jin barked. After a few tense minutes 2 people left the room. David and Songhu both nodded slightly but took no other action. Anyone else? Asked Major softly. No one else made to leave as they stared at each other in silence. Good. Now that is resolved, what I want to know is food production, Kim asked, her amused eyes briefly locked onto Major's. We all know that the soil in the blue zones are still recovering. They're almost completely devoid of minerals or nutrients of any kind. One of our companies have been working on a solution to the problem and is pretty close to a one, Major replied, secretly sharing a smile, as he indirectly relayed a request from GDI. However, we could use a lot of help in setting it up. So what about moving into space? GDI has announced their intention of restarting the space programs again. We need to be ready when GDI finally launch their space programs so we can claim the outer systems before any of those fools can beat us to the punch, Van said, eagerly, referring to their counterparts from this reality which, in his mind, had basically ignored the treasure mine on their doorstep. Of course, that is an advantage that we just can't give them, Alyeska admitted painfully. If we get there first then we have the advantage in manipulating the resource market. Plus we get direct access to resources that can easily replace Tiberium, if GDI is successful in their containment of it in Italy. I suppose we can always sell excess resource back to the locals for a profit. I support the suggestion, Van said, the cheer in his voice at the prospect of denying the local corporations the outer system completely at odds with Alyeska's painfully honest tone. But we do have a shortage of ships now. Only 21 out of 239 ships of Gateway's fleet come through, of which only 3 of which are GST class. The rest of them are the smaller Oslo freighters and Helsinki courier. And I think the rest of the shipping companies have 2 GSTs and another 20-odd freighters altogether. He asked, receiving nods of somber acknowledgement from the other representatives. The lack of numbers is certainly an issue but we can always build more, Major acknowledged with a nod at the man. But that will take time and resources. Which bring us back to square one, Jin interrupted, smiling slightly. I think that we should end this meeting here. At this point, there is still legal and other issues about this alliance that need to be dealt with before we can move on to any of these possible projects, Song-Hu said tiredly. However, I think that we can all agree that our course and desires for the near future is pretty clear. That makes sense, Major noted appreciatively. I'll get started on a draft of the contract and we can all get our lawyers to look over the finer point later. For now I'd suggest that we adjourn this meeting for today. 00. Date, AD 2070/CE70, February 22th, 10:23 p.m. European Council Building, Brussels, Eurasian Federation. To those working within the Federal Council Building, the sight of President Julia Borski storming down the hallways of the dignified building followed by a gaggle of half-heated protesting security personnel had become a common sight over the last 4 years. Lucky for her it was late into the working day so there wasn't a lot of people present to bother her, but even so, she returned the nods or waves of the few guards or civil servants with a practiced smile. It was common knowledge by this point in her term that the president loved to get a chance to go out and talk with members of the public or government, to the point where pundits often called her a wannabe movie star, despite the trouble it cost security. However, today was slightly different. She was scheduled to have a meeting with her Secretary of Commerce and Treasury, both of whom were currently busy locked in an overtime session with the Committee on Financial and Economical Development. It really was surprising just how often her staff had to reschedule a meeting because of overlong presentations. Still, it certainly wouldn't surprise her if the Council were concerned about the effect on trade in the Mediterranean given the severe weather off the coast of Italy. In the past week alone, several ships have been heavily damaged and almost sunk when an ion storm tore into several shipping routes servicing the Mediterranean. According to the scientists, the situation is likely to worsen over the next few months before GDI containment efforts can reduce its severity. That is if no problem are encountered. She scowled internally as she grabbed the entrance of the council chambers irritably, intent on getting her meetings done with before the day was over. According to the timetable the meeting should have been over half an hour ago. However, before she could slam the door open, she was interrupted by the sight of an out-of-breath Helena Hunzi approaching down the corridor. A single bemused nod from the president to the head of her detail cleared the room for the still panting secretary. I'm assuming this couldn't wait? President Julia asked bemusedly. No ma'am, Howard requests that you schedule a meeting with him later tonight, Holland said between breaths. He said that this is about some information he would rather not have the Oversight Council knowing. Okay, Henrik, Yevdika move? The president ordered, as she found the nearest empty room. You know what to do, I need to talk with Mrs. Ahunzi. The bodyguards nodded, thoroughly sweeping the room in question with a small detector before reappearing moments later, saluting at the president to let her know that it was clear. Only then that the two ladies entered. All right, this room should be pretty secure, can you give me a brief rundown? Yes ma'am, we just got our first report from Lieutenant General Damon and there had been some general reports that his 2 divisions have arrived and have been refitted with Tiberium-resistant vehicles and light combat-powered armor. They are currently receiving training from GDI forces in the SJZ and will be performing light duties until they are ready to operate deeper in the zone. Good, having our own forces in the area should reassure the public somewhat. The president nodded. Wait, GDI had enough combat armor and vehicles lying around to completely outfit 2 division in a week's time. Well, according to our agents attached to our forces and the general reports, yes, they were issued standard GDI police armor, Holland answered. Despite this, according to the technological analyst embedded in the 72nd, the armor outstrip our soldiers feeling for by about a generation in almost all areas. We are currently working on acquiring a copy for study. And you are right, Madam President, MI6, and Howard thinks that there is something weird going on with GDI. However, Howard thinks it is related to the threat of this scrin, MI6 concur. I'm assuming that Howard has ordered the general to get his hands on additional GDI tech when possible. The president asked, knowing the mindset of her defense minister. Yes, Madam President, and of course, he has ordered the general to only do so when possible and not to cause any problems with GDI, Holland said. Good, I take it that there is more. The president asked. Yes, Holland said, the report also revealed a number of concerns that Howard wanted to discuss with you later today. In particular there are the issues of protest. There are protests? Where? Julia interrupted in surprise. Helen winced at the outburst. Yes, Madam President, there had been a large number of civil disturbance and a few large-scale protests and riots in the refugee centers GDI set up caused by groups opposing being grouped with those who have fallen victim to Tiberium. According to the General and GDI, such groups are usually founded and/or incited by Blue Cosmos sympathizers or incited by fear of the inhuman appearances of Tiberium victims. According to recent polls, there has been an increase in the number of people supporting or at least having similar views to Blue Cosmo. Damn it, the president cursed mentally, them again. Still polls weren't to be trusted completely, they aren't always done right, but this still development was worrying. The GDI police forces in the SJZ have already taken action and have separated the troublemakers from everyone else. GDI are also pressing charges against those responsible, however they are willing to go through our justice system for now. The president didn't need the rest to be said, she could figure out the problem herself. If people already have problems with those affected by Tiberium, what would be the response of the public when they move out of the SJZ and into the larger federation, especially with Blue Cosmos adding fuel to the fire these days? And then there were the issues of law enforcement in the SJZ and the issues of GDI legislations and jurisdiction. On a related note, a number of our citizens in the SJZ have expressed interest in seeking asylum with GDI. Helen continued, the GDI ambassador stated that they are willing to grant asylum to anyone in the SJZ who wish to start a life away from the troubles given the current situation of our world. Provided, of course, that they obtain permission from the appropriate governments. The president sighed, anything else that the general reported? No, but there is something else of interest. We've also gotten word from the Incorporated Seismology Research Institution that they have detected regular magnitude 4.1 tremors originating from the tower. Ambassador Wright has assured us that GDI is investigating the cause of the disturbances. What about the other countries, are they acting on this? The president asked. Partially. We have gotten word from the Republic of East Asia and the Kingdom of Scandinavia asking about the situation, but nothing so far from the Atlantic Federation, South Africa Union, or Bunion, or any other nation, Holland replied. Tell Howard I'll meet him later today, also relay a message to the GDI ambassador that I would like a chance to talk with the Supreme Commander, if possible, to discuss the situation in Italy. The president finished, thanks Helen. As Holland was about to leave, she felt her phone vibrate in her pocket. She paused looking at the president for permission, who nodded. The call was short and to the point, and left her frowning in frustration. Is there a problem? The president asked, seeing the reaction on her face. Maybe. We've just received word from GDI on the location of their upcoming conference with the African community. It's in Cairo. Well, isn't that good news? Make sure the commander there knows, not to fuck up and start another incident. The president said, her eyes narrowed in thought, and also get our people in counterintelligence to sweep the meeting site first. I know we have people in the area. It is on the edge of our territory after all. Remind me to bring this up again when I meet with Howard later today. Holland nodded in acknowledgement. As she left, the president took a moment to compose herself before leaving the room with her bodyguards following as she stride purposefully back to the council chamber, her detail following in her wake. 00. Same time. Unknown location, African community. All right, everyone know what to do. A dry raspy voice gritted out from a cloud of smoke, no one have any question. We have never attacked any location in Cairo before. It worrying that we have so little information on the factions there. Another voice, this one laced with concern, interjected. Surprise will be our friend. Besides their first impulses will be to assume that either the Cairo Freedom Movement and the African Liberation Front are responsible for the attack. A female voice countered confidently. By the time they suspect it is us, it will be too late. What about the UN troops in the city? A large majority of them did choose to stay rather than head home, and we know the local police and the military don't have a problem with them helping out when necessary, especially since they have experience with dealing with the CFM and the ALF. The worry-laced voice injected again. I doubt that they will be a problem. A man cloaked in the shadow at the far end of the room replied. But yes, a majority of the UN forces did stay in the city rather than head home, the dry voice of the first speaker rasped out, but there are plans to divert everyone's attention elsewhere. Anything else? The warrior attempted to answer but quickly deflated at the scorn-filled glares sent his way by his compatriots. No. Good, then we meet again at the Cairo safe house in a few days, just before the conference starts. The leader puffed out another cloud of smoke, Get some rest, people. In a few days we strike another blow against Western imperialism and the world will remember us for our actions. Unnoticed and unheard by all, the man at the far end of the room broke into a maniacal smile. And I will enjoy seeing you all die, for the sake of our future. 00. Date, AD 2070/CE 70, February 24, 12:02 p.m. Copernicus City Autonomous Zone, Luna. Blissfully oblivious to the plotting of elsewhere in the Earth's sphere, life goes on, bringing with it the little messy conflicts, resolution, problems, and solutions to everything it touches. The moon was no different, even as humans finally set foot on and colonized the small planetary body, turning it into their first permanent settlement outside of their home world. The familiar pattern continued, different viewpoint leads to different opinions. Different opinions lead to divergent approaches for survival, mutually exclusive strategies competing for resources. In the end, conflict is inevitable. Such is the nature of life. Even so, there are those who seek another path, working towards a future where a fair and just life awaits all. Bernadette Leroux was one such example. She was no stranger to the dark side of humanity, and it was the reason which drove her to seek the truth. To seek justice, but in the end, it was truth, no matter how ugly it may be, which allows the people to break past the prison of indifference and falsehood to allow them to change for the better. That's what she believed anyway. That's why she was here on the moon, seeking to uncover the truth behind the war, to give the public the information they need to make the informed choice. Yet despite months of investigation, she and her crew hadn't had much luck finding anything useful besides a few dead ends that lead nowhere. Then the Tegmark event happened, and amidst all the confusion, she felt her chance slip away, as if some group used the chaos to cover up all traces. So here she was, relaxing in a cafe down the street from her lodging, having finally admitting defeat for the time being after months of futile searching. "So did you hear the news?" said a teenager, likely a student of the University of Copernicus, not far from where she was busy writing down notes. Ah, she thought, grateful for a distraction from her report to her editor explaining the month's failures and the lack of progress in her story. This might be interesting. "Hey? What news?" His companion, a pretty girl, probably another student, answered. "About the conference in a few days between the UN and the African community. I heard ZAFT will be there too." UN? What UN? "You know, GDI, the nation from another universe that was transplanted here." The girl glared at her companion woodenly. "Gray, really? No. You know as well as I do after that stupid assignment last week that the GDI is nothing like the UN. "I know," Gray said cheerfully, seeing his mistake and not really caring, "but GDI is like the UN's bigger, meaner brother, both maintaining international peace, promoting human right, fostering social and economic development, protecting the environment and providing humanitarian aid, right? And fight world wars which make the Reconstruction Wars look like a joke, ensure the survival of the human race in a universe trying to kill them off, rule the earth as its global government and face off alien invasions." "Hey!" The girl continued deadpan, rolling her eyes. "And I swear if you try to link this to that Illuminati or New World Order crap, you'll be doing the cleaning for the next week." "But when you?" "Next month." Fine, shutting up now." "Good," the girl continued sweetly, "now this double chocolate combo." Bernadette chuckled softly at the couple's interaction, already feeling less frustrated at the failures of last. The wistful grin off her face, she slowly considered the issue that had been bothering her over the past few weeks as the cafe's TV caught her attention. It was currently tuned onto a news talk show, well more like a heated debate between a number of experts, with the host trying futilely to keep the conversation civil. "I don't expect the ceasefire to last long. While the appearances of GDI was unexpected and has brought the war to a temporary halt, it doesn't mean the peace will continue indefinitely," one of the talking heads was expounding. "No matter how powerful GDI really is, you can't expect them to intervene in any future war between the Earth Alliance and the plants purely for moral reasons. GDI isn't just some national government, it's a planetary government. By that matrix, they will act because that is how they are used to acting. And only a part of their government came through. They still have yet to establish some sense of long-term goal in this world beyond their neutrality and space exploration plans. Which means nothing. As soon as the Alliance and ZAFT start shooting, I am sure that they will strike, if just to prevent their citizens from being caught in the crossfire. Let me remind you that this is a totalitarian government who is willing to wipe entire cities off the map to protect their people. Your definition of totalitarian must be pretty interesting. Regardless, what makes you assume they will react with force for certain?" The other countered. "They're his. Sorry to interrupt the argument, but I think we've talked about this issue quite enough. It is time to move on to the next question," the host interrupted with a practiced smile as the experts nodded, allowing the host to continue. "As mentioned before by you, Professor Maya, GDI had undergone a change from a military organization into a planetary government due to the circumstances in their world, so my question is, what do you foresee the impact this will have on the rest of the world and the solar system?" Well, to be frank, one must understand the differences between the responsibilities of a planetary and national government are. Simply put, a national government interests and responsibilities are to its own people within its own territories, while a planetary government's responsibility and power base lies with the whole planet. That said, for GDI to be an effective planetary government, a truly tremendous amount of geopolitical and social issues have to be resolved: resource allocation, defense allocation, the have and the have-nots. GDI has shown all the signs of having resolved such issues. The standards of living are almost all equal among GDI's population. Citizens willingly join the military and fight to the death in battles halfway around the world defending other GDI cities. A global currency and language is in place. Sure, there are local quirks, but is expected. Even the differences between one genes which have the earth and plants at each other's throat is reduced to mere footnote in their society. Simply put, this means that GDI has the ability to marshal the entire resources of its power base far more efficiently than our own governments. Before the host could speak, he was interrupted by his other guest, his tone cold and flat. I have to disagree with parts of what the professor said, namely that the issue caused by the ability to alter one's genes. That is a major problem that should be dealt with, especially the path that it could lead to. One which may lead to those who abuse it ceasing to be human in the first place. Isn't that? The host began, only to be interrupted again. Don't mistake me as supporting the radical views held by certain members of the public, but please consider the situation with the mutations caused by Tiberium. If it wasn't for the UN firm actions, the purity of the human genome there would be far different from what we have seen. I have to question your statement, considering your use of language. Professor Knight. Professor Maya stared at the man in distaste before continuing. You are cherry-picking the facts. As it is, 76% of their world population's genes have been altered to one degree or another, with the remainder being untouched, not to mention the massive drop of their world population from 5 billion in 1992 to less than a billion within a century. My point still stands. I admit it weren't their fault. Need I mention GDI's own requirements for their colonization programs? The primary requirement being only 100% humans and those mutants who aren't dependent on Tiberium were accepted. Not to mention the move by GDI to allocate mutants to the yellow zones or the cures they tried to develop. Which is only logical considering that without Tiberium said mutants would die, said Professor Maya interrupted, his opinions of his fellow quickly decreasing. Getting back to the question at hand is the fact that if none of the current governments have achieved what GDI has in their own reality as far as colonization and exploration of the solar system resources is concerned. If they fail to do so in the future, GDI will economically surpass everyone in the Earth sphere once they tap into the resource of the outer solar system or other star systems. A situation that will only be made worse, if containment of Tiberium in Italy fails. Bernadette smiled at that statement, as everyone on the show quieted down for a few. Professor's prediction was probably right, and it needed to be said for the simple reason that this was a long-term issue that needed to be considered by all the governments in the Earth sphere, even her own. All right, began the host of the show, with that question aside, some have questioned the existence of the mysterious Cain, the leader of the Brotherhood of Nod, especially his relations with the Bible. The Roman Catholic Church and other Christian religions have denied any relations or connects to him or the Brotherhood, but that has not stopped the conspiracy theories. The most popular of which states that Cain and other important mythological figures were aliens. What do you have to say on the subject? Well, enough of that, Bernadette thought, as she put her things away, grabbed the sealed coffee cup, and left the shop, heading back to the apartment she was staying at with her crew. She could have taken a car or a fast rail to save her the trouble, but she didn't feel like it. She needed some more time to think. Though as she walked, she made sure that she didn't put too much strength into each step, otherwise she would go flying into the air, a common mistake made by tourists when visiting the moon. She studied history and knows that every government, even her own, had its secrets and skeletons that they did not want to see the light of day. GDI was no different. Just reading about the measures they had taken in establishing the blue zones on their Earth spoke volume of how serious the organization took its responsibilities and how far they will go to enforce it. It explained the fierce wars, described in the history files that GDI had released, when Nod rose up to challenge them while they tried their best to save the world from Tiberium time and time again. It didn't mean that they were not the good guys, but they were unquestionably not saints. One didn't have to look further than all the wrongs committed by humanity in the present and the past. GDI was no different. They made the hard calls and paid the price for it. Yet, they had still managed to forge a functional and by all indications, a fairly prosperous and peaceful society out of the ashes of their actions. It made her wish at times that her government and the Earth would just made up and just let the past be, but that would be impossible. She sighed. In truth, she figured the official reason for the war was utter bullshit, and for someone like her, it hurts. Simple fact was that the plants were never going to solve Earth problems. It was simply a stepping stone to the outer solar system. She figured that it was the mounting tensions between naturals and coordinators and the economic downturn which lead to the current situation. So far she had no proof, nothing but what the governments were saying, which basically boiled down to blaming each other for the moon bombing. Still, it is worrying. The war could go badly for everyone concerned, especially with the views that certain politicians held. At least the military still seem pretty level-headed. She stopped, turning to look at the apartment she was staying, a 4-story building, underground and not too close or too far from the spaceport. It was always a good idea to stay close enough to the exit. It ensured that she could leave quickly when required and yet not close enough to be caught in the crossfire if the trouble started at said exit. It was a piece of advice her mentor had given her way back when she was in college. And considering the current situation she and her crew were in right now, it was advice that she could get behind. Besides, staying out of the public eye until it was necessary to reveal themselves was safer than everyone knowing that they were coordinators, even if this was the moon. Still, there were other events happening here. One of them was the increase in the number of people moving to the moon. While it is only a small trickle for now, she had no doubt that it will increase in the future if the situation on Earth worsens. Still, she hopes it was only a matter of time before she finally did get the chance to get to Earth to learn more of GDI, she thought as she made her towards her room with graceful bounding strides made possible by the low gravity, double-checking the hallway before entering. "Hey Berna, welcome back. How was the coffee?" Wordlessly she tossed a sealed cup at Luke, her cameraman who was sitting in front of the television set, who caught it with a grin. Surprisingly, he was watching the same talk show about GDI as she was watching back at the cafe. "So, where is Emil?" she asked, walking past the cameraman. "She went out to get some food after you left for coffee and some alone time," Luke answered, snickering at the screen. It looks like one of those idiots is about to have a stroke. Anyway, our story is still transferring, about 84% done now." Chuckling, she slumped down into the seat next to her cameraman, noting that one of the figures on the screen did look suspiciously red. "Anything interesting on the tele?" she asked. "Nah, just a bunch of experts talking about the impact the GDI deep space programs will have on the Earth's sphere. Basically they think this will spark a new space race." "Well, no shit, Sherlock," Luke said, rolling his eyes. Earlier they were conjecturing that the logical move for both the plants and Alliance if they really want to stay economically competitive is to launch their own deep space programs, but with the state between the two and the lack of ships designed for deep space use on both sides, they'll have to reallocate resources from defense or call off the war. It will be like pulling teeth. She finished for him. "Yep, and to make the situation even more interesting is GDI's deep space network," Luke snickered. "Something funny?" "Yep, did you read GDI history files? They were able to detect relativistic alien ships as far out as the Kuiper Belt," Luke said, barely managing to get the sentence out without breaking into a laugh. "So, what do you think this mean for ZAFTs and the EA's warships?" "Oh, I know, right?" Luke snickered. "I'm sure the government has realized this and is working towards finding a solution, but..." He sighed, changing his tone more serious and somber. "There is still the war to deal with, unless a peace treaty is signed or some miracle happens. And I don't really see a peace treaty being signed by either side as they are now." She nodded. "I agree. But there is really nothing we can do about it now." She sighed before changing the subject. "So any bets on where our next assignments will be?" "Well, the rumor from HQ is they are looking for a team to cover the African community meeting once they have gotten all the permits and safety issues sorted out. After that, it might be into the special joint zone depending on how the diplomatic relations with GDI goes. That should be an interesting experience," she thought, finally getting a chance to see whether GDI actually put their money where their mouth is and actually embrace the ideals they endorse. Besides, there is still the loose ends here on the moon for her to finish up and one story at a time, she told herself firmly, one story at a time. 00. To the southeast of the SJZ in the city of Cairo, Woodcutter waited quietly by himself inside the living room of the soldier he was visiting. Looking around the room, he saw nothing special in the living room. It was plain to his eye. There was no display of medals or awards that he could see nor any other personal touches to the room. Everything was plain. It surprised him, as he'd expected the man to be like others whom he'd met before, man like him who actively display their achievements on the battlefield, but then, the majority of soldiers he met in the past did not have the reputation of this man. An colonel who refused to leave Cairo when his nation called him and his men home after the United Nations was disbanded at the end of last year. Woodcutter had to admit that he did miss the United Nations, especially the humanization missions they performed, particularly when they were operating here. They were rather helpful to him at time. Humorously, thinking about it now, he suppressed the desire to laugh darkly as he thought of the reports of UN personnel going rouge, a few of whom were military personnel who refused to return for one reason or another. Of course, it went without saying that these men, or at least these whom belonged to the more well-known units, were recruited by various mercenaries groups. He's heard rumors that Serpent-Tail was in Cairo looking to recruit people. Little surprise, since the 495th Mobile Battalion was one of the best units from the Equatorial Union. The news networks pushed the development aside, since it was overshadowed by the coverage of the creation of the Earth Alliances. And he and countless others were thankful for it. He'd already picked up new additions to his bodyguard, so it surprised him to hear that it took one of the most well-known mercenaries groups this long to get here. But then with the conference, it made him wonder. Well, it didn't matter now, he was bound to hear about them from one of his sources, so there was no need to rush. The 495th Mobile Battalion was the 5th unit, rotated into Cairo by the UN, changed with keeping the peace between the foes. The battalion had been there since '64, since then they had plenty of practice over that period of time with dealing with the ALF and the CFM with help from the city police, whenever possible. The reason could be laid directly at the bitter aftermath of the war. The Eurasian's government at the time couldn't afford the financial resources to help these afforded by the city, with the majority of the money generated by the canal, been used anywhere but there. A stupid mistake, no doubt, but an understandable mistake since there were problems closer to home to deal with then, but it did not change his belief that all politicians were short-sighted men, whom only paid attention to the present and the near future. So it was no surprise that after all these years, these same bitter emotions had only worsened and consequently feed the hatred and anger that the ALF and CFM felt towards their northern neighbor. Not that he cared much for it, with the oil running out in the 80s and 90s of last century, everyone from corporations to nations rushed like human waves at adapting and developing nuclear power in order to keep modern civilizations from falling apart. Which meant pretty soon, no one had any problems with cargo ships been refitted with light water reactors, nuclear reactors to keep international trade and the world economy functioning. Despite the impact that the construction of the mass drivers had on shipping since then, an increase in the price to use the canal was enough to keep the money flowing to the Eurasia government pockets. The formal soldier name was Muammar Farkash, a colonel from the Equatorial Union. A man born as just another one amidst billions, of whom only a few would ever be unique enough to stand out or even matter in the grand scale until the day he joined the military. He'd studied the man history, with the help of friends who provide him with information. The colonel was a man who grew up with nothing. Woodcutter turned his head slowly to the left so that he could see out the window, seeing nothing more than a blank wall. He wondered how his family was doing. They should be safe there. He'd already taken measures to ensure their safety, so everything should be fine for them on the moon. Finally he heard the sound of the colonel's footsteps approaching the living room from the direction of the kitchen. The man had gone to the kitchen to get the two of them tea. He watched silently as the colonel set both cups on the coffee table between them. "So what brings you here?" Woodcutter asked Farkash. "I was wondering if you would be willing to help me with a situation," he said, looking at the man. "What situation?" the colonel asked, slowly and carefully. "The upcoming conference between GDI and the government in a few days. I want you to use your connections with the city." "Is something going to happen?" intercepted the colonel, seeing where it was going. "Maybe," he said, with a smirk on his. "Tell me, does it honestly surprise you?" "No," Farkash said, sadly, "but I expected better. I guess the Supreme Commander little statement on genetic engineering must have really set them off, even though one could tell that in comparison to their problems ours is nothing," said Woodcutter. "Regardless of her intentions, Woodcutter, shouldn't you have informed the government?" the colonel said, staring and watching Woodcutter reactions very carefully. "I already have," Woodcutter said, "but I want some additional backup, in case something goes wrong. Besides, I haven't received any further intel about the situation." "So you're acting on intel that hasn't been updated since they bought weapons from you?" Farkash said, thoughtful. "No, I've been updated," Woodcutter said, simply, pausing for a moment to think before continuing. "All I know from my sources is the target." The two men fall into silences until it was broken by the colonel. "It's not going to be easy. The government has already moved in the military to deal with security for the conference and the city is helping them. There isn't much else I can do, Cutter." "Don't be an ass. We both know that the 89th isn't ready and are still green, just like the rest of the military is," Woodcutter countered. "Fine, I'll see what I can do, but you own me," Farkash said, firmly. A triumphant grin made its way across Woodcutter's face. 00. February 27, CE 70. African Community, Cairo. So it came to be that the day conference finally dawned, and with it, the city of Cairo suddenly became the center of attention of the world. In an amusing turn of fate, what was originally planned to be a quick meeting between the head of states of the African Community and GDI had ballooned into a 3-day conference as representatives from the Oceania Union requested their presence at the meeting along with their ally. It wasn't long before the Earth Alliance learned of the move and in turn requested to send observers, though understandably not all members agreed to sending one person to represent the whole Earth Alliance, so they ended up sending a whole contingent. Shortly after this, several neutral powers followed, and it became clear that most of the solar system nations, with the understandable absence of the Martian Confederation, would be represented at the meeting, leading some to crack that the GDI had somehow resurrected the ghost of the UN. The committee responsible for planning the event, however, ran headfirst into several major problems imposed by the choice of the conference location, the city of Cairo. Cairo was a thriving metropolis, the centerpiece of the African Community redevelopment plans for Northeast Africa, and as such a perfect place to impress on visitors the renewed vitality of the nation. It was, however, not exactly the safest of places nor the most ideal location to hold an international conference of this caliber, considering its history with terrorism, especially with the Suez Canal, one of the hottest terrorist hotspots in the Mediterranean region, being just half a state away. Still, it wasn't like they had a choice on the matter. the best they could with all the politicians running around was to hope their security measures were adequate, as the alternative was a lifetime trip to a gulag, as one of them morbidly joked. On the bright side, they were given permission to use whatever resources they needed, within reason of course, to ensure that the conference ran as smoothly as possible. Unfortunately, the only thing the African community had resembling special security forces was the 89th, an elite unit formed less than a year ago. Hence, it surprised no one that the committee took additional measures such as hiring mercenaries groups like Serpent-Tail and Steel Fortune. Furthermore, additional plaincloth police and special weapon and tactics units were transferred in from surrounding cities. When combined with the local garrison troops and the GINS, SAS teams, and additional troops contributed by their allies, the committee felt that they had enough bodies to have security covered. In fact, it might not be too far from the truth to say that they went a little overboard had the situation not been what it was. Nevertheless, security was highly organized and ready to react to any sign of trouble, even if it meant other details didn't receive as much attention. Therefore, in the days leading up to the conference, it was not an uncommon sight to see armed troops patrolling the streets and setting up checkpoints, creating a layered defense around the conference site, the King Tut Hotel, a mediocre, which pretty much sum up the African community in a word, hotel located in one of the better districts of the city. With the occasional appearances of the fearsome GINs guarding the city borders alongside the smaller figures of tanks and armed troops manning checkpoints or on patrol, security was tight to say the least. Yet the residents didn't mind at all despite the trouble and delays they caused, rather indeed, they actually welcomed the conference for the additional security forces, not to mention the economic stimulus it brought to the city. So it wasn't a surprise to find the street lined with onlookers watching the progression of the convoys of dirty armored vehicles carrying tired-looking soldiers escorting the gleaming limos of the diplomats to the hotel. The first to arrive was the plant's representatives with the Earth Alliance observers at the tail end of the convoy, placing a few hundred meters and several representatives of various organizations such as the DSSG and Orb between them to prevent diplomatic incidents. Of course, the world had no illusions on why the major powers of the world had decided to converge here. It was pretty obvious they were all here to get a good foot into the door with GDI, so to speak. Fortunately for all concerned, the main VIPs of the conference, the GDI dignitaries, had already arrived unnoticed far earlier, and severely derailed the plans of several groups. Damn, no visuals on target. 00. Medium Earth Orbit, GDS Philadelphia 2. 4 hours ago. AF1, you have clearance for launch. Proceed to coordinates 2A to join up with your escort group. Best of luck for the talks, Commander. Affirmative and thank you, Philadelphia Control. AF1 out. From her vantage point in the co-pilot seat, McNeil clicked off the comms and sat back with a wistful smile at the sights afforded as the shuttle gently edged out from the armored hatchway of the Shuttlebuoy. Never get old, does it? Captain Hunter asked from the pilot seat to her left. Nope, especially not since we came here. It is a nice change to see Earth all azure blue, forest green, and earthy browns, McNeil replied, her voice contemplative. And not murky blue and purple clouds with radioactive green underneath it all went unsaid. I understand. I must say, Earth orbit have a lot more variety these days. Hunter grinned before looking back at her instruments. Anyway, we are entering visual range of our escorts about, now. True to her words, McNeil spotted a flight of Seek-looking shapes heading towards the shuttle, two angular triangular deltas of the Aurora interceptors, each paired with two distinctive graceful Cancard and M-wing form of Firehawk KM-3 fighters. All right, forming up in formation, we'll be entering the atmosphere in 5 minutes. Ma'am, do you want to be here for the re-entry or do you want to return to the cabin and save Flight Lieutenant Duren the humiliation of losing to your security detail for the... Hunter paused and checked the display screen showing the cabin security camera. 6th time in a row. McNeil buckled the seatbelts and smiled in response. As the flight left space and slowly began to descend into the atmosphere, multiple radar and telescopes tracked its descent, watching the large blocky shuttle, which most space historians would describe as a cross between a late 20th century NASA space shuttle, a Sukhoi 37 of the same vintage and a main battle tank, slam into the upper atmosphere, underbelly glowing red-hot from compressive heating yet keeping formation with its escort. The unwanted watchers soon lost lock as the formation burnt its way through the worst of re-entry, slowing as they hit the upper stratosphere, which was unfortunate for them as they would have observed the two auroras breaking off, utterly invisible to radar and all but invisible to the best cameras at that height, ready to strike at a moment's notice. The remaining 5 crafts continued their descent, heading towards Cairo. As they streaked over the Red Sea, they were joined by 4 fast-moving contacts. Immediately the Firehawks swooped forward, placing themselves between the approaching contacts and the shuttle. Suddenly the radio crackled into life. Unknown flight, this is ZAFT Combat Patrol Delta, you are entering Cairo Air Defense Zone. State your intentions. McNeil's eyebrows rose inquisitively as Captain Hunter replied, ZAFT CP Delta, this is GDIAF-1 bearing a diplomatic mission to Gaza International Airport. Over. The reply sounded a bit sheepish. GDIAF-1, welcome to Africa, Gaza International Airport is expecting you. Be advised that there is an ongoing terrorist alert. Have a pleasant journey. Will do. GDIAF 1 out. Hunter switched off the comms while glancing at the Supreme Commander. Well ma'am, we'll be landing in about 5 minutes, so I'd suggest that you get ready. Give me orders again, Grunt, and I'll have my foot up your ass, Pilot McNeil said jokingly, which was answered with a hearty laugh. Good luck for the talks, mama. Thanks, McNeil answered with a nod. 00. The first thing the African Minister of Foreign Affairs, Gyasi Mukantagara, or indeed, the crowds of security personnel and selected reporters waiting at Gaza International Airport saw, or rather, felt of the GDI contingent's arrival was a low rumbling to the southeast. A sharp shriek then pierced the air as 4 graceful forward-swept wing fighters whizzed overhead before turning sharply and circled the airport, on the guard for any threats to their charge. Then she saw the shuttle itself. It was large, a blocky, wide-bodied shuttle of comparable size to the old jumbo jets of the 21st century, though it had a certain predatory line around it, in her mind at least, looking like it was more suited to flying around a battlefield taking missiles to the face before unleashing hell on the offender than it was delivering VIPs. A testament, according to her underlings, to the shock and awe philosophy that GDI prefers, though it was another thing to experience it herself. The waiting crowd watched as the shuttle's flaps raised and thrusters flared into being, slowing the shuttle and aligning it with the runway where it landed with a low rumble. Satisfied, the 4 GDI fighters dipped their wings at the airport in salute, before activating some type of booster, soaring upwards at speeds beyond anything the crowd had seen before, easily outstripping their fighter escort. Woodcutter certainly wasn't kidding about their style, Deputy Assistant Minister Oluwatoyin thought coldly from his place behind his superior, watching the GDI fighters leave their ZAFT escort in the metaphorical dust, an offer for cooperation followed by a show of force. A carrot backed by a hefty stick, blunt, simple yet undoubtedly effective. I hope you know what you are doing, Gyasi. Noticing movement, he turned his head back towards the shuttle just in time to see a lady in a white dress uniform, presumably the Supreme Commander, exit the shuttle via stairs which had unfolded from the shuttle's hull, flanked by a pair of armed guards. The scene thus far was incredible and only made even more surreal when those present and the media finally got their first look at GDI personnel, with the Supreme Commander striding confidently flanked by her bodyguards, one in particular a mutant which momentarily captured media attention with the alien, carapace like Tiberium shards glowing out of her face. The whole scene was, as one reporter later puts it, like a scene in one of those old black and white movies with the aliens disembarking from their ship to negotiate Earth's surrender. Still, when heads of states arrives, certain protocol must be met despite the surrealness. Thus with a sharp signal to her bodyguards, Gyasi made her way to the runway to meet the GDI director. Welcome to Cairo, Director. I am Gyasi Mukantagara, Minister of Foreign Affairs. It is my honor to welcome you to the African community. The minister said, offering her hand a gesture of friendship. Verena McNeil. Likewise, Minister, the Supreme Commander answered, grasping the offered hand in a firm handshake. I have been looking forward to finally being able to meet you in person. It is my pleasure, Supreme Commander answered the minister politely, please follow me. There is a limo waiting to take us to the hotel, where the conference will be taking place. Please lead the way, McNeil said, glancing at the cameras for images' sake before following the minister. Thank you, Gyasi replied, walking towards a cluster of parked vehicles. Unfortunately, we only have space in the limo for one of your guards, so the rest will have to follow in another vehicle. Is that acceptable? That is fine, Minister. McNeil answered with a practiced smile, giving the head of her security detail a nod. With a salute to the Supreme Commander, the half-dozen armored troopers turned and boarded a nearby truck with the African soldiers while the 2 women and their guard continued to the limo, whose door was opened for them. Thank you, Kibwe, Gyasi nodded in thanks to her driver. Both the minister and the commander entered the limo, followed by a single member of their security detail. Shortly afterwards, a slight rumble indicated the engine had started as the limo begins its journey, following the Riverside Road to the King Tut Hotel. I noticed our rather heavy military escort and mentions of a terrorist alert on our way here, Minister. If you don't mind me asking, why? McNeil asked. Cairo isn't exactly a safe place to be, Supreme Commander, we have a number of domestic issues, the minister said with her best poker face, carefully scrutinizing the woman before her for any reactions. And unfortunately, some of the more violent elements would use your nation's arrival into this reality to complicate things. McNeil made a small noise of understanding, replying the minister's intense scrutiny with a calm smile. I have to wonder about the choice of location for the conference then, Minister. Surely there are safer places in your nation like your capital. Minister Gyasi's face remained firmly expressionless except for a slight twitch of her eyebrows that was barely noticeable before she gave a quiet sigh. I am afraid that decision is above my pay grade. Unfortunately there is little I can do, however my government also has a number of concerns that we wanted to clarify with yours before the conference begins. Such as? The President does not approve of the treaty with the Federation on principle, but he and I agree that the basis of the treaty made sense within this peculiar situation that the Earth sphere has found itself in with your arrival, the Minister said with a momentary smile on her lips. That said, it does not change our main concern. It sounds like this is related to the reason why this location was chosen. McNeil replied, not sure where the conversation was heading. In part. While my government has no problems with agreeing to a similar treaty between your government and the Federation in ensuring that Tiberium doesn't spread beyond the SJZ, we have other concerns that we wanted to discuss. And these are? McNeil queried, grimacing inwardly at the inevitable politicking. Let me put it this way, Director, do you know why we, a Earth nation, allied ourselves with ZAFT despite the current views that the public has of them? No, not really. Look around at this city, Director, Gyasi began, indicating the view outside the window, and you will still find the scars inflicted here by Earth's plutocratic elites almost half a century ago. Scars which still reside over the years as their opportunistic lapdogs have tried to drain what resources we have left to fund their opulent lifestyle. And now they are trying to do the same to the colonies in space. She hissed venomously. Make no mistake, Commander, that is what this conflict is at its heart. While that is enlightening, I am afraid I cannot commit my government to any agreement not regarding Tiberium at this time. McNeil answered impassively. Gyasi paused for a moment. I understand. Furthermore, my government would like a non-aggression treaty with GDI. We have no interests in a war that we can't pay for. That isn't a problem, we have no interest in fighting any war against your government or anyone else for that matter. McNeil said thoughtfully, but what of your alliances with the plants? A relationships of benefits, you could say. We provide them with a secure base of operations, they aid us with training our own forces and economic aid. Gyasi replied simply. Not a surprise, though McNeil, but it was a risk. Of course the treaty was signed before the current hostile situation, so I'm assuming that your president will be asking for help in dealing with the violent elements you mentioned. It would be courteous of your government to do so, but that isn't the concern. Gyasi said, pausing momentarily. The history between my government and the Federation is public knowledge, so I will keep things simple. We want to take up your government's offer to act as a mediator between us and the Eurasians over the Suez Canal. I see, McNeil said, but why bring this issue to my attention, Minister? The canal is the lifeblood of this region. Annual income from taxes alone is roughly 30 billion UC, convert that into our currency, that is around 62 billion naira per annum. Even a fraction of that is more than enough to fund our recovery. I would have thought with the development of the mass drivers, there would be a drop in seaborne trade. McNeil queried, drawing upon an ops briefing on the subject. Recently, increased usage due to the war has resulted, plus civilian use, has driven up the cost to the point that sending cargo by sea is cheaper again, which is where control of the canal comes in. We want the Eurasians to allow us to operate the canal in return for part of the profits as reparation for the Second Suez War. I will bring this up with the Eurasian Foreign Ministry, but there seem to be a fact that your government and the Eurasians seems to be missing, namely, Tiberium impact on trading throughout the Mediterranean. It may take decades or more before Tiberium is completely removed from the Med, even with our containment technology. Containment technology which your administration refused to share, Commander. Gyasi said stiffly. And unfortunately, unlike the Eurasians, our nation has nothing to offer you for your gracious aid in cleaning it up. She glared, her last words laced with barely concealed contempt and sarcasm. Hey! McNeil blinked, surprised. Minister, your country is currently in almost no danger of Tiberium infestation, but there is still a small but non-negligible chance of it happening in the future. No operation is perfect, Minister. Which is why my government is interested in renting several sites within your northern coast at rates both our governments find acceptable to support our efforts in the Mediterranean. For a moment, the minister stiffened in shock and fear, but she recovered surprisingly quickly, impressing McNeil. In that case, I will inform the President of this new information immediately, since this will impact our recovery plans. Of course, additionally, a recent alliance of our corporate interests are looking for a local supplier of raw materials and are willing to invest in your nation, assuming we work out some sort of common trading framework. McNeil added, and given that it is in our interest to have a strong central government here in the case that Tiberium does break containment, GDI will also be willing to offer limited economical aid and our expertise in rebuilding. That would be greatly helpful to us. The minister admitted, not completely trusting the Supreme Commander's words, though a flicker of hope blossomed deep within her heart. However, the two continued their negotiations as the vehicle continued on towards its destination, effectively laying the groundwork for the conference in the future. 00. Present time. African Community, Cairo. A nondescript apartment block near the Eurasian Federation border. 48, this is 97, status. Overfield Agent Hamza asked over the radio in his hand. Convoy is crossing the bridge at the moment and is approaching the final checkpoint on the other side, no sign of package. Keep an eye on them. 48, 97 out, Hamza said, changing frequency to another of his team. 48, officially Col Raymond Browning, was the leader of the team he's sent off to recon the streets within the perimeter surrounding the hotel. That had taken some quick dancing on his part to be able to get the team inside the innermost layer. Though it did help that Raymond was one of the best operators the Academy had produced recently. 2. This is 97, report. Over, the agent continued, looking over a map of the city and floor plan of the hotel gathered from various sources. High Command had in their ever-present wisdom, deemed it fit to grant him 3 teams to deal with this situation. He wasn't quite sure what 17 men, himself included, could do if things went wrong, but that's what he had to work with. There was a limit to training after all. This is 2, doves are overhead and watching, nothing except fishes out here. Answered backup team's leader, ready to take over the operation and drone strike all sign of trouble into oblivion if everything were to go to hell. Team 2 was also responsible for mapping out the layout of the African forces and scanning for any traces of nuclear, chemical, and biological agents. Thus far they have yet to find anything except for a suspicious fishing boat. Good, keep a watch on the situation and let me know if anything changes. Hamza ordered over the radio. Will do, command. Hamza heard before changing frequencies to the last of his teams. 88, this is 97, are you guys ready? Hamza said. This is 88, ready to rock and roll on your order, the assault team's leader answered without hesitation. We're load and ready to move out. Good, stay on standby. 88 out. Hamza said, putting down the radio, turning to look at the flat-screen TV currently showing a map of the city. 88 was in command of his action team, and like 48, it had taken some skill his part to sneak the heavily armed team just inside the JDF's defensive lines. Hamza didn't like this mission, every instinct which kept him alive since the start of this career was screaming at him to abort. There wasn't enough time to do a proper recon of the target or even to do proper planning, and his team consist of a odd dozen operatives from all branches hastily thrown together. Hell, he wasn't even allowed to cooperate with the Africans or ZAFT security forces. It was as perfect a setup for a disaster as he had ever seen. Sure, he got his hands on a few military drones for COB, but that was probably going to be as useful as a snowball in hell if things goes tits up. All that does is create an even bigger political shitstorm if anything happens. 00. 30 minutes later. African Community, Cairo. King Tut Hotel. Adam Vermelia sat at the counter of a bar overlooking the cityscape of Cairo, quietly slipping a glass of what tasted like red wine. After an hour's ride on what the locals like to call a road system and having to tolerate that buffoon of an ambassador all the while, he felt he was entitled to his drink. He snorted inwardly, truly he could see why this place is the dumping ground of the Atlantic Federation Diplomatic Corps. At least, he mused with a finishing slip from his glass, the wine here is good. Another glass, same. Thanks. He ordered, putting the glass on the counter, studiously ignoring Orb's representative down the table while the bartender refilled his glass. Truly, the things we do for our country. He scowled, still frustrated at the amount of self-aggrandizing BS that incompetent idiot who called himself the Atlantic Federation's ambassador to the African community. He then allowed himself a little smile as he mentally reviewed his increase in wealth and power from his investments spurred by the frenzy of military spending by nations around the Earth's sphere and the deteriorating relations between Earth and the plants. GDI's presence only deepened it and serviced to further enrich him and his fellow investors. The man smirked as he turned to look up at the TV screen only to feel his smile widen. In recent news, the plant's Supreme Council has recently announced they will be dispatching a scientific and exploration fleet to Earth. The exploration fleet has been cleared by the Earth Alliance Council and by GDI Space Control to approach Earth and to remain at an intermediate circular orbit above Italy. Said the news anchor, according to plant spokesman, Alan Tanaka, the fleet's task is to study the alien tower in Italy, in which they will have more success compared to naturals. Arrogant assholes. Smirked the man. Thank you for making our life easier. The exploration fleet will be led by the renowned ZAFT commander Raul E. Cruzet, the newsman continued. No one is going to be happy with that, he smiled, right up till he was interrupted by a massive flash, followed shortly by a thunderclap that sounded like the end of the world. Shortly afterwards that smoke could be seen rising from the Eurasian-controlled East Cairo, near where the border ran through the middle of the city. 00. The first responders arrived at the location of the explosion within minutes only to be confronted by a scene of chaos. The sight wasn't pretty, chunks of black and rubble strewn the area, often covered in the remains of unfortunate civilians. Other wounded were littered around the street, their cries of pain and shock fading into the thick smoke wafting from a few still burning fires. It wasn't long before Eurasian police and emergency forces arrived. As per standard operating procedure, the police responders started checking the bomb site for another bomb and evacuating seriously injured civilians to the ambulances waiting a few blocks away. Finding nothing, the police on the site gave the all-clear and soon armored Humvees from the nearby governor's residence, police cruisers and ambulances arrived in force, searching for survivors and carrying off the wounded. Unfortunately for them, the attackers also knew of their standard response. So as a truck turned to leave the street, a rocket, a copy of the old M72 light anti-tank weapon, streaked down from the roof of a nearby building and impacted the pavement next to the truck. The resulting explosion flipped the half-ton vehicle over. More gunfire and explosions followed as both sides started shooting. It wasn't long before the other police convoys arrived to help their fellows, and it was then that another massive explosion sounded to the east, in the direction of the governor's residence. 00. The first clue that Adjutant Chef Seti of the PI2G, Special Intervention Platoon, got that something was wrong was when he looked at a screen and noticed the East Cairo police convoy arrived early. He knew with the bombing and battle just a few blocks over, the military and government buildings are getting reinforced and a patrol of East Cairo police were heading here, but to arrive this promptly? Something was wrong, his instincts whispered. Control, this is Gatehouse, looks like the police finally got their act together. Do I lower the gate now? The army sergeant guarding the gate asked over the intercom. Negative, Gatehouse, wait until we can confirm. Seti replied. Alright, Control. They look pretty legit though. I count about 30 men in police armor on the trucks and probably same in the cars. They. Man said. This isn't what it looked like, a small voice at the back of his head insisted. Keep an eye on them. Seti answered before calling the local East Cairo police station. Westberg, this is GR, I see you troops arriving early though under strength, did you guys run into another ambush or anything? What the hell are you talking about? The nearest convoy is still tied up in a firefight at the 41st and we're diverting all available forces to reinforce them. They should arrive at your location in 15 minutes. What? Oh Monday to you. Merde. Seti breathed out, suddenly running back towards his console, slamming down a red button. Code 2. Code 2. We have a imminent breach. Sirens rang as armored slabs slowly slide into place, blocking the windows and doors while an additional massive concrete security gate unfolded, blocking the gateway. What the hell can't? Too late. As the first car of the convoy reached the driveway, it suddenly accelerated, ramming the closing gate and exploding in an intensive fireball, destroying the guardhouse and throwing everyone in the control room off their feet and more crucially, jamming the 7-ton gate in a half-open position. Seti struggled onto his feet and grabbed his headset, cursing the terrorist as the lights flickered off then back on, indicating someone cut the main power lines, delaying the closing of the armored shutters while backup system began warming up. Gatehouse. Report. The only reply was static. Damn it. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a screen showing a semi-trailer speeding across the front gardens, right towards the... Oh merde. Another rumble shook the building as the 5-ton vehicle rammed the door of the entrance hall, the half-closed armored shutters tearing apart under the force of the impact. Sir. I am reading multiple breaches in the first floor perimeter, at least a dozen and counting signatures ingressing by the entrance hall and the antechamber. Agent Ara's voice rang out. Gendarme Valeri reports his team are engaging the intruders at Corridor 7 but they will need to fall back soon or they will be cut off. Get them and Paulus to regroup and hold at the dining room so we can get a secure route to the safe room. Seti replied. The governor is in his office. It will take too long to move him. Agent Johnson, the other communication officer yelled, with the number of hostiles it will be 10 minutes tops before they get overrun. Damn. Seti punched the table in frustration, thinking furiously, belay that last order, get Valeriev and Paulus to hold as long as possible then fall back and lock down the bunker. Hopefully they can buy enough time for the staff to make it. Get the rest of the security personnel to regroup and consolidate at the corridor leading to the governor offices, he said pointing at the security team meant to guard the control room, get ready. Johnson and Ara, you two slave the security system to your work pads and relocate to the bunker before it is too late. Keep me updated. Seti ordered, the pair nodding in acknowledgement shortly afterwards as they complied with his orders. The rest you, let's go, we're delaying the bastards. Donning his helmet and grabbing his service rifle, he turned to face the rest of the command room, and Ara? Light a fire under the asses of the damn police will ya? Yes. Good luck sir. He heard as he lead a small group of armed men and women, a mix of private security and soldiers, out of the control room and entered the corridor. Damn it, almost half our troops already gone, last count of about 20 plus hostiles. This is going to suck. Seti thought, running carefully down the corridor, his man following on his heels. As he reached the landing overlooking the entrance hall, thankfully without resistance his mind added, he saw some 24 men, some armed and armored with standard police-issued armor and MN357, a local redesign of the old HK-UMP, while others had a wide assortment of weapons including clones of the venerable AK-47 and M16. Some even had what looked like sawn-off shotguns. Not good, thankfully they haven't seen us thought, pull off a spherical object off his vest, signaling his man to do the same. Down. Frag out. He ordered, dropping behind the thick concrete railings as the gunmen below scattered and filled the air above him with lead. Fortunately, his men followed his order quickly enough to avoid the rain of gunfire, before they were silenced by the satisfying explosion of the grenades. However, their minor victory was short-lived. Even as they stood to spray the hall below them with gunfire, they could see more gunmen entering from the torn shutters. The survivors of the grenades were also regrouping and splitting into groups, some shooting at the second floor while others massing together, storming towards the wide stairs. "Damn it, sir! We are pinned! We can't hold!" Lawzone yelled as he emptied a magazine blindly over the railing, return fire chipping away at the wall above him. "Back! Back!" Seti yelled, putting another burst into a gunman charging up the stairs, covering his men as they retreated before rushing for the corridor himself, trusting them to cover him. It was a bloody slog back to the governor's office from there on. 00. Where the fuck is my backup? Seti screamed into the radio, firing blindly down the hallway and ducking down as a hail of 9mm slammed into the metal cabinet acting as a makeshift barricade in response. "It's on the way," Seti heard over his earpiece. "Last update from the police says 5 minutes. Tell them to hurry the hell up." Seti screamed before taking a quick look down the hallway. There were only 10 gunmen left of this wave along with 2 wounded and another dead. Still, the situation wasn't good, they were trapped, and there was only the governor's office for them to fall back to unless he counted the 3-story jump out the windows. Did it really have to be here? Seti muttered as he did a quick count of his man. "Damn it, only 5 left. Make that 4 as another man caught a few rounds to the arm. Lawson, get Zefoto ass to the office. I can still fight, chef. You can't, you cretin." Another sharp scream alerted him as another of his men went down, his leg clipped by a bullet ricocheting off the wall. "That's it, we are falling back. Lawson, grab Bierman and fall back, we'll follow you." Seti yelled, snapping up and unleashing a withering hail of automatic gunfire down the hall as Lawson pulled the other injured soldier off towards the governor's office. "Let's go. What are you doing?" he barked as he saw another soldier stab a detonator into a block of explosive. He tempted to ask where he got it from but decided to save it for if they survive. When they survive, he mentally chased himself, giving them a taste of their own medicine. The soldier hissed back, hiding the block under the barricade. "Let's go." With that, the 3 men took off down the hallway, splinting between what little cover they had, stopping and firing either from behind doorways or behind decorative pillars, not particularly great cover for a grown man but better than nothing. As they did so the enemy rushed forward, intent on finishing them off. Now! With the echoing boom and a geyser of dust, the C8 charge exploded as the attackers climbed over the barricade. Taking advantage of the smoke and chaos, the remaining 3 Eurasian agents quickly made their way to their final strongpoint outside the office, sliding behind another makeshift barricade of overturned desks and cabinets. Seti leaned inside the office and took stock of the situation. The governor was crouching behind his desk along with his wife and the maid, tending best as they could to the seriously wounded, safely behind his men. That left him with 2 other men and 4 immobile wounded who can still fight. A grimace crossed his face as he considered the casualties, only 14 men left here out of 40 who started the day. Sons of a bitch. At least the techies and at least 2 more agents were safely holding out at the bunker. Speaking of which. Heads up boss, it looked like another wave is rushing your position. Agent Ara announced. Backup will be here in 2 minutes. Hang in there. Shit, he thought as more rounds impacted just around the corner, sending pieces of wood and concrete dust flying past him. They weren't going to last that long. Quickly, he slid a mirror into the hallway and took note of where the attackers were. Leaning cautiously forward, he fired, managing to wound at least 2 of the 5 gunmen who were advancing in the open, their screams of pain adding to the chaos. A sudden motion at the corner of his eye, he turned slightly only to see one of his men running across the hallway to him. A reproach forming on his lips died when he saw the reason why. The trooper was out of ammo. Seti opened fire down the hallway again, hoping to draw the gunman's attention onto himself. Gritting his teeth, he emptied the magazine and was rewarded as one of his shots connected with an enemy's shoulder. The enemy returned the favor by turning all their weapons on him, effectively pinning him down as chunks of his cover were blown away. "Did you get the ammo?" he asked over his shoulder as the man half leaned out of the office, his submachine gun adding his contribution to the firefight. "I did," the man answered, crouching down and firing aimed shots down the corridor as return fire began striking his position. "Here," he continued, sliding 2 magazine to the adjutant chef. "They are charging, sir." "Oh, Bazar set merd." Seti yelled in frustration as he poked his head up and saw 10 heavily armed terrorists with riot shields advancing down the hallway. While the shields could not stop his rifle rounds, it could still blunt the impact of the SMGs most of his men were using. Up and at them. With that, the cacophony of firefight increased as his men emptied their weapon blindly down the hallway, hoping to bring down the armored advance with sheer weight of fire while the enemy replied with their pistols and SMGs. They were joined by series of sharp crack of bullets punching through the riot shields as the elderly governor kneeled inside the doorway of his office, firing a massive engraved hunting rifle. "Sir, what are you doing?" Seti yelled at the older man. I've got this as a gift from my children when I got posted to Africa. The grim-faced governor mused, almost in shock, never thought I'd be using it like this though. As the governor answered, Seti's prayers were answered as a series of explosions and gunshots from outside the building signified that reinforcements had finally arrived. About fucking time, he whispered, as heavy gunfire erupted from behind the attacking terrorist as Eurasian Federation troops flooded the hallway. 00. Reports are coming in that explosions and gunfire have just rocked the residence of East Cairo's governor. Details are still sketchy, but it is clear that a well-planned and coordinated attack is underway. The newsman on the flat screen said. Well. Fuck. Agent Hamza muttered as he contacted his support team. This is 97, what the hell is happening? We are not too sure, sir. What looks like a police convoy just breached the governor's palace on our side of the border with car bombs and infantry. Not police though, the convoy came out of nowhere and no one caught it because of the chaos caused by the other attacks. 2 replied as a map indicating the attack sites appeared on the screen of Hamza's tablet computer. Alright, do we at least know who the attackers are? Hamza asked, worried but guiltily relieved that the attack didn't happen anywhere close to the conference. No sir, not at the moment, Hamza heard over the radio. All I am getting out of the military and police channels is a confused mess. All I know for sure is that the governor is under attack and reinforcements from the garrison and the police are moving to regain control of the situation. Damn it, any indications that this is not a standalone attack? Hamza demanded. I don't know, 2 answered, a hint of exasperation entering her voice as she reviewed what information she have. We lack the data to make further predictions. Never mind, we act as though it is a prelude to a wider action. Any indications of movement on this side of the border? He paused in thought for a moment. Oh. And can you feed what intel you have to East Cairo PD discreetly? Already done. I've also redirected a drone to fly over the site of the attack, but the military and police should have their own drones over the governor's palace by now. Hamza heard. Anyway, I've also detected a large movement of vehicles and people in the northwest quadrant, Zone 3. Tip off the Africans discreetly and keep me informed too, Hamza ordered before switching the radio to his force's common channel, just to be sure. All teams, this is 48, there has been a terrorist attack over on our side of the border, keep an eye out for any trouble. Assume case striker. He received acknowledgement from them all before cutting the connection and unmuting the TV. So just another day in this hellhole, Hamza thought with a shake of his head, listening to the commentaries as he scanned over the maps and reports on his tablet. At this point, we have no further information about the motives of the attack or who is behind them. The Eurasian government have not issued any further statement on the matter. In related news, the Cairo City Police and military forces have announced they will be strengthening security measures around the conference site in light of. Well, that was quicker than usual but expected. He turned his attention to his computer again, his mind racing. Was it coincidence? Who the hell would be gained by trying to launch an attack at this time and be stupid enough to march right into the teeth of increased security? The only group that come to mind would be the Central African Democratic Movement, CADM, and he was pretty sure that they didn't have any assets this far north of the community. After all, they mainly focused their activities down in Congo and the surrounding region. So who else? Who would be stupid enough? Blue Cosmos. No, they usually targeted locations in the capital and elsewhere in the community. They don't usually hit places this far north since there wasn't really any worthwhile here, even if Cairo's governors, both of them, are advocates for equal coordinator rights. Besides, they wouldn't risk their members by doing something this stupid. Or was he missing something? Unless they are trying to keep GDI from. 2. Do you have any new information? Hamza sighed, switching back to his intel team. 2 reads. Her soft voice come over the radio, a touch of mischief tinting her voice. Really? Boss? It had only been 15 minutes, getting impatient in your old age. Yup, old enough to kick your ass in our next karate match, Hamza answered with a slight chuckle. Anyway, an online video was allegedly released by the Cairo Freedom Movement, claiming responsibility for the attack on the governor place, apparently clearing her throat. 2 switches her voice to a sardonic baritone, to remove the leader of the occupation force of Eastern Cairo. Allegedly. In my opinion? Yes sir, half the attack didn't fit the CFM's modus operandi at all. All their attacks to date, including the one last month, have been focused on economic, administrative, and military targets. They wouldn't use unrestricted bombings in the suburbs and the slums as distraction, that will be literally burning out their own support base from underneath themselves. Also, the attack force is too well organized and equipped. Furthermore, IP traces. Never mind that for now, but give me a full report later. So it is not the CFM. Have the JDF forces covering the conference made any moves? Hamza demanded. Sure, a detachment of them just left the outer perimeter around the hotel and are heading towards the border. Anything else? Hamza asked. Nothing that I can see. Wait. 2 paused for a moment and the sound of hasty typing could be heard in the background. Crap. Remember the abnormal traffic we detected earlier? The one you told me to tip the Africans off about. Well. Shit. Well said, sir. There is now a rather large-scale urban battle in that area, with the closest fighting being roughly 10 kilometers northwest of the King Tut Hotel. 00. Police Captain Meanies was glad he wasn't alone when he arrived at Dispatch 4's last location. More to the point, seeing the charred and cratered street, he was raging at the death of his men but also guiltily relieved that he hasn't chosen to investigate the anonymous tip-offs personally. Set up a perimeter, I want this whole area cordoned off as soon as possible. He bellowed, turning to face one of his pale-faced lieutenants, you. Take a team and search the building, I don't want anybody to ambush us like they did with the hell are you still standing there for all I. Go. He finished, giving the still staring second lieutenant a shove. Why, yes, sir. Right away, sir. The green-faced lieutenant saluted as his training took over. Khan, take Nimat and Iamide and scout down the street. Find out who is responsible for this. The captain hissed at his second-in-command, still glaring at the scene of carnage, noticing a slight glint of reflected sunlight in the distance. Yes, Khan was interrupted by his commanding officer barreling into him, knocking him down as a sharp crack echoed down the street and his shoulder exploded in a burst of blood and shards of broken bones. Sniper! Everybody down! Meanies yelled as he grabbed his injured XO and dragged him behind the engine block of the patrol car. As he did so, more bullets raked the unarmored vehicle and a few went through completely, though thankfully none penetrated the thick engine block protecting him and Khan. Quickly poking his head up, he was glad that the rest of his men followed suit, diving behind cover without additional casualties. They needed better cover, he thought, ducking down as more gunfire echoed down the street, quickly leaning his friend against the thickest part of the car. Come on, Khan, stay with me. The captain muttered, ripping off his jacket and winding it tightly around the shattered shoulder as a makeshift splint and tourniquet, immobilizing the shoulder and slowing down the bleeding considerably. I wasn't expecting that when I woke up today, sir, Khan said, with a little laugh, color rapidly draining from his face as he entered shock. Hold it, he said, trying to project a veneer of calm as the distinctive bark of pistol and submachine gun fire sounded from across the street. Sticking his head out of cover, he almost started shooting out of reflex as one of his officers slid out of cover and ran directly towards him, darting from cover to cover, carrying a field radio. Sir, help is on the way, Lieutenant Ali has called for backup and they should be here soon. Good, hold this tightly and cover me, he said, shoving the jacket-turned tourniquet into the corporal's hands and holstered his service revolver. Sir. The trooper queried. Getting bigger guns. The captain answered as he fished around his pocket for the car keys, unlocking the patrol car before dashing towards the now open car boot and grabbing a large and heavy canvas bag. Task completed, he dashed back to cover before opening the bag and tossing a Type 71 rifle and 3 magazines to the corporal. Once more behind cover, he picked up the radio. Dispatch, where my backup? He barked at the mouthpiece while digging into his bag for another gun. We got problems here, there was an attack over the border at the Eurasian Governor House and we have units from the military moving independently towards the border to deal with any potential problems from that way, the woman at the other end of the connection breathed out, but the Europeans are blocking off the border and it's turning that part of the city into chaos. That was not surprising to him since they were most likely trying to stop any terrorists from escaping across the border. Well, it would appear that they were too late. I'm sending a few units your way, they will be there in 10 minutes, the dispatch officer continued. A drone should be over you soon, sir. Good, keep me informed, he said, as he turned his attention away from the radio and took stock of the situation. He wasn't alone anymore, which was good, and his men appeared to have rearmed themselves and were shooting back with SMGs and rifles at the enemy from behind whatever cover they could find. However, the enemy had set up a machine gun on the second floor of the building down the street and is pinning down his men. As he watched, another of his men was hit before another officer pulled him to cover. Fortunately, he had something to fix that. Cover me. Meanies yelled at the corporal as he stood up and pulled a long tube out of the bag onto his shoulders. Holy shit, sir. Where the hell did you get that? Khan exclaimed as the wide-eyed corporal started emptying his rifle at the enemy in short bursts. Amnesty bin. Meanies answered, aiming down the sights of the RPG-27 at the terrorist machine gun, eyes widening as he saw another masked man behind the gunner pulling up a rocket launcher as he pulled the trigger. Luckily, his rocket arrived before the terrorist had a chance to fire and demolished the terrorist position, sending debris flying into the street below. However, his efforts were in vain as another RPG smashed into fountain where a few of his men were hiding. Only one of them survived, though the man would have preferred to be dead as he screamed and writhed in pain before being silenced by more gunfire. He needed to take that son of bitch out, he thought, backtracking the smoke trails to the rooftops of the apartments by the roads, looking for the telltale glint of metal as he threw away his now useless RPG and grabbed a rifle. There. With a short explosive grunt, he braced his rifle and opened fire, being rewarded as the Rocketeer lost balance and fell off the 8-story building. That didn't help at all as yet another RPG smashed into the street to his right, only this time his men saw it coming and scattered while lead filled the air around them, their screams of pain indicating that not all escaped unscathed. Another one, he thought angrily, searching rapidly to see where the second rocketeer was. Suddenly the facade of an apartment exploded messily, sending body parts and debris flying into the streets as the deep metallic report of a heavy auto-grenade launcher sound from behind him followed by a ripping noise as streams of autocannon tracers intersected the top half of another apartment block, practically demolishing it. Themissiles which flew above him did demolish a third building, crushing any who are unlucky enough to be sheltering within. Things suddenly got very quiet as a column of Bushmaster APC come into view, the still smoking barrels of their mounted weapons marking them as responsible for the carnage. Stopping in the middle of the road, their doors opened to disgorge heavily armed soldiers who began moving towards the buildings, firing all the while at the now retreating terrorists. Mercenaries, not what he was expecting for backup, but he wasn't going to complain about it. He should have specified what he wanted for backup though, since the neighborhood probably wasn't going likely to survive. He cringed as the APC's active protection system took out an incoming RPG round in an explosion, blowing apart a shop front in the process. His radio crackled to life. "This is Major Roy with the Black Swords, we're here to back you up, Captain." "Good to see you, Major. I would inquire if your men would kindly try to limit your use of heavy ordnance within the city limits since might be still civilians in the area," he said resignedly. This wasn't the first time he had worked with mercs. "We'll try, Captain," the Major replied slightly sarcastically as another salvo of grenades and autocannons was unleashed upon a group of terrorists who were fleeing across the street. "But the lives of my troops comes first," the Major added deadpan. Meanie sighed. This wasn't the first time he had disagreed with how the mercs operates, but with the pullout of peacekeepers when the UN disbanded, the city police needed help to deal with its terrorist problem. Hired mercs made up for the shortfall of manpower, but at least this bunch weren't being gigantic dicks about it, he consoled himself. Soon silence returned to the streets with the terrorist fleeing or dead. "All clear," he heard the Major announce. "My company will secure the perimeter and set up a corridor for the medics for now." Meanie's breath out a sigh of relief before switching onto his command frequency. "All right, you heard the mercs, set up a triage area and see to the wounded. I want the seriously wounded to be ready to be evacuated once the ambulance arrive. Move it, people." He knew he'll be shattered later when the casualties report come in, he thought resignedly as he helped move Khan, but at least he survived. 00. Hamza could only frown deeply at the TV screen as new reports of the ongoing urban battle flooded the screen. He had already updated his agents on the latest development and instructed them to help out the African security forces if they could, but his thoughts were elsewhere, trying to figure out the end goal of all this. He doubted that the attack was just another random terrorist attack. Sure, there were the bombings last week and the week before, but they were nowhere near this well planned or coordinated, and certainly not on this scale. Then again, it could be the result of months of planning by fractions in this shithole of a city, but why now with the conference here? "This is madness," he mused, frowning, "but there is a method too." He frowned as he heard a fury of rapid popping sounds in the distance and the lights went dark, leaving only the soft glow of the screens and the sunlight filtering through the window to navigate by. "SI number. His radio hissed to life as one of his teams attempted to contact him through the suddenly static-filled airwaves. Repeat W number got number armed in trud number oint 5, number re-outnumbered. Get out of there. What? Team, repeat. Say your statu." Hamza never got the chance to finish as the windows shattered, announcing the passage of a bullet embedding itself into his chest, sending him stumbling backwards against the table. Moments later he crumpled onto the ground, out of sight of the window as his body jerked from the sharp blow of another bullet impacting. "Ugh," he groaned. He crawled, careful to keep out of the line of sight of the opposite building, retrieving his fallen tablet. Moments later the fire extinguishing system activated, filling the room with sprays of thick mist. Making the most of the self-created opportunity, Hamza bolted towards the door, keeping the presence of mind to grab his personal weapon despite the pain threatening to send him into the grasp of unconscious. Checking his tablet, he grimaced as he saw the front door exploded with a muted thud, sending his remaining agent flying and allowing masked men to storm into the apartment. With a silent snarl, he hit the door release and held down the trigger, pumping the slide of his pump-action grenade launcher trice, rolling back into cover as the trio of grenades he sent into the assailants' midst exploded in a wall of flames and overpressure, blowing most of the attackers apart and setting the rest on fire. "Requiescat in pace, bastardos." Hamza spat, adrenaline fighting off the pain, quickly sliding a clip of flechette rounds into the magazine of his weapon before rolling through the door as bullets begin flying in randomly through the window, pumping razor-sharp needles into the still screaming survivors of his previous attack. Satisfied with his handiwork, he slid in another clip and looked around for his remaining agent. "Hey! Rookie, you still alive?" The sound of debris shifting alerted him as he spun around and readied his weapon, only to see Private Rookie Huberto Miles's form groaning from under a chunk of the collapsed false ceiling. He hurried to his subordinate and freed him from the rubble, noting thankfully that the private's half-shattered body armor had taken the brunt of the damage. "Damn it, Rookie, stay with me, where's Shun and Vieri?" Hamza half-asked, half-ordered. "UG." Rookie moaned, rising awkwardly only to stumble and fall as he put weight on his left leg. "Shit. I don't know, sir, they were guarding the main entrance. I don't think they made it." "Stikazadot." Hamza cursed, quickly tying a splint on Hubertu's leg before hoisting him up onto his feet, noting a wince of pain crossing the private's face. Still he managed to limp towards the door at reasonable speed. "Never mind. Look like we'll have to take the second stairway, so I'll say sorry in advance." "Got it," Rookie hissed, cautiously peeking into the common corridor as Hamza typed in a quick 6-digit code into a keypad. He knew that the field agent had just set off a beacon screaming code 3, that is safe house compromised, and after 5 minutes the gas and thermal charges will go off, burning all traces of the Eurasian's presence here off the face of the earth. Task done, Hamza joined Rookie in hastily vacating the building. "This is 97, the safe house has been compromised, you have control." "Roger, 97, code 3 received." "I got Team 48 heading to the nearest extraction point," was the unexpected answer. "Good luck, make it back safety. Just one more thing too, this isn't your ordinary raid. They knew we were here. They were jamming our comms. Be careful." "Acknowledged. Please be careful too, Hamza." "Roger," he answered as just he reached at the exit of the apartment complex, grenades from him and automatic rifle fire from Rookie blowing apart a pair of surprised armed men, allowing them to run through into the streets. A short distance away the two agents collapsed as the full force of their injuries caught up with them. "I knew this mission wasn't a good idea," Hamza gasped out, leaning against the nearby wall to cope the pain from the 3 rounds he had taken, grimacing at the sting of the bruises beneath his armor. He'd been lucky that he wasn't hit by more bullets or AP rounds for doing something this stupid. "Damn straight SI." Any further words were drowned out by the fiery explosion destroying the safe house, the blast ringing in both agents' ears despite the protection afforded by the alleyway, sending another column of smoke rising into the sky as the rest of the building caught fire. "Come on, Private, let's go." Hamza straightened up, pulling the still gasping PVT Miles back onto his feet as the screams of sirens grows louder. "We can rest when we get to the evac point *. "Sir!" Miles shouted, shoving both of them into a nearby entryway, the telltale shrieks of fragments flying behind them as bullets riddled where they had stood just moments before. "Damn it!" Hamza cursed as the two of them slammed into the sturdy door of the building, eliciting startled yells of surprise from within. "Damn! More civvies! At this rate more civilians and AC police are going to be caught in the crossfire. Worse, what remain of their operation will be blown right open if the Africans catch them now." "Police operation!" he bellowed, hoping the bluff works. "Get away from the door and windows." Repeating himself in Arabic for good measure. Waiting for a few moments to let the civilians get away, he took out his sidearm and shot the lock off the doorframe before dragging Rookie inside. "Hurry, we have to get out of here." He hurriedly gasped, running deeper into the building, apparently a small workshop judging by the clutter of tools hastily abandoned. Look for a window or exit facing north or something. Soon enough, they found open fire exit at the back of the building, probably left open by the previous occupants in their escape, just as they heard the heavy footsteps of pursuers storming into the entryway they had entered by. As expected, the street was practically empty with most of the population staying indoors after the string of explosions and gunfire which had rocked the city throughout the day, leaving the two agents with a giant metaphorical shoot me sign over their heads as they hobbled into the deserted street. A fact which didn't help them at all when the ground behind them exploded with lead courtesy of a half-dozen SMGs firing out of a sedan roaring around the corner. "Shit!" Hamza growled out as they slammed into the ground yet again behind a concrete planter box which surprisingly, resisted the bullets pretty well. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see that Rookie was returning fire, the sound of his rifle deafening compared to the suppressed guns of their assailants. "Damn it, that's the 4th time today." He groaned, rubbing his rib where another bruise was forming under his vest, dislodging the still hot 9mm bullet in the process. Sliding open his weapon's magazine, he grimaced. "Only 4 grenades remaining, he have better make every remaining shot count." He took a deep breath, aimed down the sights of the launcher and steadily pumped in a round, only for his shot to be thrown off, exploding a harmless fire hydrant, sending a geyser of water jetting over the area as their pursuers started shooting from the workshop across the street they had just vacated. "This is bad," Hamza admitted silently in the confines of his mind. "We are caught out in the open with little cover and even less opportunity to escape, and if we die here our bodies will unleash a political shitstorm of epic proportion." "Oh," his mind added after noticing that Hubertu had thrown away his rifle in favor of shooting with his sidearm, "we are running out of ammo too, damn we are all going to, what?" The what that so rudely interrupted his grim internal monologue was the sheer increased edibility of the scene in front of him, a massive jeep, more like a mini monster truck. A part of his mind corrected, driven by what looked like a drunk tourist in a Hawaiian shirt had just rammed and practically ran over the attacker's sedan. Stopping a short distance away, the jeep's driver, a man with spiky brown hair and steel-grey eyes, dismounted and waved apologetically, and before anybody could react, pulled out a belt-fed machine gun with seemingly inhuman strength and began laying down a wall of fire. Simultaneously, armored soldiers charged out of the jeep, a young harassed-looking red-haired brown-eyed officer leading the charge. Damn it! ZAFT. Hamza's eyes narrowed as he recognized the make of the armor of their unlikely rescuers. Look like we will have to give up now, Private. Still slightly panting from the adrenaline, he slowly stood up, careful to keep his weapon in a non-threatening position. But Sir Rookie started. Unfortunately, they got us now. Any further action by us will blow this clusterfuck right open, Private. Can you imagine what propaganda ZAFT or whoever those bastards were just now can spin if we start shooting ZAFT troops in the middle of Cairo? Hamza asked rhetorically as the ZAFT soldiers finished driving back their assailants and turned their weapons towards the two Eurasian agents. Identify yourself and drop your weapon. Remember, don't antagonize them too much. We still have rights as pals. Hamza hissed before straightening, subtly hitting the transmit tab on his radio, hopefully giving the rest of the Eurasian team some idea of what is happening. Colonel Hamza Karadei. Serial number F77121A. He declared, giving the green-shirt ZAFT soldiers a calm yet defiant stare. The Zoft officer blinked olishly at his cooperation before relaxing slightly, though still keeping his sidearm pointed in the two agents' direction. Back against the wall, Anha, sir. I doubt that will be necessary, Da Costa. The Hawaiian shirt jeep driver gave the officer, apparently named Da Costa, a slight smirk before turning onto the Eurasian agents. You people are with the Eurasian Federation Army, Special Actions Branch if I am not mistaken? Now I suspect I know why you are here, the man continued, tilting his head in the direction of the King Tut Hotel, which placed me in an interesting conundrum. He paused for a moment, studying the two agents in front of him. So tell me, how do you think the next war will start? Hamza, Huberto, and Da Costa blinked simultaneously at the non sequitur. Sir, I am not sure this is the place to be debating about politics. Da Costa said while Huberto looked confused at the ZAFT soldiers who shrugged confoundedly. However, Hamza, the war will start when politicians find the tools they sought to control the masses have developed a mind of their own. Hamza stated wearily, prompting Da Costa and Hawaii shirt to turn back towards him. And once that happen, it is only a matter of time before their rhetoric and promises come back to bite them, if they haven't started to believe their own so-called truths, that is. I guess you are talking about Blue Cosmos. Da Costa queried, to which the Hawaiian shirt man gave Hamza a half-humoring, half-inquiring glance behind his subordinate's back. Perhaps. Or perhaps I am talking about coordinators and their myth of self-superiority. Hamza paused, daring the coordinators present to contradict him. After a moment he relented, shaking his head. Or maybe I am talking about Orb and the shield of their neutrality. Or perhaps the Atlantic Federation and their right to intervene. Or my superior's stupidity, he added mentally. The specifics doesn't matter when the end results are approximately the same. Interesting hypothesis, Colonel Hamza. Hawaii shirt smirked. I suppose you also understand the situation we are in. If the Eurasian Federation get caught being involved in this cluster F. Massive screw-up, it would be a provocation that the politicians of ZAFT cannot ignore despite our mutual purpose. After all, what are ZAFT's promises of defense if Euros like us can watch through the best that ZAFT can offer? We will make your Supreme Council look like fools. And what happened after that? Hawaii shirt prompted. War, Lieutenant Commander Waldfeld. Hamza replied simply, finally recognizing the Hawaiian shirt man. War on a scale which neither side is fully prepared for. 00. Codex, the Suez Canal Crisis. The Suez Canal Crisis, also known as the 5-month war, the Second Suez War or Operation Fallen Sword, and the African-Eurasian Canal War, was a series of diplomatic and military confrontation between the African community and the Eurasian Federation over the possession of the Suez Canal in early CE 18. The crisis ended with the F in control of a half-destroyed Suez Canal and left the African Community Joint Defense Force in a critically weakened state. Sparked by a series of sudden resource shortage and the dozens bushfire conflicts caused by the Eurasian seizure of the last of the Middle East's oil reserves, the Second Suez War caused the death of an estimated 500,000 inhabitants of Cairo, destroyed much of the city and left both combatants spent, militarily in the case of the African community, politically in the case of the Eurasian Federation. The war followed the African community's decision to nationalize the Suez Canal and impose tariffs on European shipping in December of CE 17. This was in response to the Eurasian Federation's invasion of the eastern Mediterranean states and the influx of refugees it caused, which were straining the African community's economy to its limits. However, at the time, the Eurasians were, and still are, unwilling to allow one of their strategic supply line in the hands of a neutral power and used this as an excuse to secure the canal for themselves. The Eurasian leadership of that time also wanted to prevent the African community from being a direct competitor of the Eurasian Federation in the Mediterranean Sea area. Thus the Eurasians' strategic objectives were twofold: to capture and hold the Suez Canal and the city of Cairo, the then regional capital of the African community. The Eurasian attack started on January 21, CE-18 with a massive surprise air bombardment. Cruise missiles and IRBMs rained down on African community military bases along the Mediterranean coast and the Sinai Peninsula a mere half-hour after the declaration of war, paving the way for amphibious and airborne assaults on Port Said and Port Suez and a land invasion into the Sinai Peninsula by the Eurasian Third Tank Army from the former Israel-Egypt border. Taken by surprise, almost half of the AC's Navy and Air Force was destroyed by the first strike while the garrison at Port Said was completely shattered. However, at Port Suez, carefully hidden batteries of pre-reconstruction war SAMs and 2 diesel submarines delayed the invasion enough that the garrison was able to activate the canal's self-destruction system, in the form of 5 kilotons of explosives buried under certain portions of the canal, and conduct a fighting retreat. Similarly, the JDF 1st Guard Army in the Sinai Peninsula was able to conduct a breakout across to the Suez defense line, though suffering heavy casualties in the process. By the 4th of February CE-18, however, the AC forces on the Suez defense line was effectively encircled as EU forces bypassed them using the Port Said and Port Suez beachheads to land additional units for their assault on Cairo. By the 8th, the first F units entered Cairo, brushing aside the meager units attempting to stop them. However, they were soon bogged down by Stalingrad-style street-to-street fighting as AC reinforcements arrived later in the day via the Nile River. By the following afternoon, the tactical situation had quickly changed as the local Joint Defense Force regrouped and counterattacked with a simultaneous breakout from the Suez defense line pocket as the 1st Guard Army and Suez defense troops attempted to reinforce Cairo. The resulting bloody and bitter fighting had not been foreseen by F planners who saw the invasion as a walk in the park, a mistake that their troops paid dearly for as the Joint Defense Force threw everything they had at the F forces, making them pay for each inch of land they took. This bitter fighting would continue for months until late April, when the JDF launched a general offensive, see Operation Sirius Bloom, along the entire Cairo front with the objective of taking back the city after months of gathering supplies and troops for the operation in secret. Sirius Bloom began with the Joint Defense Force 101th and 405th Division launching a night attack, punching multiple breaches in key points along the F lines, allowing several mechanist formations to maneuver deep into the F's rear areas. At the same time, the rebuilt 1st Guard Army conducted a general offensive across the Nile River against F formations which were maneuvering to contain the breaches, catching them by surprise. It soon became clear that the F technological superiority was quickly being eroded by the sheer scale of the offensive, and faced with confusion, severed supply lines and apparent overwhelming number, the F Third Army had no choice but to retreat. The offensive was successful in pushing the F forces back to the edge of the Sinai Peninsula, where, unfortunately for the African community, it grounded to a halt due to high casualties taken during the course of the operation and lack of logistical support, allowing the F forces to regroup and ironically, hold back the AC counter-offensive on the former Suez defense line and push the African forces back to the current border lines, with Port Said, Suez and the whole length of the canal in Federation control. By this point, both armies were exhausted, lacked fuel for their vehicles, ammunition, and other supplies to the point that an unofficial ceasefire was called simply as they were unable to continue combat operations. Although even with the ceasefire, there were still reports of rogue infantry troops from both sides fighting each other with whatever they could get their hands on, when they ran out of ammo for their weapons. Ultimately, both sides found themselves at a stalemate. However, the impact of the JDF operation on the morale of the Federation's army and civilians was far out of line with the actual military damage caused. Promised a quick victorious war, the public outcry over the offense and subsequent outcry for peace was deafening. A referendum of no confidence was held against the incumbent administration and passed by a stunning margin of 80%, and the military leadership, long unsupportive of the war, quickly seized the opportunity to scrap all offense plans and announced a formal ceasefire. On the African community's side, however, the operation, like its planners predicted, lived up to its namesake. Like the night blooming Sirius, the operation, while spectacular, only lasted a short period of time and also effectively crippled the Joint Defense Force in a Pyrrhic victory, leading to the decades of instability in the future. After months of bitter fighting, a United Nations meditated peace treaty was finally agreed on by both sides, ending the conflict which left thousands dead and millions more displaced. In addition, a demilitarized zone was set up between the Eurasian and African occupied controlled parts of Cairo, with peace enforced by 3 battalions of UN peacekeepers. A move, while controversial, was proven to be sorely needed due to the almost daily attacks by various terrorist and resistance groups opposing the treaty and F control of the canal. Codex, Terrorism in the Modern World by San Anan Padrone, c. CE 68, extract from Chapter 12. Most of the major causes of terrorism and instability in the Cairo, and indeed the entire Nile region, could be traced back to the aftermath of the Second Suez War and the partition of Cairo, and Egypt. With the massive loss of life and the national humiliation of being forced to cede parts of Egypt and Cairo, refusal of the Federation to pay any reparation, it is not surprising that the anger at both the weak central government of the African community and the Eurasian Federation often boil over into violence directed on both sides. Compounding the issues expounded above is the Second African War and the decade-long period of economic instability which followed, depriving the government of the funds needed to even start basic reconstruction for almost half a century. This environment of hate and abandonment would lead directly to the formation of various terrorist groups such as the Cairo Freedom Movement, CFM, and the African Liberation Front, ALF, violently opposing both the peace treaty, African Community control of Cairo and Eurasian Federation's control of the canal. Tiberium, The Fires of Terra Chapter 7. February 28, 9:43 AM 2070/CE70. African Community, Cairo, King Tut Hotel. Preliminary results from the first day of talks have set the grounds for future relations between the Global Defense Initiative and the African Community. Representatives of both governments have agreed to the establishment of a chain of bases along the northern African coast housing a subdivision of the Global Defense Initiative military known as the Zone Operations Command, a unit which specializes in containment of the alien crystal Tiberium. Further commentaries from officials of both nations indicate that the basing agreement is a part of a wider framework of military, ecological, and economical treaties structured similarly to the recent Isala de Capo Rizzuto Treaty. Referred to as the Cairo Treaty, the preliminary agreement allows GDI to remove any Tiberium which may spread into the African community, as well as the possibility of economical investment, joint counter-terrorist operations and other cooperative agreements to be finalized by the end of the conference. In addition, in a joint statement made by Acting Director McNeil and Minister of Foreign Affairs Gyasi Mukantagara this morning, both governments have acknowledged the threat of Tiberium to the region but have assured that its impact on the African community will be kept to a minimum as humanly possible. However, the agreement have drawn sharp criticism from the Atlantic Federation's representative Adam Vermiglia. The news anchor paused momentarily as the representative from the Atlantic Federation filled the screen. From the files the Global Defense Initiative released on Tiberium and our own research, the alien crystal is clearly a threat that should be dealt with. However, with the current tensions between the plants and the Earth Alliance, I have to question the wisdom of GDI establishing relations with both the Eurasian Federation, a key ally, and our enemies the African community, and what impact it will have on our future relations. The video cut back to the anchor. Moving on, investigation into yesterday's attack on the governor's residence and the wider Cairo region have yet to determine the parties responsible for the attack despite. Sam willingly shook his head and looked away from the screen. Not that he was heartless about the suffering inflicted by the terrorist attack, but after 10 long years of traveling the world and meeting people as part of his job for the Deep Space Survey and Development, DSSD, the so-called Battle of New Cairo is just the latest in a long list of conflicts between different people and cultures, and there wasn't much he could do about it. He sighed. Still, as much as he had resigned himself to the conflict in the world, he hated it. Taking a calming deep breath, Sam's mind continued to move. If there was one thing that could be said, it was the current state of affairs had made it almost impossible for DSSD to get anything done. Funding had become somewhat of a problem considering that their budget was designed with the idea of them having easy access to the mass drivers. No mean feat during the last 2 months, considering they've resorted to launching some packages into space using good old-fashioned heavy-lift rockets. Still, it felt odd to be standing outside the temporary office of the head of government of a state totally removed from the past 170-odd years of history, of a polity which had taken a totally different path from the reality he called home. He was no historian, but while the old adage about history repeating itself did hold true, he doubted the sequence of events which transformed the UN into the hyperpower known as GDI could happen here at any point in their history considering the historical differences. Though, he snickered now that he thought about it, it seems that GDI had somehow inherited his universe UN's rather ambitious goals, both in the arena of politics and space exploration. Which was ultimately why he was waiting here in the lobby of the temporary office of the Supreme Commander, a pretentious title if he had ever heard one. Still, she also held the title of acting director, which also sounded odd to him. Though now that he considered it, it was probably no boast but a simple statement of fact back in the home universe of GDI. Well, he noted, noticing a rather angry-looking businessman being escorted out of the office in front of him, it was time for him to get to work. He hated doing this shit, but considering their meeting yesterday was interrupted by the attack as security protocol were enacted, it fell on today to try and secure DSSD's future in space. After all, their mission was to advance and explore the frontier to expand humanity's knowledge of space, and they weren't going to give up because of war. Walking up to the receptionist, a rather pretty lady dressed in a conservative business cut, although a telltale bulge beneath the arms gave away the location of a sidearm to his experienced eye, and probably a large one at that, his mind added. Keeping that in mind, he approached the makeshift counter slowly, taking care as not to appear as a threat as the receptionist smiled politely at him. "Hello, my name is Sam Willingly with the Deep Space Survey and Development Organization, ma'am," Sam said, bowing slightly. "I was meant to meet with Acting Director McNeil yesterday, but we didn't due to the attack." "Administrator Willingly?" the receptionist asked, giving him a brief once-over. Unknown to Sam, she was not alone, as an array of hidden sensors accompanied her on her scan, inspecting his vital rates and searching for any traces of weapons and or explosives, while another array of hidden lasers and microwave emitters stood ready to neutralize him on any wrong move on his part. GDI wasn't taking any more chances after the events of yesterday. You do have an appointment with the director now. She would have rescheduled to meet you sooner but, the receptionist gave a helpless shrug. Please continue on. I understand. Thank you. Sam nodded as he walked into the rather lavishly decorated office to find the Supreme Commander behind a desk waiting for him. Administrator willingly? Please take a seat. McNeil nodded towards a chair across her desk with a practiced smile. I'm sorry that we couldn't have the meeting yesterday but nonetheless I'm more than willing to talk right now. Besides I've been looking forward to meeting with a representative from your organization for quite a while now. Willingly returned the smile. My thanks Director McNeil, the DSSD have also been looking forward to this meeting, but I can definitely say that we're interested in learning more about your government's space programs, particularly the possibility of using your facilities to move our cargo into space. I understand, it must be hard to explore the solar system with the political tensions. McNeil said, nodding sympathetically. It is, willingly winced, our organization was founded by the international community and is tasked with exploring space beyond the frontier, which at the moment is practically defined as anything beyond Mars. But with the war looming over everybody's head, the nations supporting us have cut funding, not to mention joint operations with just about anybody is just about impossible in this hostile political climate. Pausing to take a breath, he continued. As a result we don't have easy access to space anymore. Fixing that is our number one concern at the moment. He admitted. You believe that is a problem which we can help with? McNeil said in amusement. Indeed any help you can provide would be greatly helpful for our current effort. To finally be able to explore the solar system again, Sam said wistfully, I understand your government was able to survey and settle your own solar system and it is my hope that we can share our expertise and effort for this reality's humanity despite our own mistakes. However as things are. He trailed off shaking his head. Of course, we're still able to get some limited cargo into space but this war has effectively made it impossible to launch large payloads. Don't be worried, we ourselves make mistakes in the past and so I can understand your organization desire to alter the situation, McNeil said. She was aware of the tremendous amount of good in the right hands cheap space lift could do but in the wrong hands, after all, there was a reason the brick which would eventually become Space Command started as an extension of the global orbital defense grid. Yes, and to be honest while we would welcome your power generation technology and the chance to take a close look at it, we don't really need it. What we really would like in the long term, especially if the current political situations continues, is to secure an agreement on chartering a few of your ships for orbital delivery. We can reach an agreement on that point in the future. I don't have a problem with it and it would be good for business, McNeil said with an approving nod. Thank you, Acting Director, I'll pass the word on to my boss willingly said, with relief in his voice. We've been getting around the issue by using chemical rockets launched from our Fortaleza facility in South America. Petroleum may have run out 70-odd years ago but we still have alternatives available, Sam said, earning a thoughtful nod from McNeil. I'm amazed that you're still using them, McNeil said, Thog. They are proven systems and while we still theoretically have access to mass drivers, we would be lucky if we're able to use them once out of every 100 launches after cutting through the red tape and the paperwork, Sam said slightly annoyed, remembering one such example. So even having access to your spaceports or any company on your side willing to ferry our cargo would be of significant help to us. That should be easy to arrange, well relatively so, McNeil acknowledged. Thank you, willingly said, taking a large file out of his briefcase. Here is all the relevant contact information. Sam handed the files over to the director, frowning slightly at her unnaturally smooth movement. Thank you. No, it is my pleasure, McNeil smiled, brushing a stray strand of hair out of her eyes. On that note though, G-Lab has been rather interested in some of the technology that your organization has developed. In that case, we do currently have a number of projects that we would love to get your scientists at G-Lab to collaborate with us on. Well that and to lessen our funding problems. Sam nodded thoughtfully. Very interesting, I'm sure, we'll be able to provide some funding for your organization in the near future, McNeil replied with a smile. I do believe that should conclude the agenda for today. Unless you have something else to add. Sam hesitated. No, that is all, thank you for your time, Supreme Commander, though you might want to be wary of the Atlantic Federation. With that, Sam exited the room, leaving McNeil and her bodyguards with their thoughts. Well, that went well. Thoughts? McNeil asked. That was nice. But he might be on to something about the Atlantic Federation, they did jump the gun to create the alliance, didn't they? Smith said, looking at his boss. Besides that, his body language is that of a relatively honest guy. Anyway, we're running late. The plant's representative is just outside. Let's get rolling then, McNeil ordered, lightly tapping the computer interface before her. Shortly afterwards Leah Razika and her lone bodyguard stepped in. Nominally plant's chief ambassador to the Oceanic Union, for the duration of the conference she was acting as the representative for her nation since the Earth Alliance had cut off all space travel between plant and their allies on Earth. Good afternoon, Supreme Commander McNeil. Leah Razika, plant's representative to this conference, Leah said, striding up to shake McNeil's hand firmly. It is a pleasure to meet you today after yesterday's unpleasant rise. Thank you, Representative Leah, McNeil replied, while her guards stared emotionlessly at their counterpart. Please take a seat and help yourself to the refreshment. I'd say I'm rather happy to finally be able to meet with you and that my government looks forward to establishing peaceful relations with yours as soon as possible, Leah said carefully while sliding into the seat before her. Agreed, though I'm assuming that the topics of discussion are still the same and nothing has changed. McNeil asked. Yes, Leah answered with a nod. Good, then I would like to make my government's position very clear again. McNeil saw the look of concern that her opposite number gave her, though she didn't let it concern her as a icy smile crossed her lips. We're fully aware of the economical and social impact Tiberium will have, in particular to the Mediterranean region. As you are aware, we had dealt with this problem before and it is not an easy one to manage. Hence, our intention is to deal with it first and not be distracted by other issues. Then to put your government at ease again, we have no interests in interrupting containment operations on Earth. While Tiberium it isn't a threat to us for now, it is a clear and present threat to our allies the African community and we too desire to aid them, should they be threatened by it in the future, Leah said, looking at the acting director calmly. However, we can't do that without any sort of information and technologies designed to halt the crystal, technology which I would remind you, your government declined to share, the ambassador finished, slightly frowning. No. While I applaud your willingness to aid the African community in dealing with future Tiberium infection, McNeil answered, you should be aware of the reason my government do not wish to transfer that technology at this time. Especially with the current political climate. I'm aware, Leah replied, cutting her off with a shake of her head. Nonetheless, as I said before, we wish to gain access to the right to clean up Tiberium on our own if anyone tries to use it against us. And the answer is still no, for the same reason we refused the Eurasian Federation's request even if their need for it is more dire. We have concerns of the technology being weaponized and that still remain our primary concern in that regard, McNeil said casually, though a slight wince told a different story. She paused, letting the statement sink in before continuing, moving on to a related topic. The current state of aggression between your government and the Earth alliances is not in our interest, nor as I am sure is it in yours. I would wish to reiterate our offer to act as a mediator should you request it. I understand, Director, but we're not responsible for the situation getting out of hand, Leah said defensively. It was the nations on Earth, led by the Atlantic Federation, that overacted to the Copernicus city bombing by blaming it on us without any hard evidence. I see, still one cannot blame them considering that the only survivor was the current leader of your government, McNeil said, pausing for a moment. I do agree though, that the Atlantic Federation did overreact to the bombing, which is why I will be bringing up the topic in my next meeting with their representative. Leah was not surprised by this development, she expected it to be brought up eventually, but she didn't let it show on her face as she nodded. Thank you, Director, as far as my government is concerned we will only act in self-defense. Good, McNeil sighed. Tiberium requires full commitment of resources and manpower, she continued, stressing the point, any distraction threatens the effectiveness of containment operations. Agreed. Leah nodded, she could see why fighting a war while trying to contain an alien substance like Tiberium wasn't a good idea. After a quick internal debate, she decided not to push further on the subject. If you don't mind me changing topic, my government is very much interested in your deep space programs. We're hoping to learn more about your plans and use it as a starting point towards establishing long-term peaceful relations. I see, McNeil said evenly, if you don't mind me asking. Leah smiled, pleasantly surprised. We currently don't have any immediate plans for colonization beyond the Earth's sphere, but such a project is being considered as a future possibility. As for current deep space capabilities, we have a small fleet of 18 deep space tugs designed for moving rocks from the asteroid belt to the L5 point for extraction and refinement. I'm very impressed, McNeil said, a serene nod of her head, especially considering the size of these colonies and the sheer numbers of which you have constructed since the initial colonies. As for our own programs, we have two goals in mind: settlement and economic development. Seeing the questioning look on the ambassador's face, McNeil decided to elaborate. Since our encounter with the Skrin and Tiberium, it has become very clear to us that limiting ourselves to one planet is not healthy for humanity's continued existence. Hey, I can understand that mindset, Leah answered slowly in agreement. After all, I've read your history and I have to say that I'm equally impressed with what your own government has achieved, though I'm even more surprised at the foresight that your military leaders had in creating a civilian leadership for your organization after the United Nations Security Council officially handed over administrative control. Thank you, McNeil smiled wistfully. It was General James Solomon's idea. He was the force behind the movement to form a civilian government. Sadly, he passed away in 2045, though he lived long enough to see the fruits of his labor. He was right to do so, Leah said, agreeing fully. She had read in detail the history files that GDI had released, especially the part about the environmental effects of Tiberium and ultimately what it led to, a world covered in an alien crystal, a massive drop in the world population and 3 world wars, all resulting in billions dead. In the privacy of her mind, she decided that there was only one word to describe the hellish death world GDI's Earth presented: hopeless. And it didn't set well with her, at all. Not with the situation that she was imagining. If Tiberium breaks loose and the planet goes to hell, people are going to want to get off Earth, and in the chaos that follows Tiberium will probably follow them. She really didn't want that to happen. Getting back on point, we plan to begin with reaching out to Mars and establishing a few colonies and outpost stations there before we restart our extrasolar colonization efforts. This will likely take a year or two. In the meantime though, we plan to begin mining operations of near-Earth objects and in the belt as soon as possible, in order to keep the flow of resources moving. That is good news. As I said before, we ourselves have very little interest on Earth. Our main concern is the continual exploration of the solar system, colonization, and economic development. But with the past and current aggressive stance by Earth, Leah said evenly, we have been increasingly forced to shift more and more of our resources to defense in order to make up for the difference in military power since our nation was founded. McNeil murmured in agreement. I can understand the pressure that would cause to your government, especially since your nation is relatively new. We've been forced to slowly build up our military strength since the 50s to protect ourselves, leading to an arms race by the nations of Earth in an attempt to catch up. But as I said before, we have no interest in war. Our military is for our defense and we will not attack them or anyone else unless we ourselves have been attacked first. McNeil nodded as she thought about this. After a few moments she said, maybe we can consider the issue of trade between our two nations in the future and work out a deal in regards to a joint mining or exploration mission to the outer solar system or to Mars. Leah watched and waited for a moment, as it was clear to her that the acting director was thinking. In my most recent meeting with the Eurasian president, I informed her of the impact Tiberium will have on her nation and the disruption it can cause. We both agreed that space exploration and development would be a way of countering the economical effects of Tiberium on the Eurasian Federation and the world economy. Leah was surprised by what the director was implying with that piece of information. When the plant colonies gained independence, it had been the Eurasian Federation which had suffered the most, but she had to admit that much of the bad blood between them had disappeared in the last 20 years. In that case, would your government be interested in a non-aggression treaty and a possible trade treaty in the future? Leah asked hopefully. It would be in GDI's interest to have such an agreement with your government, McNeil said, somewhat relieved. Especially since we have a number of different technologies that I'm sure will be of interest to your government. Of course, we'll be making this offer to any government who will be interested in taking up our offer too in the interests of peace. That is good news to hear, Leah answered stolidly even as she gave herself a self-congratulatory pat on the back mentally. The Supreme Council will very happy to hear of this. McNeil simply smiled silently with approval. Still she wondered about who was responsible for the moon bombing. She thought before dismissing the thought out of her mind. Now wasn't the time. Oh, where are my manners? Leah said, straightening in her seat as she remembered something that she could possibly use. Maybe it'll work. If not, well, she tried. I'm sorry, but I just remembered something. McNeil tilted her head in surprise, wondering what it could be. My government would like to apologize for spokesman Kigelger's words yesterday when he announced our intention to send the exploration fleet to study the tower, Leah said with as much sincerity she can cram into her voice as she could muster. Ah, McNeil said, remembering the amusement it had caused when the announcement had been replayed on their side of the news. That. There is no need to apologize for his action, nevertheless it did cause me to wonder what exactly your government anticipates to learn from the experience that we haven't. Our technological level is higher than Earth's, so our hope is that we at least may be of help in determining the nature of the technology behind the tower, Leah said firmly, though McNeil suspected the other unsaid reason. Military. It had been a first for ZAFT to position a fleet that close to Earth, a smart move in the light of the Earth nation's fleet movement and would make both sides think things over carefully before trying anything. Though in the privacy of her mind, she'd like to ask the woman before her why they'd even read all the reports from Mobius Station, even the most recent ones concerning their attempt to determine why the tower was suddenly active all of a sudden. Still, as far as anyone is concerned, nothing could harm it, nor could they actually learn anything from it without the underlying knowledge gleaned from screen tech. Then there was the possibility of a case blue which gave everyone involved nightmares. She pushed the thought out of her mind. She had a meeting next week with everyone which covered the topic. Remember, she told herself, one problem at a time, one problem at a time. Still, what were they expecting to achieve? A few moments later, she refocused on the matter ahead of her again as a predatory half-smile emerged on her lips. Still, please do pass this warning along to your government. We will be keeping a very close eye on your fleets and that of the Earth Alliance. Like I said previously, a war is not in our interest. I'll make sure to pass along the warning, Leah said with hidden discomfort and decided that a quick change of subject was required. Getting back to the previous topic somewhat, would your government be interested in using any of our facilities as a stopover point for your ships before they depart the Earth sphere? After all, that was one half of their purpose. Leah asked, curious, leaving the other half of their intended purpose unsaid. Then again, shipping resources back to Earth was no longer required, not with the current state of things. Leah froze for a moment, seeing the confused look on the acting director's face. Is there something that I'm missing? She asked, but it didn't help her composure when she saw that the acting director was trying not to laugh. Sorry, McNeil said, but our colonization and mining ships will not be slow boating in real space. For a moment Leah blinked at the director's statement, trying to figure out its meaning before it hit her like a speeding freight train. FTL. She breathed out, shock and wonder sparkling in her eyes. Sorry, McNeil said, fighting back a grin, an FTL drive? No, nothing so grandiose, our ships are simply equipped with a stasis device which allow them to achieve greater practical speed and range. Stasis, I see, Leah said, slowly coming out of her shock, her mind still reeling at the implications. This wasn't something she expected to run into today with her talks with the acting director. Our 4 colonization fleets were launched equipped with the drives, McNeil said amusedly, though it did still take them a year subjectively to make the journey. That is a surprise. Leah said, slowly regaining control of herself, the documents you released left that little detail out. McNeil nodded, acknowledging her statement, you caught me, we modified the files we released to omit certain details. In truth, the reason why is because of the clear gap in technological capability between us and the various nations in this reality, particularly in regards to some of our technology which can and will impact both your nation, those on Earth and Mars socially and economically. I can see that, Leah said, managing to recover a little from her shock. GDI having such a device, that meant that they wouldn't require massive amount of fuel or supplies to reach Mars or even more to reach beyond. It made space exploration easy, almost unfairly so. And that is just space travel, the other potential application of such technology are even more intimidating. Then, she finally managed only to be cut off. No, McNeil said, until we trust you and the various nations here, we refuse to share any of our vital technologies with you or the other nations, especially with the current state of tension between the various powers here. We don't want our technology being misused when we have larger issues to deal with. Leah paused for a moment to gather her thoughts and fully recover before speaking. I can understand your sentiment and position when our history has clearly shown many examples of such things happening, but you must be aware that this reflects badly on your government's intentions. To some extent it only makes it worse considering that GDI began as an anti-terrorist organization and the military arm of the United Nations. Some will question your intentions when this becomes public knowledge. I'm aware, McNeil admitted, but it is a risk that had to be taken, since some of our technology will have an impact on an unprecedented scale throughout the entire solar system. With a stasis device, you will be able to make trips from here to the Mars far easier than what we can do currently. Leah acknowledged the fact, though she did her best to hide the cold chill that ran down her spine at the other implications now that she had a little more time to think. Then clearly, we should reconsider the issue of trade between our two nations. I'm sure we will both benefit from it. In time, I'm sure, McNeil said. As I said earlier, my nation's technological level is far in advance of anyone in the Earth sphere, especially in the fields of genetic engineering, manufacturing, nuclear power, mobile suits, energy weapons, armor, propulsion, and plenty more. Impressive, McNeil said, though her tone was anything but. Still, it does not change the facts. We would prefer that our impact on your society and on Earth remain minimal until we can assess our position fully. I understand, Leah said as calmly as possible. There was no point in pushing the point at the moment. And fuck, she thought, it was time for the one question she didn't want to ask. Why? Because it was a question that didn't belong to her. Then I guess that covers everything, though there is something I was wondering about. I'm interested to know when will civilian communications and exchange become available between your nation and the rest of the solar system? Leah paused, fighting her desire to kill the person responsible for making her deliver the question GDI have been so obviously evasive about. I imagine that the delay is due to software and hardware differences between your computer software and ours. Yes, it's been worked at the moment, McNeil said, remaining tight-lipped on the subject much to Leah's relief. Then I believe we have covered everything today. Thank you for your time, Supreme Commander. I will let my government know of the results of our talks, Leah said, with a forced smile, and trust me when I say they will be happy to know that your government is open to the possibility of trade and a non-aggression treaty in the future. No, thank you for your time, Representative, McNeil nodded as she stood up. It was certainly a fruitful talk. Good day and be careful. Likewise, Supreme Commander, likewise, Leah answered, standing up too. A final nod from the acting director. She left the room with her guards following close behind, though she waited until she was out in the lobby and down the hallway before speaking. They aren't going to like this, but at least we have common interests which we can use as starting point for relations, Leah said levelly, but her annoyance as clear to her only companion. While not totally to her or plant's benefit, the meeting was certainly useful and provided plenty of information for her to think about. No one would be, but McNeil does have a point. History has shown that technology can certainly have a social impact, the CIO agent next to her said. We don't have to look any further than us or the development of the internet. Point, Leah said half-heartedly, even though she agreed with the man. Who is she meeting with next? The Atlantic Federation representative, and then it's back to the talks, the spy answered. Leah hissed, almost spitting on the ground in disgust, but she stopped herself in time. She quietly wished the acting director good luck with that meeting. 00. Same time. L5 Cluster, Productive Location Ally on Nexus Technology J7. In a secluded corner of the plant colony of Junius 7, amidst the rolling fields and stubby tanks of the farms which supplies the plants with most of their agricultural needs, there stood a carefully maintained house bordered by wide serene fields. From the house, one could gaze out onto a wide courtyard framing a beautifully grown bonsai tree, and further beyond, Junius City and the massive central shaft which formed the core of the colony, the link which moved all the cargo and agricultural goods produced in the countryside to the spaceports in the center of the spinning hourglass-shaped colonies. As Patrick Zala gazed out upon the scene, he couldn't help but feel a small sense of pride flutter within his heart, pride at making all this possible, pride at securing food security for the plants, and most importantly, pride at granting this serenity to his beloved family currently laughing at Athrun's attempt at cooking behind him. Patrick gave a rueful sigh. It haven't always been like this, of course. Ever since the completion of the first 10 plant colonies in CE44, the Colony Management Commission, CMC, prohibited the production of agricultural goods allegedly for failing to meet international food safety standards. It was pretty obvious to all taking part in the construction of the plants what the real reason was. After all, the sponsor nations of the plant wouldn't want anyone to have any funny ideas about independence, especially not after the trillions they poured into constructing the colonies in the first place. He shook his head. How ironic that a mere possibility of a revolt back then united the Earth nations in ways the United Nations had only dreamed of, even at a time when the sponsor nations were actively competing against each other in an arms race in space, whereas the UN had to fight tooth and nail to secure the funding and soothe the relations between all involved to make the plants a reality. Then again, while George Glenn might have came up with the designs, he'd long since lost any trust and goodwill he had with any of the powers on Earth. Perhaps in the end, it was the promise of wealth in space and greed that brought them aboard the UN's plan. Not that the CMC survived the political manipulations of the Big Three, the Eurasian Federation, Atlantic Federation, and the Republic of East Asia, Patrick thought distastefully as memories of the so-called workplace accidents, terrorist attacks and other sabotage and assassination attempts played through his mind. Nothing he would wish on his worst rival, much less Lenore and Athrun. Shaking his head, he took a deep breath and refocused his mind. The universe had a sense of irony, really. When he thought about it, they didn't want the colonies to be independent by not allowing them to grow their own food and turning them into a demilitarized zone, but it still ended that way because of the Commission inability to actually do anything but their original mandate, building the colonies. It was kind of sad when he thought about it. While the Commission's responsibilities included setting policy for these who lived in the colonies and ensuring the peace within it, and while the policies makers of the Commission had tried their best, in the end all their best efforts were scuttled by the frankly insane political compromises they had to deal with from the Earth nations. For example, there was the aforementioned regrettable decision to turn the plants colonies into a demilitarized zone for all three nations. As the original person behind the idea, Senator William Yu from the Atlantic Federation put it, the new plant colonies were the first steps towards moving beyond the Earth sphere. Prohibiting weapons will ensure that no one will be allowed to endanger our future, not even coordinators. While that sounded good on paper, the actual reality of the way it was enforced effective stripped the colonial security forces of all weapons while ensuring that terrorists and other radicals had a steady supplies of heavy weaponry from the black markets of the Earth force stationed on the colonies to ensure the peace. Blue Cosmos attacks and the likes were regular events during those years. While the politicians from all three nations debated and wangled endlessly for a solution, people died, waiting for any action from the politicians of Earth to resolve the deadlock. Nothing happening. The effects of the debates on Earth in the three nations had on the Commission wasn't pretty. Commission members were fired, replaced, or even sometime assassinated by the others regardless of merits, skills or actions simply for the sin of standing up against illogical decisions or views. By the end, 91.2% of the Commission's original members met with one of those fates. One of the only exceptions was Eugene, the then General Secretary of the Commission, who managed to at least keep construction of the colonies on track till the end with plenty of thankless pain and trouble. Even then he was killed by Blue Cosmos car bomb a year after the plants threw off the Earth nations. Sons of a bitch, Jin was a good man despite his other failings. Patrick sighed, nor did he fault the other remaining Commission members for moving to Mars after the colonies become independent. Mars, the red planet, was the first planet to be colonized by man in the solar system. An achievement that he would have been more proud of, if only it had not been done by refugees fleeing the troubles of the Earth sphere. War, terrorism, racial tensions, name any one of the hatred and prejudices lurking under the veneer of human civilization, and he heard people say it's the reason why they moved to Mars over the years. He'd grown up experiencing the bigotry naturals had against coordinators from his fellow citizens in San Francisco, where he was born, studied and worked before leaving to aid in the construction of the colonies in the L5 point. But still, back then, not every natural was a racist bigot against coordinators. Hell, he had friends back then, friends who didn't care or gave two cakes about the issue, viewing it as a waste of time, especially since in their opinion there were more pressing social and economical issues on Earth to deal with. Looking back, he'd missed those simpler times. Sighing, Patrick looked back down at the half-completed report before giving a soft sardonic laugh. Ironically enough, the thing which is giving him a headache now is the same thing which sparked the arms race in space, the Ptolemaious moon base, established by the Atlantic Federation's Robertson administration in CE35, allowing their space force, the AFSF, to strike anywhere in the Earth's sphere from the, then, unassailable fortress of the moon. Said base was currently the HQ of the Earth Alliance Space Command, EASC, allowing them to command their space forces out of reach of ZAFT retaliation from the safety of the moon. As a result of its creation, everyone else more or less took it as a sign that it was fine to militarize a space. To say that the United Nations wasn't happy was an understatement, but there wasn't much they could do besides express their displeasure with words. It was the first sign of the decline of the UN's soft power with the governments of Earth. A sign that the shock and suffering caused by the Reconstruction Wars and the second use of a nuclear weapon in anger had faded from the minds of the Earth governments, and without any hard power to back it up, the UN devolved back into the ineffective political deadlock which characterized its pre-Reconstruction Wars years. The reality GDI come from was a different story, though, as evident from the use of nuclear weapons by the Soviet Union in their Second World War and by Nod through the various Tiberium Wars. From his reading it seems that GDI and the Allies had developed the tactic of rapidly moving in strike forces to neutralize their enemies' WMDs before it could be used against them. Not that it worked unfailingly, but it was the next best thing when one didn't seem to have WMDs nor seem to have any intention of using one. As far as he knew, GDI had never used WMDs despite maintaining their own nuclear stockpile. That fact that had surprised him, yet something about it didn't feel right to him. To show that kind of restraint against a foe who were willing to use WMDs on the battlefield, even to the point that they used 25 megaton nukes, a bit rarely, as tactical weapons? Even the nuclear weapon used in the Reconstruction Wars and World War II had less than a megaton's yield. To use such overpowered weapon in the battlefield, it was insane. But now that he thought about it, it would explain GDI's focus in developing their orbital capabilities to the point where they could drop troops from orbit at a moment's notice. Or perhaps even bypass the issue entirely and drop a rock directly on top of the offending missile silo. If they had such capabilities, it could threaten the forces stationed on Earth, but the Navy could deal with that issue. Well, there wasn't much he could do about it, and such a system is only useful against those sobs living at the bottom of the gravity well anyway, as far as he was aware, and not a threat to the plants. Shaking his head to wipe away his grin, he brought his mind back on track, or at least something approaching it. The need to grow food was one of the reasons why they had sought out allies on Earth, that and the need for political allies who would be willing to represent plants' case in the United Nations and to the public, especially in the early days of independence. However, even with all the concessions the plants were ready to make, almost every Earth nation denied their claim to independence. In the end, only the Oceania Union and the United States of South America proved receptive to their diplomatic overtures. Not much of victory, but it was enough at the time. Enough to obtain the food imports, the seeds, the equipment, and the expertise needed to ensure that they did not starve during the first founding years. It was little wonder that public opinion of those nations still remain highly favorable even till this day, even with the growing hatred of Earth and the actions of the Earth Alliance. After all, most people were smart enough to realize that the Oceania had been strong-armed into halting their 20-year trading relationship by the EA, especially after the Atlantic Federation held a wargame simulating an amphibious invasion off the coast of Australia. Not that it had stopped the various unions and traders from buggering the Council to do something about the situation. It would be nice if they stopped doing that. After all, he doubt those spineless assholes of the Earth Alliance will lift their embargo due to a few angrily worded letters. He took a deep breath to focus on his laptop, gathering his thoughts from his whimsical musing back towards the subject of his future briefing. The truth of the matter was there just wasn't a simple solution to the war, not one that the people of the plants could even begin to accept at any rate. From his perspective, after contemplating the myriad of reasons behind this crisis with Earth, the war simply wouldn't end, not until the truth behind the bombing was revealed. And he and CIO had no idea where to even begin looking for proof. Agents on the moon couldn't find anything in months of searching. As a result, he approved the proposal to stop the operation and redistributing their agents to other operation, though he did manage a minor victory in getting the director to at least keep 2 agents on the moon and stay on the search. While he agreed with the reasoning given by the director, that the trail had gone cold, something just didn't felt right about it. So who? Damn it, that was what the 2 agents were meant to find out, but so far no luck in finding any that they could follow. Anyways, none of which mattered to the reality facing them now. The Earth Alliance blamed them for the bombing on the moon, and the plants couldn't do much to deny it. The simple truth was that besides his friend surviving, there was no evidence on who was responsible for it. No terrorist group had come forward to claim responsibility. Investigation into the bomb used had turned up dead ends, and even worse, with all the multitude of potential actors who could benefit from the bombing, there wasn't even a single likely group to blame. All he was left with was a mystery locked up in an enigma. So until they actually found any evidence on who was responsible, the only real proof that anyone had was Siegel's survival. Which, he grimaced, was enough for that vulture Fukunaga to wave around as proof of Plant's involvement in the Earth Alliance Council. Of course, they were ignoring the fact that Siegel Klein was a leading member of the moderate elements who was willing to work with the United Nations to organize the meeting in the first place. Hell, from the way he saw it, the rapid move by the Atlantic Federation to create the Earth Alliance could itself be taken as proof that they themselves were responsible for the bombing. In other words, it was causing a headache for the Council on the diplomatic front. Thankfully the public was firmly united behind Siegel. Still, his friend's popularity wasn't going to help him or anyone else find a solution. Thankfully no fighting had broken out yet and he planned to keep it that way. It was the main reason why ZAFT's rule of engagement was limited to self-defense actions, though to further reinforce the point, he had given strict orders reminding the various admirals and commanders of the consequences of failing to follow them. He didn't need any fighting to break out, not until they had a better picture of the Earth's sphere. Hopefully with that information and time, cooler heads would have prevailed by then on both sides, making finding a non-violent solution to the war so much easier. Of course, now the situation wasn't so simple. GDI's history proved the existence of threats beyond the solar system, but even worse was the threat Tiberium presents and possible effects it could have throughout the Earth's sphere. CIO's threat assessments on the alien crystal basically boiled down to keep that fucking thing far, far, far from the plant colonies at all cost. God, he didn't want to think about the cost to refit the colonies with anti-Tiberium armor that GDI had given the Eurasian Federation, but it had gotten him thinking that perhaps it was time to tighten security in all the spaceports in the colonies to make sure that none of that crystal crap made its way up here. He'll have to bring it up in the next council meeting, he thought, jotting down a quick note on his laptop to remind him in the future before turning back to work. The study did also suggested weakly that it was in their interest that Tiberium didn't break containment, as the report put it. Even with the current space infrastructure, there wasn't enough to support 7 billion people. Nor will there be for the next decade or anytime soon at the current rate of growth. Another soft sigh escaped his lips and he didn't think it would be the last one for the day. It seems the problems just keep on piling on and it only gotten worse with the addition of GDI, but at least they were willing to work with the rest of the world to contain the mess their appearance caused. He briefly allowed himself to relax and focus on the familiar scene behind him. Athrun had finally given up trying to cook and glued himself onto the TV screen, watching the news while the mouth-watering smell of olive oil, garlic, red pepper, basil, and a few other spices wafting out of the kitchen indicated that Lenore is whipping up her special. Damn, he really couldn't wait anymore. Her cooking was paramount and he doubted that anyone would ever surpass it. Smiling, he quickly sped up his typing, the smell floating past his nostrils bringing back nostalgic memories of when he first met Klein and Lenore all those years ago. A time when his problems weren't as complex, but then again, he would have never met his wife back then if he had remained on Earth. It was the one moment in his life that he could say definitely changed it for the better. If anything were to happen to her, he didn't know what he would do, but there was one fact he was certain about: whoever or whatever was responsible was going to regret it. In many ways, it was the reason which drove him to be here today. The simple desire to protect her had brought him this far and nothing will ever change that. Nothing, he thought, determinedly. Thought it didn't last too long as his concentration turned back to the laptop in front of him, currently displaying the mostly finished presentation he was working on. He had hoped to finish it by last night, since it'll leave him free today to spend more time with his family, but... ah well. He was so close to finishing it too, he thought. His hands flew over the keyboard punching out more content for it. Finishing, he brought up Muggy Note and put a quick note for himself. When he was finished, he switched back to the Ally Point program displaying his presentation. The current portion dealt with what they knew about GDI capabilities, and it was this portion which he was paying the most attention to, and the reason why he hadn't finished yet. He wanted to make it clear to the Council that provoking GDI was a bad idea, but with so little hard data on GDI's ships or space station besides the fact that they were clearly armed and armored, it was going to be a hard sell. GDI's first fleet and space stations stood out against the void of space, shining beacons to sensors, especially to their IR sensors. The same held true for the few Independence colonies in the L3 and L5 point, not to mention the colonies on the Moon. Of course, the Alliance fleets making their way around the Earth's sphere also stood out like a torch in the night. It was clear that they were keeping the majority of their fleets in Earth's orbit while dispatching a large detachment to L3, the Moon, and finally to the few colonies still in their control here in the L5 point. The EA fleet, a detachment from their 6th fleet if CIO had got their facts right, had taken up position over the colonies they controlled on the far side of the L5 point, some 50,000 kilometers away from the main plant colonies. He wasn't too worried about that fleet though. While the 20-ship EA force was undoubtedly formidable with a single Beijing-class carrier, 2 Nelson-class battleships, 5 Chengdu-class destroyers, and 12 Drake-class escort ships, they were operating practically at the doorstep of ZAFT, and there was no way in hell that such a small force could fight through to the plants using conventional weapons. No, Patrick decided, frowning, it was meant to be a show of force and he got the message loud and have been issued to the Third Fleet to hold just out of range and watch their Earther counterparts' every movement for any signs of trouble. Hey, in the end there wasn't much they could do but wait, standing up to walk off the stiffness that hours of sitting had incurred. He'd included every bit of information they had learned about GDI from both the history files they released and those gained using the plant's long-range sensors network, but what they had was both informative yet frustratingly vague at time, especially since what he learned was deeply worrying. For example, the engines used by GDI ships, sensors readings from the fleet and CIO's assets were reading very high release of energy from them, far higher than any engine design anyone in the Earth's sphere had ever developed, especially when they were lifting GDI's ship out of the atmosphere. However, was all that he and CIO knew for certain. What he didn't know was their fuel requirement, how long and often they can sustain such output, or even if that is their maximum output. Hack, CIO and ZAFT in general can't even figure out what GDI's engines run on. In short, they didn't know anything about GDI's tech except it is more advanced than their own. Probably. If he had precise information on GDI's abilities, he could find ways to work around them, but for now GDI's technologies and their warfighting capabilities remain a worrying and threatening enigma. Interestingly, CIO had determined that the energy signature of GDI's spaceship was similar to the predicted output of the Gondwana's experimental fusion engines. When they worked, were they using fusion reactors? Likely it seemed to be the only way to explain the massive output GDI ships had, he thought. Another interesting fact was that GDI's GST were only slightly smaller than the Gondwana. Zayla shook his head and gave a troubled sigh. The Gondwana was to be their newest heavy mobile suit carrier, still under development, mostly on account of difficulties with its aforementioned fusion power plant. Either way, the Gondwana was to be the flagship and pride of ZAFT's fleet, able to carry hundreds of mobile suits into combat, and most interestingly, it was designed to operate in both space and inside an atmosphere. He sighed. It was really kind of sad that someone else beat them to the punch and proved that a ship of its size could be built, but what the hell, at least the EA had nothing remotely comparable should the war turn hot. At 1,200 meters long, the Gondwana would have been the largest space vessel ever built by this reality's humanity, a record only matched and exceeded by the massive Leviathan lurking in the heart of GDI's first fleet. He pouted mentally before reprimanding himself for the childish reaction. It was yet another blunt reminder that they had more to gain from GDI being friendly with them than anything else, but it was also his job to consider the impact that GDI would have on their war plans should they become enemies of his nation. It was why in the end, he and CIO Director Rin agreed to send a team with the fleet with additional sensor and elant gear. Long-range sensors were nice and all, but they still needed detailed scans of Earth's surface, the Moon, anything in Earth's orbit, the L1 and L2 points. While the overall plan was simple and still possible, it was clear from GDI history that they had long since transited from being a regional government to a planetary power, a somewhat paranoid one that will not tolerate anything which could be a cover for a sneak attack on its territory at that. So he was uncertain if GDI would even welcome them and the Alliance moving around near its space. True, technically space belonged to no one, but it was clear GDI was far more suited for the job of managing space travel compared to anyone on Earth. It was another issue for May, he thought, turning to take his seat again and made a note of it on his laptop. It was another problem for the future, but he was sure GDI is already aware of it. In case of war with the Earth Alliance, the overall battle plan they had developed in the last 2 months was a modified and combined version of their previous ones. Battle Plan Starvation was aimed at isolating Earth completely from space, which meant 2 things, taking out or otherwise blockading the Earth Alliance assets in space such as the International Space Station Yggdrasil, the Ptolemaios lunar base and all military assets on the Moon, and destroying as much of the Earth Alliance Space Command fleets as possible. Once those were gone or locked at their ports, then it was time to take out the mass drivers, without which the Earth Alliance would be left effectively harmless and with only old-fashioned rockets to use in order to reach space. But GDI's presence threw all of that into question, and some readjusting to the new reality was required. That's insane. Athrun's voice, laced with worry and uncharacteristically, disgust, drew him back to reality. After all, his son wasn't the type to judge unnecessarily. Turning back, he fought back a grimace as he quickly understood the source of Athrun's revulsion. It was hard for even one such as him to remain impassive when faced with the desiccated, crystalis husk which was all that remained of some poor soul unfortunate enough to succumb to Tiberium infection just minutes prior. Mentally he noted to speak to the media department about the appropriate timing of disturbing content on air, especially when the next disturbing set of images of mutants in various stage of Tiberium inflection rolled past the television screen. He readjusted himself in his seat and turned back to his laptop, though keeping an ear open listening to the TV for anything of interest. Soon, he lost track of time, immersed in his work with his son and wife not far from him, busy doing their own thing. It was definitely a nice change of pace from his normal workplace, he decided, just basking in the feeling of being with his family. Definitely a nice change of pace. He didn't expect to be pulled out of his work again when he heard the word threshold and tower used in the same sentence coming from the TV. Damn, there was another problem for him to consider, though he wasn't sure whether it was a threat or not. It was another reason for the fleet been sent to Earth, To study the tower, they needed information to know what to do about it, if they even decided to do nothing about it. Commander Ra was made the overall fleet commander of the exploration fleet for his talents and the ability to follow the letter of his orders and no more, but he expected the commander to use his brains in carrying out his orders. Still, there was something about the man that didn't sit well with him, but he just couldn't pin it down. It wasn't the mask, so what was it? Well, it didn't matter at the moment, he thought, dismissing the thought. Le Creuset had his orders and he would follow them, that was the only thing that mattered to him. For now. He gave a slight grin as he slammed home the last few keystroke. There, it was finished for real now. Now he just had to reread it in order to check for any mistakes. It would be embarrassing if there were to be any. Objectively speaking, he had no interest on the Earth's surface besides their allies, but GDI changed that. It was clear the moment they arrived that they were far more advanced than anyone else on Earth. That was a problem, especially if their surface-to-space technology was to fall into the Alliance's control. It would make the war far worse than it needed to be. Then again, it was only a matter of time before their tech proliferated to the rest of humanity. But not soon if he had anything to say about it, Patrick assured himself grimly. Hence the Council's decision weeks ago, to be friendly with GDI and slow the spread of their technology to the other government in the Earth sphere. They simply couldn't trust the Earthers to be responsible with them. As far as he was aware, GDI didn't have any intention of threatening or fighting them, but the same could not be said of the rest of the naturals. Their technology was a threat to the plants and ZAFT couldn't allow any of it to fall into anyone else's hands. None of the major powers on Earth could be trusted with any new technology. Besides, if the Earth alliances were to ever get their hands on GDI's technology, they would be forced to take action ASAP. But the same held true if they developed their own single-stage to-orbit capital engine or the experimental fusion reactor on the Gondwana. If the Earth Alliance were to get their hands on them, it would be the same thing as them getting their hands on GDI surface-to-space technology. They would be forced to take out every single spaceports and ships production facilities on the surface. Hell, in that case any airport might suddenly be a launch pad for a missile with the plant's name on it. The only way to possibly neutralize that kind of threat would be to literally glass Earth, to bombard the home world until all space-related infrastructure and manufacturing is gone. A course of action that he didn't ever want to authorize unless it was absolutely necessary. "What's on your mind, honey?" Lenore asked, startling him out of his gloom as she approached unnoticed, 2 cups of coffee in her hands. It brought a smile to his lips, the aromatic scent of the coffee in her presence creating a serene and comforting atmosphere as she placed one of the cups in front of him while taking a snip from the other. Satisfied that the new blend was to her taste, she took a seat. "Just finished working on a presentation I have to give the Council when I get back on GDI's military capabilities," he answered, taking comfort in the warmth of the coffee. "So what's bothering you?" "Oh, don't try to deny it," Lenore repeated, frowning. She'd been married to him long enough to know that expression on his face, the one that looked like he was about to burn a hole through the wall through sheer willpower, meant only one thing to her: trouble. She would have sighed. She loved him all and well, but sometimes she wished he wouldn't try to shoulder the burden of his office alone. The only way to help him now was to get him blow off some steam and talk. Of course, she had her own technique developed over the years in order to get him to start talking. Staying silent and forcing him to break it was one of them. "Can't hide anything, can I?" Patrick finally said a few moments later, pouting mildly. "You know this was meant to be a break for you and me, right?" Lenore just sat there and smirked, waiting silently for an answer, knowing very well that Patrick was just stalling. "Fine, I'm just going over everything that has happened recently while I worked." "Really? I would have thought that you had something else in mind all this week," Lenore replied good-humoredly. "Like what, you?" Patrick answered with the same tone of voice. "Yes," Lenore answered, reaching out and placing a hand on Patrick's hand while giggling. It brought another smile to Patrick's lips. "Look, if you're looking for comfort, I'm not providing it," Lenore teased before continuing in a more serious tone. "You may have heard this before from someone else on the Council, but we don't have anything of interest on Earth besides our allies there." "I know that," Patrick answered tiredly. "But I'm not bothered by the polities, I'm worried about the military side of things. You've seen the footage of GDI First Fleet in action, and from their own history we're talking about things like handheld railguns and energy weapons and engines powerful enough to move a ship from Earth's surface to orbit, not to mention an alien femotech von Neumann crystal basically eating their Earth." "Hey," Lenore smiled, amused, "Patrick Cavadas Zala, ever the watchful and caring one. So you're fearful of this technology getting into the hands of the Earth Alliance where it could be used against us?" Patrick didn't need to answer for her to know what he was going to say. If there was one thing about her husband that worried her, it was his deep sense of duty. It drove him to keep working when he really should be resting. Like these last 3 days, it was meant to be a break for all 3 of them and a chance to be together as a family, but even so, he still brought his work home. "There is no meaning in having a war unless one can end it," she finally said. "It's one of your favorite quotes and I see why you are worried, but war is war, Patrick. The Earth Alliance should very well know their weakness. Especially since they should obviously know that they will be our objectives, logically speaking. She said smugly. They shouldn't they? He answered. In reply she squeezed his hand and held it for a moment before releasing it. She took a drink from her coffee and calmly answered. Then there's no need to worry too much about them since they know they can't match us currently without losing too much, and everything I've seen of GDI they have no reason to be hostile to us, and as far as naturals go they are the best mannered we've met. Can we trust them? Of course not, considering their own history, which demonstrates clearly that they have no problem using violence to solve their problems. But it is also clear their world has had 5 world wars, 3 of which GDI was forced into and paid with oceans of blood before it ended. Not to mention the continued terrorist attack and low-level fighting in their yellow zones. Were I in their shoes, would I not be sick and tired of all that fighting, especially if I have more pressing concerns like Tiberium? Of course, I don't have to mention the worse outcome, do I? She said softly, looking tiredly at Patrick. There isn't enough room in space now for the whole population of the Earth, is there, now Patrick? I know, Patrick finally answered of a few moments of silence and then made another note on his laptop. Aid GDI in containment operations, he typed, before taking another drink from his coffee. Thankfully, he thought, the warm liquid felt good, relaxing him. She was right. There is something I'm sure you also noted about them also, right? She said, amusement returning to her voice. Seeing the confused look on her husband's face, she sighed. He was hopeless. They are proof that in the end, regardless of what the radicals both here and Earth say, naturals are just as smart and capable as we are. Otherwise GDI would have never been able to develop the technologies they have. Again she was right, Patrick thought, thankfully for her pointing out a fact that should have occurred to him and others weeks ago. From what they know of them, humanity in GDI's reality had never seen the need to develop anything like coordinators. So as his wife said, it was proof that despite everything naturals were just as smart as they are. But then again, they were talking about 2 sets of humanity from 2 different realities. He dismissed the train of thought and looked at his wife. Thank you, Lenore, he said, relieved. I don't know what I would do without you. She smiled back at him before answering, I do, and that's why I promised to never join ZAFT, after all I wouldn't want you to be worried about me. Thank you, Patrick said, whispering the words as his hands clenched at the thought of even the possibility of losing his wife. It lasted until Lenore clasped his fist in her warm and soft hands, gently hugging his arm against her chest. Look, no matter what happens, Patrick, just make sure you do your best, keep us safe and come home in one piece, Lenore said with a soft smile on her face, as her own eyes stared deep into his soul. It was perfect. If only it could last forever, he thought, as she released his hand and stood up with the cup in her hand. Sorry, but that's all the time I have, the potatoes are almost all ready for mashing. Lenore grinned cheerfully and somewhat playfully as she turned and headed off to the kitchen. Patrick blinked blankly at the entrance to the kitchen for a few moments before he turned his back to the TV, thinking, talking with his wife allowed him to get his mind rolling and helps consolidate his thoughts. Wait, an idea occurred to him, but was it possible? No, it would be a risk, but there was a war on, and what was the point of having a war when one can't end it? It was risky, but if successfully it would mean one less enemy and thus making the situation easier for ZAFT to handle, but he wasn't sure if CIO was up for the task he had in mind. Considering the idea slowly in his mind, there were 2 problems that he could see. Communications, getting CIO personnel to the Earth, and he'll need aid from Eileen Canaver, the chair of the diplomatic committee, seeing as she was responsible for the plant's diplomatic affairs. If he wanted this operation to be successfully, he needed her help, and that shouldn't be a problem. He was sure that she would agree to the overall objective of the mission he had in mind. In terms of getting additional CIO personnel and assets to Earth, that is going to be a problem because none of the options they have available were easy ones. Still he liked the idea, and he'll have to work over the details with CIO and Canaver. It was risky, but in his mind it was worth it if it meant weakening the enemy by 1:00. March 1, 12:50 p.m. 2070/CE70, last day of conference. African Community, Cairo, 11 km NW of King Tut Hotel. Some 12 km to the northwest of the conference, a few blocks from the outermost security zone, was an area best described as a slum. A relic of the economic growth enjoyed by the African community prior to the ruinous Second Suez War, the old abandoned apartment was supposed to have provided affordable housing for the expanding middle class of the city. That plan was utterly demolished by the war, and the half-finished apartment block had stood empty since then, officially anyway. In truth, the entire area had been claimed by the dredges of society, the homeless, the drug dealers, the petty criminals, the multitude of gangs which thrived upon the lawlessness of the city. The key word being had been, now this particular apartment hosts the temporary base of operations for something far more dangerous. Outside, the apartment appeared normal, with its dull, weather-worn paint and balconies on each corner of the building. However, appearances can be deceiving, as the entire building was covered with a sophisticated grid of motion sensors, ladder and jammer arrays, while inside, what had been 4 separate apartments had been converted to a surprisingly organized and high base for the newcomers, which would have been rather surprising and very worrying to a rather large group of people since these newcomers, freedom fighters that they were, should not have access to the resource or discipline to set up and hide such a base under the nose of both the African community and the Eurasians' forces. Either way, in the living room of the second floor of one of the apartments, the de facto command center, 2 men sat on steel-framed chairs, staring at each other while their minds analyzed what they had learned so far about their objective, while a TV in the corner filled in the silence between the 2 men. With the recent pull out of Eurasian military units from the region, several Middle Eastern leaders are threatening to boycott the upcoming Pan-Eurasian Council meeting in protest, despite statements from the Eurasian government spokesman reaffirming that the Federation is still committed to upholding any outstanding defense agreements. Among the leaders is Kurdistan Prime Minister Zarokaya, whose continued call for the federal government to return troops to the region in the name of maintaining the peace in the region and to deal with the increasing tensions caused by the presence of Tiberium in Italy have obtained widespread support within the lower houses of parliament. Well, he does have a point, Wilson. According to the story earlier, wind patterns are likely to spread Tiberium particles into the eastern Mediterranean and possibly as far as the Middle East, the news anchor quipped back in the safety of the studio. That much is true, the reporter said a few seconds later, the cause behind Prime Minister Zaro's statement. The situation favors us, and this is our chance to make a statement to the world. To show them that we mean business. That our cause is just and we are the protectors of humanity. One of the men, Ramesses, proclaimed flatly. For what? We have most of what we came here for. It's clear now that the JDF has improved in training and coordination far beyond what we've thought, aided by those traitors in the Union and those bastards from ZAFT. With them in play, there is no way of provoking a reaction from GDI. The other man all but spat out. To mount another attack now would be the same as committing suicide. We have to make a statement, and this is the right moment to do it. We have representatives from all over the world here. If we strike now, we can show them what we stand for. Ramesses replied, his voice burning with passion, trying to convince his stone-faced counterpart. We can change that and force them to react. And what use is that when the world see us killed and scattered by the JDF? Of what use is this attack when it would force them to hunt us down, crippling all the other operations we have? Hashish countered with an abrupt slashing gesture. No, it would be better to bide our time and conserve our brothers to strike another day. Rames turned his head and spit on the ground. Our cause is far more important than such considerations. We fight to protect humanity from those. We fight, but we fight using our resources shrewdly. Hashish cut him off before he could finish, rising to his feet. After all, we are no good to our cause dead. Are you afraid of the United Nations? Rames demanded hotly. No, but I do respect them, Rames, Hashish answered, not bothering to correct the other's mistake. You'll be a fool if you underestimate them or any of our other enemies, no matter how weak they appears. Fine, we withdraw, Rames hissed out defiantly. Good, answered Hashish with a tinge of relief hidden in his voice. I'll go get things in order. Rames watched his commander for this operation turn and stood up. It really was too bad that the man was too trusting, or this wouldn't have been possible. Shortly afterwards, the distinctive asterisk crack clink of silenced 9mm fire from his weapon dealt with the situation. And you should listen to your own advice more, Hashish. He'll been planning this ever since his patron had informed him that Hashish would be in charge of this operation. A effective man, but he lacked conviction and the determination needed to reach their goal. One of his men entered the room, not bothered by the sight of a dead body in the room. Did we recover anyone from the Eurasia team? Rames asked, a smile slowly creeping its way across his lips. Yes, sir, Rainer team has what remains of the members of the Eurasia team within the innermost barrier. The 2 captured members of the Eurasian team are secured within one of the King Tut rooms, the masked man said, putting his weapons away. Good, are they in position? Rames asked. They are, sir, but they did run into some problems. Deal with it, soon we will make history, Rames said, only to be disrupted by the sound of gunfire. What was that? Gunfire, the masked man replied unhelpfully, as he pulled out his radio and spoke into it. It didn't take long, but it was enough for Rames to discreetly draw his weapon again, some of Commander Hashish's men. The man never saw the shots which blew his head apart courtesy of the still smoking gun in Rames's hands. And you have outlived your usefulness. Rames said, spitting on the dead body. He didn't have much time, but it was enough to send a quick message to his patron and reposition himself and the dead bodies before the door was flung open by heavily armed fighters. Sir! We have to move, some of the man Hashish. A man shouted, stunned by the sight of his leader dead, shot in the back. What happened? Rames snapped in apparent rage. A few of the men started shooting at us, sir, we have to move before. The terrorist trailed off as he took in the carnage around him. Treason! Rames hissed, inwardly smirking at his acting skills. Paki here, tried to kill me, he gestured at the headless body before him, but he shot Hashish before I could stop him. Fuckers! What do we do now? The man didn't have long to live, as a round entered his head and put an end to his life while a look of shock was locked on his face. Useless, they are all useless, Rames thought, as moment later his men entered the room, weapons raised and ready for action. Send the go orders to Malthusian team, then get the others moving. Rames ordered. What about us? One of the men asked. All the gunfire will have attracted the police. We will stay here, act as a distraction while Malthusian team makes their move, Rames said softly, looking each of the men in the eye. It is likely that none of us will survive, but if our death is for the sake of our brothers in protecting this blue and pure world, then so be it. The reply was thunderous. For humanity. Get ready, for our guest and pass orders to Rainer team, we are a go for this operation. Today we make history. Rames ordered firmly, pride in his voice. 00. We're approaching the area where the last reports of the gunfire came from, Captain Menes said, his usually slight French accent thick from the stress of the last few days. It's in the old residential zone with the apartments due for redevelopment next year. Copy, Patrol 23, be careful, the voice over the radio said quietly. We'll have CA drones over your position in 10 minutes if things go south, so don't do anything too stupid. Copy, State 53, Menes answered. The drive didn't last longer as the patrol of 4 vehicles approached an desolated, graffiti-ridden square of aged stone seats, messy weeds, and broken concrete. The only signs of the living was what was left behind by the homeless. The moment the vehicles stopped not far from the building, the police officers jumped out and headed for cover, fully armed and armored. It had become normal over the years for the responding officers to be armed and armored before leaving the station the moment they received word they would be responding to gunfire. There was no telling whether they were responding to a simple gang fight, honor killing, someone firing a weapon wildly into the air in celebration, another terrorist attack, or something completely different until they arrived on the scene, so it was better to be safe than sorry, as the old saying went. That said, the officers today were even more heavily armed and restless than usual, with their nerves set on the edge by the chaos and death caused by the recent attacks. The sense of tension and unease was thick in the air as each police officer advanced from cover to cover, expecting hell to break loose any moment, and it only got worse as the minutes passed. "GDBB, what do you have on thermal?" Menes asked over the radio to the only man with thermal gear. "It's pretty hard to tell, sir, the entire area looks like it had been blanketed with IR." That surprised Menes. "Thermal jammers, but it looks like the building in front of us is showing the highest thermal readout compared to the other buildings." "Good, I want 2 teams of 3 each. Chidikwu and Adiboa will lead, scout the buildings, and if you find any trouble report back and I'll call backup. The rest of you, with me." Menes ordered, but even as he did so he couldn't calm the unease within him. As his men began to move towards the double doors, he made his way to cover the left apartment building and proned behind the thick support column, with the men assigned to him not far behind him. "We're in and heading up the stairs," Chidikwu reported in. "Good, be careful," Menes ordered, covering the left apartment building. "Copy, sir," Chidikwu said. He really hoped that this was only a minor incident, maybe even an accident, but it just didn't seem like it. If it was a mistake they would have been people, never mind the whole situation. Scream ambush in his mind. He let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. He should have ordered them to park the next street over and proceed on foot to try to maintain the element of stealth, but he hadn't thought of it while on the way here, and that was a bad sign. It meant he was off his game, and that was never a good thing, not when lives were on the line. His fingers itched for the FM mobile transceivers radios in any of the cars so that he could call for backup in case they need it. He didn't like it. It was too quiet in his opinion, and he didn't trust the government-issued radio on his belt. Nothing it seemed in his life was meant to be easy, he grumbled, suppressing the half-remembered memories of the ambush. Now wasn't the time nor place for it, he told himself firmly again for the millionth time. One final pause to gather his thoughts together, let the other know where he was going, and off he was dashing from cover to cover until he found himself safely behind one of the patrol cars. By this point, he was sweating with water droplets running down his forehead. Rather than standing in the open and in full view from the apartment, he quickly opened the door and drew the speaker out to where hiding, the far side of the patrol car. "State 53, this is Patrol 23, we have traced down the location of the gunfire detected to the old apartment building in the Scale district. The entire area seemed deserted, but there might have been signs that someone was using IR countermeasures on us. Still, no signs of trouble so far," he said. "Copy, Patrol 23, keep looking. We have other patrols responding to similar incidents throughout the city. Word from the top is check everything until the conference is finished, especially with the fun that happened across the border," Station 53 said. "Copy, Station 45, we'll keep our eyes on open for any trouble." Any further words were drowned out as an explosion rained down rubble on him and the car he hid behind. For a brief moment between the end of the explosion and the moment when the fragments from the building landed, he quietly prayed that nothing large would land on him. That would be unhealthy for him. As the debris fell down around him, with most of the largest pieces thankfully missing his location, his senses finally returned to him. "Chidikwu, an Adiboal report," he shouted into his handheld radio. Damn it! Cursing, he was tempted to run into the building in an attempt to find his men, but he stopped himself. Fuck, they can't handle this by themselves, he realized, reaching for the speaker of the car radio. This is Patrol 23, an explosion has occurred in the old apartment building, Red Alpha, men down, requesting immediate support. Copy, Patrol 23, support incoming, they will be there in 10 minutes, he heard over the radio. Be aware that drones have spotted movement. Whatever else the dispatch officer was saying was lost as Meanies quickly ducked down on reflex as he spotted movement on the upper floor of a nearby building out of the corner of his eye, an action which saved his life, as a burst of bullets flew through the space he had occupied just moments before and hammered the inside of the car, along with the radio apart. Peeking up from under the car, he barely saw the hazy outline of a few fleeing figures through the dust-choked air. He brought his weapon to bear only to pause. Damn it, his men were more important. He took a running start towards the smoking ruins of the apartment. Even the cold chill of despair ran down his spine. The top half of the building they were investigating seemed to be gone, leaving only the bottom half still standing. There wasn't much he could do for his man other than pray that they've made it out safely. As he ran out of the choking dust and into the severely damaged lobbyway of the half-destroyed apartment, a corner of his mind thanked a merciful God as he saw the forms of one of his men shaken and knocked to the ground but otherwise unharmed in the lobby. He wasn't the only one he saw. Quickly he helped the leader of the section to his feet, lightly rapping the still dazed man's head to get his attention. Nimat. Grab everybody and leave. The building might collapse at any moment. I'm going up to check on Chidigwu and Adeboel. He yelled and the man seemed to blink confusedly before his eyes snapped open in understanding. Sir, you can't do that. You said it yourself. We need you here to org. You'll be in charge till I get back, set up a defensive line and wait for the cavalry. They'll be here in a few minutes. Now get going. The captain yelled and gave the inspector a gentle shove before sprinted up what remained of the staircase. Leaping up the stairs, his hope fell as he took in the extent damage. By the time he'd reached the second story, he was almost certain that no one had survived in the burnt and shattered floor, but he had to try. Chidigwu, Adeboel. Respond. He shouted desperately as he cleared the half-block stairwell, reaching the second floor proper. Amazingly, despite the general devastation surrounding him, a muffled cry responded. God damn it. Here, sir. Following the voice, he came upon a scorched doorway blocked by a piece of reinforced concrete wedged into the doorframe by the initial force of the explosion, protecting the door and thus the room behind it from the full brunt of the blast and the fire which followed. Of course, the same rebar was now trapping his man in a potentially collapsing building. Inspecting the rebar and the room, Captain Meanies came to a decision. Taking a few steps, he then proceeded to try and dislodge the rebar by the quickest mean he have available, ramming the concrete slab at full speed. He almost immediately regretted his decision as a sick-sounding crack and a stab of pain announced that something in his left shoulder decided to give way at the point of impact, but his efforts were rewarded as the slab surprisingly started to shift to the side. Eyes wide, the captain quickly rolled out of the way as the massive slab toppled, barely missing him. Picking himself up, he was forced to jump to the side again as the door was smashed off its hinges courtesy of a rather sooty man, Sergeant Chingwu, his mind supplied, body slamming into it. Turning, he helped the sergeant onto his feet as he quickly did a quick count of the men beyond the doorway. Fuck. Chingwu. Where is Adeboel? Meanies asked tiredly, already knowing the answer. Didn't make it, sir. Chingwu coughed out. He and Hashers was upstairs when the bomb exploded. They probably never had a chance. Damn it. Meanies raged internally. Another two good men who wouldn't be going back home today. Taking a deep breath, he walked towards the other officers. We have to get moving, Chidigwu. We have hostiles outside and building probably going to collapse. One of the other officers said testily, trying to lever himself off the floor while avoiding his bleeding leg, a task made easier as Meanies slung his arms beneath the wounded man's arm and hoisted him up in a fireman's carry. We probably will if we don't get out of here. Chidigwu, take point, come on. Hurriedly the ragged group made it back to the ground floor and out through to the ruins of the square. The smoke and dust was gone now, revealing the scale of the destruction. None of the surrounding building had escaped the explosion unharmed, peppered as they were by shrapnel, of all sizes, from the blast. Looking back, Meanies realized that his team had only survived because some quirk of the building's construction and pure luck had directed the force of the blast outwards and upwards instead of downwards. All that remained of the 5-story apartment was a 3-story stump. Allahu Akbar, Meanies muttered, hauling the wounded towards the impromptu barricade Nimat set up, grimacing as he saw the state the road was in. With all the rubble on the road, it was going to be a bitch for help to reach them soon. Suddenly a low rumble filled the air as what remained of the bomb-out apartment chose that moment to collapse, filling the air with soot and, more importantly, totally blocking the road with rubble. Allah Akbar, he cursed, a sentiment reflected by the officer he was carrying. Reaching the barricade, Meanies set down the wounded officer, pulling a bottle out from under his jacket and passing it to the man who took it gratefully. Thanks, Did you hear that? That referred to the sirens of emergency vehicles underlaid by a sort of slow shifting rumble, Meanies decided, gesturing for Nimat to join him as he walked cautiously out into the open, his weapon ready. He sighed in relief as he saw the strobing lights of emergency vehicles, eyes widening slightly as the lead vehicle of the impromptu column came into view, a pair of Corsic IFVs bearing the faded markings of the Equatorial Union's 495th Mobile Battalion bulldozing a path through the rubble. As the column stopped and began disgorging armed officers, Meanies made his way towards the lead vehicle only to do a double take as he spotted a familiar but unexpected face. "LT Wright. I thought you had retired, what the hell are you doing here?" "Captain Meanies." The identified lieutenant blinked in recognition, "You unlucky reprobate." "I'm retired, but with all the chaos, me and a couple of the boys," he gestured at the IFV behind him, crewed by people in a motley assortment of civilian dress and body armor, "decided to help out, besides we also got word from the colonel that you guys may need help." "Chaos? What the hell have been happening?" Meanies asked before cutting himself off abruptly. "Never mind that, I got wounded wit. I'll get my man on it," Wright said, glancing at a nearby soldier/militiaman who nodded and ran off to the ambulance. "Anyway, someone have been hitting the zone outside the conference line pretty hard since an hour ago. Arson, random shootings and bombings, that sort of things. Emergency services are responding, but they are being stretched. Rumors even have it that JDF HQ is considering pulling units off protecting the King Tut Hotel to help deal with this shit. So here I am." As if to underscore the lieutenant's statement, the resounding boom of another bomb blast echoed from somewhere deeper within the city. "Damn. Anyway, we came under fire from unknown forces in that direction," Meanies said, pointing in the general direction where the shots were fired from. "3 gunmen, they ran instead of fighting." "Andrews!" Wright shouted, turning around to face his XO, who poked his head out of the IFV. "Sir? Is the projector working? Bring up that map," Wright ordered, and soon enough a map appeared in front of the men. "All right, I want you to get the others and conduct a sweep here and here." Wright pointing at the major intersection in the areas around them, "Comms 09er, give him a sitrep and advise him to do a converging sweep with us. Also contact Serpent-Tail and get them airborne, we'll probably need air support." "Yes, sir," answered Andrews. "We'll also need reinforcements, Andrews, radio HQ for more reinforcements and let Kane know what is happening, we're going on a rabbit hunt for these sons of bitches." Wright snared. "Yes sir, on it," Andrews replied, ducking back into the vehicle to carry out his orders. "How are you doing?" Wright asked. "I'm fine, but I've got other responsibilities to handle right now." "I have to make sir." Another explosion and bursts of gunfire interrupted him. There was no need to finish, as it was pretty clear to both of them that they didn't have the time to chat. Wright's radio buzzed to life. "Sir, we've found them and are pursuing, they are heading through some alleyways." A feral grin appeared on Wright's lips and he turned towards his vehicle. "Take at least one alive," Wright ordered savagely, "also keep alert, we don't want to be caught in another ambush." "Got it sir." "This is our home to those bastards." "Who's the officer in charge here?" Meanies asked, torn between the desire to hunt down those responsible for the death of his men and his duty here. "You are," Wright nodded, as he listened to the reports coming in from his radio. "Orders from the top for me is to hunt these assholes down and find out who sent them. So in other words, I handle this situation here," Meanies said, gesturing at the ruined apartments around them, "while you handle the cause of said problem." "More or less," Wright nodded, mounting his command track. "Good luck." "Good luck, to you too, and good hunting," Meanies said, as he saw the first fire truck and ambulance arrive intermixed with police cars. While he didn't agree with the decision, he had a job to do, and at the end of the day, the lives of his men were more important to him than revenge. 00. March 1st, 1:05 p.m. 2070/CE70. African Community, Cairo Airspace Sector 21N. "And that makes 6. Guy Murakumo muttered, stared at the tactical overlay on his head-up display of the command variant of the MiL-72 Hydra he was current observing the city-turned-battlefield from. While the Flying Brick, as the pilots nicknamed the Tiltwing, was a massively armed and armored machine, it could still be brought down by sufficient amount of anti-air fire, as Guy was painfully aware. "Said something, boss?" the voice of his pilot behind him inquired, almost drowned out by the dull thump of the gunship's powerful turboprops despite their noise-cancelling headsets. "Nothing, Wayne. Any word from the ground pounders?" "Neen, TI is still jammed and the drones are getting shot down. We are going to have to get our hands dirty." The slightly Germanic accented voice of the ex-Eurasian pilot, Bruce Wayne Fledermaus man, sounded out over the intercoms again. "You ready for this, Guy?" Guy glanced again at the tactical overlay again, focusing on the 4 blue arrowheads which represented his command, as well as the scant green symbols of Cairo police, military and other mercenary teams, as compared to the veritable sea of shaded red area which represented area where reported terrorist incident took place, taking special care to note the 6 Angry X of Manpad's launches. "Go." Karyocom to Serpent Lead, our radar is reading your position as over the RZ. Contact the ground element and coordinate with them. Row is yellow 2. Out. Guy grimaced, no info, restricted weapons, and confusion everywhere. He sighed, alright guys, you heard that right. Serpent 01. Affirm. Weapon hold. Over. Serpent 02. Wilco. I hate this job. Weapon hold. Over. Serpent 03. Roger. Best job I've ever had. Weapon hold. Over. Rolling his eye slightly at his flight, Guy switched to a secondary channel. Serpent lead to GMI 120C, we are incoming and will have eyes on the situation in 5, be aware that our row is yellow 2. Over. Coming into visual range now, Guy. Heads up. Sure enough, they were approaching the column of smoke and dust thrown up in the aftermath of the explosion. Switching to the look-down camera, he spotted a ragged-looking column of armored and police vehicles. Probably GMI 12, Guy noted, but then who are in the trucks down the intersection? Serpent lead, this is GMI 12, we copy. Be aware we've tracked the suspect down to the intersection of Thebes and Comac. Guy's attention snapped back to the HUD, fingers already flying towards the master armament switch as the cover on one of the trucks was ripped off, unmasking a quad-tube launcher frame, pointing straight at him. Time seemed to slow as Guy snapped open the trigger guard of his control stick, bringing to life the gunship's twin-chin-mounted 23mm autocannons. As the telltale flare of a missile launch erupted from the truck, he laid the reticle onto the offending launcher and calmly squeezed the trigger, sending 1,200 rounds/mints worth of 23mm HEDPT back at the technical. By sheer skill or luck, his first burst managed to catch the first missile head-on halfway. The ensuing explosion as the missile's fragmentation warhead detonated shredded the following 3 missiles, filling the air between the gunship and the trucks with flaming debris, obstructing their targets. Even as that happens, Guy could feel the tilt wing banking as Wayne pulled the gunship lower, seeking cover in the cluttered Cairo skyline. Damn, lead to flight, I've lost sight of bogey. 01, 03, circle sweep northeast, 02, with me. Seed. Remember, stay low. Switching back to crew intercoms, Guy continued, Wayne, I've marked out waypoints, go. Serpent lead to GMI 12, there is a group of technicals waiting for the tangos at the intersection. Advise caution. Acknowledged Serpent, we are moving to envelope them now. Just remember your IFF protocols. Serpent 02, I see the target. Rifle. 2 away, dot. On his tactical overlay, Guy could see a red square highlighted as Serpent 2 identified and launched 2 missiles at the technicals even as his own gunship entered the firefight. From his vantage point, he could actually see the missiles hit, sending one terrorist flying as the rest of his compatriots was vaporized in a fury of flame and explosion. Serpent, GMI 12 is entering OP area now. Watch your. Another thunderous explosion shook the intersection as a car bomb exploded, the blast flipping the lead armored car of the military column and setting it on fire. At the same time, machine gun and rocket fire erupted from the surrounding building, sending blood-red tracers flashing towards the column and the gunships in the air. Look like those terrorists knew what they are doing as well, Guy noted, switching to his cannon and rocket pods. All Serpent units. Suppressive fire. Now. The ash-choked street exploded into a firework display as tracers and rockets crisscross each other as the gunships, soon followed by what remained of GMI 12 as they recovered, opened up on the terrorists' position. Soon, the amount of fire from the building slackened as those within decided to cut their losses, a fact which Guy grimly observed as he sent a burst of 60mm rocket through a window, silencing the machine gun behind it. Scanning around, his eyes widened as he saw the SAM-mounted technical appear onto the street directly below Serpent 4. Even as he shouted out a warning, his finger were already tightening around the trigger, sending 2 anti-tank missile into the truck destroying it, too late as its quadlet of deadly missiles were already speeding up towards the wildly evading gunship. Tracking upwards and holding down the trigger, Guy managed to bisect 2 with autocannon fire, to the surprise of everyone watching, while the others fell for the wall of flare and countermeasures Serpent 4 threw up, veering off into the distance. However, it was all for naught as another smoke trail rose up from yet another building in the distance and in an insane stroke of misfortune, flew straight into the exhaust port of Serpent 4's portside turboprop pod, bypassing the Hydra's vaunted armor. Within seconds, the gunship started to spin wildly as the pilot struggled to compensate for the excess torque no longer countered by the flaming engine, only to crash tail fast a building before tipping over onto the street. The sharp chirping of missile alert rang again as another missile rose into the air. This time, however, the gunships were prepared and managed to dodge down below the horizon presented by the building, leaving the missile to chase after the flares they have ejected overhead. Damn it. 02, 03. Follow the smoke trail and flatten that bastard. I'll keep them suppressed from 04. Move. Opening up with his 23mm cannons, Guy was joined by the few remaining armored cars and APCs on the ground as they pinned down the gunmen allowing armed men to storm into the buildings. Soon the fighting stopped completely as remaining terrorists found themselves outflanked and forced to either surrender or were blown apart by the now overwhelming firepower brought to bear against them. Lead, this is 03. We have identified the launch site. It appears to be an apartment building just outside of the old residential zone and can't fire. Civilians are confirmed to be the building. I'll mark it on the tech. Never mind. 03 respond. What happened? It looks like a group of civvies just subdued the terrorist while they were distracted by taking pot shots at us. It looked like a lynch mob down there. 03 incredulous voice replied. Roger 02, 03, withdraw to a safe distance and hold position, Guy muttered as the camera feed from 03's remote drones came in, showing, as he said, a mob of people beating up four masked men into a bloody pulp with rocks, sledgehammers, poles, or even their own bare hands. GMI-12, you got this. Roger, we'll send someone to deal with that after we patch ourselves up. We have also recovered your drowned ship. Are they all right? Guy quickly asked, a hint of guilt and anxious in his otherwise calm voice. What, the crew? Yeah, the pilot's okay and the gunner is cussing up a storm over her broken leg. They are being looked at by the medic now, hold one. The grizzled voice of the ground force commander cut off, though he seemed to be having a conversation with someone if the background chatter was anything to go by. Serpent Flight, what is your status? Flight, Statrep. Serpent 02, half tank, cannons still full and 2 rocket left, Winchester arrows. Serpent 03, 66% tank, out of ammo for the cannons, 3 rocket left in the pod, 7 arrows on rails. GMI-12, we can still patrol a bit longer. New orders. Affirm, reinforcements arriving now, but some of my people found signs that some of the bastards just now have escaped into the old sewer system. We'll need you to do a scan along Highway 21, see if anyone come out of the sewer. Got it. A quick look at the drone feed showed that civilians had cleared the streets for the most part as GMI-12 finally arrived in force, reinforced with additional AFVs and transport vehicles carrying a mix of troops, police officers, and armed civilians. All the vehicles bore the faded marks of the Equatorial Union 495th Mobile Battalion. Roger 12, moving out, Guy said, moving on to his next mission. 00. When the new orders arrived, courtesy of the agent in the kitchens, it swiftly filtered to the rest of the cell. Yet for the next couple of hours nothing out of place happened besides some of the hotel staff taking more breaks, which most ascribed to the stress, especially for the recent hires from the south who are not used to an event of this caliber. So it wasn't unexpected for a few of the workers to end up missing for an hour or two, taking a break from work. For the most part, the workers ended up either going outside to smoke at the loading docks or elsewhere in the hotel. Regardless, one of the workers still on duty was currently on the 10th floor as she entered the floor via the elevator and made her way to the first room to her right, finishing her job there before moving on to the next room. This hard-working employee kept pushing her cart along, moving from one room to another until she reached room 1012. There, she saw a Do Not Disturb sign which was promptly ignored as she knocked a certain musical rhythm onto the door. Have my bottle of 47 Cheval Blanc arrived? A deep-set voice on the other side of the door inquired after a moment's pause. Rolling her eyes at the code phrase, the maid answered, No sir, due to the recent disruptions, our deliveries have been delayed. Would you instead accept a bottle of 43 Chateau Figeac as a gesture from the hotel? Acceptable. The man answered, pulling open the door, allowing the young woman to step in. Once inside, she took out some sheets and other rather unusual items, while the other quickly closed the door behind her. So Lissy, what's the news? The man asked. You're right, Rainer, something happened, a message was left at the dead drop for us to prepare to abort. Which with the suspicious validity of the orders we've received means that Hashish might have been compromised. Rainer interjected with a grimace. Damn. Don't jump to conclusions, Hashish is pretty resourceful. Lissy objected, more to reassure herself than anything. Still, what are we going to do now? Damn. Rainer growled before coming to a decision. We are pulling out. Sir. The young woman asked, not that I don't agree, but how are you going to explain this to the boss? We were never meant to fight. Rainer replied grimly. When Hashish set up the plan, our mission here is simply to observe while the other elements cause a distraction, allowing us a close look at how they react to them. The possibility of us actually joining in the fun was always a last resort and meant to stay that way. The most that was expected of us was to use those two to cast some possible discord. He nodded at the 2 drugged Eurasian agents currently tied up at the corner of the room along with a standard F-Spec supply cache. But what about Rames's man downstairs? One of his men who had been silent till now asked. Do we tell them anything? No, Rainer answered after a moment's thought. We tell them we are continuing with the mission. Rames is a fanatic, a mad dog who doesn't care about who get caught in the crossfire as long as some coordinator scum are killed. If his men are anything like him. No, we use them as a distraction, at best. He gave a predatory smile, we find out just how good GDI's boys really are. What about those two? Lissy asked, nodding at the unconscious Eurasian. We give them the antidote when we leave. Then call and tip off the JDF. Raynor answered, assembling a pistol from the parts Lissy took out. Let's see them Euros explain what a Section 12 kill team is doing here, the fallout might even benefit our cause or our allies. He shook his head. We're pulling out, Lissy head downstairs and pass the word down to the rest of our people, if Hashish is under attack then it means they are onto us and we need to get out while we still have the chance. 00. Rames was not a happy man, running through the decades-old tunnels as he was, surrounded by a quartet of his men, all that's left of his strike team. It wasn't meant to be like this, he raged, he wasn't meant to scurry through these decaying tunnels like a hunted rat and how did Harpy team know about Hashish death? Who told them? Who? Never mind, Rames thought, thinking of the little button he'd pushed just an hour ago. It doesn't matter anymore, in a matter of hours his little surprises scattered throughout the city will go off along with his message to the world. No, he thought, he couldn't have his message play as planned not after Hashish's people so clearly refused to follow orders. It didn't matter, he'll just let them rot on the vine by seeing to it that they were starved of money and resources in the future. As for the moment, well it didn't matter that Hashish's men refused to follow orders. They were nothing more than bugs, little better than those traitors and the coordinators, unworthy of the true cause, fit only to die so that their betters can live. He should have never allowed others to take the lead in this operation. A mistake will not be repeated in the future, not with the support he had. 00. March 1, 1650 PM 2070/CE70. African Community, Cairo, King Tut Hotel, Main Ballroom. Located on the second floor of the 65-floor hotel, the large and ornate ballroom of the King Tut was the hotel's pride and joy, an extravagant show of wealth and culture, and more prominently, a show of faith that Cairo will need such things in the near future. Though such a future does seem quite far away, Yasimio Kantagara thought sourly, money wasn't going to magically solve everything and already she was hearing stories of local corruption, which should have worried her more but didn't, she thought as she observed the party on said ballroom below her. Corruption was a fact of life here, in the African community and its members, it was really only a question of avoiding being caught red-handed. Filled with the various dignitaries, their adjuncts and staff, along with members of the media providing broadcasts to the various news agency of the world, the party below was meant as a celebration to the end of the conference, a chance for all involved to take a break. A chance to meet and talk informally with little or no formal political concern, showing the world that everything was fine and everybody was getting along with each other. In short, an illusion, she concluded, very carefully suppressing her desire to punch several people in the room, including more than a few from the Atlantic Federation for their opinions on the events out there in the city the last few days. She shook her head, she hated it, really. People, her people were dying out there while she was here playing tea party with, these people, these politicians. She doubted that she would ever get used to it, this aspect of her job had always bothered her to an extent. Maybe it was because of her upbringing or was it her 5-year stint in the JDF? She shook her head again, this time to clear it, she had bigger issues to consider. She hasn't expected GDI to be willing to follow up so soon in putting the ACOMD protocol for anti-terrorists operations into action. Sure, she had expected Acting Director McNeil to offer a gesture in response to the terrorist attacks over the last few days, but even she had balked when the good director had offered to essentially throw what amounted to a GDI army group at the terrorists until the problem went away. Still, the negotiation went well despite running through the night and into the wee hours of the morning, but still, she shouldn't have been surprised when she received word that the acting director had also offered to act on the ACOMD Economical Internal Development Treaty mere hours after the treaty was signed, but she was. Together with her other offer, it worried for some reason but she couldn't put her hand on it. She went through the treaty herself and by all measure the terms was pretty good for the African community, almost too good in fact, so why would GDI push for its fulfillment so soon? She could understand their rush for the trade portion, but why did GDI appear so committed in helping her country in infrastructure development and anti-terrorism eludes her? She'd tried to pushing for an explanation and all she'd gotten were vague statements that basically come down to them needing the resources to keep their economy from crashing until their belt mining operations were up and running. She sighed, perhaps now wasn't the time to overthink things, the past few days had been a very tense time for her, despite the precautions and preparation she made, but in the end, she found that she was still anxiously waiting for something go wrong. Even now, still the last few days she couldn't deny the truth, she felt hope for the community and maybe in time it could truly climb out of the hellhole that it has been in for decades. With that in mind, she made her way to the nearest area clear of people and simply stood there with her drink in hand. She was fine with not talking with anyone else for the moment, just taking the time to reflect on this historic moment was good enough for her. "I see you still have that same smile on your face," she heard. Right away, she knew who it was. After all, it was hard to forget the scarred, yet oddly grandfatherly man that was her old mentor/rival on the political scene. "Yeah, I'm quite happy at the moment, Phoenix," she said, turning to face the man, using the chance to check out 2 aides, probably from GDI and Orb judging by their clothes, chatting amicably. What brings you here from your corner of Tunisia? Business. Unfortunately, one of them being the PM want additional help from the community. She frowned. More help? The African community has been pouring what aid they can, both military and otherwise for years, finally allowing the country to put down the rebels terrorizing its countryside 2 years ago. What do they want now? Haven't we given your government enough aid, both militarily and financially, and over the years? She said tightly, thinking of her own role in making it possible over the years. Oh, don't be mistaken. We're quite thankful for the aid that the administration has been willing to provide us. True, it's only a small amount but every bit has helped. The man answered, pausing for a moment to look around the room, a tired simile still on his face. To be clear, he's not really asking for more troops or money but rather if it would be possible to get the Joint Defense Force stationed there to remain, at least for the next 2 years or so. Why? She asked, allowing a little annoyance to leak into her voice. Not that she couldn't see where he was coming from but she wanted to see his reaction. The PM is worried about our new visitors like everyone else on the planet. We've been going over their history and from what we've read and seen them do inside the SJZ and outside it, the public is concerned and panicking. The other factor is due to our relative closeness to the SJZ and wind patterns in the Mediterranean which place us directly at risk. Phoenix said, not mentioning that these same issues were beginning to appear in the other northern African nations, the only difference is that the Tunisian government chose to act on it now and not later. While that is true, we got other problems in the region that we have to deal with. Then maybe we could get one or more of the GDI treaty bases. The man asked, trying another angle. Already done, your country will be getting 2 of the GDI bases due to the relatively closeness to the SJZ. Thank you, still it would still be nice to have the JDF troops, Phoenix trailed off. I mean the GDI bases would be nice but we have to remember they are basically an alien presence. We have no idea what their culture is like, at worst. As long as your PM approves it shouldn't be a problem, she interrupted, thinking about it but you do raise a good point. Looking around, she gave an impish smile as she spotted the GDI aside from earlier, apparently cultural attaché by the name of Fullerton if his name tag was correct. But perhaps we can start addressing this now, she continued, walking up to the attaché with a rather bemused Phoenix in tow. Slowing as she approached the slightly tanned, bespectacled, European gentleman who looks to be in his 50s, she frowned. She can't place it but there was something off about the man, something which made all of her instincts scream dangerous, an aura she had only felt around the most hardened of soldiers, yet there was nothing obvious threatening about him. Hello, may I help you? Perhaps sensing her hesitant movements, the man turned slightly, tilting his head at the pair. Gyasi was surprised that he even noticed them approaching with all the people around. Deciding to analyze that later, she gave a small nod and replied. Gyasi Mukantagara and my friend here is Wilbur Phoenix. I assume you are with the GDI contingent Mr. Fullerton, Anthony Fullerton. Freelance writer, botanist, and cultural attaché with the GDI for now. What can I do for you Mr. Gyasi and Attorney General Phoenix? Gyasi blinked, while her position is probably well known to GDI by now, she haven't expected one of their random attaché to recognize an official from such an obscure state as Tunisia and on site at that. You are certainly well informed Mr. Fullerton. Phoenix injected, most people outside of certain cycles in the community couldn't have recognized me on site like that. Fullerton gave a warm laugh. I didn't, I cheated, he admitted with a smile, tapping his glasses. Gyasi looked blankly in confusion then blinked as she realized the very faint images on the glasses that she had initially dismissed as reflections are actually transparent holograms, projected in front of Fullerton's eyes. It was the smallest holographic projector she had ever seen. This screen here is connected with the EVA unit we brought along, said unit then has an uplink connection to the shuttle and from there to EarthNet. He explained with a grin. But enough of that. I believed you wanted to talk about something else initially. Yes, about that. Phoenix started, you are probably aware that my country has been chosen to house 2 of the bases for your country's military Mr. Fullerton. My government is interested in learning more about your culture and social so we can hopefully avoid any issues that it may cause. Not a problem, if you want, I can get some basic primers on most of the ethno-religious groups that still exist in GDI. Fullerton chuckled good-naturedly, not that it really matter anyway since the boys and girls over at Zocom are pretty anti-social. Sorry? Zocom? What is that? Phoenix replied, confused as his mind took a moment to connect the dots. I'm sorry, Zone Operations Command. They are our Tiberium containment specialist, usually based at Yellow and Red Zones. Gyasi nodded as Fullerton launched into a basic explanation of the roles and history of the command. It was the way he stood that was bothering her, Gyasi realized. She wouldn't have noticed it if she wasn't specifically looking for something off about the GDI attaché but even as he was talking to the 2 of them, his eyes have never really focused on them, instead, the crisp hazel eyes behind the glasses were scanning the room almost constantly. And his stance, what she had initially assumed was a relaxed slouch actually allowed him to move in any direction at a moment's notice. Frankly, it was rather frightening how natural and casual Fullerton made it seem. "Were you a soldier?" Gyasi interjected. "I mean, you seem to know a lot about your country's military." "Well, just a tip, if you ask any GDI citizen between the age of 18 and 65, the answer is almost always going to be yes. I take it that it's not the case here. Some of our constituent states do have conscription, but by law, they are allowed to handle their own internal affairs. Not that we can dictate their internal policy most of the time." Gyasi thought sourly. "Still, given your history, it is not surprising your government implemented conscription." Actually the government didn't." Fullerton blinked ghoulishly. "The GDI Armed Forces is strictly a volunteer-only service. It's just that it is a social norm to contribute back to the state by volunteering 2 or 3 years for government service." Gyasi frowned at the remark slightly before deciding to save it for later. "Ah," Phoenix nodded, slipping into his political science professor persona. "Social coercion. Does your government have any problem with calling up its reserve?" Dr. Lee's paper on rational choice theory would indicate that turnout should be quite low once the reserves have established a better choice. "Oh no." He blinked back at the two African with slight bewilderment. "According to the last census, around 2 to 7% of the eligible age group would fall to answer a mobilization, and those are usually the ones who didn't sign up for government service anyways. Isn't that the usual number? 2 to 7%. Gyasi blinked incredulously, before her eyes narrowed, as she gave Phoenix a warning glare, telling him to drop the subject. A solemn violin piece, one that she didn't recognize, beautiful yet somehow bittersweet and haunting, interrupted her train of thought as Fullerton reached into his coat and pulled out a metal brick of a phone with practiced ease. "My apologies, can we continue our conversation later?" he said as he glanced at the screen. "My boss wants a meeting. By the way, conference room 72A is by the left corridor." "Yes. Don't apologize, you have a job to do." Gyasi gave a small grateful smile. "And yes, take the left door and head towards the lift lobby, then take the lift to the 10th floor and head left. Conference room 72A should be somewhere around there. Do you need a guide?" "No, I can manage. I'll arrange for the press corps to send you a small briefing package, Mr. Phoenix." With that, the GDI aside gave a small bow and left. "Well, that was interesting," the man known as Phoenix chuckled for a moment, though somewhat uneasily. "That wasn't as helpful as it should have, but at least we'll be getting more information soon." "Do you think he was lying about the degree of militarization, Phoenix?" Gyasi asked. "Well, I don't know. He doesn't look like he was." Phoenix frowned in thought. Their government and logistics would completely break down. But still, even if he was only half right, a 7 million man army is nothing to joke about. "So that was supposed to be a threat?" Gyasi exclaimed, although she regained control of herself when she remembered something else that she'd forgotten about GDI. "But they're not the same as us, they're used to operating at a much larger scale than us." "True," Phoenix said, after a moment thought, at which point his brain provided the answer. It was all a matter of scale, still it did not change the sense of unease he felt. "I know." She was interrupted by the ringing of her phone. "Sorry, give me a second." Odd, it appears that the commander of hotel security was trying to call her. "Gyasi here. Minister, we have a problem." The captain's icily calm voice came over the phone. More worry-inducing was the rapid-fire commands being shouted in the background. "We have set up a perimeter around the kitchens and docks and locked down the service elevators successfully, but the terrorists were already armed. My men are holding them back for now, but we need your authorization to deploy a full company from the 89th and any addition backup we may need." Gyasi reacted instantly. "Authorization granted. Sierra, Niner, 1, 3, 1, 7, Golf. I say again, Sierra, Niner, 1, 3, 1, 7, Golf. Give me a sitrep once able." "Yes ma'am. Lieutenant." There was a burst of rapid-fire Swahili on the other side as the phone changed hands. "Madam Minister. Talk to me." Gyasi replied impatiently. "What is the situation?" "Ma'am, the initial platoon of terrorist infiltrators are holed up in Kitchen 2. Our troops have cut the service elevators and secured corridors 1/Alpha through 1/Echo as well as most of their weapon caches per contingency lancers, so they are not going anywhere. What is more pressing though is the section-sized group of heavily armed hostiles assaulting the loading bay." "What? How did they get past the perimeter?" she demanded, eyes twitching. "Via the old sewer system ma'am. There must be an access point that we somehow bypassed all the outer ring checkpoints and blew past the rapid reaction team who responded to the sewer sensors. By the time our main force got there they had already hunkered down at the loading bays." The lieutenant trailed off. "Not that it matters though, to get to the conference, they have to get past the kitchen and the corridors we had secured, and they don't have a chance in hell of doing that before the rest of the company come hammering down on their asses." "So is the conference secure?" Gyasi asked curtly. Wait, get past the kitchens? I thought the terrorists were hiding in the kitchens. Yes, ma'am. The ballroom is built into a reinforced slab, almost a vault. Even if they have heavy demo charges, they'll have to collapse the entire floor, not just the kitchen, to get at it. We have already sent people to keep everyone in the upper floors or in the ballroom. Also, the two groups of terrorists appear to be shooting each other as well. Hey, well, let them kill each other then. Gyasi said, without a second thought. Unfortunately not, Minister. Both the kitchen and the loading docks are located near the hotel's primary backup fuel cell array, and the terrorist assault team at least have RPGs. I'll rather. Oh shit. A rumbling crack which rumbled through the ground beneath her feet told her something had just gone wrong with the operation. Lieutenant, she said, her voice deathly calm, what happened? Minister, the terrorist just detonated an explosive charge right under a section of corridor just outside the ballroom end. 00. Major, RET. Anthony Starks Fullerton was having a bad week. Scratch that, he was having a bad month. First, there had been that act of God which literally dumped him, some 30 million people and some rather vital part of GDI's infrastructure into some random god-forsaken universe. Then, he was reactivated from his rather comfortable early retirement, and he had been working so hard on his small indoor farm too, by the supreme commander of the freaking D-Up herself. Finally he was ordered to attend some conference with a local second-rate power in fucking Cairo which still somehow managed to live up to its reputation as a hotbed of terrorism despite being in another fucking universe. And was that the sound of gunfire below him? Still, it was surprising, even to him, when the universe decided to throw him yet another wild card and collapse the floor from underneath him. Then again, he mused sourly as his arms loosened in preparation for landing against the rapidly approaching ground. The last time he had expected an easy assignment, Stuttgart happened. 00. Moments earlier. African Community, Cairo, King Tut Hotel, Kitchen 2. Rainer staggered as yet another near-miss rained concrete shrapnel down upon him before poking his head around the doorframe and wildly spraying his Uzi at the other side, the swarm of 9mm rounds keeping their opponent's head down long enough for Lissy to rush out and drag one of their wounded back into cover. You okay? He asked, swing back into cover as return fire hammered into the kitchen, sending up sprays of concrete dust. Fuck those traitors. Lissy spat, trying to stop the bleeding on the wounded man. I swear, if I get to that fucking bitch who tipped us off to Rames, I am going to rip her bloody guts out and feed it to her. I'll. Turning away from his ranting companion, he nodded as one of his fighters slid into cover next to him. He had sent the man, Alla Hagen, if he had remembers the name correctly, to scout out the battlefield he was forced into, and from the look on the panting man's face, the news was bad. How bad is it? He asked, half dreading the answer. And don't sugarcoat it. Really bad, Rainer. As in dead man walking bad. Hate to say it, but the community have us by the balls now, they were waiting for us. Alla Hagen coughed. Slater's team was ambushed and captured when they tried to recover the upper caches. Almost 3/4 of what's left was sabotaged. We are down to 10 mag of 5.56 and around 10 mag of 9 mils. After that we are throwing rocks. For our team? Rainer asked, knowing full well that a serious firefight will deplete that stockpile within minutes. No, for everyone. The scout replied sourly, not to mention these jokers. He spat in the general direction of their former compatriots in the loading bay, means we'll be running into the teeth of the JDF no matter what we do. Rainer understood what the other man was saying immediately. With all the death and destruction outside, the JDF aren't going to be in the mood to accept surrenders. What about further into the hotel? Not going to happen. Ryan's team haven't made it back yet, but if all the corridors are like what Hazam's team encountered, the JDF have up to a section of troops with machine gun and automatic grenade launchers fortified in each corridor. We'll be lucky if we made it through that with our original weapons, and whatever else the scout had to say was drowned out as the world exploded into painful noise. Pain, that's the first thing he felt as he came to, struggling to make sense of the world through blurred eyes and ringing ears. The second sensation to return was touch, as he felt something dragging him over a surface covered with pools of metallic-smelling liquid, blood. He dimly realized, he was being dragged over a killing ground. Our rainwhack, he heard dimly over the ringing in his ears. Looking upwards he saw the fuzzy form of a tearful face, probably whoever who was trying to drag him to safety. Wait, Lissy. God damn it, wake up, Rainer. Giving a half-strangled cough he reached out and with Lissy's assistance, pulled himself over a dented metal wreck which used to be a table. What happened? He managed to rasp out, collapsing into a heap behind cover. Satchel charge. Lissy spat, glaring at something before turning and looking worried at him. How are you feeling? Dizzy, but I can still fight, Rainer grunted as he hauled himself up, then sighed as he surveyed the damage. What used to be a solid wall now spotted a gaping, still smoking hole surrounded by the bloody minced corpses of his people. Not that there is much point in fighting on anyways there. The only reason why Ramesses' men haven't finished us off yet is because the roof is about to collapse. Lissy sighed, pointing out the spreading cracks on the ceiling. Once it falls, they will probably come charging in and catch us in the crossfire. As she speaks, a heavy crack echoed through the room as the ceiling halfway, dropping the concrete slab some 7 meters straight downwards. Followed a split second by what looks to be a 50-something gentleman in a suit landing on the broken remains with a wet smack. Poor bastard. Raynor winced. He hated it when innocent civilians get caught up in his ops, even if they are coordinators, like the kids which got caught in the blast when he bombed their clinics, his conscience supplied. After all, he was trying to kill the real monsters, the parents who would force their own children to be coordinators and the doctors who supply them with the means to do it. Unfortunately, it was a view often mocked as naive in blue cosmos by people like Ram-S. Perhaps it is, Raynor mused, readying his Uzi as a trio of Ram-S men stormed through the hole, one of them already bring his rifle up to gun down the helpless man. Perhaps he wouldn't survive this, but the least he could do for blue cosmos is to avenge this innocent bystander and put down the rabid dogs like Ram-S while he still could. Of course, that just made it all the more surprising when the supposedly helpless bystander lunged forward, somehow dodging the first burst the terrorist sent his way before utterly dismantling all 3 terrorists with a fury of precise blows. 0-0. Major, R.E.T., Fullerton would have liked to reiterate that he had a bad day as he, and the floor underfoot, fell afoul of gravity. Unfortunately, he was far too busy cursing a certain McNeil as he fell through 7 meters before throwing forward his arm in a flawless front break fall, bruising and cutting his arms and leaving him slightly dazed but otherwise unharmed from his fall. Taking a deep breath to collect himself, he instinctively tensed, preparing himself for action as certain sense in the air triggered training beaten into him by a certain Colonel Parker some 3 decades ago. Blood. It was hard to tell through the concrete dust, but the distinctive smell of human blood and smokeless powder hung heavy in the air. Instantly on alert, his vigilance paid off moments later when 3 raggedly dressed but heavily armed militia types fast-trotted into his view, one of them already training his rifle, an antique of a M16A1 he noted, towards him. Muscle memory kicked in as his body reacted, his left arm flinging a fistful of dust and debris towards the offending gunman while using the momentum of the throw to roll counterintuitively to the right. As he predicted, the throw managed to cause the insurgent to flinch and miss towards the left, and unfortunately for the gunman, that was enough time for the veteran, commando to cross the distance and deliver a devastating right-handed pivot jab into the gunman's master's shoulder, sending the man reeling back. Simultaneously, the commando grabbed the trigger guard, and trigger hand, of his assailant with his left hand and making use of his own momentum and overextended stance, grabbed the gunman's collar and rammed forward with deliberate purpose, twisting the man's rifle arm backwards with a muffled snap, the gunman's reflexive death grip on the trigger sending a short stream of bullet which decapitates a second unsuspecting terrorist. However, Fullerton was not finished yet. Still moving forward, he dropped down to one knee, neatly sidestepping the third gunman's knife lunge, while simultaneously flipping the initial attacker on his back. Shifting his footing, the commando delivered a killing stomp to the exposed throat of the downed gunman while using the improved leverage to wrench the man's rifle from his still spasming hands, swinging the weapon like a club in a lightning-fast arc towards the last gunman. Surprisingly enough, despite still recovering from his earlier failed lunge, the scruffy-dressed fighter managed to somewhat block the devastating blow at the cost of his knife arm. However, all that did was to buy him a few fractions of a second among the living as Fullerton simply reversed the grip of his right hand and muzzle thrust the rifle through the terrorist's eye. A strange silence hung in the air as the last gunman collapsed limply onto the blood-soaked ground, with Fullerton taking the moment to discard his now useless M16 and appropriate another weapon, this time a submachine gun, from the dead terrorists, surveying the area in the process. That's when his glasses lit up with the familiar warnings, causing him to almost instinctively dive sideways into the smoke and bloody debris nearby as his EVA unit warned him of multiple signatures converging on his location. 00. 4 seconds. God almighty. Ignoring the stunned gasp beside her, Lissy could only stare dumbfounded at the brutal conclusion of the fight, if it could be even called that, between Ram-S's fighters and that coordinator. Lissy blinked, puzzled by her odd hesitation. After all, no true human can even hope to replicate what that thing just did. Demolishing 3 armed and hardened militants with nothing but bare hands after just getting up from a multi-story fall was just not something a normal human can do. But then again, whatever that man was, it was something she had never seen before. His actions weren't just fast, though not inhumanly fast like other coordinators, a part of her mind added, there was a certain deadly grace about them. There was no hesitation, no wasted movement, just one attack which flow into another like some fatal waltz. Regardless, she thought, shaking her head, ducking back under cover in the process. While 3 of Ram-S's men was neutralized, the firefight was still going strong, and she doubt whatever other miracles the coordinator could pull out of his ass would be enough to save him. She was proven wrong minutes later when something slammed into the service elevator door from the inside so hard that it flew forward a good 10 meters, the solid pieces of metal crumpled and literally ripped from their mounting, followed closely by a blur riding on wings of brilliant blue-white light. 00. I am sorry, madam, I cannot allow anyone to pass. My orders are pretty clear on that. And my orders are for me to go down there and extract one of our people. Look, this is getting us nowhere. Can I speak with your officer commanding? I am sorry, the captain is extremely busy at this moment, but I am sure that he will get back to you after this operation. Sergeant, senior grade, Valentina Weiss growled internally in frustration, squishing the glowing urge to punch the young second lieutenant in front of her despite her standing orders to be as courteous to the locals as possible. She had rushed out here when her Eva had informed her of an impending Class A2 situation involving a GDI personnel, only to find herself blocked by this obnoxious lieutenant and his platoon cordoning off a sizable hole in the floor of the corridor out of which the sound of gunfire and fighting could be heard. 2 minutes later, she was still stuck at the far end of the corridor arguing with the lieutenant. This was getting nowhere, she decided. All right. Thank you for your time, Lieutenant. The young woman gritted out, her green blonde hair trailing behind her as she stalks off. Once out of earshot, she gave a few discreet taps on her personal EVA unit, whispering into her throat mic as it gave a short buzz to signify an active connection. Well, any ideas you can work up this time, Grace? Not yet, but it looked like our objective is already being engaged by some militants according to the siphons we had placed to. Ouch, that had got to hurt. A voice which sounded like an overexcited lab tech on a sugar high replied, and anyway it looks like he can take care of himself for now, so we have more time to plan. I've got Eva looking through the database we had bribed from the city officials. Okay, it looks like we got something. Wait, one. Lieutenant Grace Helfer is the intelligence and security officer for McNeil's security contingent, widely considered one of the best officer to have come out of INOPS for the past decade or so. It was unfortunate for the rest of GDI, however, that INOPS tend to produce two types of officers, the first being highly professional and relatively competent officer who are quite good at what they do, and the second being officers whose slight eccentricity and breaches of protocol are ignored in light of just how damn competent they are at their job. Fortunately, or unfortunately depending on whose point of view, Lieutenant Grace Helfer belonged to the second category. Wait, Grace, slowly. Valentina sighed, take a deep breath and tell me what you got. There was an audible pause at the other end of the line as the INOPS agent took a moment to compose herself. When she started again, her voice was considerably calmer and more professional, a fact which Valentina noted gratefully. All right, siphon intercepts, the INOPS agent began, referring to the siphon drones which they had deployed to tap into the hotel's security and communication system days before, indicates that our VIP is currently caught in a crossfire between two hostile groups in the kitchen directly below your current location. Most of the ingress points are covered with heavy weapons and local troops. The closest entry point not covered by heavy community presence is the freight elevator to your east. I'll send Frank and Chen via an alternate route once they are ready. I've patched the map en route to your Eva. Good. Hostile strength. Valentina replied, already running in the indicated direction. Already uploaded into your Eva's tactant, but it looked like the bigger group is armed primarily with handguns and SMGs. It also looked like they have physically cut the power conduct of the elevator, so you'll have to rappel down. Never mind, I'll take care of that. Oh, and Val? Don't do anything stupid. I've cracked the locals' comms, get permission, and snuck a guardian with a fire team just outside the hotel's perimeter. They can be here in less than 10 minutes if needed, though I'd rather not use them. Got it. Taking the last few steps to the freight elevator doors, switching her eyepiece to enhanced vision along the way, she blanched as she saw the mass of at least 20 red icons surrounding the lone blue contact overlaid on the floor. That guy downstairs is not going to last a minute unless he is a fucking commando, she thought with a grimace as she picked up her pace. Moving faster now, she slammed her fingers into the crevice between the two door panels, the piezoelectric fiber-laced gloves of her LCS-10 in hardening into steel-like talons, carving deep into the gap. With handholds secured, the GDI guard pulled, the form-fitting armor beneath her clothes amplifying her strength thrice over, allowing her to easily overcome the screeching resistance put up by the door's motor. Looking down the elevator shaft, she scowled, with the elevator cab stuck at several levels below where she wanted to go, not to mention the utter lack of leverage to open the door once she got there. There was no way that she could reach the VIP in time, especially considering the cluster of 6 red contacts vividly marked on her HUD, hostiles who are making their way to the VIP's location even now. Oh, this is going to suck. Taking a deep breath as an insane, half-baked plan took shape within her mind, she took a half-step back, then took a running leap forward into the elevator shaft, ignoring the footsteps and surprised shouts behind her. Her coat was shredded apart a fraction of a second later as she activated her jump jets, precise twitching of her left wrist and fingers to control the jetpack's thrusters, guiding her descent towards a lower point on the opposite wall almost directly opposite where her HUD indicated the door to the kitchen was located. Nearing her mark, her jetpack's boosters pulsed once, momentarily arresting her fall as she drove her armored hand into the wall, her own Tiberium-fueled strength augmented by the power of her armor carving inches-deep fingerholds into the concrete of the elevator shaft. Handhold secured, she curled upwards, planting her feet upon the wall of the shaft and leaped. Reinforced concrete underfoot cratered as she was propelled forwards with a force 3 order of magnitude higher than what a normal human could ever hope to achieve, sending her flying at the door. Then the jetpack's main booster kick in, smashing her into and through the door with energies more commonly found in high-speed car crashes. Piezoelectric fibers and non-Newtonian fluid plating stiffened then deformed as her armor struggled and failed to fully disperse the titanic forces generated as she slammed shoulder first into the offending door separating her from her charge. Muscle tore and bone shattered as her right shoulder started to give way under the immense stress only to abruptly halt as the Tiberium scales growing from her bones locked together. Then she was through, the multi-100-kilogram piece of metal which used to be the freight elevator door torn out of its mooring and sent flying in front of her like some demented shield. Twisting mid-air with a burst of her thrusters, the GDI soldier hoverglide on her jump jets, snapping her weapon to ready with her good hand, targeting reticle flashing to life on her HUD. Smiling savagely over the pain of her already healing shoulder, her innate biology, suit medical systems and medical nanites already mending the damage, she switched her GD-12 to sustained mode with a practiced flick of her thumb and as the door crashed to the ground, fires, sending a deadly lance of high-energy photons slicing into the 3 terrorists who were unfortunate enough to be caught out in the open. The normally invisible laser swept across and through the unfortunate terrorists, its passage outlined by an ethereal glow as dust, blood, and indeed the very air itself flash into plasma with its passing. Blood flash vaporized, fats exploded and bone burnt to ash as energies designed to burn through unyielding steel and composite was brought to bear against mere Kevlar and flesh for mere fractions of a second, and then the deed was done, 3 terrorists cleaved in half like so much wheat before a farmer's scythe. Or in this case, so much wheat before an industrial-grade combine harvester. Then again, she is left-handed. 00. The dynamic arrival of the one-woman GDI reinforcement didn't come as much of a surprise to Fullerton, having been forewarned by his EVA uplink. Thus he was prepared to take full advantage of the opportunity presented by the carnage the trooper wreaked upon the unsuspecting terrorist. Bursting out of cover in the aftermath of the laser strike, he did the last thing that anyone expected him to do, attack. Charging the still dazzled terrorist with all the speed his aged legs can muster, his smart glasses having shielded his eyes from the fury of the laser's passing, firing his SMG in long deadly accurate bursts as he crossed the intervening distance in a matter of seconds. The first burst went high, merely hammering into the space above the entrenched terrorists, making them duck down instinctively. The second burst bit into the skull of the only 2 gunmen with enough presence of mind to try and counter-suppress him, dropping them out of the fight. Then with a quick vault over the impromptu barricade, submachine guns blazing all the way, he was in among the terrorists, nullifying their numerical advantage and cover, turning the firefight into one deadly game of chicken, seeing who will break and seek cover first. And say what you will of the GDI commando program, but no one has ever accused them of passing out cowards. 00. Hello. This is Alpha Niner. Alpha 1. Aspirin. Over. Alpha 1 is at Hugo Axis. Ride is okay, all forces okay. Awaiting to proceed. Over. Alpha 1, Alpha Niner. Spyglass update indicates at least 2 Archer emplacements and 8 Lancers at objective. Give them hell, we want those VIPs back in one piece. GDI have confirmed that their VIPs are not in the immediate is. Show those blue helmets what we are really made of. Out. Alpha 1 Roger. Out. Alright. You all heard Captain Ruddle. All unit ready and with me, move now. Out. With that, 12 machine gun loaded and 6 engines roared to life, driving the VX-200 APCs and their cargo of 42 angry young soldiers towards those who had dared to embarrass their country. 1st Platoon, Alpha Company, 89th Motor Rifle Battalion was finally going to town on the arse of the terrorist. 00. That was a beam rifle. The Blue Hats got goddamn infantry beam rifles. Shut up. Harpy snared, backhanding the panicking fighter before his hysteria could get out of control. It is just another fucking gun. Giving the downed man a disgusted kick, he turned around and glared at the firefight the blotched operation had devolved into. What was supposed to be a quick strike at the political heart of one of the coordinator's allies had bogged down quickly when Hashish's damn band of traitors dare take up arms against them. Still, it should have been child's play to punch through the meager resistance the traitors had put up had 2 more unknowns not intervened on the traitors' side, just 2 unknowns who had went up against 18 of his best men. And slaughtered more than half of them in that many minutes. He don't know which one was worse, the business suit-clad bastard who kept charging into his men and mincing them in close combat before seemingly fading into the smoke and chaos with a few impossibly accurate parting shots before re-emerging elsewhere, or that banshee in some kind of power armor who was dancing around his men's gunfire with her bloody jetpack before burning them down with her goddamned beam rifle. In fact, that bitch seemed to be making a game out of it, waiting for his men to get tired at her constant dodging and try to throw a grenade or fire a rocket before shooting their arms off, dropping the explosives at their own feet. Not that business suit was without his own surprises, given that he was consistently landing hits on his men. While running. With single shots. From halfway across the room. With the SMG. Either way, he was sure that those 2 were some new type of coordinator monsters that those GDI fuckers had created. Despite their assurance of equality, it was simply impossible for real humans to do what they were doing. There. Feeling more than spotting the deceptively faint blue beam that the GDI rifle sent forth, he traced it back to its source within the dust-enshrouded kitchen and replied with a long spray from his light machine gun. It was unfortunate that he was so focused on the threats in front of him that he never registered the sound of heavy machine gun fire behind him. Then again, even if he had noticed, it wouldn't have helped him against the 40mm grenades which turned him, his compatriot, and anyone else within a 2-meter radius for that matter into a fine red mist courtesy of an overeager squad of JDF troops. 00. Reinforcements have arrived. Sergeant Valentina Weiss smiled tiredly at Eva's announcement, giving one last parting shot at a machine gunner too preoccupied with the flood of angry JDF infantrymen storming up the loading bay to notice her approach. Hunching down behind an overturned counter, she breathed a sigh of relief. Despite her superior weaponry, armor, and mutant heritage, she had been on the verge of being overwhelmed by the numbers of the militants, as the now healing wounds all over her body could attest to. She only had light armor power on with even less protection than the LCS armor, much less the zone armor she was used to. It a wonder to her that it was even still in one piece and the jetpack was still working after all that she had put it through. It had taken no small amount of skill, and admittedly, luck to have survived all that the hostiles had thrown at her, even with her armor defeating almost half the shots which actually hit her, deliberately drawing fire away from the crazy diplomat as it were. Having a bad day? A smooth baritone inquired beside her. Almost jumping in surprise and, as much as she loathed to admit it, no small amount of fear, she twisted, training her rifle at the crazy diplomat she had came to rescue. She blinked. The 50-something-year-old was man sitting nonchalantly beside her as if they were sharing a smoke break instead of the aftermath of a free-for-all firefight, with him staring down the wrong side of her rifle sights, which she noticed belatedly was buzzing angrily at being pointed at a friendly IFF. Even his clothes looked mostly clean in contrast to her bruised and shot-up appearances. Put down the rifle, Sarge. The diplomat sighed. I would suggest that you get your commander on the horn and tell them to let the Africans know not to shoot up the kitchen, since just about everybody here is surrendering anyway, he said, pointing at the armed people behind him slowly putting down their weapons and raising their arms in surrender. How the hell did you sneak up on me? Valentina demanded. For that matter, who the hell are you? Tisk tisk. You are still too reliant on your armor to notice the telltales of a fooled sensor, I guess? And still too cocky for your own good. The man reprimanded with a small fond smile. As to your other question, name is Anthony Fullerton, cultural attaché. But you'll probably know me better as Major Fullerton, former commander of the 3rd Commando Cadet Course. 00. 5 kilometers away in a secluded internet cafe, a plain-looking businessman turned towards his colorfully dressed tourist acquaintance as the last of the action in the hotel kitchen, as captured by hijacked security feed, played across the screen of their laptop. All right, Mr. Waldfield. Colonel Hamza asked his CAFT opposite number bemusedly. What in the name of fuck did we just watch? Codex. Nuwaiki, Serpent Tail. One of the newest mercenary groups to be created in the aftermath of the dismantling of the United Nations, the Serpent Tail Group, LLC, is a private military contractor specializing in aerospace combat, close air support and associated logistical support. As of its founding in November CE 69, the group is based out of the Eurasian-affiliated Republic of Iran, where the group first formed. Since its founding, the group have been involved in a series of high-profile operations in the Middle East and in the African community, completing a total of 15 missions within a 2-month time period, a very high job completion rate compared to other comparable mercenaries groups. It must also be noted that the group seem to specialize in high-difficulty/high-reward jobs, the most recent of which is the assassination of the infamous terrorist warlord Arkan Muhammad, a mission with a rumored payout of $30 million. This odd job selection pattern and their extremely high job proficiency have led to many speculating that Serpent Tail is actually an undercover special operations unit which went rouge, a rumor which could not be confirmed. Indeed, in spite of its reputation, not much is known of the inner workings or even the structure of the group. Nuwaiki, private military companies/mercenaries in the world today. Until the recent dissolution of the United Nations, mercenaries were outright banned, while private military companies were placed under very strict guidelines and regulations which they were required to follow or else face heavy fines, criminal investigations and/or sanctions which were designed to drive their parent company into bankruptcy, neatly sidestepping the inability of the UN to disband such groups with force. But with the United Nations disbanded, the United Nations Mercenary Convention, like other UN treaties, no longer apply and nations no longer abide by them. As a result, the number of mercenaries and private military companies have radically increased, with the newest of them being Serpent Tail, which recently emerged in the Middle East. While mercenaries and private military companies aren't technically the same, the United Nations considered private military companies as just another front for mercenaries, which is why such groups were heavily regulated and restricted in the activities they were allowed to perform. Nuwaiki, the United Nations Department of Peacekeeping Operations, UNPO. The Department of Peacekeeping Operations, UNPO, is the organization responsible for planning, preparations, managing, and the directing of all UN-mandated peacekeeping forces. The department can trace its roots back to 1950, during the First Korean War. The crisis led to the then UN Secretary-General U. Lawson pushing UN Resolution 44 through the Security Council. The USSR abstained from the vote. Resolution 44, condemnation of aggression upon the Republic of Korea, effectively placed the South Korean and US forces under UN control in the auspices of the newly created UNFO. In addition, the resolution allowed for the deployment of additional UN forces from other member nations. In total, 21 member nations provided support during the war, with the majority provided by the US military. While UNFO didn't actively direct and control the UN combat forces in Korea, it did allow the new department to gain experience as they worked alongside the US military. The years that followed saw UNFO-controlled forces deployed throughout the world, especially during the long chaotic years of the Cold War and the Reconstruction Wars, as the UN attempted to maintain some sense of peace in a world actively going down the drain. After the Reconstruction War, the department was reorganized and oversight added in to avoid some of the worst excesses seen in some UN-affiliated forces during the Reconstruction Wars, especially since most of the traditional contributors to the UN Peacekeeper Force no longer exists in the new world of 10 countries. Tiberium, The Fires of Terra Chapter 8. 1458 UTC, March 4, 2070/CE 70. Eurasian Federation, Brussels, Executive Building. Gottverdammt. Why now? A muffled thud resounded through the presidential office as Julia Borsky, often acknowledged as one of the three most powerful person in the Earth sphere, finally gave in to her feelings and slammed her head against her desk, hoping the pain will drown out the concentrated stupid of the petition before her. Oh, shut up, Karin. Peeking up from the table, she glared at the lone bodyguard in the room who was struggling to hide her amusement. Sorry ma'am, that was just the 7th time you did that today. Another bad day. Yes. The Eurasian president grunted out. The last few days had been utter hell for her, dealing with the fallout from the Cairo conference. To be fair, the conference had ended well enough for most concerned, with the moderating influence of GDI allowing for the Eurasian Federation, Plants, Orb, and several other parties to discreetly lay groundwork for the May conference and future dealings. Then someone leaked the footage and reports of GDI's engagement against the terrorist in Cairo, which featured GDI soldiers using infantry beam weapons, as well as several classified AF and F analysis of GDI military and technology which placed them as an existential threat to the Earth Alliance. A fact that Howard had the EDF work overtime the last few weeks to counter. Funnily enough, Helen's description of most of the proposed solutions had simply boiled down to big anti-orbital beam guns. Turning back on topic, she sighed, the only upside to the leak, according to Eurasian Intelligence Director Bortz, was that they now knew, instead of merely suspected, that they had been penetrated and the Eurasian analysis were compartmentalized, allowing Bortz to quickly narrow down the list of people who were most likely responsible for the leak and have them put under counter-intel surveillance. To say that things went downhill from then on would be an understatement. It was already piling up, these so-called proposals for the Federation to cut all diplomatic contact with GDI and calls for the government to work with the Earth Alliance to dismantle this resurgent and militant UN organization by force if necessary. Granted, it was only a small but vocal minority sprouting off these views, but these same minorities are the ones that the mainstream media networks were focusing on. Naturally, those politicians backing these proposals were either fools or yes men saying whatever was certain to get them supporters and some leverage in the game. She gave another tired sigh. She really should go home, but she didn't want to, not when there is so much work yet to be done, and in hindsight, she had practically been giving her political opponents ammunition with the way the government was acting as the junior partner to GDI in the Special Joint Zone, SJZ, in their own territory no less. A mistake on her part, but the situation had to be dealt with and the safety of the Federation ensured. Not like they'd any other good choices, she grunted sardonically, whatever misgivings she had about her administration dancing to the tune of another government, it was still better than just sitting around and letting that thrice-damned crystal eat the Mediterranean, which, sad to say, was probably the only thing they could have done without the aid of GDI in the immediate aftermath of the event. Even now, a month later, despite throwing €500 million at a crash program to understand and combat the alien crystal, all that Federation scientists had learnt was that Tiberium broke 6 laws of physics just by existing, never mind how to destroy it. And to be honest with herself, she would rather trust GDI and the almost fanatical effort they had put into the SJZ and containment rather than the European Environment Agency and their, less than stellar performance in the past. Still, she couldn't exactly admit her administration's powerlessness regarding Tiberium even if it was the truth, that was just not the way that things are done. That said, she already had put plans into motion to handle the issue. Your opinion, Karin? The bodyguard blinked. Hey? Madam President. If I remember correctly, you're a social science and psychology grad from Oxford. I think I know why they've been sending these things. She waved a sheet of paper from her desk for emphasis. And I'll like your opinion. But... the bodyguard protested. Oh, just say whatever you think is right, it can't be any more stupid than this crap. Well... the impression I got from yesterday's joint federal parliament and council session was that those who are against working with GDI are more afraid than anything else. Go on. Julia nodded thoughtfully as she listed. The Federal Council, unlike the Federal Parliament, was made up of the head of state or a representative from each member of the Federation. Of the two, the Council held the real power, as all member nations refused to completely surrender all of their sovereign rights. So while the Federation had free control on handling foreign matters, domestic matters were nothing more than a minefield. A minefield that she'd been able to avoid stepping a mine yet, as she currently had the majority of the Council supporting her. She had to keep it this way, if she was to be able to do anything in the future, and she could think of only one. The bodyguard frowned, struggling to put her thoughts into words. For most part, I think the anti-GDI alliance is afraid of being rendered irrelevant, I guess would be the best way to put it. If you look at it hard enough, I think that most of those people are worried about the sheer amount of changes GDI and Tiberium will induce and fear that those changes will kick them, Eurasia or Earth, out of their comfortable position of power. That makes sense. The president smiled. After all, that was the conclusion of her own thoughts on the matter. Thankfully GDI seemed to have come to a similar conclusion, judging by their attempts to set up further dialogue with her government about issues that concern both their governments and their redoubled efforts to get Eurasian units into the field in the SJZ. She'd used GDI's actions in the political arena as a mean of showing that they were willing to work together with her government in good faith, but polls still shows that people wasn't happy with her. They wanted more direct actions taken, more Eurasian actions to be exact. Apparently they didn't like playing second-place fiddle to the United Nations, a feeling that she agreed with in spirit, but the demands of reality was a different matter. Speaking of the SJZ and spy games, the computer in front of her gave a chime as it received the report from Lieutenant General Damon, overall commander of the 111th and 124th Guard Divisions deployed to the SJZ. The report was forwarded from Eurasian Intelligences, EI, to her computer, using the closed network between the executive building and other key government buildings in the capital. Glancing through the header, she gave a small sigh. Apparently the good general had elected to send the report by courier instead of the communication link set up by GDI, meaning the information is a bit out of date. Then again, Eurasian Intelligences is almost certain that GDI is using their ACE to filter and monitor all electronic communications into and out of the zone, though in private, she can't fault them for it since it was something her own government would have done in an eye blink for security reasons. According to the report, the troops undergoing training are going through a rushed course which would see them finished and taking command of portions of the yellow zone inside the SJZ within a month and a half at most. It was actually ahead of schedule, but still too long for hers and Howard liking. It was a mess, she thought, one that she'd managed to somewhat keep a lid on, but how long could she keep it up? Hopefully until the situation stabilizes and she could get additional scientific establishments out in force to study Tiberium directly in the SJZ. Since the creation of the SJZ, GDI had denied scientific personnel from any of the other nations the opportunity to study Tiberium independently or up close. Which was highly suspicious and something she'll have to talk to McNeil over. Still, they were barely hanging on by the skin of their teeth as it is. Just last week she had received word that Tiberium algae colonies had been detected off the coast of southern Italy. Thankfully Zocom had managed to utterly eliminate the colonies, though they are still monitoring the area, and for good reason. Simulations of sea currents had put the algae on paths to Gibraltar and eastern Egypt, threatening to sever two of Eurasia's most important lines of trade to the cost of billions of euros, not to mention contaminating much of the coastline of the Mediterranean in the process. Trillions of euros in losses were the conservative estimate. Even the cleanup has already cost millions of euros in lost revenue, as shipping companies were already starting to avoid the Mediterranean in fear of the SJZ and the possibility of having their ships and crew detained by GDI or losing them to an ion storm. And that wasn't even mentioning the human cost of such a scenario. It still gave her nightmares of what would have happened if GDI hasn't been transported over in the event. Sighing, she decided to let the subject rest for the moment, letting her mind wander to Zocom's current plans, namely the structure they are building, which the media is simply calling the wall. When GDI had approached her about building something to stop the Tiberium algae from getting into the rest of the Mediterranean and the world's oceans, she hadn't quite envisioned a massive wall which encircles the entire SJZ. And if she was honest, the fact GDI had the sheer industrial and logistical power to simultaneously begin construction of the wall, deliver aid as promised, and set up even more bases with the Africans is truly frightening to quite a few members of her cabinet, herself not excluded. Of course, she shouldn't have been surprised to learn that Zocom have an even more ambitious backup plan should the wall fail. However, said plan was politically suicide at the moment, as it called for the construction of a massive dam across the Strait of Gibraltar and a smaller one across the Suez Canal. The one across the Strait of Gibraltar would be designed to provide hydroelectric power, while the dam across the Suez Canal would still allow shipping through, but was that still useful at that point? Still, it was a project easily in the same scale of building the initial plant colonies, she thought, and just about as impossible in the current financial and political landscape. Still, it wasn't all doom and gloom, she told herself. She had managed to secure a pledge from GDI to station a Zocom detachment at one of the EDF Gibraltar bases, ostensibly to deal with any Tiberium which might end up threatening the mass driver. Inspired by this, she had her administration currently working on getting additional GDI bases throughout the Mediterranean, but it was running into political issues at the moment that her people were trying to handle at the moment. As her advisors had pointed out that a GDI military detachment was a very potent deterrence should anyone have any funny ideas, as they were a neutral party in the current war. In short, another reason to have additional GDI bases in the Mediterranean and likewise for the African community, she thought, as while technically they were at war, having an excuse for ZAFT forces to be stationed there were more of a threat to them than the JDF. Then, there was also recent announcement of the new strategic partnership between DSSD and a group of GDI corporations calling themselves the Equal Business Endeavor Alliances, EBEA, that hints at an alternative, if costly, way into space. According to the data files from Ambassador Wright, the group was a union of companies on their side who found themselves lacking resources and cut off from their parent companies due to the event. The new partnership would allow DSSD to hire EBEA space assets to get cargo into space quicker and with larger cargo loads. If that partnership goes through, it would set a precedent. It took a few minutes for her tired mind to think of the implications. Maybe with the DSSD and EBEA partnership, it would, no she thought. This development present her with an opportunity to make her move and actually show that space, the outer reaches of the solar system at least, wasn't blocked by coordinators. While it took more than 10 years to heal the wounds caused by the creation of ZAFT and the loss of the plant colonies, over the last few days she'd increasingly realized that it was well past time to get over the hang-up of the loss of the plant colonies and get the old UN plan back on track. Resources on Earth weren't getting any more plentiful after all. In short, it was the counter she needed to handle the impact of the SJZ on the Eurasian economic. She gave a tired groan, tossing a proposal into the reject tray before dropping her head onto the desk again. She was way too tired for this, she decided drowsily, contemplating the still massive amount of paperwork and reports strewn around her desk. Why did it take so long for her to connect the obvious dots? GDI plus spaceships equals profit. A tired smile crossed her lips, after a minute or so, as she remembered the press conference that Ambassador Wright held concerning the commando program after the footage from Cairo was leaked. She'd watched the video dozens of times already, solely for her own amusement. It wasn't often that one gets to see the press trying and utterly failing to spin a story while the look of sheer exasperation on the ambassador's normally emotionless face seals the interview as one to remember. The best moment of the press conference, in her opinion, was after the ambassador had just finished explaining the basics of the program. One of the reporters had commented snidely that the standards of the program were insane and no natural could pass it. At which point, the ambassador proceeded to lay down on the hapless reporter, stating in no uncertain terms that the program had remained almost unchanged since it was first laid down almost 80 years ago by the most famous of GDI's original commandos, a member of the United States Marine Corps before he was assigned to the United Nations for his behavior. Said Marine was Nick Seymour Parker, a man whose military record showed that he wasn't to be taken lightly. The ambassador went on to list the other members of Operations Group Echo, Black Ops 9 to press home the point, Eric Wolf of the GS-9, Shai Aviv from Mossad, Nigel Grant formerly of the Special Boat Service, Daryl McInnes, SAS, Sakura Obata, a world-class mercenary, Pete Templeton and John Smith, formerly of the U.S. Rangers, Tanya Pavlovna of the Russian Federation Army, Andrei Harkov of the FSO and many others. A most interesting and eccentric mix of some of the best soldiers, spies and criminals from across the planet, she thought, an all-natural unit decades before the advent of gene engineering technology in their world which, if their combat record could be believed, might even be capable of meeting coordinators on nearly even footing. What shocked her most about the program though, was the fact that any military and government was willing to allow such a program to keep running. Then again, considering everything they know about GDI and their world's history, it wouldn't surprise her if GDI's populace can be far more ruthless and realist than what most people would think. It also reminded her of one of the analysis she read from the other side of the pond, the one on the threat of GDI's technology. It is clear from the footage and report they had released on their version of World War II that they were fielding late Cold War era technology at worst during that war. GDI hadn't released much details about the period until recently, which was why the new information they had revealed had shocked everyone, even her, at the sheer scale of the carnage and devastation the war had wrought. It, together with everything else they were seeing from GDI now, meant only one thing in her mind. GDI might not flaunt it, but they were almost certainly more advanced technologically and had the mentality to exploit that advantage to the fullest. That made them, as much as she hated to think about it, a major threat but also a most worthwhile ally. Not that their other allies were sitting on their laurels. After all, Eurasian intelligences had picked news that their friends across the pond were working on something called the G Project recently, and the Republic was working on improving their naval technology. As for her people, the military was getting ready to introduce the newest technology that SCRDD developed over the last decade, some kind of energy shield. Howard was handling the details on that front and the rollout of the new technology. Still, considering the head start GDI appeared to have, she doubted that the new projects will do more than to narrow the gap, or maybe it would, she thought as she closed her eyes just for a few minutes of rest. 00. 2000 hours UTC March 4, 2070/CE70. Atlantic Federation, Washington, D.C., White House Situation Room. Well, look like Hunam was right after all. James T. Robinson muttered incredulously, scrolling down the datapad which contains all that GDI had released about the history of their world. Right now, he was reading about the end of their Second World War, the Battle of Moscow to be exact, and he could only stare at the words and images before him, fascinated and horrified in equal measure by the story they told. A tale of two superpowers which threw hundreds of thousands of soldiers backed by technology which, frankly, shouldn't exist in the 1970s, much less the 1950s, into one apocalyptic battle, resulting in the near total destruction of said city. It was in many ways that timeline's equivalent of Operation Downfall, with chemical weapons and some kind of energy shield used freely by the Soviets once they were denied the ability to use nuclear weapons against the Allies. They had known that World War II in GDI's world had been bad, but the initial release had been very basic. Now that GDI declassified the majority of their files on their Second World War following the conference, which, while lacking the technological details behind the technology used, had been enough to show just how advanced that world's technology had been more than a century ago, which begged the question, just what other surprises are they hiding now? Were they telling the truth or lying about the situation in the SJZ? He paused for a moment and sighed, yet more questions with no answers in sight. To be fair, he thought, it is just how the world works. Even his own country had never trusted the United Nations or any of their allies with their full technological capabilities. This was evident within the Earth Alliance. Despite the majority of their armed forces being consolidated into Omni, each member nation was still hiding their full capabilities despite what advantages it would bring against the coordinators. The only technology Omni had access to in general are systems which are publicly released for military use by its member states. The only exception was the 81st Independent Mobile Battalion for obvious reasons. That said, even Blue Cosmos backing have limits, despite what Murata Azael would say, even with his position as the overall head of Blue Cosmos and the contacts he has in the military-industrial complex. As it is, recent event at the Cairo conference were too close to revealing the link between the publicly wanted international terrorists Blue Cosmos and the real underground Blue Cosmos hidden carefully within the leadership of the Atlantic Federation and the Earth Alliances. The two branches of Blue Cosmos are supposed to stay separate, damn it, he shouted internally in frustration. As it is, the unofficial Blue Cosmos had taken a number of hits over the decades that had reduced its ability to fight the good cause. Europe and Asia were already lost causes. Neither the Republic or the Eurasians treated them as anything else other than a terrorist group like any other which had plagued them for a long time now. And he really doubted that GDI, with their professed views and 3 full-fledged world wars against the terrorist organization known as the Brotherhood of Nod, would be any more accepting of their advances, which might be a problem considering the feats they had demonstrated thus far. GDI's technology was advanced, more advanced than anyone here, that he was sure of, and every revelation about them and their reality only reinforced that, driving it further into the world's mind. It was almost insulting if he was a coordinator, but he wasn't, he thought with a very large grin. He'd spent over the last few days thinking about it. At least, if nothing else, GDI's existence proved one thing in his mind. Though reaching this point had been a very conflicting time for him. On one hand, GDI's existence proved that humans have the same potential to reach the same heights as coordinators, but on the other hand, coordinators were just as capable, as shown by the plants, but even more clearly with the G project and the breakthroughs they have been able to make. Of course, he didn't know all the details, but he knew enough to know that if all their developments pan out, it could lead to a revolution in warfare. The President's orders have only served to drive them onwards even faster, but Project Manager, Drive J. Null, had warned him that there was only so much that they can while maintaining secrecy, and though majority of the technology can be considered mature and ready to be mass-produced, there was still a way to go before the G-weapons were ready. And truth to be told, he was grateful to the DR's warning. There was no point rushing something if it was going to get naturals killed. The door opened and the rest of the National Security Council finally walked in and took their respective seats. So what does the Council plan to do in regards to GDI recent revelations at the conference? President Monroe asked once everyone has settled down. The Earth Alliance is releasing a joint statement condemning the attack on the conference, but other than that, we have nothing else planned, Robinson answered. Good. The President, I'm assuming the other members don't. They do. The Eurasian representative brought up the issue of aid, and we're still considering the idea at the moment. But considering their recent imports and what they had released about their world, I think the best bet of starting some sense of relations with GDI is some kind of agriculture trade deal with them. After all, we're still the largest food exporter in the world. Good point, that way at least we stay on their good side until the G project is ready. Then we can even the odds somewhat, the President said thoughtfully. Even so, get them moving faster on the R&D. The Eurasians and GDI is already getting a little too friendly, and the more we learn about GDI the more I don't like it. Noted, Secretary of Defense Hunam said, making a few quick notes on his notepad. What about the community? Ignore them, the President answered with a shake of his head. They aren't a threat to us. The South African Union can deal with them should war break out now, and I've been advised that the only strategic target we need to hold in the South is the Victoria Mass driver. Omni is in the process of moving forces in to hold it while the Eurasians still control Gibraltar and the Suez Canal. They do have support from the plant forces stationed there. Robinson countered. I'm not worried about that, as long we don't lose ground and control orbit, we win the ground war. The President said, echoing his Joint Chief of Staff. The last few days had been revealing about GDI, in terms of finally getting to see more direct evidence of their technological capabilities. He realized he'd made a mistake a few weeks ago, not paying enough attention to GDI in favor of the war with Plant, but since then, he'd learned his lesson, reading all available information while making sure he was not passing over other topics. A time-consuming process, doing it himself rather than having someone else do it for him, but one that he preferred. Meanwhile, on Robinson's mind, the slight issue of stopping Azrael's orders to launch the nuclear attack against the plant colonies was still hanging like the sword of Damocles over his head. It was only a matter of time before Azrael found out his part in the entire affair, and his fraction wasn't strong enough to directly contest him, yet. And even with the President's order to retarget nuclear ICBMs onto Orb's newest neighbor as one of his smokescreens, there was only so much the bureaucracy would do to protect him. Soon or later the truth would be revealed, and then it was only a question of what would happen to him. Then there was Operation Dispatch Down, which he still didn't know enough about. That was unlikely to change any time in the future. The 81st actions and operations were an unknown to everyone in the Earth Alliances and the Council. He'd only learned of the operation as a member of Blue Cosmos. What do you all think about increasing the military budget and R&D? The President finally said after a pause. It'll be a start, but in the long term, I'm sure the CIA and others can do something about it too. Robinson said. I'll put a strain on the budget this year though, Kelvin injected. We'll probably have to cut funding and aid to the South Africans and a few other places if we go through with it. Do it, I'll handle the fallout. Was the answer provided by the President. Anything else? Our friends from across the pond have recently gotten a report from the SJZ, and well, it is strange. We were lucky to get our hands on it, Robinson answered. But they're on the other side of the world and the Euro can certainly take care of their own business. I don't see why it should concern us. Someone said. True, Robinson answered, disagreeing but not bothering to correct him. After all, the President had been elected on a domestic agenda and had chosen his cabinet based on this. But in this case the report concerns GDI's industrial capabilities and troop dispositions. That caught the attention of everyone in the room. Go on. The President prompted after nods of agreement from the others present. According to the reports, Eurasian forces in the SJZ are expected to finish their training in about 2 months. However, due to low level of morale among the troops, GDI decided to move in more of their own units on a nearly 1-to-1 basis to augment their abilities to conduct operations. That would be 2 more division worth of troops, Hunam stated with an appreciative whistle. With the forces they already have in the SJZ and the Zocom forces they are basing out of the community, that bring their forces in the theater to, about 300,000 personnels. That is a lot of soldiers. Are the Eurasian feeling threatened by this? Kelvin asked. We could use this to our advantage. No, and that ties in with the latter part of the report. Robinson answered. According to the report, they are also building multiple additional bases deep in the red zone deep inside the SJZ in addition to the wall and their other projects. Eurasian intel assets within the EDF divisions inside the SJZ concludes that either GDI, even with what came through during the event, are an industrial powerhouse of unprecedented scale or are burning through a massive stockpile of resour. While all of this is very interesting, I don't see how it concerns us unless GDI use its supposedly massive industrial power to compete with us in the goods market, President Monroe interrupted, trying to get the representative to get to the point, and by their own statements, that is not going to happen unless they had the SJZ under control, and even then, they'll eventually run into the same lack of resources on Earth as us. Nor does it address why the Eurasians are not concerned about a foreign power building even more bases on its soil. That's the thing, according to the report, most of GDI's armies and the defenses on the new fortification are not orientated outwards like you'll expect if they were designed to defend the zone from attack. Instead they are pointing inwards. 00. 2200 hours UTC March 4, 2070/CE70. Earth orbit, EAS Saltash, CIC. David J. was not happy with his current predicament as he floated nervously on the Combat Information Center of the Alliance ship Saltash, glancing every so often at the various displays around him. He would be pacing back and forward to relieve the tension if the armored centrifuge core of the ship was on, but it had been turned off in case of combat breaking out between them and the ZAFT forces. Then again, when the ZAFT research fleet they were ostensibly shadowing and the Nelson-class battleship and her small escort of Chengdu and Drakes that was his, unofficial, command was being stalked, none too subtly, by a GDI battle group headed by a fleet command node which looks like it outgunned both his and ZAFT's task force combined several times over alone, never mind her escorts, he doubt that those coordinators will try anything. Still, old instincts die hard, there was entirely way too much firepower being pointed at each other for him to be comfortable even without dispatch down to complicate things. Still, the mission haven't been a total waste, he had ordered the task force's suite of sensors and fire control to be switched over to Elent mode, gathering information on the ZAFT fleet, the tower below them, the GDI ships and their stations in orbit. The captains of the ships hadn't been happy with the order since it meant switching their full focus from the ZAFT ships that they were meant to be keeping an eye on all the time, but they couldn't refuse a direct order from a member of the 81st, not without ruining their career anyway. The irony of the situation was not lost on him. Regardless, he was supposed to be a mere intel analyst for this mission, which was why he was here on the CIC, watching the raw data streaming in from the different ships. Not surprising since they wasn't getting much on the tower. The ZAFT warships wasn't that interesting. Much of their specs were already known to the various intelligence agencies of the members of the alliances. By this point, they were just comparing their performances against their known specs. The main focus had shifted over to studying the United Nations ships, which wasn't going as well as hoped. The UN capital ships seems to be shrouded in some sort of self-contained M-field which prevent their sensors from getting a clear look, which left good fashion visuals to work with. That and the massive ships were recently joined by a fleet of smaller ships lacking the jamming field, ships which were clearly civilian with the lack of weapons on them. Still, all the data they had recorded and analyzed were encoded and sent down to the 81st somewhere down on Earth, with a backup being written on a portable drive that was currently hooked into a USB port not far from him. At this point, there was nothing that he could do but wait for the right moment to finally launch Operation Dispatch Down. All precautions on his part to ensure the success of the operation had been done, but with some complaining from that bitch who hired him for the job. She wanted the operation done ASAP, but he wasn't having it. As he told her after she explained the idea and the objective of the operation, either she let him run it his way or she could find someone else. A concession that had only gotten him some independence and the authority he was using now, but it still meant that the bitch could bug him, and she did when she could. Still, the job does have its perks, one of which is the toys he had got to play with. Take the EAS Salt Ash for example. Outwardly it looked like a common Nelson-class battleship, which it was before the refitting it had undergone in preparation for this mission, the most crucial of which is the improved armor and ablative gel that was shipped to him by the 81st. Both technology haven't entered mass production yet. And both upgrades were key requirements for the operation to be a success, and the reason why he chose the Salt Ash. She was an old ship, one of the first of her class still in service today, and she wasn't going to be missed by anyone. In all, it was a nice set of tools the 81st had provided him with, that he was grateful for, though he suspected that it was all borrowed from another alliance member's R&D. GDI was clearly keeping an eye on them, but hopefully it wouldn't matter, everything was ready on his end. The only aspect of the operation missing now was the containment unit for the package, and as of the last mission update from the 81st, the containment unit for the package will be shipped to him in the next supple shipment next week. The delay, according to the 81st, had been caused by the Eurasians tightly controlling all distribution of shipments from GDI. Something that he could see, just by turning on the TV in the mess hall and tuning to any Eurasian news channel. The Eurasians were been very careful, he thought, taking deep breath to calm himself. Now only the waiting was left. 00. 1405 UTC March 7, 2070/CE70. Undisclosed location. Muruta Azrael glared balefully out the cityscape framed by his office window, rage seething beneath his forced facade of calmness. The reason for his anger? A simplified answer would be state of the world in general. The presence of GDI, he thought with disgust, was and still is a problem for Blue Cosmos for now and the foreseeable future, just like plant was. Worse, while the plants are a known variable, it was one that he finally found a solution to. Only to be stopped by someone, and the list of people who could were very short. It had taken him every ounce of self-control he had to hold off ordering his followers to simply eliminate everyone on that list. It had cost him a lot of favors and effort to pull off, even with him pointing out that Junius 7 and her sister colonies were major agricultural producer for the plant colonies. Taking them out would hurt them very badly and limit their ability to be self-sufficient. He bit back a particularly vicious curse as anger filled him. He'd even developed a cover story in mind for the nuclear attack on Junius 7, now all that work was wasted. Still, he was getting off track. GDI had to be stopped with the plants lest they undo the work that Blue Cosmos has accomplished since it has started its crusade for humanity's future. He couldn't simply let their views lead to another monstrosity like the Ultimate Coordinator project led by Yulin Hibiki 16 years ago. Blue Cosmos had to put down that threat to humanity with little thanks, but it had to be done. The only loose end of that operation was the missing children, especially the one named Kira who had been placed inside the artificial womb device the fools developed. It was unfortunately enough that they only knew the child first name, and the strike force arrived after the children had been sent away. An error that couldn't be fixed, as by the time the strike force had checked the colony records for Yulin Hibiki, his wife and either family on both sides had already been scrubbed, leaving them with no trace to follow up. To this day, the child was still on Blue Cosmos' most wanted list, but due to the lack of any trail it had slipped further and further down the list. In any case, he thought, it really was question of when they will come to blows with GDI, and he intend to see Blue Cosmos come up on top. A slight turn of his head brought into view the screen in his office, showing the documentary released by GDI's press corporate on their commando program, Commandos, the legend declassified or something pretentious like that. Still, there was no way that these commandos could only be normal pure humans, not and achieve what they have reportedly done. Which left only one answer in his mind: GDI had something akin to Blue Cosmos' own biological CPU and extended program. Maybe the power armor were also equipped with medical systems to increase their combat durability, if so. 00. Date, CE 70/2070 March 11, 6:38 p.m. Special Joint Zone, Kazensa City, Sector 05678. 46th MP Division, 2nd Brigade, 45th Regiment, Golfer Company, Zulu Platoon. Staff Sergeant Ian Wen gave a barely perceptible chop of his hand as he passed through the automated checkpoint, prompting the rest of his squad to smoothly split up into their assigned 3-man teams. All 4 teams took up positions around the entrance to the G330X habitat complex, their fast movements tempered by borderline paranoid wariness instilled by years of service in a yellow zone. Behind them, the sergeant in charge of the Eurasian platoon they were attached with shrugged before ordering his men forwards, allowing the checkpoint to close. "All right, everyone clear on their sectors of responsibility? Let's get started," he said, prompting his EVA to unlock the airlock of the module before walking to the Eurasian continent. "Sergeant Ben, we are starting our search. Your men could either stay outside with the perimeter detail or come with me." "Why are we doing this again?" the Eurasian sergeant asked as he motioned for half his people to follow him while the other half took up defensive positions like their GDI counterparts, or in other words, with the rest of Zulu platoon. "We haven't had any reports of any disturbance in this area for quite some time. Standard operating procedure," Ian replied. "We search everything daily. Just because we haven't doesn't mean that command didn't have another unit search it." The subsector of the tent city they were in was a zoned-off section containing the habitats housing those arrested during the riots. That only made it even more annoying to him, considering that available G330X habitats were quickly becoming a rare commodity at the moment due to the sheer number of civilians they were trying to house and protect. Not to mention the government was diverting habitats and other supplies to the Eurasians outside the SJZ. Still, when you consider the rate at which the zone was expanding and the sheer scale of the number of people it had either killed or displaced, about 7 million if the news was correct, not to mention the near total destruction of the local economy and ecosystem, it was not surprising that the people near the zone were starting to get nervous and demanding action. That was also the reason why he was on a joint patrol with his platoon and a squad lead by Sergeant Ben from the Eurasian Federation. The sergeant was with him because of a joint program that was meant to improve the morale of the Eurasian troops and allow some of them to get some hands-on experience that can be passed on to the rest. The program was meant to supplement the rushed training that the rest of the Eurasian troops were undergoing at the moment, so that they can be ready for deployment as soon as possible to help control the situation. He disagreed with the rushed training though. Operating in yellow zones, not to mention red zones, wasn't a duty to be taken lightly, but orders were orders. The wonders of politics, he thought derisively. "All right, this will be a routine search like yesterday, so nothing too bad." The GDI MP gave his Eurasian counterpart a quick nod as they entered the airlock of the decontamination chamber. "Just be firm but polite and have Eva lock down the building if there is trouble." And they were damn lucky they wasn't dealing with the more unpleasant jobs available, Ian added sadly in the privacy of his own mind as the airlock cycled, "At least not yet. At least they were not doing search and rescue. Last he heard there had been several cases of severe depression and even a few attempted suicides among the locals assigned to that role, simply because all too often, there was nothing left to save of the isolated townships and villages they were sent to rescue." A moment later, the decontamination chambers they were in beeped the all clear and the mixed group of GDI and Eurasian soldiers entered the habitat. The inhabitants had already been warned that they were about to conduct a search while they were in the chamber. The Eurasians had gotten the basics after the training course yesterday, so now they were practicing using their suit and the habitat's array of sensor to effectively complement the physical search they were already familiar with. Still, to Ian's practiced eye, their search seemed lacking for the lack of a better word. Then again, the GDI sergeant thought, as far as he knew, this batch of soldiers were fresh from training and didn't have much experience, much less the near paranoid attention to details that decades of dealing with the likes of Nod saboteurs, forgotten terrorists, freedom fighters, and so on had instilled upon GDI. The Eurasians troopers searched quickly but efficiently through each of the 4 wings of the habitat, taking advice from the GDI soldiers with good grace before they finally regrouped at the central area, having found nothing in their search thus far. Still, the crowds gathering close to the building's exits, not to mention the death glares many in the crowd sent his way, didn't escape Ian's notice, and he discreetly ordered the habitat's EVA to keep an eye on the situation as they started the next phase of their search. "Ben," the GDI MP sub-vocalized as he continued his sweep, trusting on his EVA to connect him to the Eurasian sergeant. "How's the medical bay?" "Almost done, it looks like it is clear." "Why? Good, get your men down to the main room ASAP. Look like there is a developing situation here that your men can probably defuse better than mine can." "Got it, I'll be down there in a few minutes." They didn't find anything as they sweep through the central area, yet the almost oppressive atmosphere of hate and fear intensified. Fear of what their world had become, he thought, as the habitat shook. No doubt caused by the tower, but at least they were coming to understand the danger that their lives were in, he thought grimly, as he saw a TV displaying an emergency lockdown message. The only good thing that he saw was the slight relief and softening of the stance on some of the civilians' faces when they saw the Eurasian flag on the armor of Sergeant Ben's troops as they entered the room. "We're almost done here." Ian nodded at the Eurasian soldiers. "Sergeant, I think it is better for your men to sweep the habitation area. Just do a quick one while my men check the habitat's EVA." "Sarge, do we have to do this?" one of the Eurasian soldiers muttered, probably unaware that his comms was on the open channel. "Probably not, but I am sure those GDI people got their reasons." Sergeant Ben replied. "Not that it make me feel any less bad. Whatever happened to innocent until proven guilty? Not happened to it that what?" Ian answered dryly, to which his troopers chuckled sardonically. "But that is another story for another time. You got to realize that these habitats are all that's keeping the Tiberium out there from killing all these people in here. All it take is some madman or fanatic with a homemade bomb and. Well, let's hope that never happens. Amen." The rest of the GDI MPs present intoned solemnly. "Never mind that now, let's get back to work." Ian sighed as his suit's EVA accessed the habitat's EVA systems, downloading a copy of the EVA's log to validate with the copy which was backed up at HQ. He doubted that any of the locals here will have the skill to hack the Class 2 EVA in charge of the habitat, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Looking up for a moment to check on Ben, the sight of a child waving at him innocently brought a smile to his lips. In reply, he waved back at the kid only to see the mother rush towards her and pick her up, taking her away while a few of the men took a few steps in his direction. While they weren't a real threat, not with his armor and Sergeant Ben's man backing him up, it was going to get ugly for those civilian if his men were forced to break them up, something which he hoped to avoid. Enough, he thought, ignoring the crowd as he went through the rest of the areas flagged by his EVA. Finding nothing, he gave a wordless command, the rest of his men forming up around him as he headed towards the exit, only to slow down as he saw the gathering crowd moving to block their way. "EVA stand by and notifies company HQ if the situation turns violent. We might need backup and medics before we are done here," Ian muttered, as he retracted the armor's visor. "Sergeant Ben, with me. Let's see what they want." "Got it," he heard in reply. As the two of them come to a stop, he saw a single unarmored person making his way towards the front of the group. They didn't need any trouble now, not after the riots and not with the massive crises outside. He locked eyes with the man at the head of the crowd. "Are we going to have any problems?" he heard the Eurasian sergeant beside him ask. "No," the man answered simply. "Good," Ian said, "then may you lot please move out of the way." "No, not until we have a few words," the man answered. "We've been talking with the others in the habitats around us. We're thankful, and I would admit that we might be wrong about the mutants, but it doesn't change anything." "Not going to change your mind?" he asked, though he didn't have high hopes of it happening, even if it was nice that they did. "No," the man answered, "if anything they are like the coordinator. They aren't natural, and if they refuse to live with us peacefully, then we have the rights to defend ourselves. No one is disputing that, but you might have noticed that your rights to defend yourself without even an attempt at understanding the situation is only serving to harden their stance against you." Ian replied dryly. "That goes both for mutants and coordinators. Doesn't matter, their little rebellion cost us the plant colonies," the man said. "If they want some goodwill, they better hand them back over to us. We built them, they're ours. If they want to be left alone, they can move their asses to Mars. The Earth sphere is for naturals." Ian didn't bother to reply to that. This wasn't the first time that GDI MPs had gotten into an argument about the state of this world with this particular individual. If they didn't want to move to Mars, then they should have kept the supplies flowing, the man continued. "Is there anything else you wanted to talk about?" Ian said, letting a hint of annoyance creep into his voice. "Yup, just one more thing," the man answered. "And?" Ian prompted disinterestedly. "Just a word of advice, you and your government a fool if you think that these mutants," the man spat out the word like it was a curse, "are always going to be peacefully follow you. They will rebel just like those coordinator Kazo did in the 40s, and don't think you are any different from us. Thank you for your opinions. If there is nothing else, we would be leaving you to your business now," Ian said, motioning for his troops to form up around him as he marched towards the exit, the crowd parting from the phalanx of GDI military police and Eurasian troops almost involuntarily. Reaching the entrance to the exit corridor, Ian turned and stared back at the leader of the group, his voice cool as he gave the men a withering glare. "Oh, and for your information, you don't need worry about the mutant community rebelling. After all, they had already done that back in the 2030s and 50s, but yet GDI is still here. Then why do you people still protect those freaks?" the man all but shouted in reply. "Because for every mutant that rebelled, a dozen more stayed loyal to the initiative," Ian replied, his voice now cold enough to make liquid nitrogen seem warm. Because for every mutant that thought themselves to be superior, a dozen more fought and bled alongside their unmutated counterparts to defend the rights offered to all as enshrined by the GDI Constitution. And because it is the duty and mandate of the Global Defense Initiative to defend and uphold the rights of every sapient beings under its banner, be they humans, mutants, or AI, rather than uphold some nebulous notion of human purity. Besides, above all else, we uphold the ideals of the United Nations who entrusted us with the future. He paused for a moment, letting the point sink in, secretly enjoying the steadily reddening face of the bigots before him. I hope that answered your question. Have a good day, he said, sliding down his visor to hide his glowing smirk as he turned around and entered the airlock, the door sliding shut behind him before the livid crowd can think of a counter-argument. The trip to the decontamination chamber was uneventful, however it was broken when Sergeant Ben asked Staff Ian, "Did you mean that?" "Yes, Sergeant, I meant every word," Ian answered tiredly, as the door opened, allowing them to leave the habitat into the purple and green-tinged world outside. A nation is only as strong as its people's trust in the state. If you alienate a segment of your population, it is going to come back and bite you, and more likely than not, us police and soldiers are the ones getting bitten. God knows that GDI haven't made all the right choices, but at least we know that the Council tries their best, that all that we can hope for. The Eurasian sergeant didn't answer, deep in thought as he was. Upwards the skies roared with thunder as arcing strobes of energy flickered within the purple clouds. "Sergeant, this is only the start. By the end of your deployment, you'll have seen everything a yellow and red zone has to offer by the end of it," Ian said, his tone serious, "so keep an open mind and stay healthy both mentally and physically. Trust that your equipment will keep you safe from the environment and weapon fire and psychics as long as you do proper maintenance and don't do anything stupid like trying to rough out an ion storm outside." "Ion storm? Like those massive particle beam flinging super hurricane we were briefed about? Like I would be that stupid." The Eurasian sergeant chuckled, then blinked. "Wait, psychics? Mind control and the like. Some mutants and Skrin can do that shit. Don't worry about it, all suits since the end of the war have been hardened against it, including the ones we're using and the civilians' ones." He hastily added, seeing the Eurasian sergeant tense up, not feeling the need to point out that they haven't been tested in combat yet. "Just be on the lookout if some idiot tries to Jedi mind trick you when you have the suit off." "Yes, will do," the sergeant answered, somewhat relieved. Inside, the sergeant was fighting the desire to never take off his suit, once he got back. "Good, well, we're finished here and everyone is heading back to the meeting point, let's go," he said as he led the two of them past the checkpoint while the rest of the men who have been waiting outside rejoined the group. He kept focused on their destination, the minimap on his helmet's head-up display and his suit's GPS locator, which is now tuned to both the locals' GPS when it is available as well as GDI's less accurate but more storm-resistant system, keeping them on track as they walked across what used to be open farmland in the outskirts of the Italian city of Cosenza. The fields were gone now though, the crops destroyed by the severe weather and the land itself now covered by GX habitats. The city itself haven't fared any better, being mostly abandoned for the most part while they made use of the city underground shelters, train stations, and other underground facilities as makeshift holding areas and habitats until more GX habitats become available. Such is the cost of Tiberium. His thoughts were interrupted by the massive sonic boom echoing through the air, bringing all of them to stop. While he was used to the sound, the sergeant and other Eurasian soldiers clearly wasn't as they looked up to see the massive shape of a GST coming in to land in the nearby makeshift spaceport. The sergeant brought his hands up to where his ears would be, a useless effort he thought, with the suit's audio sensors already auto-muted by the loud noise and the dull but loud rumble of the massive transport's landing being more felt than heard anyway. Shaking his head to clear it, he tapped the Eurasian sergeant on the shoulder and they continued on. With the detention area far behind them, they passed more habitats while the number of civilians increased slowly as they continued towards the spaceport/base which constitute the center of the tent city. Overhead drones patrolled the skyline, scanning the ground and habitats for any Tiberium growth and also keeping an eye out for any breaches of peace while mixed units of Eurasian and GDI police and soldiers did likewise on the ground. As they finally got reasonable close to the meeting zone, he noticed that the sergeant had come to a stop, distracted by something. Turning to see what had drawn the man's attention, he saw a couple of MPs and medics carrying a stasis pod from an ambulance variant of the Guardian APC towards one of the field hospitals while further down the road, a small crowd of civilian and MPs seemed to be struggling to hold back a figure. Shrugging, he traded a look with Sergeant Ben before moving closer to the scene in order to get a better perspective of the situation, although the suit's audio sensors meant that they didn't have to get close to hear everything. "Eva, what's happening?" he asked the AI over the Channel 4, the platoon command channel, ensuring that both his men and the Eurasian will be able to hear him. At 1832 hours Patrol Squad 12 under Sergeant Sky Howard responded to Code 12A, Domestic Dispute in Habitat H56, the AI dutifully reported, however Subject Arvaka was able to evade capture. Subject Arvaka then succeeded in leaving camp perimeter with vehicle containing Subject Elvaka at 1836 HR despite multiple warnings by pursuing Rapid Response Force. Subject vehicle was ambushed at 1843 HRS, approximate 14 kilometers north of camp by a pack of Tiberium fiend, at which point Subject Elvaka was critically injured. Rapid Response reached their location 7 seconds later and was able to neutralize the Tiberium wildlife and render emergency medical aid to stabilize Subject Elvaka. "What's the wounded name?" he asked. Liavaka, female, 12 years old, currently in stable condition. Injuries includes, stage 2 Tiberium poisoning, 2 major puncture wounds in the right shoulder region, a fractured clavicle. He tuned out the rest of Eva's extensive list of the girl's injuries. Not good, he thought grimly. Any idea what happened? He asked softly. Unknown at the moment. However, recordings from Habitat H56 indicates that subject was a vocal proponent of, in his own words, quote, "getting the censored hell out of this god-forsaken place before it kill us all," end quote. Lieutenant Ray has determined that Elvaka was undergoing Tiberium poisoning and has placed her in a stasis pod for transportation to the nearest hospital. A look back down the road shows that whoever they are holding back and trying to calm down, it was not working. If anything, the figures seem to be fighting even harder. A quick Eva query to the data network and he was able to determine the figure's name, Diane Lavaka, mother of Liavaka. Damn. Thank you, Eva, he said almost subconsciously, even though he didn't have to. Sergeant, on me, the rest of you be ready for any signs of trouble, he ordered as he walked towards the crowd, the sound of an argument getting clearer as he approached. You can't take her away from me. You can't. She's my baby. Diane begged, as fellow MP looked on from behind them. He could understand why they didn't want to get involved, considering it could easily get out of control, but it was clear that they were ready if needed from the chatter of the regular assigned radio channels. Get out of my the way. Diane screamed at the top of her lungs, while struggling against the people holding her back. The struggle continued for a few minutes, until the woman got lucky and managed to break through the small group. At which point, Ian rushed in to hold her back, only to just barely get there in time, with Sergeant Ben following closely but hesitantly. Ben! Don't let her near that ambulance. That thing might still have Tib on it. Ian shouted, struggling to find a way to hold back the distraught woman without hurting her. Ben nodded in quick understand, and together the GDI and Eurasian troopers held back her back until she collapsed, pounding weakly at the chest plate of Ben armor. Why, Diane sobbed into the Eurasian flag on the Sergeant Ben's chest, why wouldn't you let me see my baby girl? Ma'am, please calm down, the ambulance might still have Tiberium dust on it which can hurt or kill you. Sergeant Ben said looking at the woman. Instead of the limited suits of armor GDI have provided for high-risk areas, she was clad instead in what the GDI troops had referred to as yellow zoner cloak, a fully enclosed face mask and thick layers of clothing which covers her entire body topped off by a cloak weaved from wires of Tiberium-resistant armor, enough protection for brief exposure to Tiberium but nowhere near the level of protection their armor had. Another aspect of the reality before them, Ian thought, GDI had massive industrial capability, even with what little remained, but there was only so much that they can do when they were providing LCS, GX habitats, T-armor, and more to 20 million inside the SJZ and the Eurasian Federation. On top of the walls, Zocom were building around the SJZ. I am sure your girl wouldn't have wanted her mama hurt, right? Besides, I am sure that. The Eurasian sergeant broke off and looked almost pleadingly at Ian. Already on it, Eva has already submitted the request and should have the reply back in a few minutes. Ian said, kneeling down to help the woman up. Don't worry, ma'am, you'll see your daughter as soon as the doctors get her through the Deccan chamber, you have my word on that. Hearing that, the woman finally calmed down slightly, sobbing quietly as she was helped up, only for her to give a savage rage-filled snarl as she spotted another figure exiting the APC-turned-ambulance, this one in handcuffs and escorted by GDI military police on both sides. Ben and Ian quickly grabbed Diane's arms to stop her as the now enraged woman tried to throw herself at the man, murder in her eyes. You fucking pig! Diane screamed as she saw her husband being led away, struggling to break free from the vice-like grip of the two troopers beside her. Seeing the situation, more MPs and Eurasian soldiers step in to separate the two, as the man stumbled and turned apologetically to face his enraged wife. Fuck you, you fucking pine dick asshole fucking dipshit, this is your fault. My little girl, she wouldn't be in this situation if you hadn't done this to her. Diane yelled at the top of her lungs, giving word to her rage. Would it kill you to admit you don't know best, you fucking man whore? Now look what you have fucking done, you fucking dog fucker. It was an accident. The man tried to defend himself weakly. Diane gave an inarticulate snarl of rage, redoubling her effort to break free. I'll fucking kill you. My little girl wouldn't be suffering if she hadn't gone with you. She stops, her rage choking her words. It's over, Diane said suddenly. What? Our marriage is over, Diane repeated, her voice emotionless. The husband tried to say something but failed to find any words as he was half dragged away by his escort of military policemen. All right, show's over. Nothing to see here. Now move. Ian shouted, signaling for his man to remain at alert until the crowd had dispersed before turning around to face Sergeant Ben, who still have his hand full trying to comfort the distraught mother. All right, Eva got the visitor permits sorted out. Now ma'am, if you would follow us. Thanks, staff, that could have gotten ugly. Sergeant Sky nodded in thanks as Ian walked past him, to which the staff sergeant acknowledged with a nod. However, as he was leaving, the last thing he heard was one of the civilians say fucking blue hats. He wondered what that was about, not that it bothered him. While on their way he had Eva contact the hospital they were heading towards. Lieutenant Ray. Staff? What can I do for you? We've resolved the situation and I'm bringing the little girl's mother with me now, he said, taking a quick glance behind him to see if the woman in question doing fine. Ah, did the decontamination procedure went okay? Ah, the mother of young Liavaka, isn't it? The lieutenant mumbled hesitantly. Well, there is a complication. Can you connect me to her on a private line? Not possible at this time, she is not wearing armor. Both men shared a sigh at this. Besides, I think we should break it softly to her, she don't look like she can take another shock. By all means, please do. Ray answered. Now about Leah, good news is as long as she's in the pod she's safe. The real trouble comes when they start operating on her. That's the real question, and well, it looks like she's able to adapt to Tiberium. So she's a mutant. She is a mutant, unless we amputate both her legs, her right arm and around 30% of her upper torso. She is probably going to lose one of her legs either way. Damn. Ian swore, I'll try to get the two of you in contact as soon as possible. That would be for the best. Ray out. That bad hey. Ben spoke up on the private net they were on, having heard the exchange courtesy of his suit's EVA unit. Never mind that, we are here. Ian replied, having arrived at one of the many hospitals that the engineering corps had hastily set up to try and cope with the massive amounts of cases coming in for treatment. In many ways it reminded him of the years after Third Tiberium War when Tiberium once again changed. At least this time they have somebody to help them and treatment that worked, Ian thought half bitterly, luxuries that GDI did not have back then. He shook his head, there was no reminiscing about what might have been. Turning back to Diane he nodded, tapping the woman to snap her out of her almost trance-like state after the emotional roller coaster she had been through. We're here ma'am and. Well, I got some good news and bad news. Good news is your daughter is in a stable condition and is very likely to be alive when all this is over. He looked away and sighed. Bad news is there had been some complication that the doctor doesn't want to talk about over the radio, patient confidentiality and all that. He broke off. She began to tremble, her eyes tearing up under her face mask. Placing a hand on the woman's shoulder to comfort her the best he could. Anyway, just go ask the nurses in there for a Lieutenant Desmond Ray, he is the doctor in charge of your daughter's case. And don't worry ma'am, he added. I know Ray personally and he is one of the most dedicated medical officer I've met. If there is anything that could be done to help your daughter, he would do it. Thank you, she managed to stammer out before bolting through to the hospital's entrance/decontamination chamber. Sir, was that normal? The Sergeant Ben finally managed to ask after a few minutes after Diane ran off into the hospital. Yes, Ian replied simply. Well, maybe not in this world, but... He trailed off, the meaning of his answer clear enough to his companion. The Eurasian didn't say anything in reply, but then again Ian didn't feel the need to push the matter. Hopefully things wouldn't get as bad as the 6 years of hell, he mused as the group walked in silence, passing through the maze of roads and paths of the makeshift city while the roar of the ships bring in more supplies echoed in the background, if not. He shook his head mutely again, he'll see. He wasn't a heartless man to the suffering he'd seen here, but considering the amount of shit he'd seen over the years, especially during the war, fighting Nod and the Skrin when they arrived, if there was one thing that he could say for certain, human suffering was the same across realities. What he'd seen here wasn't any different from what he'd seen while on duty then. Though technically, he was still on duty, he thought sardonically, considering that like the old Gendarmerie Nationale of the French Fifth Republic, GDI's police force are considered part of the armed forces. They were finally done, he thought with some joy as his Eva informed them that they had passed through the last checkpoint. Unless a situation developed in which they were required, they were done for the day. Command had them doing patrols, which wasn't as easy as it should be due to manpower issues, with most of the force being sucked up by the multitude of small evacuation centers they had set up in the Special Joint Zone, not to mention those who are still showing the flag back in the blue zones in the Pacific. They had been trying to compensate by making the patrols as random as much as possible so that the civilian or anyone else trying to hide anything wouldn't find it easy to predict their movement. Though he was more worried about Nod, word from the top was that Nod didn't come with them, but then again he didn't believe it, almost no one did. Nod were a pain in the ass and always will be, he thought, taking a quick scan around at the meeting zone. All of his men were here, he thought, Checking his EVA, and so were all the Eurasian soldiers. Good. The location they were at was in large open space connected to the main highway, and in the background was the place that the division was using as a loading site for civilians allowed to leave the SJZ. It was an area that was heavily guarded, as evident by the presence of guards between him and the distant image of the civilians boarding the Guardians. A small grin graced his face as he spotted the shock some of the civilians had when they saw the size of their transports, the beloved Turtle APC, or more commonly known by everyone else as the Guardian APCs. Since the original Guardian entered service in 2035, it had gone through a number of redesigns in order to meet the changing needs of the military, with a variant for just about anything. That includes the B variant, which the troopers swore was supposed to stand for bus, in front of the civilians, with its missing turret and expended troop compartment, enough space to carry almost 30 people comfortably. Any further thought on his part was interrupted when the familiar sound of an alarm ringing faintly from the opposite makeshift city. It was followed by a message on the radio which he ignored, choosing to order Eva to do a full scan using the available sensors on his suit, including a visual one which required him to look around a bit, before he finally opened the message, knowing what it would be about. It didn't concern the sector of the city they were in, but you never know, he thought as he and his men readied their GD-12s. Unlike previous version of the series, the 12 was a pure energy weapon. He found it morbidly amusing that the Eurasian troopers and reporters had the same reaction when they discovered that little bit of trivia in the early days of the Special Joint Zone, questioning the wisdom of GDI for arming their police with what in any other armies of other time period would have been called an anti-tank beam rifle. What purpose would the police have with such overkill? The Eurasian media had mocked. They had discovered it was not so much overkill after a few reporters had the chance to get a taste of what Tiberium wildlife was capable of, when they had a ride along with one of the endless convoys going back and forth, moving civilians cleared to leave the SJZ and bringing in Eurasian military personnel from the outside world. The convoy wasn't seriously harmed, but the reporters got to see firsthand the reason for the overkill. Please head back into your habitats. Tiberium wildlife has been detected in the southern sectors of the city, a voice said faintly in the distance as the men around him split up smoothly and performed a perimeter search. Good, he thought, it always made him happy to see his man at work as a unit. Platoon attention! Ian shouted, gaining the attention of his men as they formed up in parade formation. Now that we have dealt with the searches for today, we're heading back for some R&R, just be ready in case we're needed by Company HQ. Yes, sir, he heard his men said as one. That's it for today, have a good day and don't do anything stupid, he ordered. Dismissed. 00. Codex, 81st Independent Mobile Battalion, Project Amendments. Project Amendments was originally started by the Atlantic Federation in CE60, as a study to find ways to increase the performance of soldiers to match coordinators' level of performance on the battlefield. While the project was successful in determining a number of methods to level the playing field, it was ultimately shut down as the most successful solution was deemed too costly in terms of the short and long-term physical and mental harm it would cause to the soldiers despite the massive increase in performance afforded by it. The project was discovered and brought back online by the Earth Alliance's Special Operations Group, the 81st Independent Mobile Battalion, in January of CE70, as they become aware of the latest development of the new mobile suits in the G project and the continuing progress on development of the operating system, OS, to control them. The OS is named the General Unilateral Neuralink Dispersive Autonomic Maneuver Synthesis System, Gundam for short, and was developed to allow the pilot to easily control the machine and adjust it during combat. The OS is the last system still in development, as much of the mobile suit's physical systems are mature for the most part. However, without a complete OS, only people with coordinator level of physical and mental dexterity can operate the machines, and even with a complete OS, it was predicted that only coordinators and a small percentage of naturals can utilize the machines to their maximum potential. Which leads back to Project Amendment's most successful solution, biological CPU. A solution that called for the installment of microimplants inside the subject brains and glands, combined with mental conditioning to eliminate the subject's sense of fear and to increase their aggression during, was further enhanced by the use of the drug gamma-glifeptin, which further improved the stamina and the reaction speed of the subject. The drug is also extremely addictive with severe withdrawal effects, which often result in death, thus loyalty to the Earth Alliance can be assured by strict control of the subject's dosage. In addition, further loyalist to the alliances is ensured via choosing the subjects from candidates below the ages of 10 and lower. It's hoped that the G Project mobile suits, in addition to the above solution, will make biological CPUs very deadly on the battlefield and far beyond anything a coordinator is capable of. Tiberium, The Fires of Terra Chapter 9. Date, CE70/2070 March 12, 10 o'clock. Special Joint Zone, Catanzaro City, Field Hospital No. AZ13-1, St. Maria. At the southern edge of the Special Joint Zone's exclusion zone, the city of Catanzaro was a city on the edge of hell itself, Griggle thought, the idyllic clear blue sky to the west and south contrasting sharply with the ominous purple-tinged cloud front in the east and northeast, moving closer each week. It didn't help that the river that ran down the middle of the city was crystal green for the most part either. He shrugged before shaking his head. He was getting sidetracked. After all, he wasn't here in Catanzaro for the view, he was there because it was one of the main base of operations for GDI as they struggled to house the civilians pulled out of the red zone to the east/northeast of the city. The last few weeks have been normal enough for the pair, dodging GDI patrols which polluted the land like a plague of rats before sneaking into the city on bicycles that they had borrowed from a household that wouldn't be needing it or anything else anytime soon. It was mostly a wasted effort though. The patrols that had them worried so weren't looking for the Brotherhood, they on search and rescue for civilians or Tiberium wildlife suppression hunts. Thus the past 2 weeks the NOD agents had been in the city was enough to confirm what the GDI scums were up to, given how GDI wasn't even trying to hide their intentions. And it was their usual SOP when operating in friendly territory, passing off their propaganda onto the locals under the guise of aid, while hiding their steel gauntlet beneath it. The local, as far as their information gathering went, were clearly unaware of what Tiberium's full potential are, Griggle thought, and of what it could do for them. A lack of knowledge that the Brotherhood will happily fix in the future, of that there was no doubt in his mind. As disgusting as it is, the Brotherhood will have to be circumspect in challenging the GDI imperialists for now, he spat in the privacy of his mind, remembering the rundown yellow zone city that, regardless, was still his home before it was swept away by the deceptively beautiful light of an ion cannon strike for the mere crime of harboring a NOD base that the GDI scum were too cowardly to send their soldiers to die against. He still remembered the scars he gained and friends that he lost escaping from the city, caught as they were between the Skrin invasion and the GDI counter-strike. Still, Griggle shook his head to dismiss the thoughts of the past. The sheer scale of GDI's aid operations had been a surprise for the two NODites, with transports from GDI's vaunted space fleet dropping off supplies almost hourly at a newly built but massive and still expanding forward base just outside the city and dropships ferrying all manners of supplies and civilians from there on to locations unknown. Even more visible is the ever-growing tent city of GDI habitation modules just outside the base, which according to the locals, housed the refugees from deeper in the yellow/red zone and those waiting to be evacuated out of the exclusion zone and to the edges of the SJZ where it was much safer for civilians. Unfortunately, that was the limit of the information that they could obtain from the locals without breaking into a GDI base, a move that would have done nothing but cause trouble for the pair. Hence, with their scouting mission mostly concluded, Cardos retreated to the extraction point with the data they gathered while he stayed to get additional intelligence about the new world beyond the SJZ. Ironically for him, that meant working as a volunteer for the GDI Logistics and Aid Corp, DIAC, the part of GDI's military that dealt with disaster relief, humanitarian crisis, and logistics. They needed some local help in showing a friendly face, taking care of those undergoing treatment for Tiberium infection and other illnesses. A task that he'd signed up for, given that he is a fully qualified medic as sanctioned by the Prophet. The only problem was his lack of real experience with real Italians. While he could still speak the language thanks to his grandmother, his accent was bound to give him away. Still, he wasn't completely hopeless with his cover as he still remembered many of the stories his grandmother used to tell him of the old country and the family history. His cover was at least enjoyable, which was something that his partner wouldn't have understood, he thought as he entered the hospital that the locals had taken to calling Saint Maria rather than its official name, which was the itom of bureaucratic to put it mildly. Then again, Cardos was much too serious by all measures and have only so much patience to give before breaking something, or someone. And he was one of the better ones. The reason the two of them had been chosen for this mission was mainly because they were the only NOD personnel at the base with the temperament and training for deep infiltration, not to mention they were the only troopers which were anything close resembling real Italians available. Not that it mattered much with the civilian-grade LCS suit he was wearing. Sadly, it wasn't anything like the Shadow Warrior armor he was trained in or the, admittedly more powerful, Zone Trooper armor. It wasn't even the kind issued to GDI military police, he thought with a sigh. No extra strength enhancement, no hacking software, no nothing, just a Class 0 EVA AI, which basically was nothing more than a smart computer, that and a basic life support system with T-armor. The audio and visual enhancements available to the civilian LCS suits wasn't anything special, so the only useful feature of the suit in his opinions was the translation software which he used as much as possible to hide his accent. Entering the hospital, a message on his EVA display reminded him that he still had 30 minutes before his shift started, not that he needed the energy credits anyway. NOD Special Operation, NOD SO, had long maintained a stockpile of GDI's currency, but they hadn't been issued for this mission due to the suspicions it may cause. UN credits were keyed to a combination biometric ID/smart card commonly handled out to civilians in the GDI-occupied yellow and blue zones, with further coding that were designed to show when and where they were created and issued, who it was issued to, etc. It made counterfeiting them almost impossible, with NOD SO preferring to get access to them via legal means. Any other thoughts on the subject he had was interrupted when his suit's EVA notified him that its power level was getting low. Well, it looked like it was time for a recharge. It's not like he anything else to do for now. Making his way through the hallways and stairs, he arrived at one of the many automated recharging stations within the building. Looking at the operating console, he gave a shrug before selecting the cheaper but more time-consuming recharge option before sitting down at the booth. As he did so, the console gave a chime, acknowledging his credit transfer as a cat-sized spider-like drone crawled out and unscrewed a plate of armor from his shoulder, uncovering his armor's recharge port with mechanical precision before plugging in a cable. Job done, the drone gave a cheerful beep before scurrying back to its holding cradle. He took off his helmet, leaned back, and closed his eyes to get some rest. A rest that didn't last long as he heard someone else approach the charging station. "Hey Fabiano," a tired female voice sounded out, calling him by his cover name. While GDI information security was as good as always, the local government network that they had obtained their initial census data from were far less vigilant and secure, a gap in security that he'd taken advantage of in order to make it this far in his mission. "Dr. Aida," he acknowledged warmly as he opened his eyes. After all, there was no point in being hostile unless he had a reason, and he didn't have one. "How are the patients today?" "Pretty good," she answered as she sat down in the booth next to his, giving a slight shudder as the drone scurried out to dismantle the back of her armor, replacing the depleted battery cell there with a fresh one. "Olympia is doing much better today compared to yesterday, but her treatment isn't close to finished." Dr. Aida paused for a moment and made to stand, before thinking better of it and sat back down, her body language betraying her tiredness even through the armor. "Long day?" Griggle asked, nodding at the station. "You normally wouldn't use these charging stations." "Yeah, I suppose it's a good thing I'm wearing this armor, else I wouldn't even be bothered to leave my desk." Aida chuckled, "Even if it means getting close to those spider drone things. They make my skin crawl." She sighed, taking a deep breath. "I just find it hard to think that only a few months ago, I was back at my old job," she said, thinking of the days before the event that brought the UN back from the dead. "I don't know, I actually find the drones to be quite cute myself." Griggle joked, lightening the moody atmosphere and causing Aida to laugh. Pausing, he picked his next words carefully. "But yet I understand what you mean. Just a few months I wouldn't have thought that I would be working in a UN hospital and dealing with patients who need honest-to-God armor to handle safely." Standard protocol for GDI personnel in a medical facility was to wear armor as long as they were in contact with patients in case of any further Tiberium contamination. Not so much, mainly because the new Tiberium infusion treatment developed to deal with Tiberium's new form had become standard for them and meant that they didn't need as much protection from it. Of course it wasn't perfect, Griggle thought, as the old saying goes, too much of a good thing was never good for anyone. To put it simply, Dr. Aida said, with a deep sigh, recalling some of the miracles and horrors she had seen in the last few months. Like the storeroom in which they kept the stasis pods, which she had initially mistook for a mortuary, not that anyone blamed her. It was hard to believe that those rows of mangled corpse-like bodies still held life, frozen in time by the stasis pods, waiting for a time where they could be saved without risking others from the sheer number of patients. She took a deep breath. As horrible that has been, she'd seen even more medical technology that was advanced to the point of being miraculous by her standards. Take the nano-injection surgery she had performed with the GDI doctor yesterday, which had ended up removing an otherwise incurable brain tumor. Or that strange portable dialysis machine which had saved that poor man from fatal radiation poisoning. Though now that she thought about it, it made sense that GDI had put a lot of efforting into researching cures for radiation poisoning and the cancers the former caused, given how much ionizing radiation even a small amount of Tiberium could put out. "You're not worried about the psychic thing the mutations are supposed to cause?" Griggle asked innocently to see her response. Dr. Aida huffed out a long-suffering sigh, bringing some amusement to Griggle. "Please don't get started on that bullshit. I've seen the studies. The only humans who have shown any such abilities are mentally unstable and very advanced phase 3 cases. And I would be more worried about those things' physical strength rather than some vaguely defined psychic power." "I know that, but they don't," Griggle said, waving around, referring to the general population outside the SJZ. "They'll get used to it. Besides, I've already been interviewed by a reporter from the Earth Broadcast Network about it a few days ago for a story on psychic powers, so we'll see, I guess," Dr. Aida said tiredly. "Sorry, but I got to head off. Got work in 30 minutes or so and I haven't eaten yet," Aida said apologetically as she hurriedly stood up and walked towards the corridor. "Thanks for the chat though, really needed it. Perhaps we can continue over a meal sometime, Fabiano." "Perhaps, doctor. Take care." Griggle replied with an encouraging smile and waved from his seat, to which the doctor replied with a nod and a smile before speeding down the corridor, no doubt towards the canteen to pick up some food before going back to one of the many recovery wards of this hospital. Wards which, like GDI, were struggling to handle the sheer scale of the humanitarian situation in the SJZ. Not a surprise, not with the amount of lying they have done, Griggle thought as he laid back while his suit Eva reminded him that he had work in 15 minutes. No need to rush, Griggle thought, as he closed his eyes and rested. No need to rush at all. 00. Date, CE 70/2070 March 14, 8 o'clock. Earth insertion orbit, diplomatic shuttle AF-1, en route to Brussels International Airport, Eurasian Federation. Director, wake up. You need to strap on your seat belt. Yuha. Sandra Telfair mumbled out incoherently at the incessant tapping on her shoulder, rubbing her eyes muzzly as she was once more introduced to the waking world. "We are almost there, Director, so we need you to buckle in for atmospheric insertion," her bodyguard replied, his helmet's visor hiding his shit-eating grin. The newly promoted Director of InOps groaned, massaging her forehead. "Damn it, stop calling me that, I still think General Kuznetsov is around whenever you say Director." "Yet, but sadly he is not here and you are the most qualified and the highest-ranking agent remaining." "Yet. But I still wish he was here though." Sandra sighed, before asking her EVA unit never mind that. "EVA? What's our EDA?" "Total EDA is 18 minutes. EDA to arrival insertion zone in 2.5 minutes. The drop zone is over the ocean approximately 70 kilometers northwest of Brussels International Airport." The AI answered, putting up a satellite map of their destination and flight path onto the cabin's main screen for good measure. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Sandra muttered, looking at the farmlands and forests surrounding the airport, sites which were almost impossible to find outside of the larger space colonies and selected reclaimed blue zones. "Waste of space more like." Her bodyguard grunted, glancing dismissively at 6 massive runways which dominated the airport. They could have switched to VTOLs and used all that space for more farms, parks, or residential building. "Can't really blame them though." The InOps director frowned, "They've got their own reason for doing things. Keep that in mind, we don't want to accidentally offend anybody later." At that moment the shuttle shook, its engines performing the deceleration burn to allow it descend into Earth's atmosphere, as the shuttle's EVA unit sound out an automated warning. "Atmospheric insertion in T-120 seconds. All personnel, please assume descent positions and secure any loose objects." "Repeat." Hurriedly, Sandra leaned back into her seat, clipping together the 5-point seatbelt as the shuttle started to vibrate, indicating that it was starting to skim into the ratified limits of the atmosphere. 00. Date, CE 70/2070 March 14, 8:19. Brussels International Airport VIP Arrival Terminal, Eurasian Federation. "So just to confirm my schedule for today is?" Sandra asked with a yawn, stretching out the cramps in her shoulders as she prepared to head out of the shuttle's hatch. "You have a meeting with the Eurasian government up first," her bodyguard said, consulting his data slate. "After that is a meeting with the ZAFT ambassador, then with Dr. Wright about which long-term policies the embassy will be showcasing until the elections later this year." "Damn it. I am too old for this shit." The deceptively young-looking woman groaned. While GDI medical science had made a great deal of advances since the start of the 21st century, performing things which would have seemed like science fiction to previous generations such as nanosurgery, lengthening the human lifespan and delaying the signs of aging, a good replacement for a good long rest was something that still eluded them. "Must be hard on you heading to this meeting right after the Emergency Energy Summit. Was it the first time all the new heads of the various departments finally getting together since the transfer? Tell me about it." The InOps director groused. The meeting was a pain in more way than one way. For one thing, this was the first time the council had been briefed on full scope of the Supreme Commander's plan, a plan whose individual components they all had been unknowingly proposing and refining ever since they arrived in this reality. Now the majority of the pieces in place, now all that was left was for nothing to go wrong until it was finished. Naturally not everyone had agreed totally with the plan, but if they did have doubts, they decided to kept it to themselves with the exception of the zone directors, and that was mostly over the issue of zone allocations. Of course, that was to be expected given that only 3 out of the 44 zone directors of the Council of Directors had came through, having the misfortune of being on Earth visiting the newly reclaimed blue zones when the event struck. Shrugging, she entered the car which would carry her to the Eurasian Federal Executive Building. It was an odd sight for her to see the GDI Eagle on display as little flags in the front and rear of the vehicle, and she couldn't help but think that it was painting a big fat target on herself, though to be fair, Nod didn't come through with them, or so she hopes. Staring out the darkened window, her mind wandered back to the meeting. One of the most hotly debated issues discussed in the meeting, besides the elections due to be set later in the year anyway, was related directly to the Supreme Commander plan. Namely, it was inevitable and impossible to keep secret once civilian communication are restored, especially about the truth about Tiberium, their nanotechnology, and everything else that was common knowledge for GDI civilians. In short, it was going to cause a mess with the locals on the public and political front, one that in the Supreme Commander view was worth the risk. The councils were divided naturally on the issue, with almost half them, led by the civilian zone directors, had all but demanded an immediate disclosure and using the technology at their disposal and InOps espionage as leverage to set up a new system of alliances with GDI at the head. That was, of course, vehemently rejected by the other half, led by the retired Admiral Wells Wilson, the former commander of the First Fleet, who preferred to keep GDI's advantages as a trump card of sorts, citing the loss of their strategic defensive depth. That and the risk of their new neighbors panicking over the revelations and doing something foolish is too high to ignore. In the end, both councils choose, almost unanimously, to accept the compromise proposed by McNeil. The plan calls for the special joint zone and the area around it to act as a controlled test subject of sorts to gauge the reactions of the locals as they were gradually introduced to GDI technology and culture, with the explicit exception of certain items. Like the full uses of Tiberium, the Einstein drive and the proverbial elephant in the room, WMD usage and the Orbital Defense Intelligence Network, Odin. This would be used as the ground for the final decision of whether their civilian networks will be allowed to interface and interact with the locals after the solar system-wide conference in May. Regardless of the delay, she thought, they couldn't hide it forever. Speaking of the Odin, she thought, according to the Brotherhood propaganda, it was a network of nearly undetectable, nearly unstoppable energy cannons which enfolds Earth orbit, each one precise enough to pick off ships in flight in the atmosphere and capable of ending civilization if unopposed, backed by sensors capable enough of ripping information off an unshielded hard drive on the far side of the moon and countless lesser weapon platforms. Their nickname for network didn't help, she thought, thinking of it, the orbital necklace of death. But it was anything but an unstoppable tool of tyranny to the average GDI citizen. Instead it had become a symbol of humanity's desperate resistance against an uncaring universe which tried to end them. Of the defiance of human civilization against the barbarism of naught and the alien otherness that is Tiberium and the Skrin. Of the defenders of the last bastion's civilization every bit as iconic as the mammoth tank or the eagles displayed so proudly outside her car. Still, Sandra had to agree with McNeil and Wilson when they had pointed out that the local powers are still going to see Odin as an unstoppable superweapon and act accordingly, regardless of GDI's intentions. And she couldn't help but agree with the reasoning behind it. After all, not GDI, Soviet Union, Japanese Empire and even to some extent the Allied nations had all regarded WMDs as nothing more than the next escalation on the battlefield, nothing more than a mean to an end in a war. Yet in a world where the last World War had ended with the limited use of nuclear weapons, GDI's casual use of such weapons would be forbidden, an escalation that the locals can and will not ignore. That was the reason she'd ordered additional agents to head down to the SJZ to plug up any potential accidental or deliberate leaks. The consequences of failing to do so are too costly to risk otherwise. Then again, the locals were not the only threats out there, Sandra though with a grimace. After all, they still have no idea if the Skrin exist here, in this universe, except for some strange activity within the Threshold Tower, and that was enough to put the military into a state of near panic despite there being no other evidence supporting their existence. The Deep Space Network, DSN, picked up nothing thus far, but that was scant comfort to the government. After all, the Skrin displayed the ability to travel at near relativistic speeds and limited faster than light capabilities during their initial incursion and use of teleportation and wormholes to move their forces around and to Earth during the war. Further analysis of their technology aided by the Tacitus after the war had led to the conclusion that unlike humanity's war industries, Skrin structures didn't use nanomachines to build their vehicles on site, instead they act as some sort of warp gates to allow reinforcements to flood in from somewhere else. The most common theory is the Skrin fleet out in the Pluto orbit, but no one really knows. Not that surprising considering how little they actually know about the Skrin, both as a species and a society. Factor in light speed delay and only a fool would believe that Earth is truly secure even with the current deep space network watching the sky. As it is, a Skrin invasion fleet could be sailing in from Alpha Centauri at relativistic speeds and no one would be any wiser until the signals from the edge of the DSN reached Earth mere days to minutes before the Skrin themselves arrive. This was the main reason the Navy had problems with the Supreme Commander delaying the massed reconnaissance and force missions they wanted. As far as McNeil was concerned, the local situation was too sensitive with the locals on the razor edge of a war that could turn hot in any moment with them in the middle of it all while both sides were still engaged in large-scale projects that INOPS had yet to determine the purpose of. The Navy only backed down when the new G-Lab director revealed that they still had some of the R&D data on the experimental FTL-RETR relays, so they could redevelop them eventually. Still, the DSN wasn't without its uses. She had no doubt that a number of local generals and admirals would have a heart attack if they knew of the sheer amount of information the network had gathered on the movement and composition of their fleets and the numbers and capabilities of their ships. Then there was the Martian colonists who were still probing the satellites in Mars orbit that were a part of its Odin and a portion of the DSN from, what they thought was, a safe distance, while a single ship was approaching the Earth-Moon system, or as the locals called it, the Earth sphere from Mars, the various tugs and cargo ships identified leaving or returning to the L4 and L5 point. And that was by no means the only contentious issue to be discussed in the meeting, given that McNeil had decided to use the opportunity presented by the Tegmark event to push through the long overdue reforms of GDI's civil governance. Proposals and often heated debates had echoed throughout the secured conference room over the course of the mammoth 20-hours-long summit, covering just about everything from currency, in which the Council agreed to complete the transition to an energy work-based currency by next year despite the hiccup of the event, ecology, the re-terraforming of the blue zones were to scale down to save resources, and governance reforms, just to name a few. In any case, it looked like they had arrived, she noted as the vehicle finally approached its destination, turning into the more secluded rear entrance of the building. A few minutes later and she was out of the car, through the security and hallways of the executive building until finally she was introduced to a nondescript conference room with the Eurasian president, a few members of her cabinet, and plenty of security personnel keeping their eyes on her. It's nice to meet you, Ms. A rather tall red-haired woman with piercing blue eyes studied her from the far side of the table before giving a friendly if tired smile as she took her seat at the opposite end of the table from the Eurasians. That would be Julia Borsky, president of the Eurasian Federation if she remembered her briefing correctly, a hunch which was confirmed by her EVA unit seconds later. I don't believe we have met before, Madam President. I am Sandra Telfair, Director of InOps, she said, reaching forward to shake the offered hand. Good to meet you. Supreme Commander McNeil sent her apologies, but she can't make it due to some internal matters. It is perfectly understandable considering the situation which your government find itself in, cut off from the rest of your people, Julia replied smoothly. In any case, welcome to the Eurasian Federation, Ms. Telfair. Defense Secretary Howard Kowalski and his Secretary Helena Hunzi, Secretary of State Luke Albina and Director Guillermo Braz of Eurasian Intelligence. She continued introducing the 3 men and 1 woman sitting at her end of the table. It is rather surprising that McNeil sent someone of your position to represent your country's interests when the President requested this meeting with her. The man identified as Howard said gruffly as he reached out to shake Sandra's hand. It is a matter of personal trust, I guess. We've worked together in the past. She answered with a faint smile and a nod. I believe we have some issues to discuss. Yes, we do, Julia said thoughtfully. Luke, Howard, and Braz, Julia started, nodding at the 3 men, not mentioning the truth that it was Helen who first raised concerns about the subject, has presented a very good case that your government hasn't been forthcoming about your true intentions, not to mention your technological capabilities. In truth, the latter didn't bother her all that much, Julia mused, mostly since while GDI had never fully disclosed their technology advances, they weren't obliged to do so and made no secret of their advancement in various fields of technology except that of the military, which admittedly is a red flag. What really worries her and the rest of her cabinet is that they have no idea what GDI's end goals are, of what damage their intents and actions could do to the status quo that was keeping the war cold. Still, GDI had done enough for her to grant her trust, for now. Then again, she'll have to get to the bottom of this sooner or later, and she preferred sooner. Technology can easily be misused in the wrong hands. Take our energy technology for example. Sandra pointed out, the technology that drives our global stratospheric transports and power our cities could be easily adapted to create cheap and untraceable nuclear weapons. I would rather not have my country's leadership being irresponsible enough to reveal that type of technology without fully understanding the situation first. As for our goals, for now, it is ensuring the survival of human civilization, nothing more, nothing less. I see. Julia nodded slowly, slightly taken aback by the passion behind Sandra's almost dispassionate declaration. I guess your Supreme Commander wasn't joking when she said that GDI considers humanity's survival to be greater than any petty scrabble. Yes. Yes, we do, Sandra answered, suddenly feeling her age as unbidden memories of her childhood, of a time where civilization was barely holding on against Tiberium and nod. That said, we would also do everything in our power to neutralize any threats to our interests. Which, in the long term, is pretty much in the interest of humanity anyway. Isn't it a bit arrogant to assume that all humans would have the same desires as your people? Luke started angrily. And let's not forget that these actions are a huge mark against any public goodwill your country may have gathered since your arrival in our reality and jeopardize the success of the May conference, not to mention that it can reflect poorly on you. The Eurasian Secretary of State trailed off as his president waved her hand for silence. Luke, you haven't been briefed on the full situation yet. Julie said with a sigh, giving Howard and Helen a slight nod. It is, rather more complicated. There is a reason why we are allowing GDI to base even more troops near the tower and are diverting funding to SCRDD. GDI had shared some data about the tower in Italy. Howard growled. Or perhaps Gate would be a better name for it. Luke blinked. What? As far as we can determine, the tower is one end of an interstellar wormhole network. Sandra explained. The Skrin forces used it to evacuate Earth just before the end of the Third Tiberium War. Simple logic dictates that if it can be used to go somewhere else, others can use it to get to us. Of course, we only have GDI's word and records on it, but the risk it poses if true is too high to ignore. Howard stated, glaring at Sandra, who returned a disinterested shrug. That is a lot to take in. Luke sighed after a moment of silent thought. But ultimately, this is no different from the discovery of Evidence 01. The only difference is that we can actually talk to these aliens if they do come. I'll be praying for your success if that day does come. Sandra replied slightly sarcastically. Meanwhile, GDI believes in preparing for all eventualities. He does make a very good point, Julia nodded. There is no point in assuming that the Skrin, if they exist here, would automatically be hostile to humanity, especially since Tiberium didn't land on our world in the 90s. That said, we really should be prepared for all scenarios, including both diplomacy and warfare, but I do believe we are getting sidetracked. I agree. Sandra nodded, not pushing the point. In truth, she also hopes that this universe's version of the Skrin could be reasoned with, but after the devastation wrought by Tiberium and the Skrin incursion. I'll pass the concern to my government, but it is unlikely that it'll change things on our end. As long as your government is willing to think about it. Julia said, before glancing at her Secretary of State. Luke, after this meeting I want you to gather a team to set up a first contact package that we can use in the event the Skrin or any other extraterrestrial intelligence contacts us. In any case, Sandra, you still haven't explained your country's strategic goals. Giving a short sigh, she turned back towards the GDI director. Or what you gain by hiding new technological advances so half-heartedly. Sandra grimaced. Whoever went through their release for the Eurasians had been very thorough in their examination. Just to make a point very clear, in the years after the Skrin incursion, GDI has invested a good deal of time and resources into increasing our military forces, planning strategic contingencies and working on weapon systems designed to combat the Skrin or failing that, to ensure at least some of humanity survive. And we would like to use those for their intended purposes, Sandra replied simply to the slight puzzlement of the Eurasians present. A purpose which is not fighting other civilized human powers. Well, Howard thought, looking steadily at GDI spy director, that more or less confirmed that they have other orbital or ground-based strategic weapons besides their fleet. Of course, they hadn't detected any orbital weapons platforms beside a few defenses around their colonies, but that didn't mean anything. It didn't, Helen agreed, having together long enough to figure out what her boss was thinking. But what were they missing, she thought, studying the InOps director intently. It wasn't like they were blind to what the other powers were doing in orbit and elsewhere in the Earth-Moon system. After all, thermodynamics was a harsh mistress, making stealth in space impossible, and even if someone developed some sort of heat-sink stealth, a simple optical telescope scan on any heat anomaly would have been enough to blow its cover. But then again, GDI couldn't detect the Skrin ships in orbit of Pluto. I see. President Borsky answered, glancing between the GDI representative and her people. She had no doubt that some of her people still harbor doubts about GDI, but the simply reality is that it was they who was footing the lion's share of the bill in containing Tiberium in the SJZ and the driving force behind the recent economic boom in the areas of southern Italy outside of the SJZ. She was willing to give them time enough to explain the situation, but there were limits to her political power. As it is, there is a small but growing undercurrent of mistrust towards GDI among the public, and she'll need to act fast to nip that in the bud. She's having a feeling that pushing for more transparency from the former UN organization wouldn't be all that productive right now, but still, she had to try. I'll still need the general details, nothing major, just a outline would be helpful in making sure that when it does become public that we wasn't acting blind with our dealings with your government. Julia said after a pause. Telfair gave a sharp nod. I'll try to get the acting director to approve. Not that they would ever agree, not before May at least, she thought, but didn't add. President Borsky continued, nodding in thanks before nodding at her Secretary of Defense, we also would like your government's assistance on a few things. I'll let Howard handle the first. Howard gestured for his secretary Helen to bring up a scale map of the solar system and the Earth sphere on the wall mount screen. Ever since George Glenn returned from Jupiter with evidence 01 and therefore with concrete proof of extraterrestrial life, we knew that were life beyond the solar system. The arrival of your nation and your experience have only reinforced this point further and led us to widening our military perspective. Your point being? Sandra asked in puzzlement, clearly not seeing what Howard was driving at. It means that thanks to the previous and current administrations of our government, the Atlantic Federation, and the Republic of East Asia's adventure with the plants, we have arrived at our current situation in. Howard growled, as the president shot him a look before speaking with a regretful nod. It wasn't a good situation. One that Howard agreed with considering the information available at the time, but since GDI had arrived and all the time that has passed by since then, he'd plenty of time to rethink all the facts as he knew them. Naturally it had been done also with Helen's help as they examined the facts all over again. Howard nodded at Helen, prompting her to bring up a holographic display of all known human settlements in the solar system while watching Sandra for any reactions. It means that barring extreme luck, we can't hope to contest any extraterrestrial foothold in our solar system when they are at their weakest. You probably know better than we do what outcome that will lead to. Sandra frowned as she saw the map, a far cry from their own home reality. Granted, having the ability to manufacture all the resources needed for all the new settlements, outposts, and military bases from mined materials within a matter of hours to days instead of years clearly helped. Yet instead of a system-spanning array of fleets and installations, the almost pitiful cluster of green icons around Earth and Mars blinked slowly, almost mocking her. I see your problem. Sandra said, unsurprised but oddly disappointed at the state of the map. The DSSD is reportedly developing a new type of interplanetary drive, perhaps you could approach them with us as an intermediary. The president has already sent someone to talk with them, so we're getting a handle on that front, Howard replied, brushing off the obvious attempt at deflecting the issue. What we want? Well, the records you had provided us hints at you having several outposts in the outer system and a full-fledged fleet based out of Titan at the very least. We hope that partnership between us could replicate that in this reality on the military front, with us providing the hardware and manpower you have lost due to the event. What wasn't mentioned was the huge advantages the Eurasians would gain if GDI agrees. Even just accessing the asteroid belt unopposed would place the Eurasian Federation in an economically dominant position compared to Mars and the rest of the nations in the Earth-Moon system. It was a point that Sandra didn't feel the need to bring up, after all it is quite obvious what they were aiming for. Then again, I'll pass your proposal on to the Council, but I personally don't think that task, burden and responsibility should be under the sole purview of any single nation. Sandra sighed as she reached into her shirt's pocket and took out a small device, laying the palm-sized device on the table in front of her. We planned to reveal this at the May conference, but since the topic came up now. Eva, bring up the 2079 census infographics on population distribution. She explained as the device began to project a hologram superficially similar to the one currently projected over the table. But whereas the Eurasian's hologram depicted a solar system which was mostly bare, this one looked as though someone had scattered a crate of gemstones across a map of the solar system, creating beautiful fields and belts of colored dots across the entire map. That is a lot of settlements. Luke let out a breath which he didn't know he was holding, amazement thick in his voice. I'd shudder at the cost of it all though. Ah yes, the cost. Sandra repeated, a hint of bitterness in her voice as she gestured at the smaller hologram. In an instant, the map zoomed in, showing what Julia recognized to be the Earth sphere, though one almost completely unfamiliar to her. After all, her Earth didn't have a literal belt of colonies in orbit of Earth itself in addition to the Lagrangian clusters nor a moon whose dark side glowed with the light of numerous cities. As of the 2069 census, the population of Earth's surface is approximately 200 million, with the population in the area you would call the Earth sphere being approximately 1.25 billion. Sandra continued, the bitterness in her tone almost palpable now. Keep in mind that the population of the planet at the end of the 20th century was roughly 6 billion. Julia frowned and did a few mental calculation, feeling a cold ball of dread grow in her stomach as she began to see what the INOPS director is driving at. Judging from the subtle winces and grimaces of her people, she could see that they had gotten the message too. And that, Madam President, is why my government didn't quibble at the cost of leaving Earth. Not when almost 4/5 of humanity have been wiped out over the course of a century. Sandra said contemplatively, to not colonize the only alternative other than a Tiberium-ridden Earth available to us and to not prepare for those whom we suspect seeded the Tiberium in the first place? That would have been unwise to say the least. A moment of silence filled the room as the four Eurasian politicians digested what they had learnt before Sandra signed and zoomed the hologram back out to show the solar system in all its glory. Giving a small shake of her head, she continued. But I digress. Barring extreme circumstances like what we had to work with, a crash colonization like ours would be the height of insanity, especially in a multipolar world like yours. Which is why we were planning to broach this subject at the May conference. Another moment of silence graced the room at that declaration. You people really do care more about the long-term future of humanity than your own short-term gain, don't you? Howard said in honest amazement, more a statement than a question. I'm sorry. Sandra blinked at the non sequitur. Oh, it's nothing. Howard replied while his mind raced forward with the new information. With the INOPS director's exposition, suddenly a lot of GDI's actions which made no sense before, like their total lack of effort trying to extort concession for the entire SJZ debacle or their lack reaction to the basing of long-range nuclear-tipped missile at the edge of the SJZ, it all started to make sense in their own twisted way. After all, they were not dealing with a traditional regional government but the remains of a planetary government well on its ways to being an interstellar power. One that had fought 3 world wars in a population that still remembered the last one 20 years ago. So, what other surprises are you going to spring during the conference? He asked the GDI director, trying to change the subject. In truth, he still wasn't happy with the result of the meeting so far. Sure, he now had a vague understanding of GDI's strategic goals, which, as naive as it sounds, could really be something as simple as the survival and prosperity of all mankind. But still, there was far too much vagaries in the details, especially those concerning their military, and the GDI intelligence director had unsurprisingly proved to be very adept at redirecting the issue. Then again, with the way his president is all but glaring at him, he doubt that he'll get any further down this line on inquiry. We are also proposing a range of technological exchanges with all the parties involved. Sandra answered with a shrug. Stuff like material science, medicine, life and environmental control sciences, ecology and infrastructure hardening. Nothing which could be used for offensive purposes. That is, going to be useful. Howard answered, glancing meaningfully at his president who gave a subtle nod. It would seem that GDI had noticed their effort to increase their civil defense capabilities and planned accordingly, which begged the question, just how good was INOPS? Why? Director Bras spoke up for the first time since the meeting started, his face impassive. By our estimate, all of us in the Earth sphere stand to gain far more from this deal than you do, not to mention such deals might inflict serious strategic harm on your interests down the line. 3 reasons, Telfair shrugged. The first being GDI is in no position to continue research in all the fields we wanted to, having, as you pointed out yourself, left the majority of our population and resource on the other side of the Tegmark event. Also it is highly probable that GDI scientists in the past might missed something in their research. After all, we were focusing on combating Tiberium, Nod, and later the scrin. The other reasons? Howard asked. Sandra shrugged again, before continuing blandly. We hope that the techniques and technologies we introduce will harden infrastructure and enhance civil defenses in case of war, any war. Which also shift the strategic and maybe tactical balance of power towards the defenders, making the armies of both sides more hesitant to strike first, thus further delaying any fighting. Bras snorted, not surprised. That is a secondary concern. She admitted. However, the main reason for the proposed technology transfer is to increase the resistance of human forces in this reality to better resist any scrin or other extrasolar inclusion. And to buy us time to implement case, exile if worse comes to worse, she thought but didn't add, shaking her head. In any case, the original proposal also included limited exchanges of weapon technology, but with the war on. I understand your government's concern. President Borsky nodded grimly. But in any case, just does these so-called joint research projects work both ways? Say your scientist managed to improve one of our discoveries, would your government pay mine a royalty for our intellectual property, or failing that share the discover with us? She asked, her own thoughts on Howard and Helen's suggestions for installing the new lightwave shields both on the ground and in space. The plan was to install them on designated shelters, military bases, and important federal government locations, with future plans to install them on ships. However, even then, dedicated on-site nuclear reactors was required to power the shields without burning out the electrical grid in the process, severely limiting the locations where they could be applied. A scenario could only be made worse when the members nations of the Federation start insisting that had to be protected by these shields regardless of the requirement and limitations. If, for example, our engineers and scientists managed to improve the energy shield system your people were testing at the Artemis orbital base, or maybe some new designer anti-cancer drug, then yes, we would have to pay a royalty. Our courts wouldn't let us get away with it otherwise. Sandra answered. If only because it is way too obvious we stole the technology. She added under her breath. In any case, we expect the same courtesy. If your scientists manage to improve our plasma shields, we would request that you inform us of your discovery. Told you they know about Artemis? Howard smirked at Bras, who gave a disgruntled grunt. Well, not our per se. The designs are based on the ones used by the scrin warships during the war. They proved to be quite effective in withstanding attacks by our anti-air weaponry, requiring massed conventional fire or kiloton-class nuclear warheads to take them down, Telfair said. What Telfair didn't mention was the fact that the ASAT system, especially the ion cannons, handled the majority of the work, since Nod forces in Australia took the rest of GDI nuclear weapons. But I believe we are getting off track. Then, President Borsky said, we'll take your government up on your offer. Madam President, Helen voiced out with a nod from Howard, there is one suggestion. If yes, the strategy and tactical lessons your military learnt during the war, as Howard pointed out, we can use this knowledge to fully understand and adapt our military to this new kind of warfare. President Borsky said. The President paused for a moment as she remembered something Helen and Howard had talked about before in the past few weeks. Have you ever considered an officer exchange program? We annually have a training program with Republic of East Asia known as the Northern Star. I have heard indication from them that they wouldn't mind if your government would be willing to take part in this year military exercise, or at least observing it. Howard added. I am afraid we would have to discuss this in May. We are still trying to untangle the mess our training and education system had become after losing a large part of our assets. Sandra answered, her excuse sounding weak even to her own ears. Luckily the Eurasian present appeared to believe her. I see that is sad news to hear, but there is always next year. President Borsky nodded. Moving on, our next concern is the economy. The SJZ is continuing to impact our economy, as I'm sure that you are aware. President Borsky continued as memories of the representative and lobbyist bugging her about them popped into her mind for a moment. While joining your colonization and any future mining operations efforts should provide relief in the long term, in the short term, we would like the SJZ and the surround area to be declared a free trade zone and for more GDI companies like the Equal Business Endeavor Alliance to invest there. That is acceptable to GDI, and I'll try to get someone to arrange for a meeting with the business leaders. Sandra shrugged. Contrary to appearance, the EBEA is not a state-owned corporation. Is that so? Anyway, our last area of concern is Nod, President Borsky said, drawing Telfair's attention. Don't worry, your Nod isn't our concern. It's the possibility of Nod existing this reality that is a concern for us, especially considering that in your history Nod emerged from the ashes of the USSR. Telfair damned herself for missing such an obvious issue. In our reality, the USSR fell in the 90s during the midst of the Reconstruction's wars, and the resulting Russian Federation is still a key economical and military member of the Eurasian Federation, Director Bras explained. Yes, as Director Bras explained, President Borsky said, despite the fall of the USSR in our reality, Nod didn't emerge from their ashes, so we want to confirm whether they exist in our reality or not. Both Helen and Eurasian intelligence made very good points for both sides on this front. Telfair carefully considered the proposal before answering, so you want a joint investigation to determine whether or not exist in this reality? Yes, Bortz answered. That we can do, Telfair agreed. What do you need? Have any idea of a good place to start looking? Bortz asked half-jokingly, puzzled at the sheer intensity that Sandra was giving at the mention of Nod. Howard has suggested talking to the Vatican about them letting us have a look at their archive, given that according to your records, Nod claimed that Cain is the biblical Cain. The only piece of evidence we recovered that comes close to supporting Nod's claims is the alleged sarcophagus of Abel, Cain's brother in the Bible. Colonel Nick Parker discovered the artifact inside the Cairo Temple of Nod, and we recovered the remains of the tomb after we destroyed the temple above it. The remains we tested dates back to around the beginning of the Late Stone Age, roughly 8,000 years ago. Telfair said, to the surprise of the Eurasian across the table. Still, the Vatican sounds like a good place to start. Our Vatican lost the majority of their records to Tiberium in conflict. That's Bortz. Unexpected, President Borsky said, slowly shocked by what the GDI director just said. She wasn't overly religious, but she did still believe to some extent. This would explain the more crazy conspiracy theories that she'd read online and heard on the news on the more extreme networks in the little free time she had recently. Keep in mind that even we at INOPS, our own historian, and experts don't consider the sarcophagus as solid proof or consider any of Nod's other claims to be true. However, considering the current status of the world, Telfair shrugged. As for starting locations, I have two other in mind: Cairo and Sarajevo. That sounds good. When I get back. What followed was a brief discussion of the future investigation. Good, President Borsky replied, happy to see that things on that front were good. It was bad enough dealing with Blue Cosmos elements in the military and the Earth Alliance. It was one of the other jobs she had Director Bortz look into in identifying those with similar views to Blue Cosmos. It was this that had prompted her to do what she did months ago, when she decided to pull the EDF out of the Alliance. In any case, McNeil wanted your government and only yours to have this. Telfair said as she reached into her suit and pulled out a second package, a standard 1 TB data device which she placed on the table between them, causing the other present to give her rather confused and curious stares. Inside is classified data on the Skrin's more unconventional weapons system encountered during the war, and some of ours that were developed to even the playing field. The data was deemed concerning and made unavailable to the public, just as the truth about the tower was. Why was the data censored? The tower I understand, but this data? It doesn't make sense when allowed it to be publicly known what your deep space network is capably of, and that the Skrin used wormholes during the war to move forces across the planet, President Borsky asked, shooting Howard a glare in warning. Mostly to keep up civilian morale by keeping the public from knowing just how outclassed we were after the war technologically, especially in the immediate reconstruction period after the war. Sandra admitted. Nor did she feel the need to say the obvious: if the Skrin towers been left alone and not destroyed, none of the lives lost in the war would have mattered, as it would have all been in vain. During the war, the Skrin displayed the ability to use some very advanced technology, some of which we never encountered before or even thought possible. For example, they displayed an unprecedented mastery of space-time manipulation, with their units being able to use wormholes and teleportation both tactically and strategically, freeze time within a certain area, and the ability to literally call in black holes and meteors to gut our cities and bases, bypassing our orbital forces. That's impossible, Howard grunted in shock as the rest of the Eurasians looked sick. How the fuck did you even win in the first place? A couple of reasons. Sandra replied, we also had our best commander on the battlefield leading the fight, and we held the high ground. I see. Howard said very slowly as his eyes narrowed at Sandra. Thank you, President Borsky said gratefully, this data will be helpful to us. It was no trouble, glad to be of help to a friend, Telfair answered with a tired smile on her lips. One that was returned by the President. 00. Date, CE 70/2070 March 14th, 11 o'clock UTC, medium Earth orbit. ZAFT Destroyer Dubois. Deep penetration radar telemetry coming in now, sir. New contact, 274,112, 3,700 kilo mic. Unidentified silhouette. Putting it up on screen 12. LL Laurasia, they are in formation. We'll deploy the zone plate in 300 seconds. Deep in the barely controlled chaos that is the Dubois CIC, after the CIO agents had commandeered it for their data collection and analysis center, a masked man sat calmly in the command chair at the center of all the chaos, the proverbial eye of calmness in the center of the storm. Such was the aura that permeated the space around youngest flag officer of ZAFT and the commander of this mission, Raul E. Cruzet. A man who was chosen to command this mission so that ZAFT can gain an advantage on the military front, with the scientific mission been nothing but a cover. One thing that was certain now, GDI was doing a much better job in bringing order to the orbital traffic around humanity's home, utilizing the carrot of more efficient flight plans made possible by their ace backed by their fleet, parts of which were policing orbit. The order that had brought to near-Earth space had been a new and welcome thing, considering that prior to this, civilian orbital traffic control didn't exist beyond Earth's atmosphere or beyond the range of a spaceport. What is even more surprising is that GDI's Civil Traffic Administration had already reached out to the various individual spaceport on Earth to establish some kind of unified traffic control system. GDI had also commissioned the Junk Guild to clear up the upper portion of the junk belt and bring it to one of GDI's colonies to be recycled, though in hindsight it rather unsurprising given the upper edge of the debris belt intersect the orbits of GDI's space colonies. What was odd was the Junk Guild accepted being paid in UN credits, which means that the Junk Guild's leadership believe that GDI can back up their issued credits with real resources in the future. Shrugging, he looked up towards the main tactical display of the room. Traffic to the Philadelphia 2 was limited, with only the occasional shuttles leaving and entering the control station that acted as GDI's seat of government. Not that any civilian, or for that matter, Earth Alliance spacecraft was willing to approach within 1,000 kilometers of the colony anyway, Ross scoffed, not with the dozens of obviously armed defense platforms guarding it. Or with the squadron of GDI warships hovering menacingly around it in close protection formation. Most would have called such a level of protection paranoid, but it wasn't, Ra thought, holding back a small smile. Considering GDI's history and views, he would have called it a necessary precaution, given that GDI apparently knew the true nature of humanity as well as he did. He shifted his eyes towards another screen, this one showing GDI's other orbital assets, noting that the same protection extended to the 4 other GDI colonies which now orbited Earth, though not to the same extent. A few minutes later his eyes shifted again to yet another pair of screens, this time focused on the GDI task force watching over both his fleet and the Earth Alliance force following behind. More specifically, they were displaying what data they had gathered on the Fleet Command node at the head of the small fleet, the GDSS Exils AUS Eden, the flagship of the GDI First Fleet. More like a mobile fortress, he thought, remembering the panic he saw when footage of the ship was first seen. He switched his attention to another screen, this one showing a false color image of an installation, apparently somewhere in the Midwest of North America. What's on screen 14 and 15? Ra asked at random. Our boys in the Oceania Union transferred up some new intel they wanted us to have a look at since we have this new Fresnel imager that the boys at R&D cooked up. A CIO agent said. Near his seat looked up from her console. Apparently the Atlantic Federation has some hidden bases out in their Midwest working on some new weapons and projects. Anything else? Ra asked. We're gotten a few hits and a lot of SIGINT but nothing solid was the answer he got from the agent. GDI? Ra asked next. We scanned their Pacific holdings a few hours back while you were resting, sir, though that was just using shipboard sensors, still waiting on the next pass before bringing anything better to bear. That said, they sure as hell weren't trying to hide anything, the agent replied, typing and bringing up a few images on one of the screens with an exasperated look on her face. The majority of GDI assets are underground, but we've still gotten a few interesting shots. The images on the screen were what appeared to be high-angle shots of an aerospace port, with control towers, hangars, terminals for arrival and departures, the usual. What caught Ross' attention however was the lack of the large, and vulnerable, he added mentally, runways and taxiways which dominates the air and spaceports of his world. In its place was what looked to be miniature mass drivers and a very short runway with slender structures along the sides along with an almost aircraft carrier-like arrangement of elevators near the structures. In all, it resulted in a structure which was only a fraction of the size of the normal spaceport on Earth. As far as we can tell, that is a GDI civilian spaceport and we think it uses retractable linear catapults to launch and some type of arrestor system to retrieve shuttles instead of the conventional runways we use. The one you see is in launch position with the rest being retracted into armored trenches when not in use. The agent said as she marked the retracted catapults with bright red circles. When combined with the underground taxiway and hangar, we predict that this facility is extremely resistant to being disabled, barring sustained bombardment with anti-bunker weapons or direct hits with WMDs, while being only a fraction of the size of a comparable facility. That is not mentioning that most of GDI's aerospace assets have some form of VTOL capabilities, making them harder to take out. We also have confirmation from the locals' news sources that they have shield technology, so it's also likely they have them installed and available in the case of an enemy attacking. I see. Ra nodded. Are all of GDI's facilities like this? Pretty much. The agent replied while bringing up another set of overhead photos, this time showing several massive blast door embedded into a massive armored pad. We're pretty confident these are the docking cradles for the Global Stratospheric Transports or GST for short. Again, looking at the construction they look like they were designed to survive nuclear airbursts, especially since all the surface installation we can confidently identify appears to be non-essential, observation lounge, cooling vents, radar antennas, the likes. In addition, GDI's facilities are pretty standardized. So far the only difference we can find between confirmed military and civilian is a couple of structures unique to the military like those VTOL pads with the fighters or defensive emplacements on the right. We believe this means that what civilian infrastructure we've seen was designed with a mind to supporting rapid military mobilizations. Global Stratospheric Transport, hey? I am sure the stratosphere goes up to space. Another agent commented sarcastically, bloody naturals. The original models were meant to supercruise in the upper atmosphere, some 50 kilometers above the surface, and the name stuck. Still a very impressive achievement considering the size of those ships. Ro replied offhandedly. What about GDI's cities? Again, they are designed and built to survive some serious punishment. The original agent shrugged, bringing up a new set of pictures. For example, this is the city that GDI referred to as New Sydney, and our analysis of the topography of the area isn't that different from the other cities in GDI territory. The only interesting feature we can see is the location of the city. It's built inside Sydney Cove itself, right where Darling Harbour would be. Interesting, Ra prompted, studying the image, and the location of the city. It makes sense, he thought, considering that the oceans had effectively become massive pods back on their Earth. Still, the designs of the surface of the cities were interesting according to the data they had thus far, he thought. Instead of the urban/suburban sprawl which characterize most cities on Earth and even in the plants, all he saw was a single, a bit massive circular structure, surrounded by a smaller but equally imposing concentric wall. The central structure is estimated to be 6.5 kilometers in radius, around 1600 to 2000 meters in height, and extend at least 100 meters underground, with the gap between the central structure and outer wall. We have also identified several highways connecting it with the other cities and facilities, and we suspect that there are even more pipelines and rail links deep underground. The agent paused to take a breath before continuing. What I don't get though are these, highlighting several structures on the walls of the city and inside the city itself scattered across them. Artillery, anti-air artillery, missile batteries, and silos, even what look like direct fire weapons and massive cannons. Why would GDI go out of its way to make its cities so bluntly threatening after spending so much on their protection? Everyone with half a brain knows that the best protection for a city is being not important or threatening enough to be a target. The use of capital-class ships by the screen in the atmosphere during the war, in addition to the fact that the land which these cities were built on were formal red or yellow zones, is likely the chief reason they are there, Ra said firmly, not saying more on the subject. The agent opened his mouth but closed it quickly, thinking better of it. Is there anything of note outside of the cities? Ra asked. Well, not much, sir, the agent answered. We found some bases, both civilian and military, outside the cities and along the various walls surrounding their cities, but beyond that nothing of note. Well, except there is how the flora and fauna seem to only exist within the cities, in what we have determined to be parks that can be raised and moved back below cover again. Outside of the city, there is nothing, no wildlife, no plants, or anything. It's quite clear the reason for it, Ra said, giving the agent a moment before saying his next question. What about the SJZ and GDI's newest project? News of the new GDI Eurasian mega project had barely hit the airwaves just before he left the plants, sparking much speculation and interest among the man and woman of his fleet, himself included. CIO's analysis of the amount of traffic between the SJZ and GDI's Pacific territory was interesting to say the least, Ra thought. The amount of cargo that moved was reaching levels comparable to or even exceeding daily mass driver traffic. CIO's assessment made it clear that even with what assistance the Eurasian were providing, the level of traffic was much too low for GDI to proceed with building the wall and deliver the aid needed to the Eurasians, but yet GDI was proceeding with both without apparent trouble. The report can only conclude the GDI's logistics were much more efficient than previously thought possible, or they had a solution in the works. In any case, it was an interesting development that was worth keeping an eye on. What about the SJZ itself? Ra asked, knowing what the answer would be. We are still not able to make any direct observation due to the radiation, energy levels, those odd ghost signatures in the cloud formation, and everything else our systems are picking up. The agent shrugged ruefully, bringing up what data they had collected onto an unused screen. Basically the same thing the naturals reported. So nothing, Ra thought. That said, the agent trailed off in some internal debate before continuing. I am not sure if it means anything, but our sensors are reporting more of those energy spikes and ghost contacts in geostationary orbit above the SJZ than anywhere else in the Earth sphere save the area around the GDS Philadelphia 2. I got no idea what that means, but I got a feeling it is not a coincidence. Interesting, keep an eye on it, both the SJZ and those odd signatures. Ra closed his eyes and thought, do you have anything about that from the news agencies? Only for the SJZ, we don't think the naturals have good enough sensors to detect those ghosts. The second agent replied as he played a recorded news feed from one of the news stations covering Zocom's construction of the wall. Behind me, Zocom is laying down the first stages of what is likely going to be the largest project since the construction of the original 30-kilometer-long plant colonies. Ra barely paid attention to the reporter as he watched the background behind her and took in what he saw. Keep monitoring GDI as they build the wall and run an analysis of the amount and type of resources they are using. We need to know just how capable their industry and logistics really are. Ra ordered, not that it was really needed. It was plain to see that GDI industrial capability was massive, as running the numbers in his head illustrated using the original radius of the SJZ placed it at 628.32 kilometers, but the real question in his mind was where they was getting all those resources. The CIO agents with the fleet have settled on the theory that they have underground mining operations beneath their cities in the Pacific, but it didn't feel right to his mind, for obvious reasons. Which brought his mind to the cloak and dagger happenings he was forced to play between the Plant Supreme Council and Ambassador Leah Razika down on Earth. It wasn't the cloak and dagger that bothered him, after all he did his own share of it. No, what bothered him is the fact, he didn't know enough about the situation. He'd been ordered to widen her job to include the Eurasian Federation and the Global Defense Initiative in addition to the Oceania Union, effectively making her the ambassador to all three nations last month. The order also included top-secret files for her and the CIO boys down on Earth, the content of which he was not privy to, an instruction to look out for a package that would be incoming in a few days. The newly promoted ambassador in turn had asked them to relay some highly classified files back to ZAFT HQ, which had been encoded in both CIO and the Diplomatic Corps' highest encryption code they had available to be transmitted back to the plants. "Keep an eye on the situation, you never know what you may miss," Ra said, as he pushed himself out of the room. From there, he found the nearest intercom and checked with the bridge on the situation there. Nothing had changed there, so he made his way to his quarters, pushing himself off walls and other surfaces as he floated through the ship until he arrived. He wasn't worried, as it had its own intercom system that kept him in touch with the bridge and the other importation sections of the ship should anything happen. Something about the situation with the newly promoted ambassador didn't feel right to him. He turned on the screen on his desk and opened a list of articles prepared by the CIO agents that they had copied off the internet. Frowning, he reached into a drawer and took out a small white bottle of pills, popping two into his mouth. Dry swallowing them, he reached up and took his half-mask off, allowing it to float freely in zero gravity in the privacy of his room. "Just what is Zayla playing at?" he muttered again, concentrating on the information contained within the screen in front of him, but try as he might he just couldn't connect the dots as he didn't have enough information. He simply didn't have all the pieces yet, he thought, as he read one article after another until the information started repeating. Thus a few buttons later and the news was playing in front of him. In breaking news, ZAFT Ambassador Razika has announced that she will be holding a press conference within the next few hours concerning the future plans of the plant on Earth. We'll be switching to Rachel Lee, our political correspondent at the scene. "Rachel, what can you tell us about this new development?" "Well, Nick, the preliminary briefing by the Plant Diplomatic Corps here in the Oceanic Union indicate this turn of events is related to whatever deal was reached with GDI in the Cairo conference last month, with ZAFT pledging their support of the Eurasian Federation and the Global Defense Initiative containment of Tiberium inside the SJZ, along with offer of aid to help them cope with, quote, the most devastating natural disaster since the cosmic era begun. In that case, what is all the excitement about?" the anchor asked. "Well, you see, Nick, ever since the moon bombing and the dissolution of the UN, the plant government has been cut off diplomatically with the member states of the Earth Alliance and Earth. Simply by pledging aid to Eurasia, the plant is undergoing a huge policy shift, though how much is uncertain. So how would that affect us here in Oceania, considering the Earth Alliances has stopped us from trading with them? Uncertain though it could mean a greater focus in the plant administration on Earth in general and Oceania, the Mediterranean, and Eurasia in particular, especially in the field of military defense and ecology. Unnamed sources in the military are already reporting that ZAFT forces here are preparing to transfer several Lesseps-class land battleships from the Oceania Union to Lieutenant Commander Andrew Waltfeld's command in North Africa to aid the community with anti-terrorist operations. If true, this mark a serious escalation of military force along the southern flank of the Eurasian Federation should fighting break out between the Earth Alliance and ZAFT. "That is unexpected," the anchor replied. "Especially with current blockade by the alliances of ZAFT and Oceania Union forces on Earth. That is why it is such a huge policy shift. Unless Ambassador Razika and ZAFT's Earth Forces is acting independently of the Plant Council, it looks like the plants is pursuing a new plan which we don't have enough information on at the moment." "Alright, thank you, Rachel." In other news, representatives of the Earth Alliance has approached the United Nations Global Defense Initiative Ambassador Matthew Wright about a possible agriculture agreement to be finalized in the upcoming May conference. Furthermore, negotiations between Eurasia, the Atlantic Federation and the Republic of East Asia are still ongoing about the enforcement of the United Nations Human Rights Charter and other binding international treaties after the dissolution of the United Nations. The anchor said with a fake smile. Issues yet to be resolved includes Article 14 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the New York Protocol that allow civilians to seek asylum in another country. 00. Same time. Special Joint Zone, Kazinsa City, Field Hospital 0567D, Kazinsa General. Diane Lavaka sat next to her little girl, trying to comfort her as much as she could. Which wasn't damn much given that her precious girl was comatose and entombed in a near-featureless metal casket isolating her from the world. Even seeing her directly was impossible, the only indications that she was alive was the steady beep on life support instruments and the slight rise and fall of her chest in the view screen that the UN. No GDI medical personnel had set up for her. It had taken a long 24 hours before she had seen her daughter again despite what that GDI policeman had told her. 24 hours spent waiting as doctors operated on her little girl, trying to stabilize her condition, but it could have been worse. As Dr. Ray had explained to her, her daughter's injuries were at the edge of what could be done at a field hospital, even one as well equipped as this. Had the ambulance taken any longer or had she sustained any more injuries, she would have been isolated in a stasis pod to be transferred to a real hospital. As it is, it had been a near thing but her precious little girl had pulled through and was due to wake up any time in the next few days. And all she could do now was sit beside her and wait until she woke. Which draw her mind back to the events that lead them here. The first sign of trouble was when Vaka pointed at the sky and told her that it was in the wrong color. A few minutes later they was safety in the underground shelter while she was frantically trying to find out what is going on, fearful that it was a major storms. Still, nothing had worked, not the cell phone, not the radio, not the television. At that point she was really wishing for a hardline phone connection that the local government had been encouraging civilians to get for their homes even as she frantically searched on what snatches internet access she had left before it too failed altogether half an hour later, which wasn't much help except telling her that the Earth Alliance and likely ZAFT had gone to full alert. The last article she read, was something about the United Nations being back in some kind of massive storm in southern Italy, along with a regional evacuation order with her town right in the middle of the evacuate immediately zone. That was enough for her to start throwing some supplies into her car before getting Vik, but before leaving she'd tried calling her husband one more time and this time she was successful, a quick chat with him and they agreed to meet at the nearest evacuation point on the map. The point been at the local airfield, 5 km from where they lived, in short a 10 to 15 minute drive on a good day. That day, she remembered, was not a good day. The journey started simple enough with them on the road and running into others doing the same thing. Then they reached the highway and that's when the trouble started with a multi-car pileup all but freezing traffic. It didn't help that the police was barely of any help in that regard as she remembered them only encountering them now and then, passing the word down to every civilian by mouth since by then, the radios wasn't working. Then those ominous clouds unleashed a lightning bolt of some sort which blew the top off a nearby hill and that's when the real panic begun. As the two of them drove on, avoiding the crashed vehicles the best she could, she remembered fearing her husband wouldn't make it and while she also remembered cursing him to a lifetime rotting in a cell earlier in her anger, in the claim of the present she could understand why he did what he did. She had kept the radio on during the drive, just in case, and proved to be a wise move on her part as every now and then it would pick up a clear signal repeating the coordinates and locations for the evacuation points. She'd also remembered seeing, what could only be described as flying ships cruising about, though she didn't know it at the time, they were UN forces heading to pick up those less fortunate than her. Thankfully, she thought, they lived in the mountains in the town of Sakala and the airfield wasn't that far to the northwest. She remembered stopping by a UN aircraft to ask for directions, as what was meant to be a short drive turned into a long slog as more vehicles packed the road, slowing traffic down. She should have pushed for the UN soldier to take Vik, but she hadn't, fearing that she would never see her again. A fear that was only natural. A fear that led to her husband freaking out and risking the life of her little girl. It was a mistake that she didn't think that she could forgive herself or her husband for any time soon. Thinking back, she was informed by the captain that the reason why they couldn't take her little girl was because there was already a shortage of dropships and ships in general as they did their best to help and evacuate the estimate 10 to 15 million people around the area. The soldier also pointed out that there were plenty of other people that needed help sooner than she or anyone here, the best chance that she, Vik, and others had was heading to the airfield where help was waiting. And they wasn't lying, she thought, remembering the state of the airfield. By the time they had arrived, an estimated 500,000 people were squashed into the small airfield and the surrounding area. They arrived to find multiple massive four-legs vehicles that reminded her of something from Star Wars, in addition to the now familiar habitats dotting the airfield and surrounding area. The only problem, as she and others soon discovered, was that there just wasn't enough space for everyone. She closed her eyes, listening to the sound of her heartbeat as she took deep and calming breaths. They had spent the night out in the open, protected from the edge of the ion storm that finally hit them by nothing but a strangely crystalline curtain of shimmering crimson light. She still remembered the feeling scared out of her mind while comforting Vik that night, watching the light show as bolts of lightning, trees, cars, and even part of buildings crashed fruitlessly against what could only be purplish-red energy force fields. It didn't help, she remembered, when one UN soldier on patrol inside their area during the storm jokingly mentioned that they were lucky to be only on the edge of the storm as the wide area shields wouldn't be able to handle a real ion storm due to the massive amount of energy that they throw around during one and how long they can last. She remembered the unease it caused for those who heard it, including herself. Not that they could do anything about it as they and the other civilians had been jammed and crammed into every available space inside a habitat or under one of the shields been produced by those massive four-legged walkers. By then, she'd met up with her husband and maybe then she should have seen the fear in the man's eyes but she hadn't. She'd been selfish and thought only about Vik's well-being, at the time, thinking that the man would be able to take care of himself. That was another mistake, the mistake that made this possible. He had needed her, just as much as she needed Vik, her little girl. Now that she had time to think about it, she could feel the weight of her failures, both as a mother and as a wife crashing down upon her shoulders, but what was done, she thought firmly. She'll look into healing damage with her husband if her little girl wanted it, but only if she wanted it. Otherwise, the past will be the past. She'll make sure that her little girl would get the best possible life now, that she was no longer. She stopped herself. She'd never liked the whole coordinator and natural viewpoint that seems to be popular with everyone she knew online, well at the forum she visited the most. Vik was still human, but she needed an environment that wouldn't cause her problems because of the way she looked. Due to the Tiberium infection and the surgery they performed on her, she lost a few limbs which would be replaced with artificial prosthetics, ones that surprisingly enough, weren't that different in appearance from the real thing. The only aspect missing was the warmth of a real arm. In addition, they had been forced to leave a few of the alien crystal inside her because they couldn't risk her life. So even when she was released, a close eye would be kept on her, in this case done via the medical power armor suit that would be provided, effectively acting as a mobile hospital, or containment unit, keeping an eye on her at all time. She turned as she heard the door open and an armored-clad nurse walked in, not so different in appearance from those policemen who had escorted her here days ago. She had heard that they were already handing those out to civilians deeper in the SJZ. Still, she didn't say anything as the nurse went about checking on her little girl. "Is this normal for you?" she asked as the nurse was about to leave the room. "Pardon me?" The nurse paused, glancing back at the patient's mother. "Is this normal for you?" Diane replied, starting to tear up. "All this pain and suffering and..." "Yes," the nurse sighed tiredly, "this isn't the first time that I've seen someone's son, mother, father, or daughter in this state. It's just a part of the job that I deal with, but it's not always easy dealing with seeing Tiberium take another soul. It makes the satisfaction when we see someone on the path to recovery like your daughter all that much sweeter." The nurse waited for a response, but she didn't get one. Not good, she thought, worried for the mother. "What's your name?" "I'm Kim," Kim Harbor Kim said, as she approached the distraught mother. "It's Diane," she finally managed after a few moments of silence. "What happened to her?" Kim asked, trying to get her to talk and let it out, falling back on her own experience and training for this type of situation. "My husband lost it," Diane said rarely and almost whispering the words as she tried to stop the tears from escaping her eyes. She partly failed as her voice broke. "I'm sorry," Kim said, as she moved closer and placed a hand on her back to comfort her. Even though there was a layer of metal between the two, Kim waited for a few minutes, allowing the civilian time to recover before speaking again. "Not everyone can handle being in a red zone, let alone a yellow zone. But he isn't to blame for it, not completely." "I know," Diane said quietly. "I should have been there for him," she whispered. "But his actions did this." Kim didn't say anything more, allowing the civilians to handle her own emotions, while she stood by providing physical support awkwardly. "I know that this may not be helpful," Kim said, thinking of her own experience in the past 10 years with the GDI Medical Corp, GDIMC, in which she'd seen and experienced the same pain as the civilian before her. She'd lost friends, over the years, to Tiberium due to the simple fact that SOCOM was the largest employer on the ground as they reclaimed portions of Earth lost to Tiberium after the Third Tiberium War. "Have you been watching the news and us moving civilians out of the SJZ?" "Yes," Diane answered weakly, still fighting to hold back her tears and pain. "Then you know that since we have set the SJZ we're successfully cleared 400,000 civilians to leave the SJZ. A part of the reason is because we know that operating in a red zone isn't easy, it mentally and physically demanding. It's the reason why SOCOM has such high standards and why the Medical Corp keeps an eye on soldiers' mental and physical health." "I see," Diane answered. "This isn't a normal situation for us, normally no one lives in a red zone these days. Not even mutants, since we moved to space," she said. "Mutates can live in a red zone but very few were that lucky genetically, mostly because even they will become insane when exposed to so much Tiberium." Either of them said anything more for a few minutes until it was broken by Kim. "In the end, it's our fault." "No, it's not," Diane said, surprising Kim with her stronger tone. "It was either God or some advanced alien race, the minute we find out the truth of how you arrived in our reality. I'll be the first person to kick them in the balls for doing it in the first place." Tiberium, The Fires of Terra Chapter 10. Date, CE 70/2070 March 10, 1345. L3, United Emirates of Orb Colony, Heliopolis, Collage Central Park. "There." Kira Yamato hit the return key of his laptop, eyes narrowed as he scanned through the seemingly endless lines of code again, the semi-eaten sandwich that was his lunch sitting half forgotten on the park bench beside him. "It was the mobility balancer runtime codex converter again, isn't it?" he thought to himself, finger flashing over the keyboard as yet another error came up again. It was one of Professor Kato's ongoing projects, and while he had been initially impressed by the effort and work the professor had put into the project, spending the last few hours sorting out all the bugs had dampened his enthusiasm, though he would be the first to admit it was an impressive piece of work for something thrown together by a single person over the course of a month. Something like this would have usually taken a full team months to get to this stage. Then again, Kiram mused, getting dragged into their professor's project is an occupational hazard for undergrads, and given the technical college he's attending specialized in robotics and artificial intelligence, it was pretty much inevitable that those project would involve coding, lots and lots of coding. And, he smiled self-deprecatingly, he had no one to blame but himself. Professor Kato was one of those teachers who just inspire you to work harder, and one whom he'd grown to know and respect since last September when he started here after finishing high school here at the Orb colony of Heliopolis. Still, he had to admit that he was rather interested just what the code was supposed to be used for. According to the professor's notes, it was meant to be an extravehicular mobility unit, EMU, to be used for spacewalks, though if it was one, the professor had pulled out all the stops. The magnetic boots and multi-surface adaptive algorithm he could understand, but does a glorified spacesuit really need a ballistics calculator and a lead angle projector? Still, with the yet unfought war driving up shipping fees and material cost, is it little wonder the professor decided to add in more features to make the EMU more attractive. After all, food prices, never mind prices for the lightweight nanotube and composites the professor had planned to use, was at an all-time high, driven up by the uncertainty triggered by the Alliance's blockade of ZAFT and their allies on Earth. Thankfully, things were slowly returning to normal levels with the appearance of GDI, something that the market seems to think had stopped the war for now. The situation wasn't that different for the colonies in the L4 point, as far as he knew. The cost of living was soaring there too. Didn't one of the colonies there hold a protest against the blockade and the war in general just last week? He didn't remember the details, and as long as the war stayed away from them in Orb, he would be fine. Then again, it could be the professor's interest in mobile and powered armor? Kiram mused, looking further along the code. Interest in such armors revitalized since ZAFT introduced their GIN and was on fire now with the arrival of Orb's newest neighbor and their mass use of robotics and ACE in their society. Even Professor Kato was inspired by GDI's personal exoskeletons and ACE, and he couldn't help but noticing the middle-aged man's eyes light up with almost childish glee when he saw them on the news or elsewhere. He had to admit that they look pretty cool, but what's more interesting are the rumors from the Eurasian soldiers deployed in the SJZ of a yet heavier GDI armor only known as Zone Trooper armor, which, rumor has it, allows its user to go toe-to-toe against a tank, and win. And he wasn't the only ones who found it cool, he thought. In truth, almost everyone in the school was talking about them. Or getting into argument about whether GDI's armor or ZAFT's mobile suits is better or cooler. Not that it was surprising, considering what the school specialized in. The professor's design was basic in structure, more like a suit of armor that was worn than a Mistral mobile pod. It was designed to open up fully to allow the operator to wear the suit much like GDI's power armor, though in many respects, its control system was more like that of ZAFT's mobile suits. It was a design choice that caused problems on the design and construction front, but it made it much easier for the user. He blinked as he felt the familiar claws of Birdie settle on his shoulder, the mechanical bird doing a quick dance on his shoulder to get his attention. The gift from his friend had a wireless connection, allowing him to connect it with his own scheduler, which means. A quick glance at the clock confirmed that, yes, he had just spent the last 20 minutes of his free time bug fixing for the professor, truly the sacrifices he make. Sighing, he decided to spend the last few minutes of his free time browsing through the headlines on the ON website before afternoon lectures. He may disapprove of the war, but he did prefer to at least keep up with it, considering that it would probably include the whole Earth sphere if full-on fighting broke out between ZAFT and the Earth alliances. Hey, he'd wondered more than once what GDI would do if it did happen. Trending, unease between ZAFT and the Earth alliance continues. Relationships between ZAFT and the Earth alliance continue to deteriorate in what experts are increasingly describing as a phony war situation between the two. Trending, hunt for new archaeological sites launched. A joint expedition between the African community and several universities set off for Egypt today, searching for sites found in GDI's reality with historical significance to humanity. Among the sites the expedition hopes to discover is Site 21, also controversially known as Abel's Tomb. World, Fukunaga caution F against ZAFT stab in the back. In a passionate speech, Atlantic Federation Senator Fukunaga lashed out against ZAFT's attempts to establish diplomatic ties with Eurasia, calling it a prelude to betrayal against Earth and naturals. World, L4 colonies protest record high necessities prices. Hundreds gather in front of the Atlantic Federation consulate in the L4 colony of Take Sundance today for another protest against the increased cost of living caused by the sudden influx of Earth Alliance troops into the colonies and the Moon. World, Martian Confederation ambassador approaches Earth. As the clock ticked down to the Solar System-wide conference in May organized by the Eurasian Federation on the behalf of the United Nations Global Defense Initiative, the annual diplomatic visit from the Martian colonies draws closer. Asia, fighting continues in the Equation Union. Myanmar's 5-year civil war between the military government and rebel groups continues, with government forces pushing the rebels back to the country's northern regions with the aid of PMCs including the former United Nations 40th Space, Eurasia rejoining the asteroid race? The Eurasian Space Agency recently issued a joint announcement with DSSD, pledging to work together on future projects, in addition to entering a partnership with 7 industrial company to build a new orbital refinery and to develop new class of tug ships to pull rocks from the asteroid to the L. Europe, the EDF announces overhaul of Eurasian forces. High-level officials in the Eurasian Defense Council and the Eurasian Treasury has confirmed an increase of 190% in defense spending in the next fiscal year in response to the threat of ZAFT and Tiberium. According to a senior officer who wished to remain unnamed, the funds will be used to deploy several new orb. Rising commodity prices in colonies, is neutrality worth it? The United Emirates of Orb has firmly reaffirmed its neutrality in the conflict between the Earth alliances and ZAFT even as prices soars due to the continued blockade of ZAFT. Orb, government to convert AIM no Mahashara space elevator to weapon factory. AIM no Mahashara was built as part of a dream that can be seen in the meaning of the name, the August Pillar of Heaven. That dream is no longer the case, with the recent announcement that the so-called Pillar of Heaven will be converted into a weapon. Finance, Morgan Roetting stock report record high. Morgan Roetting stock rose for the 6th day in a row as the company report quarterly profits 172% higher than expected. Analysis, birth of a hyperpower. The United Nations Global Defense Initiative. A government born from the ashes of a different UN which holds another Earth in an iron fist. Join our correspondent Halsey Chitri as she explore the differences in history which led to the birth of a hyperpower. Nothing but the usual then, Kira thought, oddly disappointed for some reason he couldn't pin down. Then again, he haven't been holding much hope that common sense would break out anytime soon. Shrugging, he reached up and pushed down his laptop screen with a sigh, packing away the computer into his bag. Bertie stayed on his shoulder as he stood up and started walking towards the school. He found it nice to be alone sometime, especially when he was working on projects or helping someone given how distracting daily life can be. It gave him time to reflect upon his day, to see his actions affected those around him even as he indulged in the simple joy of helping others. It was something that he'd been learning to do since he arrived in the colony. Slowly walking down the path which connect the park to the college, he thought about the last 2 years since he had moved to Heliopolis. Maybe it is the melancholic mood talking but he had genuinely grown to like it here especially with the friends that he'd made. Friends in the form of Cy Argyle, Cuzzy Buskirk, Miriam Ha, and Tall Koenig. Then again, his thoughts keep wandering back to a certain girl that he saw by the name of Flay Ulster. Cy's fiancée. He couldn't pin it down why that was the case but one thing that he knew was that he liked her. Any more thoughts on the subject was interrupted when his phone rang. Hello, Kira here. Hey Kira. Mom. He answered with a sheepish smile. His mom always have this habit of calling him by his name when he answered the phone that way. You need anything? Nat, I'm shopping at the moment and I was thought that maybe you wanted to give some input on what you'll be eating tonight. Not really Mom. He answered. He didn't feel that hungry at the moment and he wasn't that picky about his food. Okay. It was worth a try. He heard his mother say. Mom. You know I didn't mean it that way. He protested. Relax son, I was just kidding his mother giggled, I'll see you after school today, stay safe. I will he answered cheerfully, ending the call. He was rather glad that his family finally adjusted to being here after moving from Copernicus back in CE68. Sure it have been 2 years but he still misses his old place sometimes. His thoughts naturally turned to his friend Ithranzela who was now back in the L5 plants with his family, the one who have given him Bertie as a keepsake. Both of their families had wanted nothing to do with the war so he understood why both their families moved away from the moon. When all is said, fighting is most likely to break out there, ultimately the moon is the Earth nation's stronghold in space, well that and the Eurasians' Artemis base at L3 which was universally considered strategically worthless by everyone. The only other place where fighting is more likely to start is the L5 colonies and that is only if Earth was willing to do a full-scale fleet assault on the plant homeland, a move which would leave them defenseless elsewhere. I wonder how is he doing now? Hopefully both of them could avoid the war and the trouble caused by the hostility between naturals and coordinators over the past few decades. At least that was the hope for the two of them and their families. Now they were separated by space while still being friends within their hearts. He chuckled, breaking the mood. Damn it but he was being overtly melancholic today. What the point? I tell you the Ungdi is useless and the plants are worthless assholes. We should have allied with the Atlantic Feds when we had the chance. Then we could have avoided all this roundabout cloak and dagger stuff. He heard a person growl under his breath nearby. While he didn't mean to eavesdrop, it did prove to be an effective distraction from his own thoughts and the two overall clad men, workers from the Morgan Roet facility nearby with the way they are dressed, are making no attempts to hide their conversation. Oh I dunno. His companion started conversationally, a bit sarcastically. You've seen the same projections as I've and I wouldn't exactly be calling somebody who can match the ZAFT and maybe even the EA in a fair fight useless. Doesn't matter if they don't have the guts to use that biggest fleet. The first man grumbled almost bitterly. Look at the SJZ, they could have used that to squeeze concessions out of the Eurasians. Instead they just offered free aid. They are as useless as the UN. Had. Exhibit A of why we don't get world peace. The other man laughed, gesturing at his friend. You know you are practically living proof that you can have brains without intelligence, right, asshole? I think they are going for a diplomatic victory, something a barbarian like you wouldn't understand. Ha ha ha. Laugh it up, Shinzo. The first man grumbled again as he moved out of Kira's hearing. Well, that was a waste of time, Kira thought. The man's cavalier dismissal of mercy and common human decency disgusted him for some reason, especially after he remembered the report on the chaos that Tiberium was wreaking in the SJZ. He just didn't understand people who see things only in the term of absolute winners and losers. Sure, there are times when fighting is unavoidable, like the Allied nations' battles against Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan, or GDI's wars for the survival of humanity, but even then such a mindless worldview only made things worse. After all, it was this winner-take-all mindset which sowed the seeds of discord which ripped the Soviet Union apart, the very same mindset which poisoned American foreign policies in the late Cold War, leading to the Reconstruction War. Come to think of it, Kira frowned, the same could be said about the current war, with parties on both sides trying to prove their superiority over the other, when in truth both sides would be better served trying to find a compromise which allow both sides to win, even if it is to a lesser degree. Not that that will ever happen with some of the hotheads in charge, he thought derisively, remembering some of the speeches by Councillor Jowl of the Plants and Senator Fukunaga of the Federation. Hopefully calmer heads will prevail. In the end, he had family and friends were safe here in Orb and back in L5. Birdie was a symbol of that friendship between the two of them, Kira thought, dismissing his thoughts of the war. Kira was of the opinion that another reason for him to take care of Birdie was that as long as he did, Athrun will remember their friendship and hold to their promise that they made to each other back on the moon. Kira's eyes wandered the landscape around him. He'd left the park behind him and was now approaching the campus grounds in which he would be making his way back to the professor lab where he would dropping off the work he just completed. Unfortunately for his punctuality, fate had other things in mind. 00. Muriramius was quietly fuming at the moment, as late as she was. She had taken a supposed shortcut in hope of shaving a few minutes off her transport time from Morganroad, having a rare early day off. Well, she hadn't planned for human stupidity. Just mere dozens of meters out from her workplace, she was already stuck because some idiot a few cars in front of her had, though he was a better driver than his car's computer, and ended up rear-ending the car in front of him. The accident wasn't that major, but it still slowed traffic down to a crawl. Sighing, she engaged her car's manual override and parked it off to one side of the road, tapping her data pad to alert the emergency services as she did so. At least the paramedic course Halberton made everyone go on is good for something, she groused as she decided to go and see what she could do, grabbing the medkit that her CO insisted that his officers carry with them. As she expected, the accident wasn't all that serious, just a bad case of crumpled bumpers for all cars involved. What's more serious was the knocked-out driver of the front car, who looks to be bleeding quite seriously from a gash on the forehead while music, one of the distinctly sugary pop song of Lakis Klein, a part of her mind noted incongruously, was playing in the background from the car speakers. A civilian, a brown-haired teenager from the local collage from the looks of it, was already there, applying pressure to the wound using a clean handkerchief. Thankfully he hasn't tried to move the wounded man in any way which could aggravate his wounds. A few more steps brought her beside the teen even as the injured man stirred, letting out a pained moan. Are you all right, sir? Please don't move your head yet. Now that she is closer, she could see that there was a nasty laceration on the man's arm, probably courtesy of him not wearing a seatbelt. Another idiot, she thought. Sorry kid, but you know how to tie a bandage? I'll have to take care of this before he lose too much blood. I've already called the emergency service, so help will be here soon. Sure, you need me to elevate his arm while you work on it too. Thanks kid. Name's Kira. The young man interjected, fishing out a pad of gauze from her medkit. Maria Burns. She replied, hastily corrected herself with a slight smile, almost having given away her real name by instinct. Turning back to the now conscious driver, she started working on his arm, talking to him all the while to reassure him. Sir, you are going all right. I am just going to ask you a few questions. First, how are you feeling? A bit dizzy. What happened? The man replied dizzily as the teen Kira finished securing the gauze around his head with a strip of bandage. Later. Murray replied firmly. Next question, name. Bill Harkness. What is the date today? March 10. Year. Cosmic Era 70. Why are you asking him that? Kira wondered out loud, his patient silently agreeing with him. Just checking if he got any memory loss or cognitive impairment. I'll check for pupil dilation too, but my hands are full at the moment. He did suffer from a nasty bump on the head. Muru explained. Next question, who is Orb's princess? Kagalai Eula Atha. What's your credit card number? 09. Wait a minute. Good, at least you are thinking straight and seem to have no memory loss. I'd advise that you check with the paramedics ladder, but it looked like you'll be okay. Muru chuckled as she stood up and inspected her work. Not the prettiest, but at least it is functional, she thought. Is he going to be all right? A fearful tear-laced voice sounded. Turning around, she noticed the driver of the other vehicle hovering anxiously behind her, and a rather large and still gathering crowd, who are busy filming everything on their mobile phones. Including her face. She winced slightly. Damn it. Chief OPSEC is going to kill me. Yet, he appeared to be all right and emergency services are coming right now. Ramius replied as she heard the first sounds of distant sirens. Hearing that, the woman nodded numbly, standing off to the side as a police cruiser and an ambulance turned in at the far end of the street. 00. Date, CE 70/2070 March 10, 1420. L3, United Emirates of Orb Colony, Heliopolis, Residential District. If there is one thing which could be said, well, at least Orb's police are more efficient than the ones back home in Santa Ana, California. Muru thought as she flopped down onto the bed of the small apartment Morgan Roet provided their civilian consultants. In any case, instead of the hour-long interrogation she had expected, it had just taken 15 minutes to fill out a statement, during which copious amount of thanks and even an offer of a reward from the injured driver, which she and that kid Kira had politely declined, were thrown her way. Still, it feels good to laze around after all that overtime recently. They had been in a rush lately with work on the project, probably because of the appearance of GDI. Either way, the rest of the day and tomorrow was the first real off time since their collaboration with Orb started. Still, it was worth it, kind of. Prototype X-102 have finally been completed and they had finished constructing the hull for the LCAM-001XA after borrowing much of the design off Orb's Izumo-class battleships. That said, they were still a long way from a finished product, despite what the project manager might be telling the higher-ups. She highly doubted the officials who toured the project last week would have been so impressed if they knew that the suits were basically uncontrollable with their current OS and that the LCAM-001XA was little more than an empty shell. Despite that, the rumor mill has it that the brass was so impressed that there was already talk of keeping the project ongoing to equip the rest of the conventional forces after the completion of the G-weapons, as far away as that sounds. She gave a petulant huff and buried her face into a convenient pillow. Great, more work for her and her team. There were times where she wished she'd remained a school teacher, but then again, she thought, she wouldn't be here spending the last month herding a team worth of engineers, scientists, testing the buggy OS of the GATS. And that was only one of them, she groaned internally, thinking of the other uncompleted machine's OS. Granted, if the higher UPS were worried about GDI, she could understand the rush for better weapons. She read the secret intelligence reports on GDI's capabilities and the even more classified reports on their force deposition in the SJZ. After all, if an entity that's probably equal to you, at least militarily, is busy trying to contain something and by all indications is scared of what is inside, well, she'll feel nervous too. Then there is the extraterrestrial threat that GDI faced, the Scream or Skrin or something like that. According to GDI, they were the ones responsible for Tiberium arriving on Earth in their reality, with the intent of harvesting it for energy. A story which frankly didn't add up, Muru thought, her inner science teacher picking away at the explanation, not with the sun just sitting there. Any intelligence with the capabilities to cross interstellar space could have easily tapped into the power of a star with a Dyson swarm with just the resource of their solar system, or go with fusion/fission nuclear technology or something more exotic like antimatter, assuming that they could make and use it safety. It just didn't make sense to her for some alien to go through the effort of crossing interstellar space just to turn a medium-sized planet into some kind of oversized reactor. It just didn't add up, not unless there was something about the picture that they don't know. But then again, she was talking about aliens. She mentally grumbled as she flopped, zombie-like, off her bed with her stomach insistently making itself known. Perhaps some leftovers? Humming to herself, she made her way to the kitchen only to find the refrigerator empty. Guess she finished the meatball soup yesterday, damn. Pizza and Italian takeout it was then, she decided, making the call before slumping back into the coach, the exhaustion of the last few days catching up with her. Days of testing on the barely functional and bug-ridden OS of the GAT X-102 was too much for anyone, even her. Even the coordinators from the Orb side of the project admitted to being tired after all that, especially with the frequent frustration of yet another failure. God, she wished her boyfriend was here with her, then they could. A bright blush suffused her cheeks as her thoughts veered into dangerous territory. No, she reminded herself, she was doing more good to him here helping with the development of the G-weapons than out there with the 8th Fleet. She was well aware just how far down the technological ladder Mobius pilots like him were. It was bad enough when their potential enemy was just ZAFT, whose new zero-gravity maneuver fighters gave them several advantages in space warfare, but now with GDI in the mix. Energy shields, easy ingress and egress into and from the atmosphere, sophisticated ACE and armor technology, and with the events down in Africa, she could probably add in weapon-grade laser systems into the list. She gave a slight shudder. Putting all that together, she could easily imagine a space fighter which could easily eat entire Mobius flights for breakfast. Then again, they had never seen GDI deploy dedicated space superiority mobile armors like the Mobius, only aerospace fighters like those Firehawks they sent to escort their director's shuttle at Cairo. At least the new G weapons should even the odds somewhat, though she didn't know what to extent if she was to be honest. After all, the GATs were just prototypes, unproven prototypes at that. If fighting broke out against ZAFT or God forbid the GDI, she was forcefully reminded of the multiple occasions the scientist had complained of the unfairness of it all when analyzing the known performance of GDI's materials and equipment. In fact, more than one scientist, most of them coordinators, had begun to bitterly wonder just how much of GDI's tech is really theirs and how much is pilfered alien technology. Not that it matters. Though thankfully time seemed to be on their side for once, with the undeclared truce holding for now. The longer it holds, the longer her friends and loved ones remain safe. Though it only take just one crazy fanatic at the right place to set the whole thing off, a part of her mind reminded her. God damn it. Please stay safe. She whispered into the room, which suddenly seemed a lot more emptier than before. 00. CE 70/2070, March 11, 8:23. Home and Transfer Orbit, GDS Philadelphia 2, Residential Deck. With an angry punch, Dr. Maria Van manages to force the last of her shirts into her suitcase. The veteran G-Lab scientist / newly minted director of transdimensional and space-time research of heaving out a sigh of exasperation before sitting down on the bed. Has it really been 7 years since she had last been on the planet? She wondered silently to herself. Come to think of it, she haven't been back on the surface ever since she left her assignment as a junior researcher at Mobius Station all those years ago, which actually made her the last of her family to leave Earth, she realized with a chuckle, with her parents having left for one of the Martian cities back in 2060 and her sister being transferred to Triton Fleet Base a year later. She heaved another sigh at that. Even a month and change after the Tegmark event, it was still hard to accept that the family and friends she had grown up with was gone, left behind with the rest of their solar system in their universe. There were still times when she'd wake up and open her email, expecting a concerned video mail from her mom or some cheesy relationship advice from her annoying brat of a sister before remembering where she was. Well, she consoled herself, they are probably safe wherever they are, protected by the bulk of GDI's fleets, or doing the protecting from the CIC of a Rhea battleship in the case of her sister. Her traitorous mind added with a tinge of pride. Especially with the Skrin Tower, the single greatest threat to GDI space, removed from the picture. She shook her head. There was no point in worrying about those left behind now. Besides, if her new assignment pans out, they might get a lead on what caused this event, and how to replicate it if possible. Turning to examine her luggage with a critical eye, she carefully checked its contents against a checklist, making sure she didn't forget anything. The contrast between the precise neatness of her carefully packed research notes with her haphazardly stuffed-in personal effects was almost painful even to her, but from what she remembered of Mobius Station, there was only a single, perpetually sold-out store in the entire base, and off-base deliveries took months. Which made bringing a few more changes of clothes more than necessary. Not that it was all bad, she thought. She'd met people, some she hated, others who were pretty much meh, and some whom she had grown to call friends over the years she had worked there. One of those friends was a pain in the ass by the name of Peter Fowler, who she worked with for the past few years on various projects and assignments. Said friendship, she suspected, was the reason why he chose her to be his temporary secretary while the acting director dealt with the aftermath of the transfer to this reality and restored order to the government. When the new positions in the government was finally decided and Peter ended up becoming the new G-Lab director, until the elections later in the year at least, she refused his offer of becoming his secretary permanently. Mostly because he'd offered up the transdimensional research slot just seconds earlier, she remembered with a wistful smile. It was almost time for her flight. She didn't want to be late after all, not with all the bitching she'd get with Fowler as a boss. Locking her suitcases, she gave one last look around the small apartment which had been her home for the last few years before calling up some transport for her baggage on the computer console and stepping out the entrance, the door locking itself automatically after her. Hopefully her housemate wouldn't mess things up too badly when she is gone, but knowing her, she gave a resigned shrug. Within minutes she had dealt with her luggage, courtesy of the trolley drones the ultra-efficient controlling Eva of the Philadelphia sent her way. With a quick swipe of her identity card with a password and an iris scan to confirm the credit transaction, the drones gave a few cheerful bleeps before vanishing down the hallway towards the cargo elevator, her belongings in tow. Now which way is it to Hangar Bay 44A? That's on level 56C, isn't it? She wondered to herself. While she did hold a doctorate of science in the field of quantum and higher dimensional physics and is an accomplished administrator on top of that. She struggled for all of 5 seconds before giving up and called up Philadelphia route planner on her data slate, letting Eva do the heavy lifting for her. She'd be the first to admit that navigation is her weak point, especially in the oversized maze called the GDS Philadelphia 2. Stepping into an elevator lobby, she was only slightly surprised to find a small holographic reminder of her route waiting for her, and an elevator already en route to her level. It was uncanny just how much effort the AI of the Philadelphia put in to make the lives of its nearly 10,000 occupants just that little bit easier. To be honest, she was going to miss all this down at Mobius Station, but the tower was the key to understanding the scrin's interdimensional phasing tech, the closest analog that they had to the Tegmark event. A technology so advanced that it allows the tower to interact selectively with the physical world from another dimension to such a degree that it remained visible to certain wavelengths of light at certain energy levels while being effectively transparent and thus invulnerable to any other forms of energy, to the point where bullets and lasers, and scientists, simply passed through the space the tower occupies as if it wasn't there at all. An effect which, while far smaller scaled, displayed a far more masterful command of trans-dimensional physics than even the Tegmark event. It was a most poignant reminder of what they were facing, of the scrin's overwhelming mastery of the sciences. And now the tower is active, the new quakes it was causing was proof enough of that, she thought grimly. While it might be merely a side effect of their transfer here, GDI couldn't risk it, especially not after what she had learned in the last meeting. Not when the tower is a gateway, a interstellar wormhole or at least the terminal of one, leading directly to scrin space at least in their universe. It was rather unbelievable that it was a gateway and she had said as much, questioning why the invaders would build it on the ground, fighting through the gauntlet of Odin and the unified peacekeepers, as weakened and easily bypassed by scrin technology as they were at the time. That's when the proverbial other shoe had dropped and she'd been informed by the INOPS director that the scrin invasion force, the force which had pushed humanity to the edge of extinction in their initial assault, was a mere mining security force. That and apparently humanity had intrigued the scrin so much with the early liquid Tiberium detonation and subsequent defeat of said mining force that the scrin's leader, codenamed Overlord, had demanded that a full-scale invasion force be sent to investigate. She shivered. At least now she knew why even in the worst years of the 50s, GDI still spent so much blood and treasure securing and studying the tower. Why the best and brightest of G-Labs was sent to what many viewed as a dead-end assignment. Why generation after generations of GDI directors had spent untold trillions upgrading Odin and building up the fleet even with no nod presence in space. And why successive administrations kept pushing G-Lab, INOPS, the Steel Talon, Zocom, and anyone else even remotely involved in military R&D to develop new technology in some sort of one-sided arms race. The Crawlers and Raid's experimental AI Titan unit were just examples of this, the former a development driven by the need of an rapid reaction army which had the ability to bring the fight to an enemy without the luxury of time to set up a forward operating base with a MCV. The latter an attempted answer to the overwhelming numerical superiority of the scrin, not that she fancied their chances if the alien came at them full force. Just how outnumbered they were was quite painfully shown when INOPS shown them a partially decoded scrin galactic map, and although they couldn't understand every point on it, it was enough to get the point across. At least they were damned lucky, she thought, remembering the next bombshell the INOPS director had dropped, the secret Project Endurance and the various superweapon it had developed under the auspices of Project Yamato. One of which included the failsafe-shaped antimatter charge, quite possibly the largest bomb humanity had ever developed. As the members of Endurance, Sandra, McNeil and, to her surprise, Fowler explained, they were to be deployed through the tower portal in the hope of disrupting the wormhole or more likely cause enough chaos on the other side to buy humanity the time needed to build up, ready the defenses, and pull out as much of the population out of the solar system as they can. The only problem? They only had one, and that was due to pure dumb luck with one of the First Fleet's Persephone tender resupplying one of Endurance's Avenger mobile siege gun on the so-called Dead Hand Patrol just as the event happened. Though there were other options. A quiet chime and a slight feeling of weightlessness forced her attention away from her thoughts. A quick glance at the panel revealed it wasn't her stop. Quickly she attempted to school her expression into something less forbidding than the grim death glare she had as the door opened. What the hell is wrong with people? Damn this crap. Not that she needed to bother as a string of curses followed a familiar face into the elevator. Can't get a break, Jack? Van asked in amusement. The man, too caught up in his own problems, did a comical double take as he finally noticed the G-Lab department director. Dr. Van Ness. Jack smiled brightly. Nah, you know the usual. Bloody late 21th century with Ace and everything, and people still somehow manage to lock themselves out of their own accounts. Like me. Van deadpan. They both shared a laugh at that. The G-Lab scientist had first met the IT technician 5 years ago, when she had locked herself out of her secure network on her second day on the station. It's amazing how many people think it is a good idea to ignore the advice and security warnings from INOPS and the AI which controls the entire station. Jack snorted. Not really an AI, Van smiled, knowing that she was stating the obvious. After all, Jack should know better than anybody else that Philadelphia's Eva, unimaginatively named Eva by her crew, is a Class 4A, one of the small handful of true self-aware A's in GDI space though with restrictions in place, just in case. More like a honor. If you begin to refer this platform as honored citizen or worse friend computer, we will have no choice but to refer you for psi evaluation, Dr. Maria Van Ness. A female voice, monotonous yet calming and soothing, echoed around them. But perhaps this unit should be recommending Addiction Anonymous, judging from the 30+ hours you spent in the previous week playing Paranoia instead of packing. Van flipped the bird at the nearest camera, ignoring Jack's snickering. I love you too, Mom. Yes dear. But should I be worried about that statement with the amount of time you put into dating sims and irages on your online ACO? Moving on. Blurting out an interruption, Van swears she could hear the amusement in the AI's emotionless voice even as she flushed red, lightly punching the other person in the lift who was laughing so hard he was struggling to breathe. Thank you for that, Eva, that made my day. Jack gasped out, ignoring the mock-hurt look Van directed at him. In any case, congratulations Director Van Ness on your recent promotion. The AI paused for effect. This unit wishes you all the best in your new posting. Yeah, I'll miss you too, you hunk of buggy programming. Van replied with a smile. Wait, Director. Jack's eyes widen. Holy shit, congrats Ness. Where are they sending you? Just a director of a research department. She shook her head ruefully. Mobius Station. Mobius Station, isn't that place that they set up at the end of the war to study the tower and only managed to waste resources? Jack said with a laugh. What are they thinking, sending someone of your caliber there? The very same station, Van answered with a laugh of her own. In ops business, they think the tower has something to do with or at least use the same principles as the event. So I've heard on the news, Jack answered with amusement, that phase-shifting technology is crazy shit. I remember seeing a documentary dealing with the tower on NetShow. They couldn't agree on what it was or what it could do, but I didn't see any reason to disagree with the conclusion to be some kind of doomsday weapon to wipe all life on Earth, or Dr. Alan Mobius could be right for all we know. She could be, Van agreed, but she never said one way or another, she just said that it's unknown what the tower's real function is while making a guess at what its real function could be. That she did indeed, Jack said, as the elevator come to a stop. Sorry, this is my stop, see you around. The same to you. Van replied with a smile as she waved goodbye at the man. As Jack exited the elevator, 2 other people entered, causing her to move to the rear. She still had some floors to go, but she was getting there. Damn, did you see that combat footage of those ZAFT djinns? One of the entering pair said, as the door closed and they got moving again. We could take 'em if we got time to dig in. All the float like a butterfly, sting like a bee bullshit wouldn't save it if we shot enough railgun rounds in its direction. The other, a Lance Corporal Kim So-eng, if his uniform any indication, answered. Wouldn't mind taking one of them out for a joyride though. Never going to happen, man. Corporal Noboru Yoon, according to his uniform anyway, answered, scratching the back of his head. We're ground pounder grunts and zone infantry at that. Not important enough for the glory, but important enough to catch the shit holding the line. About time someone took up that task. So grumbled. Yoon laughed. Yup, like who? Raid and their pet ace. Laugh, but they saved our asses. So said seriously. Maybe, but we paid them back already, Yoon hummed. Besides, I heard from a friend in the Steel Talon, that they've taken an interest in the djinns. Word is they'll be working from the avatars in storage to devise something similar. So we're fucking copying Nod. So figuratively spat. Got a better idea? The Titans are just too clunky and we gave up on real humanoid mechs decades ago. His friend answered, rolling his eyes. Send a commando to borrow one for us from ZAFT in the African community. So answered half jokingly. Oh good, I am sure that will go over well with them. Yoon said mockingly, finger quoting. In latest news, experts are still puzzled by the sudden appearance of a massive crater where an African military base used to be. Surviving witnesses report seeing a GIN riding the blast wave to destinations unknown. His companion let out a snort of laughter at that. Yeah, that would be cruel and unusual punishment. But I wouldn't mind seeing those guys unleashed on those local idiots who keep pushing for war. Wouldn't we all? Wu agreed as the pair left the elevator as it stopped at level 56C with the doctor following behind. Looks like they are also going towards the hangar. Van, though, unwittingly remaining in earshot of the pair as she followed the route on her map. A task made easier given how loud the 2 soldiers were. Anyway, one of them said, any word on what is the next assignment after the SJZ? Word on the grapevine is Bravo Company and us are heading to Lone Pine after zone readiness test. Apparently we are playing OP Force for Steel Talon against their new experimental mammoths or something. Oh lord, the questioner groaned. They are throwing us against the put a ion bolt through the long side of a Mammoth 27 and the hill behind it MK5S? Those mammoths. Whatever else the pair had to say was lost in the general hubbub as they arrived at the annex to Philadelphia's main hangar, which double as the main arrival/departure hall of the station, a recent addition which only came online 4 months ago to better reflect the growing civilian population of the command station. And she got to admit, the architect and engineer corps really did a good job, combining the harsh industrial lines of the standard Type 2L modular hangar found throughout GDI space with gracefully vaulted ceilings and crystal lights and pillars clad in polished marble and granite tiles, along with tastefully placed artworks, fountains, lounges and even small gardens, turning the harsh Spartan military hangar she had remembered a year ago into something soothing, unique and even surprisingly pretty to look at. Not that security relaxed any, Van noted with a snort as she approached the security checkpoint under the watchful eye of a nearby guard, not to mention God knows how many cameras and automated turrets. Passing through the checkpoint was easy enough, just a quick scan of her identity card along with fingerprint, iris, and retinal scans and the security gate opened, allowing her to walk down the sensor corridor. Which to her was the worst part, especially with the persistent rumors that the turrets here was set to automatically terminate the occupant if it detect any attempts at trying to jam or fool its sensors, or if even a hint of Tiberium was detected, on someone not registered as a mutant of course. Letting out a breath of illogical relief once she cleared security, she made her way towards her designated departure gate, ignoring the passenger lounge since Eva had informed her by data slate that her flight was available for boarding and her baggage was already taken care of. Along the way, she noticed another feature that wasn't here last year, emergency depressurization bunkers. Which made sense now that she thought about it. Last she was here, everybody was still wearing their military-issued spacesuit, but with all the civilian traffic now, they couldn't count on everybody having an emergency spacesuit available, even if they should, she thought, petting the emergency pressure suit and membrane helmet folded securely in her pants pocket. And with upwards of 10 massive shuttle docking and/or undocking from their cradles in this hour alone, well, it was better safe than sorry. Boarding her shuttle was again a simple affair, just a simple scan of her ID at the departure gate, after which she proceeded to her seat on the 324-seater shuttle with a little help from a friendly flight stewardess. As luck would have it, her seat was an aisle seat, which is good. The people she was sharing her row with, however. "Hey, you're the lady from the elevator." The person flashed a smile which was trying, and failing, to be charming before blurting out a flood of words. "First time out from Philly since that crazy event thing? Can you believe this shit? Martial law until May? What a bloody joke, right? Anyway, I'm Sua and this is Yoon from the 101th Mobile Defense Division, 3rd Zone Infantry Battalion." It was those two soldiers from the lift, and judging from the barely suppressed snicker from Yoon, he was as amused as she was by his friend's utter failure at trying to start a conversation. "That have got to the worst pickup attempt I've gotten this year." Van chuckled. "It didn't work?" Sua asked hopefully. "Not even a bit," Van answered sadly. "Give it up, brah, she's way out of your league." Yoon laughed, joining in. "She's reading you like a book. God, we're in another universe and you still suck ass at picking up girls. Even when we're on leave and with my help, you still suck at it." He turned towards Van. "Corporal Noboru Yoon, and the idiot's Lance Corporal Sua Eng," he said, ignoring the outraged hey from his compatriot. "Odd to see a civilian like you going down to Mobius at a time like this." A mischievous idea took shape in Van's mind. "Director Van Ness. In ops business," she replied simply, giggling behind a poker face as the two stiffened at director and outright paled at the word in ops before relenting and breaking into a laugh. "Just joking, I'm with G Labs, just a research director going to study the tower." Yoon broke into relieved chuckles. "Damn, had me going for a moment there. Still way out of your league, Sue, no matter how pretty she is." "Hey, I wasn't that bad," Sue answered, faking being offended by the comment. "You mean that like time at Valles Marineris where that girl dumped you so hard that you literally caught fire? It wasn't my fault that the whiskey there is really 90% alcohol." So laughed before sighing. "I'm going to miss Mars, I know it's here, but you know what I mean. Our Mars. We made great friends there. Had plenty of fun too," Yoon agreed with a laugh. "We did indeed," So answered sadly. "Too bad we're getting assigned to the SJZ. A red zone after all those years on Mars." "Speak for yourself," Yoon said, dismissing his friend's concerns. "I made plenty of friends and I can make more easily, even with the hot babes from Zocom. Besides, I'm more worried about our zone readiness test, been a while." So laugh at that before finally saying in a mocking tone, "It's going to be so easy." A moment of silence pervaded before So tried his luck again. "So Miss Ness, you got any family on Mars?" Oh boy, this was going to be a long flight. 00/2070/CE70, March 16, 3:45 p.m. New Cairo City Eurasian River Military Base, Egypt. In Ops Field Agent Johnny Kitta had just arrived in Egypt, on the Eurasian Federation-controlled side of Cairo to be exact. "Still smell like dust and sand," he mentally grumbled, but at least it was better than southern Italy, where he had boarded his ride from the 11th Motor Rifle Division. Then again, the comparison wasn't really fair. Sala Line was basically a giant refugee camp, flooded as it was with displaced civilians, not to mention soldier and other concerns of the Eurasian Federation. Though the situation was getting better over the last few months, with more and more displaced personnel passing the stringent medical, physiological and Tiberium infection before they were handled over to the Eurasian Federation to be resettled elsewhere in the Federation. It was a slow process, but it was better to be safe than sorry, as the press corps spokeswomen put it to the Earth Broadcast Network. Unfortunately, the sheer amount of displaced people also made it a security concern for INOPS, which meant he was pulled from his previous posting, with his planned retirement deferred indefinitely, and assigned to the 11th Motor Rifle Division, a former Russian unit that traced its roots back to both the Soviet Union and the Russian Federation, fighting in both former nations' wars. Unsurprisingly, they were already causing issues with the locals in the news, with the most recent issue caused by the unit's mascot, a bear by the name of Stalin XXII, when a local animal rights group discovered the unit's tradition of training a bear for combat against both normal humans and Tiberium life forms. It didn't help when it was revealed that while the bear is equipped with power armor when deployed in combat, it was normal for the unit to replace any limbs that their mascot lost with artificial ones with improved functionality, like the anti-armor ionic claws which grace the left paw of Stalin XXII. Or at least that is his understanding of the issue, not that he paid a lot of attention to it. Reactions across the Federation according to the local media was mixed, but this reality's Russian Federation was loving every moment of it. Rumors according to the local media was that the Russian Federation was planning to transfer their own version of the 11th Motor Rifle Division to Italy. Stepping off the dropship that brought him here, his helmet unfolded around his head, allowing the hot evening sun to wash over him. While behind him the dropship engines wind down, he took a moment to look around the sky, taking it in and enjoying every moment of it despite the heat. He didn't think that he'll ever get used to it, fresh air that wasn't recycled. Johnny was definitely aware of the awkwardness of just standing there, but he just couldn't help himself. He took one final deep breath of the air and one more look at the beautiful blue and white sky before looking down to see his counterpart, whom would be his main contact with the Federation for the duration of the operation. He smiled at the man, as he started walking towards him. On his back was a compact sensor pack, one not that different from these used by zone troopers during the war, and in his hand was another larger sensor pack. Unlike the one on his back, this one employed the same technology as those used by the MSA-32N mobile sensor arrays during the Second Tiberium War. Basically, they were designed specifically to detect underground tunnels and caves, before Tiberium growth in the mid to late 30s made it impractical for NOD to continue using their rapid tunneling technology. Naturally, his backpack didn't only house the compact sensor pack, but also his suit's long-range communication systems and other systems that were simply too large to be directly integrated into the suit itself. He had matching orders to work together with the Eurasian Federation to find any traces of NOD in this reality. So here he was in Cairo walking towards his contact with the Eurasian forces, while other joint teams searched the Federation for any signs of NOD. As he approached his counterpart Jen, his personalized Eva, informed him that the dropship crew was offloading the rest of cargo that he brought with him. Said cargo was a few dozen MSA-32X mini mobile sensor arrays and a few belongings he brought with him. The MSA-32X wasn't as powerful as its larger cousin, but it'll do the job of finding Abel's tomb. After all, they already had the location of the tomb from the first Tiberium War, so they will know where to look, which is half the battle. They would only be looking for an entry so that they can get some troops down into them and check them carefully for any enemies before the African community would be informed of the location. From there, the rest of the operation would be handled by the community, with them taking full credit for the discovery. It was the other part of the bribe, one that finally got them to agree to the operation. The rest of the bribe was additional aid money and the promise from the Eurasian Federation's president that her administration will at least consider formally apologizing for taking the Suez Canal. The reasoning behind the operation was simple enough. If NOD existed in this reality, this operation should draw them out of hiding, and by coming out of the shadows they would be crushed by both the EDF and the JDF. The if being the key work of the operation. If they didn't exist, that itself would be a relief for everyone, and lives would be that much simpler. The heat brought him back to the present. Maybe he had enough of the weather already? He thought, as he asked Jen to close the suit helmet only to be informed that it jammed. Damn it, he sighed. He'll have to fix it again, but maybe this time he should just have a professional fix it for him rather than doing it himself. It was a fact that he could easily get a replacement, but the suit had sentimental value to him. It was the same suit that he used during the war, the same suit that he used on Mars and elsewhere in the solar system, wherever he had been stationed. Hell, he was even fond of Jen, despite it being just a buggy Class 2 EVA. In truth, he was lucky that the suit was still working and hadn't been totaled in combat. The suit itself wasn't that different from the LCS that GDI was using now. It was one of the prototype versions that the Commando Corps used during the war. Course he'd made his own minor improvements and modifications to the suit over the years, such as more armor, improved jetpack, and etc., all to keep it up to date. The only real major modifications that he'd given the suit was installing a Nod stealth generator that he looted from a dead Nod commando. The only problem with it was that it ate power like a hungry visceroid when used. And if there was one lesson he learnt when his suit was out of power, it sucked ass having to move using only his own strength. "Welcome to Cairo," Field Agent Hamza said, as his eyes slowly examined the GDI agent walking towards him. Hamza was lucky to be here and alive after being picked by up the famous ZAFT commander during the conference, when his operation went to hell. It didn't help, Hamza thought, that he hadn't fully healed yet. He could still feel the pain and soreness in his legs and arms as they protested being forced to move. They'd been protesting the last couple of days, since he'd been released from the military hospital. In the end of it all, Hamza was lucky to still have a career or at least something close to it. Rumor was that the higher-ups wasn't happy with the operation going sideways, and rumor was that the president was unhappy with the fact that everyone knew that the government had a team at the conference and she planned to do something about it. They couldn't agree on what the something was. What wasn't a rumor was the fact he and his men had quickly become the butt of jokes in the intelligence, special operations community, and the public. "Good to be here, the name's Johnny," he heard, as Hamza shook hands with the fellow field agent before leading him into the base. As the two walked, it drew a few looks from other base personnel and soldiers they passed by. It was kind of obvious why, seeing a figure wearing black-colored power armor and carrying an unfamiliar weapon and equipment. There was only one conclusion to draw from the sight. However, that issue was already covered with a cover story that Hamza had developed and passed around before the GDI agent arrived, tying it nicely with the African community-owned tomb hunt. "Are we ready to go?" Johnny asked. "My men are ready to go, they're at standby ready to move on my orders," Hamza said, with a nod at the direction they were roughly heading at. In the distance the troops and vehicles were barely visible behind the buildings in the way they have been briefed on what we're looking for. "If you don't mind me asking, how the hell did you guys find the bloody tomb?" "We didn't," Johnny answered. Nod found the tomb and built their temple over it sometime before the First Tiberium War. We interrogated a number of Nod personnel stationed at the temple. According to them, the tomb was the original temple of Nod. They also stated that the tomb was discovered in 1967 by a Soviet research team. They kept it from the Egyptian government. Johnny shrugged. "That's as far as we know. We never found anything to indicate that was the original name of the tomb beyond its age." "I see," Hamza said thoughtfully. "From these sources, we've been able to determine that the tomb was very extensive with dozens of tunnels and chambers underground at a depth of roughly 500 meters and deeper. Why hasn't anyone found it then?" Hamza said, confused. "One would imagine that ground-penetrating radar and other methods would have detected it decades ago," he thought curiously. "We don't know," Johnny answered. "We checked with the Egyptian government and other locals companies that used ground-penetrating radar and other technology to map Cairo for whatever reason before and after the First Tiberium War," Johnny said, as he continued to follow Hamza's lead. "We also checked all available data from archaeological digs in the area and none of them detected the tomb, so. Likewise, we also checked with our local sources and they haven't detected it," Hamza shrugged. "Hopefully we don't find anything." In truth, a part of him wished that they didn't discover anything on this hunt, but he didn't know why he felt like this. "Maybe, but we don't know for sure. It could just be natural causes or the material that the tomb is built from. Then again, Nod is famed for its stealth technology," Johnny said. "Where is my equipment being taken to?" "Your quarters," Hamza answered, looking back at the GDI agent before turning to look around him, his eyes briefly resting on a group of soldiers doing PT. "Thanks," Johnny answered with a nod. "There should be a dozen cases like the one that I'm carrying with my belongings. Have them distribute the cases to your search teams. The cases are sensor packs that will aid them in searching for any tunnels and underground structures on your side of the border." "Ah, Command mentioned that you'll be bringing some specialized equipment," Hamza said, as he quickly got down to work passing the order down to his man using his radio. "Any special instructions?" "Don't worry about the packs themselves," Johnny said, amused. "The sensors packs are equipped with EVA units. Your men only have to issue commands to it and it'll do the rest. Also, don't get any funny ideas. The EVA unit are designed to also safeguard the sensor unit." "I see," Hamza said, passing on the details on to his men via radio. "What about the community? Are they willing to let us across the border as part of our search above ground?" Johnny asked. "Barely," Hamza said. "The community is unwilling to give us, the Eurasian government, the ability to cross the border freely, but your government is another story. You have permission to cross the border and only you. Anyone else will be shot by the JDF and Egyptian soldiers." That bit of news didn't surprise Johnny at all, considering it was a miracle itself that the Africans even agreed to it. Meanwhile, the Eurasian government was pressuring Vatican City to give it access to their records, in hopes that maybe it held any records of Nod and other unexplained events in the past. A few moments later and the two had arrived at the main central command center for the operation, also filled with personnel, unsurprisingly, despite the fact that everyone should know he was going to be here. A few heads turned to look at the armor-clad figure of the GDI agent, before they got back to work. Johnny pulled out a date device and handed it over to Hamza, who connected it to the holographic table projector. A few seconds later, a map of the underground tomb appeared before them on the holographic table. What you're seeing is what Commando Nick Parker was able to map of the tomb during his short time inside the Temple of Nod in the First Tiberium War. You're right. Hamza answered calmly, carefully studied the layout of the tomb. From the look of it, it got tunnels that lead all over the place. There were at least a dozen or so that lead out away from the main chamber that marked the location of the tomb, Hamza thought, as his eyes slowly moved around the map taking in all the details. Of these dozens tunnels, only 2 would lead directly into Eurasian territory. It was obvious what the next step would be, he thought, ordering his men to be placed on standby. Did INOPS ever trust Nod claims? Hamza asked, with the goal of breaking the awkwardness he was feeling. No, and either do I, but it is possible. Kane has survived worse and there is the possibility that he may still be alive today, Johnny said. Wasn't he was at the center of that liquid Tiberium explosion at Sarajevo? Hamza asked, remembering his own reading of the Third Tiberium War and not seeing how the man could survive a 1.8 GT explosion. He was, but Nod did master tunneling technology which they used plenty until the 30s before underground Tiberium growth made it too dangerous. It is possible they set up a tunnel with time, Johnny said, as his eyes studied the map. Seems unlikely though. Hamza said. A 2 gigaton explosion, that's a instant kill radius of around 14 km isn't it? No body no kill, Johnny said simply. We also thought he couldn't survive a direct IO nuke strike to the face in the first war. That's one way to look at it, Hamza said, shrugging. We can start looking here, he continued, pointing at one of the tunnels leading into Eurasian territory. And I'll have another team looking at the other tunnels and finding them while we check out this one. Good, Johnny said with approval. We've talked with the African community and the JDF like your own forces, they have rapid response forces on standby in case we run into any trouble. The community was using the terrorist attacks launched on the conference as a justification to keep JDF forces and some ZAFT forces in Cairo to deal with problems in the city. No sensor gear for the community? Hamza asked, after a moment of thought, as he nodded at the sensor box that Johnny still held with his right hand. No, since they'll be running the public side of the operation it was decided to let them do things the old-fashioned way, Johnny answered as he placed the sensor box down and stared at the holographic projection of the tomb. They shouldn't have too much trouble, we gave them a copy of the map so they know where to start looking. Good, so if Nod does show up we deal with them and take a few alive for interrogation, Hamza said. I like the plan. Hamza turned to his command staff and ordered them to keep an eye on the situation and keep him informed of any development. Hamza nodded at the GDI agent to follow him and together they headed to the exist. So what's it like back home, Hamza said, as they exited the building. Living conditions are better than here though the air is fresher here. Johnny answered, but I've never been to the new blue zones reclaimed by Zocom. Before the transfer to your reality, most of my career was spent on Mars, the Moon, and elsewhere in the solar system. I've never been back on Earth since '49. Oh, Hamza said, surprised, don't you have problems with spaceflight osteopenia then? I know, Johnny answered with a smile but refused to elaborate, leaving Hamza to wonder what he meant by the odd answer.